Chapter 1. Who calls whom dad? Why isn't he moving yet? It's time to go on stage. Is he asleep? Haha, how can one sleep through this? What a relaxed heart. Lin Yu felt a wave of dizziness, struggling to open his eyes against the blinding light that compelled him to squint. Mango Daddy, it's your turn to perform. A beautifully dressed host gestured towards him. Who? Who's dad? Daddy, it's your time to shine. Lin Yu's mind buzzed as he slowly turned his stiff neck. A small girl with large, sparkling eyes resembling an anime character was pushing him with tiny hands. Her round, rosy face puffed in frustration. Who are you calling dad? Whose child is this? Making such a ruckus. Mango Daddy, you can do it. Mango Daddy, don't be nervous. Go on, Mango Daddy. A few nearby spectators cheered him on enthusiastically. Lin Yu's mind was blank as he struggled to remember that he graduated from the Kyoto Film Academy, and becoming an exceptional actor had been his dream since childhood. Upon graduation, an entertainment company approached him due to his participation in numerous singing competitions during his studies. They wished for him to debut as a singer-dancer on various variety shows to gain popularity before gradually transitioning into acting. Lin Yu, fresh out of school, agreed. However, he soon found that the entertainment industry was a deep ocean where obtaining resources often required sacrificing many things. Unwilling to comply, he was gradually marginalized by the company. A decade flew by. He was no longer the youthful boy he once was. Although his looks remained largely intact, the awkwardness of age made it impossible to compete with those under 20. Just yesterday, a role he had fought for through auditions was snatched away by another artist from the same company, justified by the latter's backing from senior executive. Lin Yu understood the rules of the game and could only let out a hollow laugh before turning away. Though he put on a calm facade, it was impossible not to feel hurt, and he drowned his sorrows in alcohol last night. Lin Yu finally sorted through his thoughts. Shouldn't he be on his couch in his apartment, drinking right now? Instinctively, he wanted to clarify that the other party must have mistaken him for someone else. Before he could finish, his peripheral vision caught sight of the large screen. In the center of the screen, an exceptionally handsome young man wore a look filled with shock and confusion, mirroring a myriad of emotions. In front of him stood the beautiful host, and beside him sat a large-eyed little girl. He raised his hand, and the handsome young man on the screen mirrored his action, touching his ear as the screen's figure did the same. Lin Yu felt his body stiffen, his scalp tingling. All eyes were on his peculiar actions displayed on the screen, including his own. One could only describe the absurdity of the situation as bewilderment. Was he dead drunk and had his soul transmigrated? A soft, innocent voice came from behind him. Daddy, what's wrong? Irritated, he turned around to find a large-eyed little girl gazing at him with a helpless expression. Lin Yu's heart softened unexpectedly. The host gestured again for him to proceed. Having already stood up, Lin Yu could only grit his teeth and follow the host toward the stage. Memories of the original owner flooded his mind. He too was named Lin Yu, 25 years old, a dropout from the Yanjing Film Academy. He had participated in an event during his sophomore year and, under the influence of alcohol, sparked a romance with a senior. After graduation, they lost contact, only for a year later to be confronted by the senior's family, holding a baby girl, claiming she was his child, and revealing that the senior had died in a car accident, unable to care for the child. The original owner, only 19 and still in his second year of college, was struck by this devastating news. Initially, he couldn't believe it and took the baby for a paternity test, which left him utterly stunned when the results confirmed the truth. The ensuing struggles of being both father and mother unfolded like scenes from a film before Lin Yu's eyes. Now, the little girl was nearly 6 years old. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. His career struggles mirrored those of the original owner, who had felt disheartened by the world's injustices, yet he hadn't faced such difficulties, especially not while bearing the burden of a child. Though the walk to the stage was mere seconds, it felt like traversing a lifetime of hardships. Lin Yu took a deep breath as he stood on stage, casting a lingering glance at the expectant child below. For reasons unknown, that gaze warmed the unfamiliar world around him. Awakening a genuine love from within, he suddenly realized that the original owner's profound, selfless love for his daughter had seamlessly fused with his own emotions, creating an inexplicable bond with the distant, yet familiar child. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile gently, radiating warmth. A massive banner at the back of the venue read, "Warm congratulations on the 10th anniversary of Maybay International Kindergarten. Lin Yu silently exhaled, recognizing that he had no choice as the new owner of this body. He must continue living this life. His gaze swept across the stage, and he quietly spoke to the host. Moments later, she returned from backstage holding a guitar. Singing, dancing, and acting had always been his forte, and playing instruments was child's play for him. Not only could he handle the guitar, but he also played the piano with ease. Especially during these 10 years of stagnation, he had devoted himself to honing his skills. From Lin Yu's bewildered reluctance to rise from his seat to his unwilling ascent onto the stage, time seemed to stretch. Meanwhile, the audience had begun to murmur restlessly. "Dear, isn't that the parent from our little one's class?" Indeed, if it weren't for his daughter boasting, he wouldn't have qualified to perform last. Wait, isn't there supposed to be accompaniment? Why does he need a guitar? It's just a song. Why the grand setup? I heard he's a graduate of the Yinjing Film Academy, quite young too. What good is good looks? There are plenty of attractive people nowadays, many of whom can become stars. I heard he dropped out, never even graduated. Why hasn't he started his performance yet? Just putting on a show. I bet he can't sing better than me. Lin Yu remained oblivious to the murmurs below. The intertwining memories and emotions between them created a perfect tapestry. The bond between the original owner and his daughter had been cultivated over years, and their relationship resembled that of friends rather than a typical father-daughter dynamic. Due to their age difference, he worked tirelessly to provide the best life for her. Though he would chastise her for bragging about having a father who graduated from a film academy, he secretly prepared for the performance. Yet sometimes, life unfolds contrary to one's expectations. Until the day before his performance, he had yet to devise a satisfactory act and reluctantly submitted a simple accompaniment to the kindergarten. Knowing he was a film academy graduate, they anticipated his multifaceted talents and scheduled him to close the show. Torn between his cherished daughter and the kindergarten's expectations, the original owner bore an immense dual burden. For over 2 decades, he had fought, wandered, and chased dreams, only to be repeatedly ensnared by the harsh realities of life. He often questioned himself about the kind of person he wanted to become. Could he forsake certain things for a better life? Was this the way his life was destined to unfold? After countless instances of being shattered by the harshness of reality, shedding tears in despair, and seeking solace in solitude. With a drink, no matter how brutal life may be, the sun of tomorrow unfailingly rises. This is because there exists a person who awaits him beneath the brilliant sunlight, ready to take her hand and stroll along the familiar path to school each day. Through his memories, Lin Yu discovers that this world is entirely different from the one he once knew. Neither the melodies nor the cinematic works he cherished have ever graced this realm. With a heartfelt tribute to Malbu E, Lin Yu takes a deep breath. The following song is dedicated to everyone, people like me. Chapter 1. Who calls him dad? Why isn't he moving yet? It's time to go on stage. Is that person asleep? Haha, how can one sleep at a time like this? Such a carefree heart. Lin Yu felt a wave of dizziness, struggling to open his eyes, only to squint against the harsh, blinding light. Mango Daddy, it's your turn to take the stage. A beautifully dressed hostess gestured towards him. Who's dad? Daddy, it's time for your performance. A loud buzzing filled Lin Yu's head as he slowly turned his stiff neck that a little girl with sparkling, oversized eyes, reminiscent of an anime character, was pushing him with her tiny hands, her adorably puffy cheeks puffed up in frustration. Who are you calling dad? Whose child is this? Calling me dad. Mango Daddy, you can do it. Mango Daddy, don't be nervous. Go on. Mango Daddy. That a few nearby spectators enthusiastically cheered him on. Lin Yu's mind was blank as he tried to recollect his thoughts. He had graduated from the Kyoto Film Academy, aspiring to be an exceptional actor since childhood. Shortly after graduation, an entertainment company approached him due to his numerous singing competitions during his school years. They wanted him to debut as a singer-dancer, participating in various variety shows to gain popularity before gradually transitioning to acting. Lin Yu, fresh out of school, agreed. However, he soon realized that entering the entertainment industry was akin to diving into an abyss to gain resources. One must sacrifice much. Reluctant to compromise, he gradually became marginalized by the company. A decade slipped by swiftly. He was no longer the boy he once was. Although his looks remained largely intact, the awkwardness of age rendered him unable to compete with those under 20. Just yesterday, a role he had fought for through auditions was snatched away by another artist from the same company. justified by the latter's backing from senior executives. Understanding the rules of the game, Lin Yu could only respond with a hollow chuckle before turning away, feigning indifference while internally grappling with his disappointment. He had drowned his sorrows in alcohol the previous night. Now, he was trying to make sense of his situation. Shouldn't he be on the sofa in his rented apartment, drinking? Instinctively, he wanted to clarify that he was mistaken for someone else. You. Lin Yu's words trailed off as he caught a glimpse of the large screen. In the center was a strikingly handsome young man, his face a canvas of confusion, panic, and bewilderment. The beautiful hostess stood before him, while the baijied little girl sat beside him. He raised his hand, and the dashing figure on screen mirrored the gesture. He touched his ear, and the handsome young man on screen did the same. Lin Yu felt his body stiffen, a chill running down his spine. Everyone was watching the peculiar display on the screen, including Lin Yu himself. Was it possible he had drunkenly passed out and somehow traveled through time? A sweet, melodic voice interrupted his thoughts from behind. "Daddy, what's wrong?" Irritated, he turned around to see the adorable girl with her big eyes filled with concern. Her innocent expression softened Lin Yu's heart. The hostess gestured again for him to come forward. Now standing, Lin Yu had no choice but to follow the hostess toward the stage. Memories of the original owner flooded his mind. He too was named Lin Yu, 25 years old, and a dropout from the Yanjing Film Academy. During his sophomore year, he had participated in an event that sparked a romance with a senior, only to lose contact after her graduation. A year later, the senior's family approached him, presenting a baby girl and claiming she was his child, informing him that the young woman had died in an accident, leaving them unable to care for the infant. The original owner was only 19 and still in his second year of college, a devastating revelation. Initially, he couldn't believe it and took the baby for a paternity test. The results left him utterly dumbfounded. The ensuing struggle of simultaneously being both father and mother played out like a film in Lin Yu's mind, and now the little one was nearly 6 years old. Sighing inwardly, Lin Yu recognized the parallels between his own struggles and those of the original owner. While he had faced disappointment and lamented the unfairness of the world, he hadn't endured the same burdens, particularly not while raising a child. Though the distance to the stage was merely a few steps, it felt like traversing a lifetime of hardships. Standing on stage, Lin Yu gazed deeply at the expectant little girl below. For reasons unknown, that glance transformed this unfamiliar world into a warm haven, igniting a profound, intrinsic love within him. He suddenly realized that the original owner's selfless affection for his daughter had intertwined seamlessly with his own emotions, fostering an inexplicable bond with the distant, yet familiar child. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile, a gentle warmth spreading across his face. A massive banner hung at the back of the venue, celebrating the 10th anniversary of Maybay International Kindergarten. Lin Yu exhaled softly, feeling the weight of his new reality. As the new master of this body, he had no choice but to embrace the life ahead. His gaze swept across the stage as he whispered to the hostess. Moments later, she reappeared from backstage, a guitar in hand. Singing, dancing, and acting had always been his forte, and playing an instrument felt like child's play. Not only could he strum the guitar, but he was also adept at the piano. The past decade of unfulfilled work had afforded him the opportunity to hone his skills. Lin Yu's transition from a bewildered seat occupant to a reluctant stage participant took longer than anticipated, and by now, murmurs of speculation rippled through the audience. Isn't that the parent from our precious class? Yes, if it weren't for his daughter boasting, he wouldn't have the honor of closing the show. Wait, isn't he supposed to have an accompaniment? Why does he need a guitar? It's just a song. Why the grand display? I heard he graduated from the Yanjing Film Academy. He seems quite young. What good his looks? Plenty of attractive people can become stars. That I heard he dropped out and never graduated. Why hasn't he started performing yet? He's just putting on a show. He probably can't sing better than I can. Lin Yu was oblivious to the murmurs below as the memories and emotions of the original owner melded beautifully with his own. The bond between the original owner and his daughter had been nurtured over the years, and due to their age difference, their relationship felt more like that of friends than a traditional father-daughter dynamic. His relentless work ethic stemmed from a desire to provide the best life for his daughter. Though he admonished her for boasting in front of her classmates, he secretly prepared a performance for her. Yet, life often unfolds in unexpected ways. Even the day before the performance, he had been dissatisfied with his routine, ultimately submitting a mere accompaniment to the kindergarten. Knowing he was a Film Academy graduate, the kindergarten assumed he must be exceptionally talented and had scheduled him as the final act. Torn between the love for his daughter and the kindergarten's expectations, the original owner bore immense pressure from both sides. For over 20 years, he had strived, wandered, and chased his dreams, only to be repeatedly tethered by the harshness of reality. He frequently questioned the person he wished to become, whether he could forego certain things for a better life, and if he was destined to live this way for eternity. After countless instances of being shattered by the harshness of reality, weeping in despair, and seeking solace in solitude with a drink, the relentless cruelty of life persists. Yet, the sun rises faithfully each day, for there exists someone waiting for him beneath its radiant warmth, ready to take her hand and walk together along the familiar path to school. Through the lens of memory, Lin Yu discovers that this world is entirely different from the one he once knew. Neither the melodies nor the cinematic creations he encounters have ever graced his previous existence. With a silent homage to Mao Bai in his heart, Lin Yu takes a deep breath. This next song is dedicated to everyone, titled People Like Me. Chapter 2, 27 Egg Tarts, a person as exceptional as I ought to shine throughout life. Yet here I am, adrift in the sea of humanity after more than 20 years. This was a heartfelt reflection of Lin Yu, who harbored dreams and believed he could carve out a successful career through sheer ability. However, after all these years, he found himself still achieving nothing. His circumstances mirrored those of the original owner of this body, with the only distinction being that the former was no longer young, while Lin Yu's current form remained in the prime of youth. Lin Yu's self-composed song resonated through every corner of the venue. "Hey, dear, have you heard this song?" "Shush, I'm listening." The audience, which had previously been restless due to the long wait, fell into an immediate hush. The host hurried to the principal's side and frantically sought out the class teacher, Chun Jiao. I don't know what is happening," she stammered. But the principal waved her back to her seat, not wishing for her to disrupt the performance. "The principal doesn't want you to speak and disturb the song," murmured the assistant teacher, Lu Ying. "Be quiet, I want to listen too," Chun Jiao replied, returning to her seat, enraptured by the stage. Lin Yu firmly believed that each person singing this song would evoke a unique emotion, as everyone was narrating their own life story, recounting the most beautiful moments of their 20-some years. The original owner's voice was exceptional, clear and pure, tinged with a hint of melancholy, possessing an enchanting quality. Combined with Lin Yu's adept singing technique and guitar playing, it was a formidable synergy. People like me, lost and searching, people like me, aimlessly drifting. How many have you encountered? Lin Yu pondered deeply. How many others struggled in vain like him? Those ordinary souls who had fantasized countless times about slamming their resignation letters in their bosses' faces, yet swallowed their pride in silence. Motivated by the radiant smiles of their wives and children displayed on their phone screens, trudging on with heavy hearts. As Lin Yu skillfully sang from his memory, his eyes became moist. This was not his first time performing this song. Each time he faced uncertainty, he would question the essence of his being and the life he wished to lead. Yet, in this moment, infused with the original owner's experiences and emotions, his eyes glistened. People like me, lonely and foolish, people like me, unwilling to settle for the ordinary, how many exist in this world? Indeed, how many others were there? In two parallel worlds, within the towering edifices of the 996 work culture, amidst the bustling crowds of subways and buses, was there anyone who would feel compassion for someone as inexplicable as him? Lin Yu's voice echoed above the audience, lingering in the air. "Teacher Chun, did you hear that?" "W what?" "The sound of my heart beating. I want to be Little Mango's mother." "Yes, someone does care." "I care," Chun Jiao interjected. As Lin Yu concluded his song and stepped back, the audience slowly emerged from their reverie, erupting into thunderous applause. "That was beautiful. I nearly shed tears. And the more I savor it, the richer it becomes. Why can't I find the song online? People like me? There is no trace of it on the internet. Is it truly not there? Could it be an original? Let us search again. Perhaps we're just looking in the wrong places." P.S. from the Beijing Film Academy. Studying acting. "Oh dear, I was so engrossed in the song that I forgot to record it." "Same here. I only captured the latter half." After finishing his performance, Lin Yu surveyed the audience. Singing this song was not only a reluctant obligation, but also a way to fulfill the original owner's final wish. For him, it was simply a matter of completing the task, without the need to dwell too much on the reactions of others. Please, Mango and Amp, Oppos, dad, wait. The host stopped Lin Yu, who was about to exit the stage, looking perplexed. Since we've never heard this song before, could you ask Mango's dad a question on behalf of the audience? This question was something she herself wanted to ask, but she was confident that others shared her curiosity. In his heart, Lin Yu whispered apologies to Mao Bai. Yes, it's my original composition. Although everyone had already suspected, the revelation still caused a stir. It's truly original. No wonder I've never heard it before. I should have recorded the whole thing. What was I doing while listening? Why didn't I film it? You were just enjoying the music. True, it was simply too beautiful. Amidst the commotion below the stage, applause erupted once more. Lin Yu, not taking it to heart, nodded slightly to the audience before returning to Little Mango's side. This song was the final act, concluding the kindergarten's 10th anniversary gala on a high note. Upon seeing Little Mango, Lin Yu felt an irresistible affection, an emotion deeply imprinted in his heart from the original owner. Admiring gazes surrounded him, and parents from the same class approached to greet him. Lin Yu reciprocated with polite and graceful smiles, guided by his memories. As he left the venue, the myriad memories of the original owner filled Lin Yu's mind. He sighed, realizing that despite this second chance at life, he remained a destitute soul and must strive to earn money. Although his performance had elevated the little one's status, next month's rent and this month's living expenses were still unresolved. Little one, Lin Yu unconsciously linked his life to that of this simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar little burden, his heart swelling with paternal love. He instinctively glanced at Little Mango, who clutched his hand tightly, her delicate face framed by big, lively eyes. A warmth surged within him. Dad? Lin Yu replied effortlessly. Can you buy me 27 egg tarts? The little one averted her gaze. Despite his limited funds, he could just manage to buy 27. In the original owner's memories, Little Mango was exceptionally understanding and never made unreasonable requests. Since you like them, let's buy them. But why 27? Could you tell Daddy why you want so many? Egg tarts are best enjoyed fresh. A child could hardly consume that many. The little one lowered her head, her tiny hands fidgeting nervously. Lin Yu could not help but reach out, ruffling Little Mango's hair. The child, her hair tousled by her father's hand, bit her lip and mustered her courage. Because I promised my friends that if Daddy performed well, I would treat them to egg tarts. Lin Yu found this request quite reasonable. Although they were just kindergartners, it was a small group, and treating them to a snack was perfectly acceptable. Yet, Little Mango appeared as though she had committed a grave error. Wait, that's odd. There are 28 kids in your class. Why buy 27? Dad, you don't need to buy for me. I want to eat. This way, we can save some money. Lin Yu stiffened, a wave of warmth choking him, rendering him speechless. He lifted Little Mango into his arms. Today, we'll buy whatever you want. There's no need to save money for Daddy. After countless failures, with the world doubting him, only his daughter stood resolutely behind him, believing in all he had ever said. He could envision a fragile yet stubborn little girl standing before the entire class, boasting for her father's sake, alone yet tenaciously convinced that her father would shine brightly on stage. Perhaps it was the playful teasing of his classmates. Or perhaps it was a momentary impulse to enhance his credibility that led him to boastfully promise a treat. Yet in the aftermath, he found himself plagued by guilt over his impulsive decision. Lin Yu felt a pang of sorrow. The memories of the original owner flooded back. Each time he had assured Xiao Mongwa that she would surely succeed in her auditions, followed by promises of lavish dinners, only to ultimately break those promises, as his auditions had never borne fruit. Even a short while ago, he had pledged to take Xiao Mongwa out for a seafood buffet, yet he had to renege once more due to financial constraints, ultimately only treating the little one to seafood noodles. Lin Yu slowly raised his hand and gently caressed Xiao Mongwa's head, vowing that he would never disappoint her again. The little girl, who had been wearing a guilt-ridden expression, instantly beamed with a radiant smile. Her father had never let her down. Indeed, he was the best father in the world. With her tiny arms wrapped around Lin Yu's neck, he cleared his throat and said, Whatever you wish to eat today, just tell me, and I shall buy it for you. Xiao Mangwa suddenly lifted her head, wiping away the tears still lingering in her eyes. Her rosy little face brightened as she exclaimed, "Can we have the walnut pastry from Suhiji?" "Let's go buy it," he replied. Her starry eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding eagerly like a little chick pecking at grains. However, the consequences of such indulgences were steep. After settling the bill, Lin Yu glanced at the balance notification, and it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. He needed to earn money. Chapter 3. 78,000. The little one's wish had been fulfilled. Gazing upon the cherubic smile of the child, Lin Yu felt a warmth envelop his heart. After all, the original owner was still quite young, often displaying his discontent from work upon his face. The little one had always been perceptive, understanding her father's moods. Whenever she sensed his unhappiness, she would make concerted efforts to cheer him up, carrying out tasks with utmost caution, fearful of inciting further displeasure. However, Lin Yu was determined not to let the pangs of financial distress show on his countenance. He had once lived as a man in his 30s, possessing a much stronger psychological resilience. As long as life persisted, monetary matters seemed trivial. Yet now, an added sense of responsibility weighed upon him, a paternal love that had taken deep root alongside the memories of the original owner. Little Mango was exceptionally considerate, embodying the adage that children from impoverished families mature early. She had always believed her father worked tirelessly, thus she too needed to strive in her own way. However, her father had gently reminded her that, at her tender age, she was not yet in a position to earn money, but she did have her own responsibilities, namely her studies. Therefore, exerting effort in learning was akin to fulfilling her duties. Upon returning home, the little one retreated to her small room and opened her math workbook, diligently practicing her calculations. Lin Yu watched her, seated at the desk, absorbed in her work, feeling a mixture of pride and concern. He did not wish for such a young child to bear the burdens that were rightfully those of an adult. Lin Yu contemplated sharing some wisdom with little Mango, but ultimately chose silence. At this juncture, imparting grand philosophies seemed futile. Providing better, living conditions for the child felt far more tangible. Lin Yu began to analyze his current situation. This was Azure Star, a realm entirely distinct from his previous world. Drawing from his extensive experience in the entertainment industry, he pondered that perhaps there existed an opportunity to carve out a niche in this new environment. Having endured numerous trials in his past life, he felt little enthusiasm for fame. As long as he could earn a living, that was sufficient. Yet, he first required a catalyst. Azure Star placed significant emphasis on the cultural and entertainment sectors, which were experiencing rapid growth. The original owner hailed from Huagua, a nation renowned for its flourishing entertainment industry. In Huagua, the industry thrived with myriad voices, yet at the pinnacle stood 5 major entertainment companies, collectively commanding 90% of the market share, leaving smaller firms to merely partake in the residual benefits. Despite this, even smaller entities managed to survive, a testament to the industry's vibrancy. To truly enter the entertainment sphere, one must secure a place within one of the 5 major companies, a dream that had eluded the original owner, who met an untimely fate before realizing it. Lin Yu, having weathered many storms in the entertainment world, was now reluctant to seek the limelight. At that moment, his phone erupted with urgent notifications. Lin Yu picked it up to discover it was from the parents' group chat. Typically, such chats were dormant, only buzzing to life when teachers assigned tasks or announced fees. Usually, they consisted of monotonous exchanges with little room for conversation. Lin Yu initially assumed it was another announcement from the teacher, but upon glancing at the screen, he was surprised to find a parent had shared a brief video of him singing, sparking a lively discussion among the others. "Who would have thought we had such talent among the parents of our class?" exclaimed Chinchin's father. "Indeed, I was so engrossed in watching Mango's father sing that I completely forgot to record," replied Liu's mother. "Do you have a full version of that video, Chinchin's dad?" inquired Haohua's father. "Alas, no. I only thought to record the last segment," he lamented. "Mango's father is so talented. Why has he been so low-key these past couple of years?" pondered Yudian's mother. "Typically, those with true talent prefer to remain humble," suggested Yudian's father. "I still have the melody echoing in my mind. Does anyone have the complete version?" I would love to hear it again, asked Ranran's mother. I want to hear it again too. The lyrics are exquisite. I've searched every music app, but can't find someone like me, bemoaned Hao's mother. They say it's an original by Mango's father. How could it possibly be found on any app? Let's hope someone at the kindergarten recorded the full version, responded Yuan Bao's mother. I've asked parents from other classes, but no one has the complete video. They only managed to capture a snippet, shorter than what Qinshin's father recorded, shared Yuan's mother. Expressions of disappointment and tears filled the chat. Chun Jiao sighed deeply, having inquired with teachers from other classes, confirming the absence of a complete recording. This was understandable. Without prior arrangements to record, who would think to capture a fellow parent's performance? Everyone simply enjoyed the moment and spontaneously decided to film a snippet to share on social media. Normalcy dictated that a full version was unlikely. In addition to her role as a kindergarten teacher, Chun Jiao dabbled in creating short videos for a popular platform, amassing a following of several 100,000, making her a minor online celebrity, though the parents and school remained oblivious to this facet of her identity. Chun Jiao uploaded the latter half of the song to her personal account. Lin Yu observed the parents group for a while, noting how everyone was designated as X-Sex's father or X-Sex's mother. It felt novel, as if parenthood had bestowed upon them an additional identity. The discussion surrounding someone like me was vibrant. The song resonated deeply with those who had faced the harsh realities of life. Lin Yu was not surprised by the enthusiasm for the song. After a brief glance, he chose not to engage further. Just as he set his phone down, it rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. Lin Yu answered casually. Is this Mango's father? Hello, I am Xiao Qi, the principal. Lin Yu was taken aback. Parents seldom had direct contact with the principal, as all matters concerning children were typically addressed through the class teacher. Hello, he replied. Is this really Mango's father? I'm so sorry to intrude. The kindergarten has a significant event coming up, and we would like to invite you to assist us, Xiao Qi said, her voice tinged with excitement. Next week marks the Yanqing Young Star competition. In addition to showcasing the children's performances, we also feature talented parents. We would be honored if you could represent our kindergarten in the citywide contest. Though Xiao Qi held the title of principal, she was not the owner of the private kindergarten. The competition was fierce, and owners primarily focused on enrollment figures. Any event the kindergarten participated in could serve as leverage during enrollment drives, particularly large city events that showcase the institution's capabilities. Maybay International Kindergarten had faced a decline in enrollment for 3 consecutive years, and the higher-ups were growing increasingly dissatisfied with Xiao Qi's performance. If she failed to produce results soon, her position as principal would be in jeopardy. While the children's performances could be meticulously choreographed by professionals, securing a parent talent showcase was a far more daunting task, as most parents lacked any notable skills, let alone the talent to stand out at a city-level competition. Lin Yu had become Xiao Qi's last hope. On the other end of the line, Lin Yu's instincts urged him to decline. He had sung Someone Like Me at the kindergarten's anniversary celebration for Little Mango's sake. It was an event she had long anticipated, a chance for her to feel proud. Now that her wish had been fulfilled and she had gained recognition among her peers, Lin Yu was reluctant to invest further time in additional kindergarten activities. His primary focus now was to earn a living. I'm terribly sorry, Principal Xiao, but I cannot. Lin Yu began, but Xiao Qi interjected. I can refund the entirety of Little Mango's 3 years of tuition, totaling 78,000 yuan. I can participate, Lin Yu acquiesced. Chapter 4 Director Zhao's efficiency was remarkably swift. Not long after he hung up the phone, Lin Yu received a text notification on his mobile, indicating a deposit of 78,000. The balance in his bank card was 78,435. Although Lin Yu had never been wealthy, largely due to his lack of employment, he had never reached a point where he couldn't afford rent. However, now he found himself in dire straits. Fortunately, this sum of over 70,000 would cover his rent and living expenses, and it would also fulfill the desires of the little one for various items. Lin Yu opened his computer. The Blue Star platform had a strict awareness of copyright. Any song just performed needed to be encrypted and registered on the official website immediately. If a company had songwriters, they would assist in this process, but for independent creators like Lin Yu, he had to navigate the application himself. The website was divided into 2 sections, one for copyright applications, which was entirely encrypted, and another for public submissions, where independent screenwriters and novelists could upload their works. If they were fortunate enough to catch the eye of a production company or director, they might soar to success. However, such chances were exceedingly slim. While it was challenging to achieve great heights, many authors managed to earn a modest income through the website. The sale of copyrights varied widely, depending on the author's fame, the quality of the work, and its suitability for adaptation into film or television. Those who could produce high-value copyrighted works often had the backing of contracted agencies. Independent authors, lacking notoriety or representation, found it difficult to command high prices. Sales reaching upwards of 100,000 were rare, with most transactions falling between 10,000 to 50,000. Renowned directors and large productions typically employed professional screenwriting teams and would not seek scripts from the website. Nevertheless, regardless of the final sale price, the website took a 50% commission, which was deemed a reasonable management fee. Many independent authors uploaded their works to the site, hoping for the best in a sea of competition. Even under these circumstances, there were still barriers to uploading works. The website categorized authors into 5 tiers. From 1 to 5, authors could advance through a points system, and those who reached level 5 generally secured stable representation. Lin Yu browsed the website thoroughly and gained a basic understanding of the submission process. He recognized that director Zhao's willingness to return the full amount of 78,000 was a testament to the allure of the song "Someone Like Me." In his previous life, there were countless outstanding film and television works. Adapting even one would likely yield a classic. This realization sparked a determination within Lin Yu to create a piece of his own, striving to earn his first pot of gold. He instinctively glanced at the little mango's room, where a gentle light cast a warm glow. Truly, he was a pure-hearted child. An idea struck Lin Yu, reminiscent of an animated film he had once seen. Yes, that was it. He hoped a reliable animation studio would acquire it and transform it into an exceptional animated work, his gift to Little Mango. The story followed a 10-year-old girl who moved with her parents to a new city. While driving to take a shortcut, they lost their way on a country road and accidentally entered a mysterious tunnel, leading them into a bizarre world. Lured by delectable food, her parents indulged without restraint, only to be transformed into pigs. The girl fled in panic, saved by a white dragon named Xiao Bai, who provided her with a potion that prevented her from disappearing. He guided her on how to find the boiler grandpa, who would take her in and help her secure a job with the soup witch, for one must have a job in this realm to avoid being turned into something else by magic. The girl sought menial work with the soup witch, while Xiao Bai reminded her to remember her name, forgetting it would mean she could never return home. Xiao Bai continued to protect and encourage the girl. During one of her tasks for the soup witch, Xiao Bai was injured, prompting the girl to embark on a new adventure to save him. This was one of Lin Yu's favorite animations. Beyond its hidden meanings, it had a captivating narrative. It turned out that the girl and Xiao Bai were already acquainted. When Xiao Bai was a white dragon in Amber River, he had saved the girl previously. With her help, he recalled his name and all that had transpired. Ultimately, the girl rescued her parents. Events of the past are indelible. They may be momentarily forgotten, but they linger in memory. This animation serves as a gift not only for children, but also offers profound insights for adults to ponder. To upload a manuscript, one needed to register an account and choose a pen name. After some thought, Lin Yu decided on AI Mang. A week swiftly passed. Following director Zhao's instructions, Lin Yu arrived at the competition venue. Despite knowing it was in Yanjing City, the crowd was overwhelming, truly a sea of people. The competition was divided into 2 segments: a showcase of talents from various kindergartens, and a subsequent contest for the parents. The children's performances concluded in the morning, and the parents' competition was set for the afternoon. Lin Yu arrived in the afternoon, and as soon as he neared the venue, his phone rang. "Mango Dad, have you arrived?" Xiao Qi's voice was fraught with anxiety. The competition offered 1 first prize, 2 second prizes, and 3 third prizes, with the remainder being consolation awards. Initially, she had hoped to secure at least a 3rd or 2nd prize, bringing home a trophy, but the children's performances had faltered, and now they were barely clinging to the edge of 3rd place, at risk of slipping into the consolation bracket. Just then, Li Hui, the administrative director of Xing Tian Bilingual Kindergarten, delivered a crushing blow to the already anxious Xiao Qi. Xing Tian Bilingual Kindergarten had always been a fierce competitor to May Bay International Kindergarten. With both institutions of comparable caliber and proximity, parents frequently compared them. So what if they have a soloist from the Yanjing song and dance troupe? Xiao Qi thought dismissively, rolling her eyes in the direction where Li Hui had just departed. Winning or losing was still uncertain, and the outcome rested entirely on Mango Dad's performance in the afternoon. Yes, I've arrived. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi felt a sense of relief wash over her. I'm standing under our kindergarten-s promotional board, waving my hand. Can you see me? Xiao Qi stood on tiptoe, raising her arm high above her head, scanning the crowd for Lin Yu. Despite the throngs of people, the large promotional board of May Bay International Kindergarten made Lin Yu spot Xiao Qi waving her arm easily. He navigated through the crowd, his tall and handsome figure drawing attention until he reached Xiao Qi. Seeing Lin Yu, Xiao Qi felt her confidence bolstered. They had to secure that third prize. Mango Dad, just perform as you normally would. We're currently in 6th place. If we can maintain this position, we will secure the third prize. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Director, I'm here, Chun Jiao panted, rushing over with filming equipment. The competition is about to begin. Let's find a good spot. Xiao Qi's expression shifted to one of seriousness, her earlier warmth toward Lin Yu evaporating. Chun Jiao nodded vigorously, and once Director Xiao departed, she waved enthusiastically at Lin Yu as he made his way to the backstage preparations. Lin Yu found it curious that Chun Jiao, who should have been in class, was present at the competition, but he didn't inquire further. Chun Jiao clenched her small fists in excitement. This was an opportunity for filming that she had painstakingly fought for. Director Xiao was initially opposed to it, but after a week of earnest pleas and her promise to persuade Mango's father to participate in all future kindergarten activities, she finally secured the chance to shoot. It was not a passion for filming that drove her. Rather, she desperately needed the complete video of someone like me. This necessity arose because the short video she uploaded to her personal account last week had gone viral. Chapter 5. Because he has yet to sing, Chun Jiao originally thought Lin Yu's song was delightful and, with the intent of sharing, uploaded a 1-minute clip to her personal account. With over 100,000 followers and a history of garnering decent likes and shares for her short videos, she never anticipated that this particular video would explode in popularity. Within a day, it was fervently shared by her fans, even attracting a wave of casual listeners. The number of likes and shares was astonishing, and now she hesitated to open her Wayne app, knowing that it would be inundated with requests for updates regarding people like me. Please release the full video soon. I'm going crazy waiting. If you don't post it, I'll report you. Yes, report. It's utterly unacceptable to dangle the full video in front of us for attention. Instead of saying people like me, it is more accurate to say people like us. I've scoured every audio site and can't find this song anywhere. I'm begging for the full version. I've already stumbled upon this video 3 times today, hoping to find a complete version from other users, but it all leads back here. Upon hearing that Lin Yu would participate in the competition, Chun Jiao immediately followed suit. Today, she must upload the complete version to Wayne, otherwise, she might genuinely face reports and lose followers. She jostled through the crowd, securing an excellent vantage point. As the competition was about to commence, all the principals gathered at the podium to draw lots. Moments later, Xiao Qi returned with a dejected expression. My luck is truly awful. I drew the last number. Lin Yu was indifferent to his performance order, yet he understood Xiao Yuan and Oppo's disappointment. Xiao Yuan had great faith in Lin Yu and Oppo's abilities otherwise. She wouldn't have gone to such lengths, personally calling to invite him and refunding 3 years' worth of tuition to ensure his participation. However, based on Xiao Qi's past experiences, early performances were generally met with more patience from the judges, while evaluations tended to become less impartial as the event progressed. Thus, no one wished to draw a later number. Xiao Qi had not only drawn a late number, but was also the very last to perform. Upon drawing her number, the nearby principals exchanged sympathetic glances with her. Xiao Yuan, what number did you draw? Li Hui approached with a beaming smile, followed closely by a well-dressed male parent. Xiao Qi, feeling guilty for her number, momentarily forgot her expression management and quickly restored her official smile. The last one. Though she felt displeased inwardly, she maintained her composure. Oh dear, how could my luck be so poor? It seems this year may be. Ha. Li Hui intentionally trailed off, covering his mouth with a smile. Who laughs last still remains uncertain. Xiao Qi retorted, unwilling to concede. Xing Tian International Kindergarten ranked 7th. If the parents performed better in the afternoon session, they could potentially push Meibei down from the edge of 3rd place. While she spoke confidently, her heart was less assured, aware of the numerous unpredictable factors in competitions. The competition commenced in earnest. The parents' performances were even more intense than the children's. While the children performed for themselves, the adults were motivated by their own reputations, often going to great lengths for their children. Some donned dinosaur costumes, singing and dancing on stage. Others belted high notes. Still, some engaged in comedic skits, intentionally making fools of themselves to elicit laughter. However, most performances remained at an amateur level. The parents' acts did not create any groundbreaking shifts, merely reflecting the earlier children's performances with slight variations. Li Hui was confident in his parents' capabilities. Xiaoqiu's dad, if we perform normally, we might not only secure 2nd place, but could even aim for 1st. Director Li, rest assured, I will give it my all. Xiaoqiu was notoriously mischievous in kindergarten, often getting into scuffles with other children, leading to frequent calls to his parents. Now that he had a chance to shine, he was determined to seize it. Xiaoqiu's father's eyes deepened with resolve. It was not just about performing adequately, but exceeding expectations. This was more significant than any previous group performance. Xiaoqiu's father represented Xing Tian Bilingual Kindergarten on stage. Truly professional, Xiao Qi genuinely admired. Previously, when Li Hui had arrogantly sought attention, she had dismissed him, but now, seeing the performance, she could not deny its excellence. From vocal range to breath control and onstage stability, it was impeccable. Even an outsider like her could discern that the singing was genuinely remarkable. If the standings of the other kindergartens remained unchanged, Xing Tian Bilingual Kindergarten would secure a spot in the top 6, leaving Meibei without even a 3rd place award. Xiaoqiu's father's performance garnered thunderous applause, igniting enthusiasm among the audience. The judges nodded frequently, their markers scratching notes on the score sheets. After tallying the votes, Xiaoqiu's father received the highest score of the day, 78 points. Xiao Qi felt a chill run through her. She had heard Lin Yu's performance before. His rendition of People Like Me during the guitar performance had left her in awe. But could he truly compete with the professional soloist from the Yanjing Arts Troupe? Doubt lingered in her heart. Xiaoqiu's father not only showcased professional singing techniques, but also selected a powerful song. The highlight was the staging, as the accompaniment featured a symphony lending an air of grandeur. It was evident that this was a piece he had performed many times before, making his delivery appear effortless. Xiao Qi sighed softly. One parent after another took to the stage, and Xiao Qi's concerns proved valid. The judges grew increasingly impatient, and those who performed later often struggled due to the prolonged waiting time, resulting in frequent mishaps. It seemed inevitable that Xing Tian's parents would secure 1st place in the afternoon session. Meibei appeared to be merely a participant this year. If that were the case, recruitment would be even more challenging next year, as their enrollment numbers had already been dwindling. Indeed, previously, the kindergarten could enroll 8 classes, yet last year, they only managed to fill 7. The directors whispered amongst themselves in the viewing area. Their murmurs reached both Xiao Qi and Li Hui, stirring entirely opposite emotions within them. Confident of victory, Li Hui lost interest in the remaining performances and stood up to head to the restroom. The penultimate act had just concluded. Xiao Qi silently prayed, hoping to maintain 6th place and return with some form of recognition. Lin Yu had submitted the accompaniment to the staff ahead of time. His agreement to participate in the competition stemmed entirely from the refund of 78,000, who would turn away for money. However, since it was a competition, Lin Yu would not treat it with indifference. The outcome mattered little to him. What he valued was diligence, his consistent approach to tasks. Previously, he had performed at the kindergarten celebration under sudden circumstances, merely borrowing a guitar for accompaniment. This time, with a week's preparation, Lin Yu crafted a complete arrangement. Having honed his skills over the years, he was proficient in a plethora of musical disciplines. The arrangement of the music was second nature to him. The harmonica intro and piano accompaniment were both crafted by Lin Yu himself. This time, he arrived with a full accompaniment rather than a simple guitar performance. Standing on stage, after a brief introduction, the harmonica began to play. This person looks somewhat familiar. He resembles the one from a guitar performance you shared earlier. Indeed, he does look like him. Finally, the judges awaited the last parent to take the stage. Eager to assign scores and head home, some judges have already placed their pens on the paper, and if the contestant has yet to sing, they are hesitant to assign scores, fearing potential disputes. Consequently, they wait until a line or two of singing has transpired before swiftly marking their scores, concluding the matter. A person of my caliber should have illuminated the world with brilliance throughout life. Yet, after more than 20 years, I find myself adrift in a sea of faces. Upon the first notes, the judges became visibly agitated. They were all familiar with one another, having previously viewed the short video shared by one of the judges. Is this not the very song? No wonder I felt a resemblance. It is more than just a likeness. It is indeed the original artist. Wasn't it said that a complete version was unavailable before? That instance featured only a guitar accompaniment. Yet now they have come prepared with full backing. At last, I shall hear the complete rendition. Record it. However, it is too late to record now, so let us simply relish the moment. After a brief surge of excitement among the judges, silence enveloped the room. All the audience members were immersed in the song. Some had previously stumbled upon snippets of the incomplete video, while for others, it was their maiden experience. The melody reverberated through the airwaves. Xiaoqi's eyes widened as she became entranced by the exquisite melody. If her initial attraction to the song stemmed from Lin Yu and Oppo's deep, magnetic voice and poignant lyrics, this time, in addition to those elements, it was the enchanting melody that captivated her. The rendition of People Like Me became all the more rich with the accompaniment, enhancing the auditory and visual experience, rendering it more complete. Qiuqiu's father had been messaging his wife to inform her that they were in first place. With half the message composed, abruptly halted. Darling, we can only secure second place at best. What happened? Just a moment ago, Principal Lee mentioned in the parent committee group that you were comfortably in first place. Haha, we were in first, but that was before he sang. Chapter 6. A contradiction. The venue was filled with parents, all of whom had endured countless hardships in life. Upon hearing Lin Yu's song, many found their eyes brimming with tears. The stage for the Young Star competition in Yinjing City boasted far superior acoustics and lighting compared to the typical kindergarten celebration stage. Lin Yu's voice, now deep and resonant, bore a resemblance to his original tone. However, this younger body allowed for a broader vocal range and a greater variety of songs to be performed. This revelation had dawned upon Lin Yu over the past few days. During his previous performance, he sang with technique, having just arrived in this world and assumed a new identity, having just encountered the person most significant to him, Little Mango. This time, however, Lin Yu sang with heartfelt sincerity and soulful expression. He recalled a line from a book he had read. The hallmark of an immature person is their willingness to die dramatically for a cause, while a mature person is marked by their humility in living for a reason. At that moment, Little Mango became the reason for his humble existence. When reality strikes you with two slaps, the first thought is not about retaliation, but rather the consequences of such retaliation. If that retaliation jeopardizes Little Mango's stable livelihood, Lin Yu would choose to endure. This is why his rendition of People Like Me was even more poignant the second time around. Previously, he lived for himself. Now, he bore the sweet burden of another. Will anyone feel pity for someone as inexplicably lost as I? As the final note of the song lingered, the entire venue remained enveloped in silence. Everyone was immersed in the melody, lost in their own stories, until Lin Yu bowed to the audience in gratitude, prompting them to realize that the performance had concluded. I'm already 60, still adrift in the sea of humanity. We, the elderly, are also a collection of inexplicable souls. It has been a long time since a song has moved me to this extent. This experience was far superior to any short video. Hey Lao Lu, pass me a tissue. The tissue has already gone to Zhang Laoshi. The judges, seasoned veterans in Yinjing's artistic community, felt this deeply and understood the song's essence more profoundly. Unlike their immediate scoring after previous performances, the judges appeared momentarily lost in the song's emotions, only returning to their duties after several reminders from the host. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. It was a unanimous perfect score of 10. The audience erupted with excitement. Lin Yu had just exited the restroom and was greeted by this uproar. She had left just before the penultimate performance ended. It seemed the final act had concluded as well. With the audience now standing and applauding, had the results been announced? Realizing this, Lin Yu quickened her pace. Those who had surged from 7th place in the morning to the top in the afternoon would undoubtedly be interviewed, an opportunity not to be squandered, as it would feature promotional photos visible throughout the city's early childhood education community. The thought exhilarated her, prompting an involuntary sprint. As she finally squeezed into the crowd, she quickly scanned the stage, where a leader from the city's education bureau, responsible for kindergarten education, was speaking. Lin Yu found it odd that they had not yet reached the award ceremony. Why were people standing and applauding? In her years of experience, the leaders from the Education Bureau lacked such charisma. Lin Yu approached Qiu's father. I just informed the kindergarten about our highest score this afternoon. Qiu's father glanced at her with a strange expression, tucking his phone back into his pocket. Principal, you spoke too soon. Lin Yu smiled broadly and waved her hand. I know you prefer to be low-key, but this is not the time for modesty. The kindergarten is eagerly awaiting our good news. The results from Maybay Kindergarten are out. Qiu's father exhaled heavily, shaking his head in resignation. Their results don't concern us. Their scores do not affect our ranking. Lin Yu was puzzled by his disjointed remarks. Just before she had gone to the restroom, he had seemed so pleased. Now, he appeared oddly disconcerted. Indeed, it doesn't matter, as they are far behind us. Qiu's father forced a bitter smile. Yes, they still have a long way to go. No, you have it wrong. What are you talking about, Qiu's father? Lin Yu was utterly confused by his statements. He had scored an impressive 9.78, the highest in the competition. Even accounting for the slight deficit in the morning's performance compared to Maybay, the afternoon results would surely allow for a comeback. Qiu's father no longer focused on Lin Yu, but directed his gaze toward the center of the stage. They have made a comeback. We? It is they. What? As the leader concluded their speech, holding a card handed to them by the host, they announced, Now, I will reveal the results of the afternoon talent showcase for parents. Maybay International Kindergarten, performing people like me, scored 10 points. 10 points? Lin Yu's mind buzzed, leaving her speechless. Her phone continued to beep incessantly with messages discussing the celebratory banquet in their group chat. Chun Jiao had insisted on accompanying the principal to record the complete version of People Like Me. She believed that the audience present would, like last time, not begin recording until the performance was underway, ensuring that no more complete version would be available. As soon as Lin Yu finished singing, Chun Jiao uploaded the raw video to a short video platform devoid of any post-production, making it all the more authentic and genuine. With her existing fan base and the popularity generated by the latter half of People Like Me, Chun Jiao's fans were fervently anticipating this full update. The moment the video was released, it was as if a massive stone had been cast into the sea, sending forth tremendous waves. Wow. The complete version is finally here. All right, I 1T reported. I almost went into a depression waiting for this. Without further ado, let us give it a listen. This time, with accompaniment, it's richer and more flavorful than the guitar version. Demon Fire. I beseech the deity for their IP. In terms of both song quality and performance, this is undoubtedly top-tier professionalism. Why can't I find information about the performer? Folks, I'm about to loop this on repeat. Farewell. Damn it, you've made me cry again. Chun Jiao gazed at her fans' comments. This was merely the engagement from her existing followers. Once it was shared a second time, the video's popularity would be unimaginable. She refreshed the page a couple of times, watching the numbers for followers, likes, and shares climb at an astonishing pace. She could hardly contain her astonishment at this speed, which far exceeded her expectations. Chapter 7. Finding Someone. The perfect conclusion of the Little Stars of Yinjing event unfolded in the morning as the children's competition took place. The scores remained closely contested, with no significant disparities among the performances of the various kindergartens. Each program was meticulously arranged by the teachers, and the children's diligent efforts shone through. Apart from a few unforeseen circumstances that may have caused minor fluctuations in scores, the overall differences were not drastic. This very reason fueled the intensity of the parents' competition in the afternoon, as numerous unpredictable factors came into play. Maybay International Kindergarten, buoyed by Lin Yu's exceptional perfect score of 10, managed to achieve a remarkable comeback with a total of 19.58 points, narrowly clinching first place by a mere 0.03 points. This marked the first time since Xiaoqi took on the role of principal that they had secured the top position, leading her to momentarily forget her composure in her excitement. She seized the opportunity to assert her presence in front of Li Hui, who had won second place. Although Li Hui had every reason to boast about his achievement, he found himself overshadowed by Xiaoqi's triumph and was left explaining for an extended period why he had initially claimed he would secure first place, while ultimately finishing second. His frustration simmered, and even after the other kindergarten principals had departed, he remained silent, his expression grim. Xiaoqi not only basked in the glory of her award, but also relished the chance to return the grievances she had previously endured from Li Hui, leaving her in high spirits. Lin Yu, the pivotal figure who achieved a perfect score, remained remarkably composed. For him, the competition had truly come to an end. After politely declining Xiaoqi's celebratory banquet, Lin Yu proceeded, as usual, to the kindergarten to pick up his little one after school. A long line had already formed at the entrance of the kindergarten. Although Maybay International Kindergarten faced enrollment challenges, they were merely competing against themselves when compared to other kindergartens. They still maintained a decisive advantage. Due to the high number of children, to avoid congestion and unforeseen incidents, a staggered pickup system was implemented. The younger classes were dismissed first, followed by the middle class, and finally the older class. As parents lined up, Mango and Appo's father enthusiastically waved at Lin Yu, exclaiming, "Hey, it's really Mango's dad. Your video has gone viral," chuckled Chinchin's father. Lin Yu was puzzled by what video was being referred to. "You haven't seen it? It's the song you performed at our kindergarten's anniversary celebration. It's been shared widely online. Just a few scrolls, and you'll see it everywhere." Chinchin's father waved his phone in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu opened the video, which was less than a minute long and indeed featured him. "Hey, look, today there's a full version available," exclaimed Yuan and Appo's mother in astonishment. "I saw it too. It's incredible." Chinchin and Appo's father chimed in. The short video platform curates content based on user preferences. If you enjoy adorable children, you'll see them daily, and if you love cooking, recipes will fill your feed. Wait a moment, let me put on my headphones. Wow, the accompaniment version sounds even better. Buddy, can you give me more signed photos? I won't have to struggle anymore. Mango's father joked, while others chimed in, humorously expressing their desire to avoid effort as they discussed the complete version of Like Me. As the time came, the parents of the older class began to enter the kindergarten, and the light-hearted discussion gradually ceased. "Daddy," the little one exclaimed, sprinting towards Lin Yu. "Slow down. Be careful not to fall." Lin Yu quickly scooped her up into his arms. Little Mango excitedly leaned against her father's shoulder, surveying her classmates behind her, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Previously, she rarely asked to be held by her father, understanding that he worked hard and believing she had grown too big for such requests. However, after the kindergarten celebration, she felt a shift in her father. One day, while crossing the street, she nervously tightened her grip on his hand, and he unexpectedly lifted her into his arms. Since then, he would often ask her if she was tired, and if she hesitated, he would carry her. Now, little Mango had grown accustomed to asking for her father's embrace, sprinting towards him every day after school. Although she longed for the affection, she felt a deeper empathy for her father, knowing the challenges he faced at work. Previously, his face had always worn the marks of fatigue when picking her up. But lately, despite not showing it, she sensed he was still weary, perhaps intentionally hiding it from her. "Daddy, I want to walk by myself," she announced. Lin Yu found it curious that children often requested to be put down after a brief hold. He often observed other children throwing tantrums on the ground, seemingly reveling in being carried. Gently, he placed little Mango on the ground, ensuring her tiny feet were steady before releasing her. "Daddy, today before school ended, Teacher Lu said, 'You were amazing for representing the kindergarten and winning first place. Her little chin lifted proudly, her cherubic face radiating a sense of accomplishment. Teacher Liu, the assistant teacher, had been present during the event, gathering first-hand information. Lin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. "Are you very happy?" Over the week spent together, he noticed an intriguing phenomenon. His emotions mirrored hers. What he initially deemed an inconsequential competition transformed into something profoundly meaningful due to her radiant smile and pride. Despite her hair being tousled, little Mango beamed, nodding enthusiastically. "Of course I'm happy. I hope Daddy is always number one." "All right, then Daddy shall remain forever number one." As they departed, the bustling streets were alive with activity, throngs of people moving about, golden sunlight casting long shadows of the hand-in-hand duo. In the office building of Shengkong Entertainment, "Haven't you found the person you were looking for yet?" Oh Xiaojun asserted with her usual authoritative tone. "No, not yet," Qianyu replied softly, hardly daring to breathe. Oh Xiaojun's recent irritability was not solely directed at him. It stemmed from the pressure imposed by the higher-ups in the company. Understanding her predicament, Qianyu felt guilty for not fulfilling his responsibilities and kept his head down, bracing for the inevitable outburst. As time ticked by, the anticipated roar from the lioness of Hudong failed to materialize. Instead, he received a lackluster, "You can leave now." Qianyu exhaled in relief, quickly retreating. Oh Xiaojun slumped into her chair, her computer screen frozen on an image of a person singing while cradling a guitar. Chapter 8. Oh Jiangwo. In the rapidly evolving entertainment industry of Huagua, only 5 prominent companies reign at the pinnacle, while the smaller firms merely subsist beneath them. These 5 enterprises, Shengkong Entertainment, Minatian Entertainment, Huoding Xingchen, Xinglan Hai, and Madeng Guisher, are universally recognized as the industry leaders. They monopolize nearly all music charts and dominate the forefront of major film and television awards. For instance, in various song award rankings, the coveted top 5 slots are invariably occupied by these 5 companies, leaving the smaller firms to rely on their own strength and fortune. Consequently, the competition among these 5 conglomerates has intensified. New talent in both music and film becomes the target of fierce contention among them. As the chief agent of the performance department at Shengkong Entertainment, Oh Xiaowan undoubtedly bears immense pressure. The music division is tasked with producing exceptional songs, while the film division is responsible for creating outstanding cinematic works. Yet ultimately, it is the artists from the performance department who present these remarkable creations to the audience. The true battleground lies with the artists and their managing agents. Although Shengkong consistently secures a place within the top 5 on annual music charts, the gap between first and fifth is substantial. Moreover, for 3 consecutive years, Shengkong's emerging talents have failed to impress. Whether competing for spots on the new talent charts or striving for respectable television ratings, their performance has been decidedly mediocre. Last year, only 2 newcomers managed to break into the top 10 of the new talent chart, one securing 5th place and the other 10th. The one in 5th place attained their position through considerable financial investment in promotional efforts, a feat unattainable for smaller entertainment firms due to their limited resources. What significance does such a monetarily fueled achievement hold? Everyone understands that it merely serves to uphold the facade of a major corporation, a delusion of self-deception. Thus, the pressure on Oh Xiaowan is immense. She urgently seeks a remarkable voice capable of propelling the next new talent chart. With her chin resting in her hand, she gazes blankly at the screen where a young man captures her attention. Where could he be? Finding someone for Shengkong is not a daunting task with so many agents at her disposal. They could unearth him even if they had to dig to the depths. However, the crux of the matter is that the other 4 companies are undoubtedly engaged in the same pursuit. Everyone possesses a keen sense of perception, casting their nets daily in hopes of snagging a big fish to vanquish their rivals. One day, Oh Xiaowan inadvertently stumbled upon a short video featuring a young man strumming a guitar and singing on stage. Captivated by his magnetic and resonant voice, she was completely enamored. His voice, the melody, and the story conveyed through the song moved her deeply. With a long sigh, she pressed her fingers against her forehead. The recent batch of newcomers is not lacking in talent. They simply do not measure up to the higher standards required. While they may debut without issue, None possess the potential to shoulder the burden of success. There are countless attractive faces, yet true, intriguing souls are exceedingly rare. Those who rise to fame solely based on their looks may enjoy fleeting popularity but are quickly forgotten. The only enduring means of securing a fan base is through substantial artistic work, a timeless truth. Feeling disinclined to work, Oh Xiaowan glanced at the time. It had been ages since she had dined at home. Perhaps she should check on her father. Raised in an artistic family, her father is a professor at a music academy, and her mother is a dance performer. She also has a sister who, in her parents' and Oppo's words, is far less of a concern. At least she follows a conventional life trajectory. Her sister studies diligently when it is time for school, works hard when it is time for employment, and will marry and have children when the time comes. Compared to Oh Xiaowan, her sister is a true winner in life. In previous years, Oh Xiaowan was eager to return home for meals, as the food was delightful. However, in recent years, she has been reluctant to go back. For each visit is met with her father's repetitive questions. Still no partner? You're getting older. Just look at your sister. Although Oh Xiaowan is not particularly old, just in her early 30s, at the zenith of her career, when compared to her sister, who is also in her 30s, she feels as though her life has diverged significantly. Career success is acceptable, but for women of this age, marriage and motherhood should be the primary themes of life. How absurd! Oh Xiaojuan's car came to a steady halt downstairs. This is the staff building of the Yanjing Music Academy, where she grew up. Though it has undergone several renovations, it still retains its original charm, brimming with countless memories from her childhood. Using her own key, she unlocked the door. As soon as she entered, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air. What is Dad up to? Oh Xiaowan placed her high heels on the shoe rack and casually slipped into her slippers. Hearing her daughter's voice, Qi Caixia poked her head out of the kitchen and remarked, "What can your father be doing?" "Probably scrolling through his phone." Oh Xiaowan smiled, but said nothing. During recent phone calls with her mother, the most frequent complaint she heard was that her father had become infatuated with watching short videos on his phone, chuckling to himself each day. Each time, Oh Xiaowan found herself mediating on her father's behalf, understanding that after retirement, he was at home with little to occupy his time. Apart from occasionally serving as a judge for events, there was little else to do. Without those videos to enrich his life, how much more tedious would it be? Until her father became not just satisfied with viewing videos himself, but also eager to share them. Oh Xiaowan found herself entirely siding with her mother. Each day brought several videos sent from her father. "Xiaowan, look at this adorable baby. You should hurry up and have one. Xiaowan, look at that cute little face. You need to have a baby soon. Xiaowan, check out those triplet girls in the video. They are so entertaining. You should hurry and have one." Every time she received such videos and messages from her father, she felt an overwhelming urge to vent her frustrations. Setting aside the question of with whom to have a child, children are not toys. One cannot simply decide to have one without considering the responsibilities of raising and educating them. Moreover, her current focus is solely on her career, with no thoughts of children whatsoever. "Xiaowan." Just as Oh Xiaowan stealthily entered the room, she was caught by Oh Jiangwo, sporting reading glasses. Her father was engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing his daughter, he quickly looked up. "Come and see this video." Oh Jiangwo beckoned her over. Oh Xiaowan's expression darkened. "Dad, can you please stop showing me videos of babies? If you enjoy them, watch them alone. I have no interest." "How could you say that? Your father shares these excellent videos with you to encourage your growth." Oh Xiaowan remained silent, and her father insisted, "Besides, this video isn't about babies. You really must come check it out. He sings beautifully." Rolling her eyes internally, Oh Xiaowan refrained from showing her displeasure. Although her father had mellowed considerably with age, during his younger years, he was quite authoritative. While she may be a commanding figure at Shangkong, in her parents' eyes, she remains their little girl. Seeing Oh Xiaowan hesitate, Oh Jiangwo feigned disappointment, saying, "Fine, if you won't come, I won't show you. I was only trying to share a promising talent with you." "Oh well, I'll just watch it myself. I used to only have a snippet, but now there's a full version." He deliberately increased the volume, allowing the song to emanate from the phone's speaker. "Someone as exceptional as I." Oh Xiaojuan's body tensed, and she swiftly dashed to her father's side. snatching the phone from his grasp. Chapter 9. The Pursuit of Talent. Xiaojuan's eyes widened in excitement, her already beautiful gaze sparkling with enthusiasm. It had been quite some time since she had witnessed a newcomer exhibit such fervor. In the company, agents of Xiaojuan's caliber no longer needed to personally mentor newcomers. All artists fell under her jurisdiction, yet the actual nurturing of talent was delegated to other artists under her supervision. Her primary role was to strategize from the background. The few artists she currently managed were all top-tier stars, alongside a few long-term talents who had been with her for years. "Father, you're finally watching something of substance," she remarked. "Since when has your father ever watched anything lacking in substance?" Zhangwo replied, a sense of pride swelling within him at his daughter's compliment. "An entire version has been released," Xiaowan exclaimed with genuine admiration. The complete version was richer and more melodious than the previous acoustic rendition, affirming Xiaojuan's suspicion. This young talent not only possessed a remarkable singing voice, but also demonstrated the ability to compose and arrange music independently. She had never encountered any information about him before. What a flawless newcomer! If Shenkong could sign him, the year's emerging talent roster would be secure, even if he struggled to produce better songs in the future. With so many esteemed music producers in the company, his voice and appearance could surely carve out a successful niche in the entertainment industry. However, a sudden chill ran down her spine. Where could she possibly find him? Such an exceptional individual would not go unnoticed by other agencies. They could not all be blind, foolish, or deaf. With a deep sigh, Xiaowan expressed her frustration. Noticing his daughter and Appo's discontent, Zhangwo offered a slight smile as he picked up his cup, blowing gently across the tea leaves. "I have seen this young man in Appo's video before, featuring this very song, albeit only a brief segment and in an acoustic format." Xiaowan had also viewed that version, which explained her excitement upon discovering the complete rendition. Her father's words did not capture her attention. Observing her lack of reaction, Zhangwo set down his cup and continued in a leisurely manner. "Thus, I have been particularly attentive to him. However, there is almost no information available online regarding his other works, and this song has not been published, leading me to believe it must be an original composition." Of course, Xiaowan was already aware of this. Otherwise, she would not have been searching for him so persistently. Pausing for a moment, Zhangwo added, "Today, I will serve as a judge at an event, the Little Stars of Yanjing City competition." Xiaowan was familiar with this event. It was not particularly renowned, but her father had participated annually since his retirement. Apart from judging, he had little else to occupy his time. The morning session featured the children competing, while the afternoon was reserved for the parents' contest. Xiaowan was reluctant to listen any longer, her heart heavy with disappointment. Previously, she had not seen the perfect complete version, but now that she had, it only heightened her anxiety. Every moment could grant other companies an opportunity, and perhaps, in the next instant, another agency would announce they had secured this year's breakout talent. Zhangwo observed his daughter's distress, but continued undeterred. The morning competition was rather standard, lacking any surprises. However, the afternoon session was exceptionally fierce. Not only was it intense, but one participant even received a perfect score. "In all my years as a judge, I have never awarded anyone a perfect score. Not just me. Every judge present awarded this individual full marks," he continued. Xiaojuan's demeanor shifted slightly. As she absorbed her father's lengthy discourse, a bold yet absurd conjecture formed in her mind. With a playful tone, Zhangwo continued, "Isn't a coincidence? This person seems remarkably familiar. Who could it be? Can you guess?" Xiaowan and Appo's heart raced, her gaze fixated on her father. For the first time, she found his words enchanting, yearning for him to reveal the name. "Ah, is that not the young man I saw in a short video? The one performing the acoustic version of that very song, accompanied by instrumentation, singing beautifully, with excellent lyrics, composition, and arrangement." Xiaowan swiftly moved beside her father, restraining his teacup as he attempted to raise it again. "Whose child is he? How can I get in touch with the kindergarten director?" Zhangwo brushed her hand aside, leisurely sipping his tea. Whenever he tried to share something, his daughter often wore an expression of annoyance, as if to say, "Please, spare me." Now, he relished making her wait. Xiaowan felt helpless. watching her father take sip after sip. "Father, please stop drinking and just tell me." She snatched the teacup from him, grasping it tightly. Feeling a sense of vindication, Zhang Wo chuckled. "What kind of person do you think your father is? Such a wonderful child." It was evident to me at first glance that I must act quickly. I asked for his number from the kindergarten director immediately after the competition ended. As a judge, they naturally obliged. "I support your work, but regarding your personal matters. Mom and Dad, I won't be home for dinner tonight. I have something at the company." Xiaowan interjected, interrupting her father's words as she dashed toward the door, slipping on her high heels. Zhang Wo's unfinished sentence caught in his throat. Why did she leave so abruptly? This child is really something. Upon hearing the door slam, Qi Caixia stormed out of the kitchen, fuming. "Oldo, are you so idle? Your daughter finally comes home for a meal, and you can't help but ramble about useless things. She wants to pursue her career, not get married. Just let her be. She barely returns home, and you drive her away with your nagging." Zhang Wo was bewildered by his wife's reproach. "I didn't do anything. I merely showed her a video." "A video again. The girl doesn't want to watch, yet you insist on showing her. How annoying." But Old O felt his points were lost in the argument. "Whatever. You've wasted a whole table of food today. But I'm here, so how is it wasted? Feeding you is a waste. This month's allowance is gone." With that, Qi Caixia huffed back into the kitchen. Zhang Wo stood frozen, bewildered. "What do you mean the allowance is gone?" Xiaowan drove back to the company. She made 3 calls. The first was to Lin Yu, instructing him to draft a contract immediately. The second was to her mother, as she had sent countless voice messages during her drive, complaining that it was her fault the allowance had vanished, and Xiaowan needed to explain her abrupt departure to avoid her father's annoyance. The third call required a deep breath, as Xiaowan dialed the number written on the note. Chapter 10. To help those most in need, Lin Yu hung up the phone and opened the 5th contract. Since dinner, he had received calls from 5 different talent agencies, each one personally made by the company's top agents. Lin Yu understood the implications of this. He needed a stable source of income. In any realm, one cannot thrive alone. It is indeed beneficial to have the support of a strong organization. With a company backing him, many burdens would be lifted, allowing him to approach his career as a genuine vocation. However, he did not expect that the 5 leading entertainment companies in China would simultaneously extend their olive branches to him. Lin Yu conducted an online search about these 5 companies. 2 of them particularly piqued his interest. Modern Fruit is currently the most sought-after entertainment agency in China, having launched several top-tier singers in recent years whose songs have dominated the charts. Their television dramas have also gained immense popularity, and their emerging idols frequently appear on major variety shows. They have a well-established method for nurturing new talent, maintaining an excellent reputation, and the newcomers they heavily promoted last year have all fared well without any failures. On the other hand, Shengkong Entertainment, despite being the most established among the 5 companies, is currently in dire straits. They have seen 3 consecutive years of lackluster performance in the new talent rankings, relying solely on veteran artists to keep the company afloat, with no emerging stars capable of taking the lead. Although their film and television productions have received decent reviews, the actors have not achieved significant fame, highlighting their shortcomings in promoting new talent. They are in urgent need of a rising star to take on a pivotal role. Lost in thought, Lin Yu was interrupted by the light patter of little feet. "Daddy, what are you thinking about?" Little Mango, clad in bunny slippers, trotted up to him. Lin Yu smiled and ruffled the top of her head. Daddy is faced with a choice. A choice? The little one in amp, Oppo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Mango loves making choices. "Can I help you?" Her big eyes began scanning her father's desk for questions. Lin Yu gently pinched her nose. "Sure, Mango can help Daddy choose." Little Mango nodded eagerly. Lin Yu carefully organized his thoughts. Although she was quite perceptive, she was only 6 years old and had a limited understanding of adult dilemmas. Imagine you have 5 classmates, each with their own problems and difficulties, and they all want your help. You can only assist one. Who would you choose? He explained in a way he hoped she could grasp. The little girl puffed out her cheeks in concentration, her expression serious as she listened to her father. This was the first time he had invited her to assist with such a matter. Expecting a complex problem, she was pleasantly surprised at its simplicity. As soon as he finished speaking, she replied, "This is easy. If it were me, I would definitely choose to help the friend with the most problems, because she needs my help the most. Tilting her head with a puzzled expression, she wondered why her father seemed stumped by such a straightforward question. Lin Yu chuckled knowingly, affectionately tousling Little Mango's hair. In the entertainment industry, a keen sense of perception is essential for survival. A formidable agent must possess a watchful eye and an attentive ear. At the Modern Fruit office, Zhang Huaqiang frowned, unable to contain his concern. Brother Zhang, you personally made the call, yet you still appear so troubled. Do you think we are the only ones vying to sign him? How can anyone compare to us at Modern Fruit? Mina, Huoding, Xinglan, none of them can match our prowess in promoting new talent. Anyone with a modicum of sense would choose us without hesitation, he countered. Zhang Huaqiang shook his head. You forgot to mention Shengkong Entertainment. Ha! While the other three are merely lacking in the ability to promote new talent, Shengkong is utterly incapable. Xiaojun is no pushover, Zhang Huaqiang acknowledged, having watched her rise through the ranks to the top of the industry. Despite being competitors, he held a certain admiration for her. You needn't worry. We can always offer him a little extra. No one can resist money, he suggested thoughtfully. Zhang Huaqiang nodded. It's customary in the industry to slightly enhance the benefits for talented newcomers. Furthermore, with Shengkong's recent lack of standout performers, any capable newcomer would be wary of their promotional abilities and hesitant to join them. Keep a close watch on their moves and gauge the situation. Zhang Huaqiang was resolute. At Shengkong Entertainment, Chen Yu was anxious as he relayed the information. Sister Xiaojun, Modern Fruit has also reached out to Lin Yu. His university roommate worked at Modern Fruit, and his recent call confirmed that the company was indeed in talks with Lin Yu, though the outcome remained uncertain. Silence enveloped Xiaojun. She had anticipated that they were not the only company interested in signing Lin Yu, but she hadn't expected all 5 leading firms to be competing for him. Upon reflection, Lin Yu truly deserved such attention. A person without any company backing, who had not even ventured into marketing himself, could capture public attention merely through a video of him singing. Who wouldn't want such a naturally popular newcomer? As the video's popularity soared on short video platforms, related topics like searching for such talent and We Will Care remained high on the trending charts. Whoever could secure Lin Yu would certainly make headlines. What puzzled Xiaojun the most was Lin Yu and Appo's as complete unawareness of his newfound fame. I will visit him personally, she declared, grabbing her bag and hastily exiting the office. After obtaining Lin Yu's phone number from her father, she leveraged his connections to find out which kindergarten Lin Yu's child attended. Parking her car at the entrance of a modest residential complex, she appreciated the genuine atmosphere of a community inhabited by ordinary people. She had always favored such living environments, which is why she cherished her parents' and Appo's old worker dormitory. If it weren't for her father's incessant nagging, she would have gladly moved back in. Pressing on, she sought out the person at the address provided in the photos. If another company got there first, she might miss her chance. The conditions offered by various companies would likely be similar, all promising the best benefits. Ultimately, it would boil down to luck. Building 4, Unit 2, 10th floor. This must be it. Xiaojun took a deep breath. She rang the doorbell, and Lin Yu opened the door. Xiaojun was momentarily taken aback. She had watched the entire video, even the incomplete version, countless times. She recognized Lin Yu's appearance. Despite the recordings being taken from a distance without a professional camera and Appo's clarity, it was evident that the singer possessed striking features. Yet, accustomed to handsome faces, Xiaojun found herself genuinely impressed by Lin Yu's exquisite features. Hastily introducing herself, she said, I am Xiaojun from Shengkong Entertainment. Daddy, is this Annie also a friend who needs help? Little Mango's gaze dropped to the petite girl with twin ponytails, her features delicate and charming. Lin Yu smiled gently, ruffling Little Mango's hair. Please come in. As Lin Yu stepped aside, Xiaojun's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight beyond the door. Chapter 11. The choice Xiaojun was taken aback. In the modest living room of Lin Yu's home, 4 individuals were seated neatly on the sofa alongside her. These familiar faces belonged to agents from Modern Fruits, Mina Tianyu, Huoding Xingchen, and Xinglan Hai. Upon her arrival, the expressions of the other 4 subtly shifted. Yet they quickly regained their composure, greeting one another with professionalism. Oh Xiaojun had not anticipated that everyone would find their way to Lin Yu's residence so swiftly. For contracts were lined up on the coffee table, each one placed before the respective agents. Initially, Oh Xiaojun intended to present her own contract, but hesitated and ultimately decided against it. The contract she carried bore no competitive advantage over those from other companies, rendering it futile to reveal it. To her astonishment, although representatives from 5 major entertainment companies were present, she was the only chief agent. The others were all esteemed gold medal agents. In the entertainment industry, agents are ranked similarly to artists, with distinct levels of hierarchy. Each company typically appoints one chief agent to oversee all agent-related affairs, wielding significant authority within the department. Beneath the chief agent are the gold medal agents, usually numbering 3 to 5 per company. While the criteria for this status vary, attaining it signifies reaching the pinnacle of one's career, as these agents manage artists who, if not top tier, are certainly rising stars. Further down the hierarchy are senior agents, who generally achieve this standing after several years in the industry, making up the largest segment of the workforce. At the very bottom are the novice assistant agents, often fresh graduates or newcomers requiring guidance, primarily assisting the more experienced agents while learning the ropes. At that moment, Lin Yu closed the door and returned to the living room, with little Mango eagerly trailing behind him. He casually pulled up a chair and began, "What I just mentioned is the highest offer our company can provide you. Based on the previously discussed profit-sharing model, we can extend an additional 10%. This represents the most favorable contract for newcomers, and I believe no other company would dare to take such a significant risk, especially considering you have yet to debut. While the future holds promise, it remains uncertain, and our company must shoulder the risk." The speaker was Wei Zi, a gold medal agent for Modern Fruits, who had been meticulously trained by their chief agent, Zhang Huaqiang. In recent years, Wei Zi had successfully guided several newcomers in their careers. Oh Xiaojun felt relieved not to have revealed her contract. Otherwise, she would have faced ridicule. The willingness to allocate an additional 10% in profit sharing indeed represented the industry's pinnacle offer for newcomers. It was undeniable that Modern Fruits possessed substantial financial resources and was willing to invest. Wei Zi's assertion was accurate. During the initial stages of an artist's career, the first 2 years are predominantly characterized by the company's selfless investment, encompassing packaging and training, all of which incurs costs. Only after thoroughly preparing an artist for the market can the company hope to see returns in the subsequent years. If an artist's development falters, the previous investments may be rendered futile. This risk is why entertainment companies often impose stringent terms on newcomers. The uncertainties surrounding an artist's future are numerous, and a single negative news story can obliterate the promising trajectory of an emerging talent, rendering years of cultivation worthless. Hence, companies face considerable risks. Typically, contracts for newcomers favor the company significantly, with artists receiving a smaller share. Once the initial contract period concludes and the artist begins to generate income, the agreement will shift more favorably towards the artist. For successful artists, companies will offer attractive conditions to prevent them from switching allegiances. However, that is a consideration for the future. In Oh Xiaojun's view, financial prowess equates to confidence, as those who can afford losses possess the upper hand. The fact that Modern Fruits was willing to extend such a generous offer to Lin Yu left her feeling inadequate, as she could only propose a 50-50 split. Despite Lin Yu having a song, it had only circulated on short video platforms and did not hold the same weight as officially released music. It was not a historical achievement in the eyes of company executives. They observed a constant influx of various internet celebrities who rise and fall rapidly, rendering them unworthy of hefty contracts. Moreover, the company needed to allocate a larger budget to support established artists. With the company struggling in recent years, many promising talents had chosen to seek opportunities elsewhere, leading the higher-ups to prefer retaining successful artists over gambling on newcomers. Seated on the edge of a single sofa, Oh Xiaojun surveyed the other 4 agents. Although she felt her chances were slim, as this was their first meeting and no emotional leverage existed, she resolved to advocate for her company and herself. Even if Lin Yu ultimately chose Modern Fruits and became one of their artists, she would still support his endeavors. "May I speak for a moment?" she began. Firstly, Lin Yu, I genuinely admire your music. It has been a long time since a song has moved me so profoundly. Shun Kong has stringent regulations and budgets for signing newcomers, which regrettably means I cannot offer you a 60% share. My maximum offer is 50%. However, we can responsibly state that if your value reaches a certain standard, the company can extend an additional 10% to you. If your value continues to rise, we can further adjust your share until you establish your own studio. I hope you will consider Shun Kong Entertainment and give me a chance. Lin Yu remained silent, listening intently. Meanwhile, Xiaojun's heart raced. She was accustomed to being authoritative within her company and had never bowed to anyone, even in the presence of top-tier artists. Yet today, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at her own gentle words. Wei Zi smirked slightly, having initially anticipated that Xiaojun and Appo's personal visit would involve a significant offer, expecting a fierce verbal battle. However, he was taken aback to find that she could only propose a 50-50 split. No wonder Shun Kong's newcomers have been of such poor quality in recent years. Unable to offer competitive salaries, how could they attract quality artists? This had created a vicious cycle. It was evident that those with wealth held the power. When the four agencies sent representatives, Lin Yu had foreseen Shun Kong's involvement. He had already researched the various agencies and understood their agent structures. Among the four, only Xiaojun held the position of chief agent. Shun Kong Entertainment was in dire need of a promising newcomer capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. Though the profit sharing offered by Shun Kong was lower, Lin Yu was confident he could gradually reclaim a more favorable share. Despite appearing to be in his early 20s, Lin Yu possessed the psychological maturity of someone in their mid-30s. He had experienced life's tumultuous winds and waves, having encountered struggles, failures, and moments of confusion, which had ultimately granted him clarity. He could easily discern between self-serving agents and those who were genuinely sincere. Little Mango stood beside her father, her long eyelashes fluttering as she earnestly observed the 5 agents who sought assistance. Noticing that her father had yet to voice his decision regarding which friend to help, she grew anxious. Leaning towards Lin Yu, she whispered, "Daddy, didn't Little Mango help you choose already? You should help the friend who needs it the most." Though she believed her voice to be soft, the small living room amplified her high-pitched tone, ensuring her words reached the ears of all 5 agents. Lin Yu smiled knowingly. "My daughter has already made her choice for me." Xiaojuan's heart skipped a beat as she swallowed hard. Chapter 12, Is it really him? What? The selection for Shun Kong has been filled. How is that possible? Are you absolutely certain? Were you even present? Zhang Huaqiang almost roared, unleashing a barrage of questions. Wei Zi, still dazed, had initially believed victory was assured, only to discover that Lin Yu ultimately chose Shun Kong. "I can assure you, I was there." Besides Shun Kong's Xiaowan Mina, Huoding Xingchen and Xinglan Hei also sent representatives. Didn't Yu say to give him a share? Zhang Huaqiang had meticulously prepared for this, purchasing trending topics in advance, eagerly awaiting Wei Zi's return with the signed contract, only to be met with this unacceptable outcome. Wei Zi sighed heavily, helplessly stating, "I did say it. I said it all." Did Xiaowan offer him 60% as well? Zhang Huaqiang admired Xiaowan and Appo's capabilities, yet he found it hard to believe Shun Kong could match her offer. As Wei Zi recalled the scene from that day, he felt even more speechless. The truth was that she only offered 50%. After bringing Xiaowan into the room, she shared her comments along with Lin Yu's. Wei Zi was unsure of his superior's intentions, but relayed everything verbatim. Zhang Huaqiang smirked, "I know why you lost." Ever since Lin Yu and Appo's full version of People Like Me became a sensation online, discussions about him have been relentless. Initially, it was the spontaneous enthusiasm of netizens who, enamored by his talent and unable to locate Lin Yu in person, scoured various channels online, igniting a multitude of trending topics. When the news of Shun Kong Entertainment's signing with Lin Yu broke, the entire internet erupted in excitement. His name is Lin Yu. So, the mysterious singer is named Lin Yu. Thank you, Shun Kong, for revealing his identity. Is he going to release a single? Why can't Lin Yu have a solo photo shoot? Previously, I never cared about who the singer was. This is the first time I want to see an artist. I'm so curious. The video isn't very clear. Anticipation builds. At Shengkong Entertainment's office building, Sister Shaowan, I never expected Lin Yu to generate such heat. The moment the news broke, we landed at number 10 on the trending list. This is the first time our company has signed a newcomer who can trend. Qian Yu stared in astonishment at the climbing, trending data. That an amp, oppos, that's because you and amp, oppos. You never signed a newcomer with such vision and capability. Shaowan vividly recalled the scene at Lin Yu's home, where the little girl whispered in his ear to help the friends in greatest need. Lin Yu intends to take charge personally. The heat is fleeting. We must seize the momentum. The only way to maintain this heat is through quality work. She dialed Lin Yu's number. Are you available to record now? Do you need me to pick you up? Now that we've signed, it's time to work diligently. Lin Yu understood that the fervor of the video was temporary. To ensure the song's continued popularity, it must be transmitted and officially released. I'll arrive in half an hour. No need to pick me up. After hanging up, Lin Yu took the little one to kindergarten. Maybay International Kindergarten. While not the most expensive in the area, certainly isn't cheap. Given Lin Yu's previous uncertain circumstances, he should have opted for a more affordable option. However, he chose Maybay because it offers after-school care until 8:30 p.m., including weekends and holidays, for an additional fee, making it ideal for families with unpredictable work hours. Since his child already attended this kindergarten, there was no issue of adaptation, and the supervising teachers rotated among the various classes. 20 minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at the base of Shengkong Entertainment. This was a 40-story building entirely owned by Shengkong, encompassing music, film, and variety shows. It truly lived up to its reputation as one of the top 5 entertainment companies in Huagua. Although Lin Yu had never visited the other 4 companies, just observing Shengkong was impressive enough. After finishing her call with Lin Yu, Shaowan hurried to the 20th floor. The 20th to 30th floors were designated for the music department, housing not only the nation's top composers and lyricists, but also state-of-the-art recording equipment. Shaowan believed that while Shengkong had an abundance of exceptional teams, it lacked artists capable of shouldering that excellence. Sister Shaowan, our recording studio has been chosen. It's still under teacher Shui and amp, oppos, purview, so rest assured. Qian Yu said cheerfully. Checking the time, Shaowan realized there was an urgent meeting about to commence with the higher-ups, and it seemed she would have to wait for Lin Yu. She had initially intended to accompany him for the recording, but the meeting had come up unexpectedly. She despised attending high-level meetings, but there was no alternative. Qian Yu, who had been with Shaowan for a long time, noted it was the first time he saw her place such importance on an artist. Regardless of how famous an artist was, they would still refer to her as Sister Shaowan, let alone a newly signed artist. They would hardly dare to breathe in her presence. Qian Yu could see that Shaowan was eager to sign Lin Yu due to his songs and talent. However, what truly set Lin Yu apart and warranted special treatment from Shaowan was their meeting. While the details of the signing process remained a mystery, it was clear that Lin Yu was not someone to be offended. I should go down and meet him. With that thought, Qian Yu entered the elevator. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's elevator had already reached the 20th floor, and he stepped out from another lift. Just moments ago, Shaowan had sent him the recording studio address, S2008. This is the place. At that moment, his phone rang, and Lin Yu answered it while standing at the door. I've arrived at the recording studio. On the other end was Qian Yu, who, upon arriving at the door, learned that Lin Yu had already made it inside. Just wait for me a moment. I'll be right up. Qian Yu re-entered the building. Since being sidelined, Lin Yu rarely had the opportunity to use a company-provided recording studio. He reminisced about the past with a tinge of nostalgia. Who are you? Newcomers cannot enter other studios. We are about to record here. Lin Yu paused, glancing at the message Shaowan had sent. It was indeed S2008. Shui Kai, sporting a goatee and long hair tied up casually, appeared quite weathered. Despite only being 35 years old, he was Shengkong and Oppo's top sound engineer. Talented individuals often possess peculiar personalities, and Shui Kai was no exception. He detested overly polished appearances, finding them devoid of masculinity. Forget about being fresh-faced, but simply isn't the image a man should project. Noticing Lin Yu's reluctance to leave, Shui Kai grew impatient. If you don't understand the situation, hurry and call your manager to confirm. He had observed Lin Yu's expression upon entering the recording studio and coldly scoffed. To secure the best recording opportunities, one must prove their worth through skill. He had seen plenty of pretty faces that relied solely on looks, which were of no use. True talent is what matters. Lin Yu agreed with Shui Kai's assessment. Relying on appearances was indeed futile. One must depend on ability. He nodded slightly. Seeing Lin Yu unfazed and nodding in agreement, Shui Kai found him more composed than those so-called idols and offered further commentary. Faces become tiresome and fade with time. Yet beautiful songs only grow richer with each listen. Lin Yu found wisdom in this statement and nodded in agreement once more. Shui Kai was pleasantly surprised to encounter a young individual who, despite being educated, did not exhibit any signs of anger. He gently patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and remarked, "In a moment, I will be recording a song with a newly signed prodigy. This artist is not only the lyricist and composer, but also the arranger and vocalist of his own work. Such an extraordinary talent is indeed a remarkable figure. If you aspire to make a name for yourself in the music industry, it is imperative to learn from your seniors. If you have no pressing matters, feel free to listen here, for he shall arrive shortly." Just then, Lin Yu, who had just returned, happened to overhear Shui Kai's words. Along with his exaggerated attitude towards Lin Yu, Lin Yu, wearing a peculiar expression, approached them. He had seen Lin Yu's photograph and had watched countless videos of him alongside Xiaowan. "Teacher Shui, he is indeed the newly signed prodigy of the company," he exclaimed. Chapter 13. I can do it. Lin Yu genuinely believed that Shui Kai's words were valid, which is why he continuously nodded in agreement. Shui Kai's eyes widened in surprise, his goatee trembling slightly. He had not anticipated that the individual behind someone like me would be so youthful. Those who are truly engaged in music place greater emphasis on the lyricist and composer of a song rather than the performer. Therefore, when Xiaowan showed in the video, he merely played it to listen to the song, hardly paying attention to the person in the video. "My apologies, brother. I assumed you were a newcomer," Lin Yu said with a smile, waving his hand. "You are not wrong. I am indeed a newcomer," he added. Shui Kai let out a hearty laugh. If all newcomers possess your level of wisdom and talent, Shen Kong would not have to spend 2 years throwing money at the newcomer chart. Lin Yu cleared his throat, casting a meaningful glance at Shui Kai. Although Lin Yu was now part of the company, he had just joined, and discussing certain matters in his presence felt somewhat inappropriate. It seemed likely to bring embarrassment to the company. Seeing Lin Yu making gestures at him, Shui Kai chuckled again. "Forget what I said. Let us begin recording the song." The recording process went remarkably smoothly. Typically, when recording, both the singer and the songwriters would be present to guide the singer and oppos as performance, as the emotions conveyed in a song require the artist's expression. However, since Lin Yu was responsible for the lyrics, composition, arrangement, and singing, Shui Kai only needed to handle the basic recording duties. Lin Yu was already a professional, and with his excellent vocal quality, pitch was not an issue. Shui Kai rubbed his chin, reflecting, if all of Shen Kong and Oppo's singers could meet Lin and Oppo's standards, our work would be a delight. The sound engineers might as well find other jobs. This was Lin Yu's first encounter with such a smoothly conducted recording session, and he silently admired Xiaojuan's discernment. Such talent was a rarity in the entertainment industry. Having just finished a meeting, Xiaojuan hurriedly made her way to the 20th floor and happened upon Lin Yu, and Shui Kai chatting outside the recording studio. She breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have arrived in time. She had rushed down specifically to witness Lin Yu's recording. Upon seeing Xiaowan, Lin Yu quickly approached to greet her. "Fortunately, I arrived just in time. You're still on break." Recording is inherently a time-consuming and labor-intensive task, and many singers struggle to maintain their performance over several days. Shui Kai burst into a hearty laugh. Lin Yu sported a peculiar expression. Xiaowan looked at them quizzically. "What is going on?" "We're not on break. The competition has already concluded," Shui Kai replied boisterously. "Concluded?" Xiaowan could scarcely believe her ears. Although the higher-ups had not convened a lengthy meeting this time, it certainly could not have wrapped up so quickly. Shui Kai, though lacking an official title, held significant seniority within the company and spoke freely, often making jokes. Xiaowan found it hard to accept his claim and turned to Lin Yu with a questioning gaze. "Xiaowan, we genuinely finished recording." "You arrived late," Lin Yu explained, stifling a laugh at his superior and Oppo's astonishment. though he lacked Shuekai and Appo's audacity to jest openly. A sense of disappointment washed over Xiaowan, yet she felt an inner satisfaction. Her judgment had proven correct. Every decision she had made thus far was validated, and her admiration for Lin Yu grew. This young man was undoubtedly destined for success. It is important to note that despite Shuekai and Appo's seemingly frivolous demeanor, he maintained exceptionally high standards when it came to recording. He often required even top-tier singers to repeat takes if their performance was lacking, showing no leniency. The only explanation for Lin Yu's rapid completion of the recording was his undeniable talent. Once the song was recorded, the process of signing contracts commenced. The initial agreement was for Lin Yu as an artist. The so-called 50-50 split pertained to all future commercial activities. However, each song necessitated a separate contract, as all copyright revenues from songs' release, comprising lyrics, composition, arrangement, and performance, needed to be divided accordingly. Xiaowan made 2 phone calls, and colleagues from the finance and legal departments soon arrived on the 20th floor. The contract stipulates that 80% of the song's revenue belongs to your company. Due to the manpower and resources required for post-production, promotion, and distribution, the remaining 20% is allocated to the lyricist, composer, arranger, and performer, she explained. Lin Yu understood the industry norms. In a song, the composer holds the highest status, as the quality of the song heavily relies on the melody, followed by the lyricist, and lastly the arranger, who essentially enhances the beauty of a song, akin to accentuating a woman's features. Compared to the lyricist and composer, the singer has greater flexibility. Top-tier singers can negotiate their share, potentially earning more, while newcomers often receive a mere 5% from the total 20% allocation, with the rest divided among the lyricist and composer. Nevertheless, many singers can sustain their careers on the success of a single hit song. Since you have written the lyrics, composed the music, arranged, and performed the song, aside from the company's 80% share, the remaining 20% is yours. All future earnings related to this song will be divided in this manner. If you find this agreeable, you may sign here. A legal department colleague mechanically outlined the contract, pointing to the designated signature spot. Lin Yu found the terms quite reasonable. As long as he continued to create songs, he could secure a stable income. After signing, the finance and legal department colleagues departed with the contract. Now that the contract is signed, we can push your song to the market. Today is the 13th, and will be released tomorrow, Xiaowan asserted confidently. Xiaowan, the month is already halfway through. The competition for the new song chart is fierce. Lin Yu expressed his concern. Every month, major entertainment companies release new songs, leading to fierce competition on the new song chart. Previously, Kong consistently secured a spot among the top 3, but now only top-tier singers had a chance, leaving others with little opportunity. Having finally signed such an exceptional talent as Lin Yu, Lin Yu hoped to wait until next month to compete for the new song chart. Xiaowan shook her head. No, Lin Yu still has momentum online. The popularity of short videos is fleeting, and people initially showed interest in Lin Yu because he was an unknown. People love to explore the unfamiliar. However, the news of our signing Lin Yu has already circulated online, and he has lost some of his mystique. If we do not capitalize on this momentum now, we risk losing a wave of followers once his popularity wanes. Though Xiaowan believed in Lin Yu's talent and that he did not rely solely on popularity, it was foolish not to leverage it. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Of course, this approach had both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that they could harness the buzz surrounding Lin Yu's videos, while the drawback was that launching on the 14th might result in missing the top 10 entirely, squandering an opportunity for chart success. Xiaowan understood that a great composer could not consistently produce excellent work. A piece of the caliber of someone like me might only occur once in a lifetime. If Lin Yu struggled to write songs, he would have to collaborate with other songwriters within the company. The outcomes remained uncertain, and he might never have another chance to compete for the charts. Nevertheless, she still wanted to take a chance. Lin Yu, do you have confidence? Lin Yu smiled calmly. I can do it. Jiang City, aesthetic animation production company. Qing anxiously tugged at his hair, witnessing a few strands of black fall away, causing him great distress. He quickly withdrew his hand from his dwindling locks. Despite the thriving cultural and entertainment industry in Huagua, the animation sector has remained persistently sluggish. The aesthetic animation production company, already struggling with profitability, was now on the brink of financial ruin. The manager stated that if the company fails to produce an animated film capable of turning a profit, it will face imminent closure. All the capable colleagues have departed, leaving only the steadfast animation director, Lu Qing. He possesses unwavering confidence in his professional skills. However, creating a remarkable piece is no simple task. The demands for animated films have soared, no longer merely catering to the tastes of children, but also needing to resonate with adult audiences. After all, the true driving force behind box office success lies in the hands of adults. Yet, where can one find such compelling scripts? Most of the talented screenwriters have already left, and the remaining newcomers. Lu Qing shook his head in resignation, his gaze drifting over the myriad of works on the website. Chapter 14. The gamble. Lu Qing had been tirelessly working for several weeks without a proper rest, eating and residing at the company. With dark circles under his eyes, he lethargically navigated the screen. Animation had been his childhood dream, and the exquisite animation studio was his first job, where he had toiled for a decade, dedicating his entire youth. When he entered the industry, he silently vowed that he would not marry until he directed an animated film that grossed over $1 billion. Consequently, he remained a bachelor. A good script is the linchpin of a successful film, yet finding one is no simple task. In desperation, he resorted to a website frequented by amateur screenwriters in search of scripts. The contracted professional writers had failed to produce anything to his satisfaction, let alone the uncontracted amateurs. Lu Qing felt he might be losing his sanity. With a bitter smile, he sighed, considering it a final struggle. Though all were amateur writers, there existed a hierarchy among them. After perusing scripts from the 5th tier, he found himself empty-handed. Ready to abandon his quest, he rubbed the bridge of his nose, intending to close the website. At that moment, a name caught his eye, spirited away. In the modern fruit office building, Brother Chang announced that Sheng Kong had released a new song. Wei Zi casually pulled up a chair in front of Zhang Huaqing's desk. A new song? Didn't they just release one mid-month? Zhang Huaqing scoffed, shaking his head. Apart from a few top-tier artists, most have likely given up. Every month, new song charts emerge, and companies fiercely compete to reach the top. However, to avoid clashes among prominent artists, they adhere to an unspoken rule to stagger releases. Typically, moderately competitive artists choose to debut their songs at the beginning of the month. Even if they cannot secure the top spot, making it into the top 5 is still commendable. The top 5 positions are fiercely contested, and ultimately, the artist who secures the most spots in the top 10 at the month's end is deemed the greatest victor in music for that year. China boasts 5 illustrious entertainment companies. While no one has established a definitive ranking, an understanding exists based on various charts, ratings, and box office figures. Each company meticulously arranges their artist releases while also keeping a watchful eye on their competitors' activities. In Zhang Huaqing's view, artists who release songs mid-month cannot generate significant buzz. Wei Zi concurred, asserting that any artist with a modicum of talent would never choose to release a song mid-month, as it equates to conceding the competition. I thought Xiaojuan's efforts to sign Lin Yu indicated something significant, but it seems he was underestimated. Who? Zhang Huaqing inquired, momentarily puzzled. Xiaojun. No. Who was the artist you mentioned releasing a new song? Lin Yu. The one you sent me to visit, and you granted him the highest rookie contract. Yet he remains ungrateful. Zhang Huaqing and Oppo's gaze momentarily drifted, realizing the song was People Like Me. ISN and Oppo's. That just one song? Wei Zi scoffed, reflecting on how Zhang Huaqing had never offered such a high contract to other promising newcomers. Zhang Huaqing quickly opened the new song chart, asking, which artists are competing for the charts this month? Qingning, who has been immersed in marriage and motherhood, is making her comeback with a new song. Also, Cheng Xia, who topped the emerging artists chart last year but has since struggled, has a tailor-made song this month. Both have a chance to break into the top 3. There are several other promising artists. We should secure multiple spots in the top 10 this month. What positions are Qingning and Cheng Xia currently in? Zhang Huaqing pressed. Wei Zi checked his phone. Yesterday, Qingning was first and Cheng Xia was 4th. Today, she should definitely break into the top 3. Her previous songs hovered around 8th and 9th. She is quite invested in the success of this release. Zhang Huaqing inspected the new song chart on his computer, his expression unreadable as he inquired, "How long has Sheng Kong been releasing songs?" Wei Zi glanced at his watch. It was released at midnight. It and Oppo's. It's been over 10 hours. Zhang Huaqing smiled faintly as he shook his head. Check the current rankings. Wei Zi swiftly retrieved his phone, his fingers gliding across the screen before abruptly pausing. Third, I can hardly believe my eyes. Just 10 hours had passed since the release. ISN and Oppo's. TA mid-month release tantamount to surrendering the competition? He widened his eyes in disbelief. The new song chart prominently displayed the familiar title People Like Me, performed by Lin Yu, with downloads totaling 233,000. In just 10 hours, the download count surpassed that of others over half a month. Zhang Huaqing diverted his gaze from the screen to the window. Xiaojun, it exploded. 238,000 downloads. Qin Yu nearly shouted. Oh, Xiaojun, taken aback, seemed to have never encountered such a situation. Qin Yu, feeling slightly embarrassed, rubbed the back of his head, realizing his earlier exuberance had been uncharacteristic. After recording the song, Oh Xiaojun had planned a mid-month release, which Qin Yu had internally opposed, bound by the orders of his superiors. Witnessing such remarkable results, he could not help but admire Oh Xiaojun's capabilities even more. Qin Yu briefly updated on other tasks, gently closing the door as he exited the office. Oh Xiaojun donned a serious expression, sitting upright. The moment the door clicked shut, she excitedly bounced in her chair. Was she prescient? Did she possess extraordinary insight? No, it was simply a necessity. Lin Yu and Oppo's song People Like Me could not be delayed any longer. The momentum would dissipate if they waited, and the atmosphere meticulously cultivated would fade with each passing day after signing. Releasing the song was the sole path forward, a hallmark of a chief agent and Oppo's professionalism. As for the rest, it was merely a gamble. She had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of People Like Me, nor Lin Yu's burgeoning popularity. Cleared her throat, Oh Xiaojun dialed a number. Did you see? She exclaimed with excitement. Lin Yu was engrossed in narrating a story to Little Mango and was unaware of what Oh Xiaojun was referring to. What did you see? He gestured for Little Mango to wait as he answered the call. Upon hearing Lin Yu and Oppo's nonchalant tone, Oh Xiaojun and Oppo's excitement diminished significantly. You Haven and Oppo's. Check the new song chart. Your song climbed to 3rd place in just over 10 hours. Oh, I didn't see. Is that so? That's great. Lin Yu replied indifferently. Oh Xiaojun found herself momentarily speechless, ultimately ending the call. Shouldn't an artist closely monitor the charts after releasing a new song? This was the first time she had encountered such a calm demeanor from a newly released artist. Had it not been for her contract with Lin Yu. Upon seeing Lin Yu's identification card that undeniably indicated she was indeed only 25 years old this year, she would have doubted Lin Yu's honesty regarding her age. Such a mindset is remarkably composed. Chapter 15 Greetings, AI Meng. Lin Yu found himself too preoccupied to pay attention to the new song charts. For him, the desire to avoid public appearances was strong. He would prefer not to be a singer at all. Yet the necessity of earning that 0.5 of revenue was undeniable. To him, signing a contract was merely a job. Outside of work, his priority was to spend time with Xiao Monghua. He seldom visited the company, as he was not merely a lyricist and composer, but was signed as an artist, allowing him the flexibility to stay away from the office. Xiao Monghua, with her chubby little hands resting on her chin, wore an expression of deep contemplation. Lin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. Normally, the little one would snuggle closer, seeking a hug, but this time she remained still, maintaining her position. What's wrong? Lin Yu asked with concern. The little girl's face was tense, clearly troubled. Lin Yu nearly chuckled at the thought that such a young child could carry worries of her own. Can you share your concerns with Daddy? He prompted. Xiao Monghua turned to her father, her expression revealing a sense of gravity. Our kindergarten is participating in a local talent competition, and I want to join, she declared. Lin Yu thought it was wonderful for children to engage in activities, so he had always encouraged her involvement. However, Xiao Menghua's face fell as she lamented. But I don't have a performance. You're quite adept at storytelling, And you sing the nursery rhymes beautifully, Lin Yu replied, puzzled. Usually, Xiao Monghua would showcase the songs and dances she learned at kindergarten, and he always found them delightful. The little girl, with utmost seriousness, corrected him, but those are things I learned at kindergarten. If I can do them, so can others. At last, Lin Yu understood the source of her frown. She was distressed over not knowing what to perform. When is the selection for the talent competition? He inquired, pinching her round cheek. Friday, she replied, her head drooping in uncertainty. That is only 3 days away. She nodded, realizing the time was short. 3 days is sufficient, Lin Yu assured her. Xiao Monghua blinked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sufficient? I think that is hardly enough. In her young heart, the impending audition loomed large, especially since she had yet to choose a suitable performance. Don't worry, when Daddy says it's enough, it is, he reassured her. Though she admired her father's singing prowess, her classmates often spoke of his achievements, including a recent chart ranking. Xiao Monghua did not believe she possessed his talent. 3 days felt like a mere blink to her. Lin Yu proposed, let Daddy perform for you, and you can see if this program is suitable. The little one nodded hesitantly. He recalled a beautiful song performed by a child, accompanied by simple hand movements that were easy to learn and deeply touching. Without accompaniment, Lin Yu sang solo, demonstrating the actions, keeping the performance brief. In just over 2 minutes, Xiao Monghua's expression transformed from skepticism to rapt attention, and finally to bubbling excitement. As Lin Yu concluded, her small hands clapped enthusiastically. I want to learn this song, she exclaimed. Of course, he replied, tousling her hair. What is the name of this song, Daddy? She asked. It's called Listen to Me Say Thank You. Though she intended to begin practicing that very night, Lin Yu declined, citing the late hour. Little ones need to sleep early. You can start learning tomorrow after school. To encourage her compliance, he playfully challenged her. Do you think Xiao Monghua lacks the ability to learn it in 3 nights? The most effective approach with children is often a playful challenge, despite her tender age. She valued her pride. Of course I can learn it. I could master it in a day, she declared defiantly, hands on her hips and chin held high. I believe in you, which is why I want you to rest now. There's no rush, Lin Yu confirmed, receiving her father's affirmation. The little girl happily retreated to her room. Perhaps buoyed by the prospect of a performance, she fell asleep quickly, the gentle sounds of her slumber soon filling the small room. Lin Yu then opened his computer, preparing to register Listen to Me Say Thank You on the copyright website. Now that he had signed with the company, he could have them upload it securely via their channels. However, since it was not a song he personally performed and Xiao Monghua was merely participating in an event, he deemed it unnecessary to report to the company, opting instead for the convenience of a direct upload. As he navigated the site, several private messages popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. Since his last login, he had been preoccupied with various matters, including his contract with Shengkong, and had not logged in again. Hello, AI Meng. I am LV Ching from the Beautiful Animation Production Company. I would like to discuss the copyright purchase of Spirited Away with you. Please respond to my message. Thank you. Hello, AI Meng. I hope you received this message. Hello, AI Meng. Are you there? Hello, AI Meng. Please reply when you see this. Hours had passed since these messages were sent, yet the intervals suggested that LV Ching had been quite anxious for a response. With so much time gone by, Lin Yu was uncertain if the other party was still available. He tentatively typed a brief greeting. Hello. Since discovering and oppose, Spirited Away and oppose, LV Ching had been in a state of exhilaration. This was the story he had longed for, the animation he envisioned. The themes and nuanced emotions contained within the narrative were perfect for both educating children and moving adults. He was practically beside himself with excitement. However, when he attempted to contact the author, AI Meng, he received no response. With each subsequent attempt, his second, third, and fourth, his heart sank further. The website often lagged in updating, and many works that had already been sold remained listed due to the time required for contract processing. In LV Ching's perspective, if a work remained unsold, the author would likely check the site daily, as many relied on these opportunities for their livelihoods. The prolonged silence suggested that AI Meng had likely lost interest in the website or had secured a contract with a major production company, rendering the need for a freelance screenwriter obsolete. His last glimmer of hope extinguished, LV Qing felt his spirit falter as he slumped in his chair for hours. Just then, the computer emitted 2 beeps, and a dialog box appeared. AI Meng LV1. Hello. Chapter 16. Preliminary selection had it been just a few hours earlier. Lu Qing would have instinctively checked his screen upon hearing the beeping from his computer. However, he had since relinquished all hope. Years of irregular working hours had led to his current state of obesity, his rotund form sinking deeply into the chair. Glancing sideways at the screen, he felt a jolt of disbelief when he noticed a private message. In a flurry, he typed 2 words, hello. He refrained from composing a longer message, fearing that any delay might cause the opportunity to slip away. Responding promptly was his priority. Lu Qing continued, I am Lu Qing, the director of Beautiful Animation Production Company. I have seen your work, Spirited Away, and it aligns perfectly with our company's current filming needs. I hope to discuss a potential collaboration with you. May I inquire if the copyright for your work has been sold? Lin Yu had never anticipated such a swift engagement with an entertainment company. Initially, he regarded writing scripts on the website as a mere means of income. After signing a contract, he became too preoccupied to pay attention to the site. Now, the prospect of an animation company expressing interest in purchasing the copyright for Spirited Away took him by surprise. If the first wait was agonizing, the second was even more so, as the prospect of a response rekindled Lu Qing and Appo's hope. The thought of being informed that the copyright had already been sold was unbearable. The message, the copyright has not been sold. As these 4 words registered in Lu Qing's mind, he sprang from his chair, fists raised in triumph, waving them in the air. To avoid unnecessary delays, he stated directly, our maximum budget for the copyright is 5 million. Lu Qing swallowed hard. While 5 million was not exorbitant, it was the highest amount his company could allocate for a script. Beyond this figure, they would be unable to afford it. After all, creating an exceptional animated feature requires substantial investment in various areas beyond the script. He feared that the other party might perceive this offer as insufficient. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. With 5 million, after deducting the website's management fee and taxes, he would end up with just over 1 million. In terms of Spirited Away's worth, this price was absurdly low. However, the market value of a work is not solely determined by its quality. The author's reputation and popularity also play pivotal roles. Some screenwriters come with their own built-in audience. The same caliber of work penned by a renowned writer garners interest, while that of an unknown writer may go unnoticed. Moreover, the success of Spirited Away can be attributed not only to its remarkable narrative, but also to its simplistic yet captivating art style and enchanting score, all integral components of the work. Lin Yu researched Beautiful Animation Production Company, noting its illustrious past during the golden age of animated films, having produced many exceptional pieces. However, with the recent decline in the animation industry, they had not released many works. Yet, based on their previous repertoire and Appo's, Spirited Away and Appo's seemed a fitting match. As time ticked by, Lu Qing fidgeted in his seat, fixated on the screen, terrified of missing any message. Yes, Lu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw the word yes appear. He erupted into a laugh reminiscent of a joyous child. Fortunately, the office was empty. He laughed unabashedly until he choked on his own saliva. He quickly grabbed the phone and called his manager, and she, disregarding the time and whether she was already asleep, delivering a rapid-fire summary of everything. His second call was to the head of the animation production team. From the moment he received the affirmative response, preparations for the film commenced. 3 days later, in the second-grade classroom of Maybay International Kindergarten. Xiao Mango, are you participating in the competition? Yuan asked excitedly. Xiao Mango confidently lifted her chin. Yes, I'm singing. Singing is so ordinary. You probably won in Appo's. TB selected, Han Bao remarked with concern. Yes, Mango, Don and Appo's. Do you have any other talents? I heard Yuan plays the piano. Yuan Bao whispered, attempting to cover her mouth. Although she tried to be discreet, the children's voices were impossible to suppress, and everyone heard. Yuan straightened her back. Yes, I play the piano. Everyone knew that Yuan had started learning piano at the age of 3 and had already passed the amateur level for exam. A commendable achievement for her age group. And you, Yuan Bao, what will you perform? Yuan inquired. Hee, I will do street dance, Yuan Bao replied, striking a pose. Having learned street dance since her early childhood, she had honed her skills over 2 years and could showcase a routine effortlessly. And I would perform on the guzheng, and Tian would present a rhythmic performance. The children chattered excitedly about their acts. Nowadays, parents place great emphasis on nurturing their children's interests, resulting in many children possessing multiple talents. Only one child from the entire kindergarten could represent the institution in the district competition, making the competition fierce. Parents had begun preparing their children's acts for the preliminary selection well in advance. Due to her father's busy schedule, Xiao Mango had grown accustomed to keeping such matters to herself. Had her father not noticed her apparent concern, she might not have opened up at all. Xiao Mango's act was singing. In the eyes of others, anyone with a mouth could sing, and she felt this was hardly a unique talent. In a highly competitive preliminary round, she feared she would be overlooked. My dad said if I get selected this time, he will buy me an electric balance bike, Yuan Bao boasted. My mom said if I get selected, she'll buy me a new smartwatch, Yuan declared with pride. Xiao Mango remained silent, as she had not asked her father for anything. This was a competition she had chosen to enter, and an opportunity she wished to seize for herself. She had not thought to request a gift from her father. Noticing her silence, Han Bao reassured her, "It's all right, Mango. It's all about participation. Only one child will be chosen from the entire kindergarten, so not being selected is perfectly normal." Xiao Mango understood that Han Bao was trying to comfort her, but she did not believe she would be overlooked. Puffing out her cheeks, she declared, "I can definitely be chosen." To her friends, this statement seemed like a desperate attempt to save face. As free activity time concluded, Chun Jiao returned to the classroom to organize the children participating in the preliminary selection for gathering in the auditorium, while those not participating continued their activities with teacher Lu Ying. In Xiao Mango's second-grade class, 8 children were set to participate in the preliminary selection. In the upper grades, each class had a similar number of participants, ranging from 7 to 10 children, although only one child would be chosen from the entire kindergarten. Parents were eager for their children to have a chance to try. Children in the middle and lower grades, being younger, had fewer participants, typically around 3 to 5 per class. Following the class order, the kindergarten arranged a simple lineup for the children's entrance. Xiao Qi, as the administrative principal, was the primary organizer of this event. Beside her sat 2 others, a major shareholder of the kindergarten and the logistics principal. Together, they formed the judging panel for the preliminary selection. Similar to the previous Little Star event, the competition for young talent held equal significance for every kindergarten. However, while in Oppos, Little Star and Oppos involved both children and their parents, the young talent competition focused solely on the children and Oppos' individual abilities. The younger children from the small and middle classes had already completed their performances. Xiaoqi marveled at the children's diverse talents. Singing, dancing, and playing instruments were all showcased, though none exhibited extraordinary prowess due to their young age. Such performances cannot represent the kindergarten in the district competition. How many acts has Class 1 presented? Xiaoqi inquired. The logistics director glanced at the program list and replied, "This is the 5th. Xiaoqi furrowed her brow. Compared to the middle and younger classes, the performances of the older class were evidently of a higher caliber, yet they still fell short of excellence. Each year, she took the children to compete in the district, and she had witnessed the programs from other kindergartens that had won awards in previous years. They were all innovative, far from mere simple dance or piano recitals. Even those that involved such elements showcased extraordinary talent that captivated the audience. At present, she felt none of that spark. Little Mango stood in line with her peers. Though she had proclaimed her certainty of being selected, her heart raced with anxiety as she watched her friends perform one after another on stage. Like adults, children often feel the urge to relieve themselves when nervous. "Teacher Chun, I need to use the restroom." Little Mango raised her hand and said, "Go ahead, be quick." The teacher permitted, and the little one dashed towards the restroom in the corridor. Most of the performances had concluded. Alas, none have truly impressed me. If it came to the worst, perhaps Lu Yuan from Class 2 could be selected. Her piano skills were commendable. Yet, the piano performance was too conventional, lacking in innovation. Although the same-age performances were decent, it was uncertain whether they could contend for first or second place. Retaining third place, as last year, would be a considerable achievement. After conferring with the logistics director and major stakeholders, Xiaoqi marked a check next to Lin Yu's name. Principal Xiao, we still have one more act. Little Mango just went to the restroom, Chun Jiao announced, bringing Little Mango to the stage. This must be Lin Yu's daughter, the logistics director remarked. Xiaoqi smiled and affirmed, indeed, she is Lin Yu's daughter. The principal was well aware of which children possessed special talents within the kindergarten. Little Mango had always enjoyed participating in the kindergarten's activities, mostly engaging in group dances and singing. Naturally, when it came to group dances and songs, she stood at the forefront due to her quick learning and proficiency. However, she lacked any outstanding individual talents. Her father had been quite busy, and their lives were always uncertain. There was little time or money for extracurricular classes. Nevertheless, the principal smiled warmly at her and encouraged her to begin. Little Mango took her place on stage, and after a simple self-introduction, she commenced her performance. Chapter 17, Thank You. Can the little ones sing? What flower can they sing? At this tender age, few engage in formal vocal training. If there were any, the kindergarten would certainly be aware. Little Mango's performance did not meet everyone's expectations. The small child stood nervously on the stage of the kindergarten auditorium, gripping the microphone with both hands. After a brief moment, they glanced at the judges. I need to use my hands. Could the teacher assist me with a microphone? Of course, Xiaoqi replied with a smile. It is common for children to feel nervous during performances, yet this little one not only appeared calm, but also proactively made requests, which Xiaoqi found utterly charming. Chun Jiao quickly approached the stage, crouching to help hold the microphone for the little one. The teachers of the middle and small classes had begun to organize the children back to their classrooms, while others responsible for maintaining order in the venue started to wrap things up. Little Mango surveyed the stage and nodded toward the homeroom teacher, Chun Jiao. I send you a little heart. I send you a flower. You have brought so much emotion into my life. You are my angel, guiding me along the way. No matter how the years change, my love becomes a song. Xiaoqi and Appo's eyes sparkled. Teachers who had been moving toward the exit turned back to face the stage. Children from the small middle class, who had already reached the entrance, were brought back by their teachers. We will leave after this performance. Director Xiao, this song ISN T1 we teach at our kindergarten. Is it? I've never heard it before. No, it's likely a newly released children's song that we haven't come across yet. Let us listen. Listen to me say thank you, for you have warmed all seasons. Thank you, for your presence makes the world more beautiful. It was truly melodious. I'm getting goosebumps. What a warm song. I'm so moved. I want to thank you, because with you, love remains in my heart. Thank you for sharing happiness. Although the little one was in the big class and recognized few characters, Lin Yu had annotated each word with pinyin to aid her in learning the song. Little Mango had first heard her father sing it, simply appreciating the melody and the beautiful accompanying actions. Since it was not a song taught in kindergarten, her peers were unlikely to have heard it. However, when she began to practice and sing independently, she grasped the meaning of the lyrics. She wanted to send her father a little heart. From a moment she could remember, she and her father had relied on one another. He was her support, the most important person in her life. She did not yet comprehend what it meant to be moved, but in little Mango's small heart, her father was her most revered hero. He shared the tastiest treats with her and fulfilled all her little wishes. He would cover her with a blanket while she slept and carry her back to her small bed when she dozed off on the couch. She wished to sing this song for her father, to express her gratitude for the confidence and joy he instilled in her life. I want to thank you, for you are always in my heart. Thank you for sharing happiness. Thank you for making the world more beautiful. The child's voice, naturally bright and melodious, had not received professional vocal training, but her voice was a gift inherited from her father. Coupled with her expressive gestures, she delivered the entire song with remarkable flair. Little Mango's clear voice resonated in the auditorium, lingering long after she bowed in gratitude to the teachers. It was only then that the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, the first and only instance of such fervent appreciation throughout the auditions. I cried. I did too. It struck a chord. This is the performance that should represent our kindergarten in the district competition. Indeed, it showcases our kindergarten's true caliber. Prior to this, the teachers had debated which child performed best and who would represent the kindergarten. However, after witnessing Little Mango's performance, the discussion ceased. Xiao Qi called Little Mango to her side, and other teachers remained reluctant to depart. Where did you learn this song? Xiao Qi gently touched Little Mango's cheek. Did you learn it at home? Little Mango replied truthfully. Did you learn it from the television or a website? Chunjiao, the homeroom teacher, was also curious. With her extensive experience, she had a vast repertoire of children's songs, but had never heard this one. Xiao Qi awaited the child's response. Generally, parents teach their children only a handful of well-known songs, so after years in early childhood education, they would have encountered them all. Yet this song, Listen to Me, Say Thank You, was entirely unfamiliar, suggesting it was a recent release. Little Mango shook her head. No, I learned it from my father. Everyone paused, exchanging glances. They knew Lin Yu had written songs, as his peace people like me had recently gained immense popularity. However, no one had anticipated that he could also compose children and amp, oppos, s songs, as typically songwriters focus solely on that genre. Let into amp, oppos, s search online. Yes, the child may not articulate it well. The song is titled in oppos, Listen to Me, Say Thank You, and oppos. Many teachers pulled out their phones, beginning to search for the song. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find any relevant information either. Nothing. It seems it's not an officially released song. Xiao Qi's expression froze. An original? Another original piece by Lin Yu? The crowd gasped. Director Xiao promptly announced that Little Mango would represent the kindergarten in the district competition. The little one was surrounded by her peers all day, receiving admiration and blessings, though some children exhibited a hint of jealousy. However, everyone had witnessed her performance and felt no resentment. Upon returning home, the little one eagerly shared the news with her father. Lin Yu was not surprised. The quality of Listen to Me, Say Thank You was more than sufficient for the district's talent competition. He was, however, taken aback by Little Mango's exceptional voice, considering she had never undergone formal training. Perhaps it was indeed a natural gift. Since she would participate in the district competition, they needed an accompaniment. Previously, without a company, Lin Yu had to toil at home to produce the music. Now, signed with a company, he had access to high-end equipment and an excellent sound engineer, Shui Kai. These are resources to be utilized. The following day was a weekend, and Lin Yu took the little one to the company, where they not only produced the accompaniment, but also recorded her singing. This served as a cherished keepsake. Bro, your daughter and amp, oppos, s voice is extraordinary, surpassing several of the new child vocalists we signed. Shui Kai remarked. Lin Yu, unable to be modest, smiled and replied, It truly is remarkable. This was Lin Yu's first involvement in preparing for a child's competition. With the accompaniment ready, the next step was selecting a performance outfit. The kindergarten would assist in designing the child's appearance, as she was representing the kindergarten in the district competition. However, Lin Yu did not trust them. His daughter's first district competition deserved his personal touch. As he watched his daughter try on the dress he had tailored, he marveled at his own abilities. Perhaps he was meant to be a designer in the entertainment industry. Chapter 18. A week later, Little Mango made his debut on the stage of the district's talent competition. It was a contest featuring the most exceptional children in the area. As anticipated by Lin Yu, the little one secured the first prize. The song Thank You for Listening was not only melodious and catchy, with visually appealing choreography, but it also conveyed a positive message, making it particularly suitable for the competition and capable of resonating with the audience. It not only evoked empathy, but also touched the judges, coupled with Little Mango's angelic voice. What significance did a mere district competition hold? This was merely Lin Yu's internal sentiment. He genuinely believed in Little Mango's capabilities. However, when the child joyfully reported the news of his victory, Lin Yu couldn't help but lift him up and twirl him around. They then celebrated with a lavish meal, showering the child with encouragement and praise. Thus, Lin Yu and the child enjoyed a delightful day, and the matter passed without further ado. Although Lin Yu's song was released only in the middle of the month, it achieved the top spot on the October new song chart by month's end. Yet, there was a common understanding among everyone. Composers cannot frequently produce masterpieces. Many singer-songwriters may only have one classic song in their lifetime. While others admired Lin Yu and Appo's creative talent, it was generally accepted that releasing a single song still placed him among the ranks of newcomers in the entertainment industry. When Little Mango went to school, Lin Yu would casually visit the company, having little else to occupy his time. Following the overwhelming success of People Like Me, he received numerous invitations to perform at various shows and commercial events, all of which he declined. His reasons were rooted in a desire not to exhaust his popularity too soon. For now, his focus remained on crafting better works. With no large-scale events on the horizon, Xiaojun also allowed Lin Yu to have his way. At mealtimes, Lin Yu was invariably found at the company. The cafeteria offered free meals, and beyond the 80-tier artists, those without work could only linger at the company, enjoying food and drink, while the rest consisted of the behind-the-scenes staff from the music and film departments. "You're here for lunch again?" Xiaojun had grown accustomed to seeing Lin Yu at lunchtime. Although People Like Me had brought him considerable income, with royalties arriving monthly, and the payment for the Spirited Away copyright also settled, Lin Yu felt he had yet to reach his goals. By September next year, Little Mango would be starting elementary school, and Lin Yu wished to purchase a home in a desirable school district. However, the exorbitant housing prices in Yanjing rendered his savings insufficient for such an endeavor. Xiaojun sat beside Lin Yu. It was quite common for behind-the-scenes staff to eat in the cafeteria, as they were company employees, but it was rare for artists to dine there. They usually appeared on the glamorous stage, and for the sake of appearances, they avoided the cafeteria. Lin Yu was an exception. Xiaojun understood that Lin Yu needed to support a child, and with only one song to his name and no commercial engagements, she speculated that he was being frugal. Recently, Lin Yu had been reluctant to participate in commercial performances, citing a desire to compose more songs. Xiaojun empathized with Lin Yu and Appo's sentiment. After all, for singer-songwriters, their works held paramount importance. She admired the audacity of such artists who could pen their own hit songs. Yet, who could possibly produce 2 masterpieces within a month? Don't rush it too much. Creativity often strikes like a flash of inspiration. The more anxious you become, the less likely you are to find inspiration, she advised. Though not particularly adept at comforting others, she refrained from criticizing Lin Yu after learning of his years of struggle and sacrifice for his child. Lin Yu paused for a moment, realizing Xiaojun's intent. "I understand," he replied, not wishing to elaborate further. It was agreeable enough that she thought this way. Producing more songs and earning royalties could pave the way to future earnings through scriptwriting. Was that not appealing? He mused that he should have signed with the music department from the outset. "What brings you to me in such haste?" The head of the music department, Nan Yang, exclaimed as he plopped down beside Xiaojun with a plate in hand. Upon noticing Lin Yu, he nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware of Lin Yu's recent signing with Xiaojun and was fond of his compositions. However, as the head of the music department, he had encountered numerous talented singer-songwriters. Many artists often had only one representative work, peaking upon debut and never producing quality pieces again. Thus, in Nan Yang's eyes, having just one representative song was not particularly noteworthy, and he did not pay Lin Yu much mind. Moreover, artists who dined at the company daily likely had little work to do. Xiaojun, upon seeing Nan Yang, promptly ceased her meal. "The city contacted our company today, stating that the Ministry of Education wishes to publish a collection of classic children and Appo's songs, and they are interested in including one of our songs. We need to discuss copyright arrangements with them." She took a bite of her meal. "Are there any recent tasks in the music department involving children's songs?" Nan Yang looked perplexed. The office building of Shengkong Entertainment had 10 floors dedicated to the music department, each floor housing independent teams that were also in competition with each other. He aimed to distribute company music tasks relatively evenly across the floors, although he managed many employees. Nan Yang was well aware of each floor's responsibilities. Shengkong Entertainment was primarily an entertainment company, and aside from children's songs designated for film soundtracks, they rarely composed children's songs independently. If they had created one, Nan Yang would certainly have known. "No, we haven't received any orders for children's film scores recently." Xiaojun furrowed her brows. "It's odd. The children's songs you write are all for film scores, and we have very few child vocalists in the company. How did the Ministry of Education identify our company's work?" Nangong Yang inquired. They saw a child singing at the talent competition and then sought out the copyright online. This matter bore no relevance to Lin Yu, who continued to eat his meal diligently. The cafeteria's food was indeed commendable. While he aimed to save money, he certainly would not subject himself to subpar meals just to pinch pennies. "Let me hear the song," Nangong Yang urged. Xiaojun, having received the audio earlier that morning, noted that it was a recording complete with some background noise, likely from the competition itself. She placed her phone on the table and pressed play. "Sending you little hearts. Gifting you a flower. You bring me so much joy in my life. You are my angel, guiding me along the way. Regardless of how the years change, my love for you becomes a song." Lin Yu and Oppo's expression froze. The melody was familiar, the voice equally so. The child sang remarkably well. Despite the recording's background noise, the voice was pure and resonant. Nangong Yang couldn't help but marvel. Xiaojun clicked her tongue. "I already knew it was sung beautifully. The question now is who wrote the song. This child merely sang at the competition, and the song hasn't even been released yet. The copyright website indicates our company, Shengkong Entertainment." Nangong Yang pondered for a moment. "I would love to say this song was penned by one of our department's great talents, but as far as I know, that's not the case. Are you certain? Could it be that someone wrote a new song privately and hasn't released it yet?" Xiaojun asked. Nangong Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Impossible. You know those old-timers in our music department. Such a high-quality children's song. And even the Ministry of Education wishes to purchase the copyright. They would have ensured the lyrics and composition were complete, not to mention the arrangement. Those arrogant individuals would never keep it a secret." Xiaojun nodded in agreement, well aware of the eccentric personalities among the musical geniuses, especially the more talented ones. Lin Yu had never intended to release this song. It was simply composed for Little Mango's competition performance. Thus, he had not thought to register the copyright with the company. However, upon filling in his name as the lyricist and composer, he was required to indicate a company affiliation. During his initial foray into copyright application, he lacked a company. However, this time he was affiliated with one, and after a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to submit his work. He never anticipated that someone would actually purchase it, let alone the Ministry of Education. Nonetheless, the copyright website imposes a stipulation that, in the interest of author privacy, if no mutual agreement has been reached, the author's details will only be disclosed at the company level, leaving individual names undisclosed. Consequently, individuals from the Ministry of Education would be unable to view the specifics, nor would those from Shengkong Entertainment. "What should we do?" "Simply decline," Nangong Yang inquired. With a sense of resignation, Xiaojun replied, "It appears we have no other option. $1 million for publishing rights is not insignificant, though those lyricists and composers may not be concerned. However, once published, the financial dynamics change. And I genuinely believe this song has the potential to become a hit." The Ministry of Education intended to acquire the publishing rights for printing in their publications, which would entail a one-time buyout, especially since it would be featured in an educational journal. The company would distribute earnings according to the contractual agreement with the artist. However, should the song be published, after deducting the company's substantial share, only a fraction would remain for the lyricist, composer, arranger, and vocalist. Lin Yu mentally calculated that, through a one-time distribution, he could receive around 500,000, and after taxes, he would take home approximately over 300,000. Given the caliber of the song, "Thank You for Listening," if it were to be released, it would undoubtedly yield commendable results and a continuous influx of revenue. "I'll give them a call," Xiaojun declared, picking up the phone. She swiped the screen a couple of times to locate the number in her call log. "Hello. This is Xiaojun from Shengkong Entertainment. I apologize, Before she could finish, Lin Yu interrupted her, looking at her in astonishment. "Thank You for Listening is my creation." Chapter 19. In misunderstanding, Xiaojuan's mouth fell agape in astonishment, while Nangong Yang gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief. Xiaojuan's eyes widened as she stared at Lin Yu, who remained composed, continuing to eat. "I'm sorry, I made a mistake," Xiaojuan quickly uttered before hastily terminating the call, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu. "My daughter is participating in a kindergarten competition, and I've composed a song for her." Lin Yu felt compelled to clarify. If the revelation that "Thank you for listening" was written by Lin Yu was shocking, this moment was nothing short of astounding. They had all listened to the song, which was clearly of exceptional quality. Such a piece, if commissioned, would be a challenge even for a well-coordinated team. To compose such an exquisite song solely for his daughter's event, Nan Gongyang marveled at Lin Yu's ability to accomplish what an entire team would typically do. Yet he understood that crafting a good song rarely happened overnight. It often required months, if not years, of dedication. You must have invested a considerable amount of effort in preparing your child for this competition, he remarked. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. No, I only learned about the competition 3 days prior. The little one picks things up quickly. Nan Gongyang and Xiaowan exchanged glances, their focus diverging from Lin Yu's perspective. Lin Yu merely regarded the child as quick learning, but for Xiaowan and Nan Gongyang, the phrase 3 days in advance was staggering. Xiaojuan's expression, which had been sealed in shock upon realizing the song was Lin Yu's creation, was now one of disbelief. Hadn't the song been written long before? Nan Gongyang nodded, acknowledging that this was also a question he wished to pose. Lin Yu calmly replied, no, I thought of it upon learning about the competition. Thought of it? Xiaowan and Nan Gongyang's expressions froze simultaneously. Xiaolin, would you consider transferring to the music department? The highest position in our music department is that of a composer, and you could directly work there. A talented composer holds value equal to that of a performer. While artists rely on their youth, composers can thrive throughout their lives. Nan Gongyang unabashedly sought to recruit Lin Yu, disregarding Xiaojuan's presence. Xiaowan bristled at his audacity. Old Yang, your approach is utterly unrefined. Lin Yu is under my mentorship. We have a contract, so he could never join you. What is a contract? It an oppose. Es merely an internal departmental adjustment within the same company. As long as Xiaolin agrees, I can submit the request, and the higher-ups will have no reason to refuse. It an oppose. Es all about generating profit for the company. There is no real difference. Lin Yu has a brighter future in the performing arts and can create greater benefits for the company. The higher-ups would never agree to this. Xiaowan rolled her eyes. Nan Gongyang chuckled. In our music department, you can not only achieve personal success, but also compose for other artists. The company has no valid reason to object. Lin Yu clearly possesses the talent to be a star. Why should he settle for a behind-the-scenes role? Xiaowan, having not mentored anyone in a long time, chose to guide Lin Yu out of genuine admiration for his talent. Even if she were to transfer to the composition department, she would never let Lin Yu go. She shot a fierce glare at Nan Gongyang. If you dare spout more nonsense, I'll have you flying out of here. Seeing Xiaowan nearly erupt, Nan Gongyang realized that further confrontation would result in perpetual hostility between them. Xiaolin, what do you think? He asked, turning to Lin Yu. Xiaojuan's eyes bore into Lin Yu as well. Had Lin Yu initially signed with the composition department, he would have been content there. However, since he had signed with the performing arts department, he was equally reluctant to move. Moreover, at present, being an artist appeared more lucrative. I prefer to remain in the performing arts department. Upon hearing this, Xiaowan felt a wave of relief wash over her, exhaling deeply. Suddenly, she turned and glared at Nan Gongyang. Did you hear that? Stop trying to lure my talent away. Nan Gongyang remained undeterred. What if you reconsider? Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head. Have you finished eating? If so, hurry back to your work. Xiaowan shooed Nan Gongyang away. Short video platforms often spark imitation trends. Simple dances and finger dances are particularly beloved. Once a trend gains traction, it is eagerly replicated. Initially, a competition video from Xiaomangwa was shared online, gradually garnering more shares. People enjoyed the song and discovered that the accompanying movements were easy to learn, leading to its widespread popularity on the internet. Simultaneously, Xiaowan released the song. Now, one could find both the dance and the original song online, further fueling the enthusiasm for imitation. Additionally, the Ministry of Education included the song in their list of essential classics. Now, thank you for listening permeated the internet. People express gratitude towards their parents, the healthcare workers who save lives, the diligent teachers, and the border guards who protect the nation. Countless individuals selflessly contribute to our stable lives, which is a primary reason the song enjoys such widespread acclaim. I and oppose, you've been brainwashed. I want to listen to it every time I drive. Me too. Did you see my video? I recorded one as well. I did. I liked it. Please return the favor. Not only ordinary citizens recorded videos, but even celebrities joined in, releasing similar videos on the platform. In the office building of Modern Fruit, Wei Zi inquired, "Xia Xia, did you sing Thank You for Listening on Wayne?" Cheng Xia, scrolling through her phone, looked up to respond, "Yes, I even danced to it." "Is that even considered dancing? You're just waving your hands about." "You wouldn't understand. This is the trend now. Simple, easy to learn, and visually appealing." Cheng Xia uploaded short video content to maintain fan engagement during her downtime. Having debuted for just a year, she had gained some fame, though it was modest. However, her luck had not been on her side. Ever since she topped the Rising Star chart in October, she had yet to produce another standout song. She initially hoped to make a splash on the new song chart, but then came Lin Yu, who unexpectedly overshadowed her efforts. Wei Zi grumbled, "You should delete that video." "Why?" Cheng Xia asked, puzzled. "Do you know who wrote that song?" Wei Zi raised his voice. Cheng Xia paused, genuinely unaware. She simply enjoyed the catchy background music of a short video, not caring about the songwriter. All she knew was that the original singer was a young child with a lovely voice. Cheng Xia shook her head. "I don't know." Wei Zi's voice grew louder. "It was Lin Yu, who suddenly emerged last month and thwarted your chance for a comeback." The more Wei Zi pondered this, the angrier he became. The newcomer he was mentoring had the opportunity to compete in October, but was thwarted by Shengkong Entertainment, particularly by a rookie. It was infuriating. "And you're still promoting him this month, right?" In Wei Zi's view, his artist should not promote others without receiving benefits in return. Cheng Xia blinked, realizing it was Lin Yu once again. Having listened to someone like me, she recognized its superior quality compared to her own songs. She couldn't blame Lin Yu for overshadowing her. She simply lacked the strength and had poor luck in facing such a formidable opponent. "You're not allowed to promote them or let her benefit from your traffic," Wei Zi sternly instructed. Cheng Xia chuckled. "It seems like you've got it all backward." Chapter 20. Being an inappropriate artist due to excessive talent, the song Thank You for Listening to Me has already been released. Although it is a children's song, Oh Xiaojun believes it could still contend for the new song chart. It has become her habit to release songs at the beginning of each month, unless extraordinary circumstances arise, as was the case with People Like Me, which had to be released mid-month. Generally, Oh Xiaojun strives to choose the start of the month. The ears of fans are peculiar. What one might assume will be a massive hit may not even make a splash, while a song deemed less likely to succeed can unexpectedly become a phenomenal success. Of course, this is merely an isolated phenomenon. For the majority of songs, Oh Xiaojun can discern their quality upon first listen. A captivating melody, relatable lyrics. These are essential elements of a quality song. Lin Yu agreed to release the song, but stipulated that the original singer, Xiao Monghua, must not participate in any promotional activities surrounding the song and should maintain a low profile. He wishes to prevent excessive exposure for the child. Given that it is a children's song, the primary avenue for revenue is through online downloads. Thus, not participating in commercial activities is inconsequential, and Oh Xiaojun consented. Xiao Monghua does not need to sign with Shengkong Entertainment. Yet, as the original singer, she will still receive a share of the song's download earnings. Generally, singers and songwriters, including composers, can collectively earn 20%. Since Xiao Monghua is only 6 years old and a minor, her income will be managed by her guardian. The entirety of the song and Oppo's revenue, amounting to 20%, will be settled monthly and deposited into Lin Yu and Oppo's salary account. After finishing their meal and signing the contract, Lin Yu departed from the company, while Nangong Yang returned to the music department. Shengkong Entertainment is divided into 3 main sections: the performance department, music department, and film department, with further subdivisions. The music department is categorized into composing, lyric writing, and more. The film department is divided into movie and television sectors, among others. These divisions primarily cater to behind-the-scenes staff. Once subdivided, each must complete their designated tasks and shine in their respective fields. The music department occupies 10 floors, with each floor comprising a large group equipped with lyricists, composers, arrangers, and mixers. Each floor operates independently to fulfill its tasks. Nangong Yang is responsible for allocating work. aiming for an equitable distribution among the various floors. The smaller departments within each floor, composing, lyric writing, arranging, are not in competition with each other, but rather collaborate to complete tasks and achieve optimal results together. The true competition lies between the floors themselves. For instance, if a film requires a theme song, and Nangong Yang assigns it to the 20th floor, should they fail to produce a satisfactory song within the stipulated time, he will turn to the 21st floor or others to continue the work. If another floor produces superior results, it signifies their strength, leading Nangong Yang to instinctively favor them for future projects, including tailoring songs and albums for the company's artists. "What's wrong, Brother Yang?" Zhou Yifan inquired. Zhou Yifan is a top-tier composer on the 20th floor. Each floor has several esteemed composers, who are the pillars of their respective teams. Typically, the assigned tasks are primarily undertaken by these elite composers. Composition has always been the lifeblood of the music department, holding the highest status. As a beautiful melody is akin to an exquisite beauty, everything else merely complements her elegance and attire. While the embellishments and attire are indeed important, the inherent beauty comes first. Thus, the status of composers within the music department is slightly elevated, with top composers enjoying an even higher standing. Upon entering the 20th floor, Nangong Yang appeared troubled, a fact Zhou Yifan, who had followed his leader for over a decade, immediately recognized. With a furrowed brow, Nangong Yang ignored everyone and walked directly back to his office. "What happened to the boss? I wonder if he botched a project and was reprimanded by higher-ups. It better not be our project. I still want that year-end bonus." Zhou Yifan followed Nangong Yang into the office. With a sigh, Nangong Yang lamented how he had just lost a talent battle against Xiaojun. In Shenkong Entertainment, Xiaojun is an undeniable powerhouse. Even those slightly older than her refer to her as Sister Xiaojun, while only those with significant seniority and status dare to call her simply Xiaojun. Nangong Yang is one of those few. Zhou Yifan paused in surprise. "You competed with Sister Xiaojun for talent? I must have misheard. She is from the performance department, and her team comprises artists. Why would our music department compete with them for artists?" Nangong Yang nodded. "I discovered a promising talent who can handle lyrics, composition, and arrangement all by himself. Typically, composing, lyric writing, and arranging are distinct disciplines, with specialists in each field. Those who can master all three are exceedingly rare, and even fewer can create chart-topping hits. Zhou Yifan is one such talent, so Nangong Yang values him highly. How could such a gifted musician choose to become an artist?" Zhou Yifan mused. In his somewhat artistic mind, only those lacking talent, relying solely on their looks, would pursue a career as an artist. His inability to become one is not due to a lack of attractiveness, but rather an abundance of talent. In his view, talented individuals are rarely conventionally attractive. Take himself or Nangong Yang as examples. "I have no idea what he thinks," Nangong Yang shared, mirroring Zhou Yifan's sentiments. "Why would one want to be an artist? Constantly in the limelight, when the life of a musician is so much more fulfilling." Zhou Yifan rarely saw his boss so distressed over a newcomer. "Who is this person?" "Lin Yu," Nangong Yang replied. "Lin Yu? ISN and Oppos. He the one who only wrote one song?" Zhou Yifan asked, astonished. He was aware of Lin Yu. People like me gained considerable popularity and, having only debuted mid-month, surprisingly climbed to the top of the new song charts in just half a month, a feat unprecedented. However, to be candid, the new song chart for October was relatively uncompetitive. Various entertainment companies have an unspoken agreement to stagger the releases of their top artists to avoid direct clashes, allowing a month for fresh newcomers, known as the Rising Stars chart, and another month for artists who have debuted but have yet to achieve significant recognition. Lin Yu's release in October coincided with the latter group. Thus, the October releases consisted of lesser-known artists with limited traffic, allowing Lin Yu to compete effectively. If it had been a battle among pure top-tier artists, Lin Yu's mid-month entry would not have yielded such results. Therefore, Zhou Yifan held a degree of admiration for Lin Yu, yet not to the extent of feeling compelled to recruit him. In Zhou Yifan's eyes, those worthy of recruitment must possess a plethora of excellent works. Lin Yu had only written a single song, Some musicians go their entire lives with just one flash of brilliance, many of which fade away quickly. Hence, a top-tier composer ought to have at least 5 hit songs to their credit. Nan Gongyang glanced up at Zhou Yifan. Have you heard the trending song "Thank You for Listening to Me" on Weibo? Yes, Zhou Yifan replied. Some songs are meant for personal enjoyment, while others are best shared. "Thank You for Listening to Me" falls into the latter category. Nan Gongyang smiled wryly. That song was also written by Lin Yu. Chapter 21. Indeed, the script was procured through a copyright website, where all matters would be handled by a dedicated contracting editor, thereby eliminating the necessity for both parties to meet in person. The contract was also in electronic form. After successfully signing the contract, Lu Qing found himself sleepless for several nights. Despite the script for Spirited Away being remarkably polished, he brimmed with confidence, even deeming the copyright fee of 5 million to be a bargain. If it weren't for the fact that the other party lacked prominence in the screenwriting industry, such a low price would be unimaginable. He was certain that when AI Mang penned his second work, it would not be at such a modest price. Within the exquisite animation production company, Lu Qing solely focused on the technical aspects, while finances were the responsibility of Enchi. Lu Qing was to direct, and Enchi would procure the necessary funds. Since the passing of the former chairman, the two had collaborated for 5 years. They were not lovers, yet their synergy surpassed that of many couples. They had become good partners over the years. Whether the company thrived or faced adversity, they fought together. In the first conference room of the exquisite animation production company, Enchi halted Lu Qing at the door, urging him to concentrate on filming, assuring him that she would handle matters here. Lu Qing was reluctant to leave, asserting that the older gentlemen were once again stirring up trouble, and he felt compelled to confront them. And she shook her head, remarking that reasoning was futile, as they were driven solely by self-interest. "Then I shall articulate our mutual interests," Lu Qing insisted, unwilling to let Enchi face the shareholders alone. Enchi smiled, assuring him, "I know you care for me, but your expertise lies in directing, and our time is limited. We must seize every moment to create, striving to release Spirited Away as soon as possible. Only then can we generate revenue to silence the shareholders' incessant complaints." Lu Qing found himself at a loss for words, but remained hesitant to depart. And she continued, "Moreover, your presence would be of no use. Aside from raising your voice and banging the table, what else could you contribute at the negotiation table?" This statement completely swayed Lu Qing. Indeed, at the negotiation table, he was often at a loss. Each time he attended, it resulted in discord and abrupt endings. He lacked Enchi and Appo's diplomatic finesse, and the shareholders, blinded by profit, were only concerned with monetary gain, often leading to heated arguments over minor disagreements. Furthermore, in recent years, the company's performance had stagnated, prompting the shareholders to become even more hostile. Reluctantly, Lu Qing acquiesced to Enchi and Appo's suggestion. "Then I shall take my leave. Go and expedite the film and Appo's release. It is our sole hope," Enchi urged. Lu Qing nodded earnestly, as Enchi tightened her grip on the conference room doorknob and took a deep breath. Lu Qing turned back to glance at her, filled with concern. Enchi waved him off, encouraging him to leave without worry. With a soft sigh, Lu Qing departed. As the door swung open, the cacophony of dissenting voices reached Enchi's ears. "We cannot agree to spend such a sum on an animated film. Indeed, the shareholders in Appo's money does not come from the wind. Every year, we are promised a critically acclaimed and commercially successful animated movie. Has one ever materialized? We must face reality and consider a transition. Let go of animation altogether, as it offers no prospects. Perhaps we should even change the company's name. Shooting any film would be preferable to animation. Adults are the driving force behind box office revenue." The moment Enchi entered, all eyes turned towards her. Yet the clamor did not subside. Instead, it grew louder. Each individual voiced their opinions, all falling on the side of dissent. To put it plainly, the shareholders had lost faith in Lu Qing, doubting his ability to create a high-quality animated film. "Please, everyone, quiet down and allow me to speak." Enchi raised her voice. Enchi was different from Lu Qing. Her father had once been a renowned animation director, and this company was founded by him. However, 5 years ago, he had passed away suddenly from a heart attack, and the shareholders were all former friends of her father. While her father was alive, they had shown him the utmost respect, but his death had left their relationship cold. The company had indeed struggled in recent years, and the uncles who once greeted her with smiles now revealed their true colors. Despite this, there remained a degree of respect rooted in her father and Appo's legacy in their eyes. Lu Qing was merely an employee and one who could not deliver results. Yet, and she was still the daughter of the former leader. As a junior, she was afforded a modicum of respect. The conference room gradually quieted. Since my father's passing, the exquisite animation production company has indeed not fared well, and for that, I take full responsibility. I sincerely apologize to all of you, my esteemed uncles. And she bowed deeply to the shareholders. The shareholders were taken aback by her unexpected apology, glancing at one another in confusion. Well, indeed, the company's performance has been poor, but it cannot all be blamed on you. Although the older gentleman grumbled, they could not bring themselves to chastise the young woman they had watched grow up. Yes, this is related to the larger economic tide. The film industry is thriving, and animated films are no longer in vogue. We need a pivot. Little Chi, your uncle has watched you grow. I do not wish for your father's lifetime of hard work to go to waste. If we can transition successfully, I believe we can turn a profit and all earn substantial rewards together. Laughter echoed in agreement. Yes, transition, for no one watches animated films anymore. Even my grandchildren have lost interest. The discussion circled back to the starting point, and she rose, surveying the shareholders on either side of the conference table with a stern expression. 28 years ago, my father earned his first fortune through the reselling of discs, establishing the exquisite animation production company. At that time, I had just been born, and my father directed my first animated film. A moment of silence enveloped the room. It seemed that everyone was lost in deep reflection, transported back to 28 years ago when they, as spirited youths, embarked on their first entrepreneurial venture. Facing ridicule for their belief that animated films could attract an audience, especially at a time when cinema was just gaining momentum. Yet, despite the skepticism, they trusted their leader and persevered. When their first film premiered, they embraced one another in tears of joy. Of course, the box office receipts of that era paled in comparison to today's standards, and their earnings were modest. However, within just one day of release, newspapers were filled with headlines about their film. The number of cinemas 28 years ago was far fewer than today, and tickets were difficult to acquire. Many parents brought their children to watch from the back, some even bringing their own small stools to sit in the aisles. The resounding success of their first animated film solidified their commitment to continue creating animations. Who would have thought that over 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye? And she continued, I understand that animated films are struggling now. But please trust me once more. I have perused the script for Spirited Away, and I assure you it will become a classic. If this animated film fails, the exquisite animation production company will never produce another animated feature, and I, and she, will resign from any position within the company. The conference room fell silent once more. This time, there were no exchanged glances. Each shareholder was lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the left side of the table. I have decided to trust you once more, little Chi. Then from the right side, another voice chimed in. I have watched you grow. Uncle Zhang chooses to trust you again. One after another, voices echoed. Uncle Lu believes in you. Uncle Wang trusts you. I believe in you too. And Chi bowed in gratitude. Finally, the shareholder closest to Chi, Chen Jiran, spoke. I can also place my trust in you. But your film must be released within 3 months. 3 months? The process from production to promotion spans no less than 3 months. And she feels a sense of uncertainty. She falls into silence. The recently quiet conference room is on the brink of reigniting conflict. The shareholders gaze at her, anticipating her response. Chen Jiran curls his lips into a slight smile. At that moment, the door swings open. Everyone turns their attention towards the entrance. Lu Qing gazes at Anshi with a confident smile. Chapter 22. The sneak attack of Little Mango. LV Qing stepped forward and entered the conference room. I, LV Qing, assure all shareholders that Spirited Away will absolutely be released in 3 months. If I fail to do so, I will pack my bags and leave. And Chi was taken aback. Wanting to dissuade, LV Qing. He responded with a smile and a nod, and she sighed softly. Chun Jiarun, having achieved his objective, remarked with a smile. Since director LV Qing has guaranteed this, with so many witnesses, I believe he will not go back on his word. We shall reconvene in 3 months. The other shareholders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The meeting concluded, after everyone dispersed, and she called LV Qing into her office. Have you lost your mind? Why would you make such a rash commitment? If the film isn't released in 3 months, they will surely cast you out. And she let out a deep sigh. She was all too familiar with these old-timers. Their stringent demands were designed to ensure failure, particularly Chun Jiarin, who always appeared jovial, yet was the most cunning and treacherous of them all. In the past, when her father was present, he dared not stir up trouble. Now that her father was gone, his true nature was revealed, and she had initially intended to negotiate, as 3 months was far too short time. She hoped to reminisce about the times when her father led the company, perhaps appealing to their emotions. She thought that maybe the other shareholders would relent and grant an extension. Unexpectedly, LV Qing's declaration disrupted her plans. They want to force you out and transform the company, and she said, her frustration evident. LV Qing chuckled, unconcerned, as he sank into the sofa. I understand. You understand, yet you still made such a statement? And she was even angrier. She did not wish for the company to undergo a transformation, nor did she want LV Qing to leave. LV Qing, his cheerful demeanor fading, said earnestly, Do you trust me? Of course I trust you, but just trust me, he insisted, rising and exiting the office. In his heart, as long as these profit-driven old men agreed to fund the production of Spirited Away, he would accept any conditions. 3 months? Was that not previously unheard of? It would soon become a precedent. And she had no further arguments. She believed in LV Qing, even if his animated works had flopped in recent years. There was something indefinable about this plump man that inspired confidence. However, even if the film could be completed in 3 months, it still needed to perform well at the box office. The shareholders were only interested in profit. Merely filming was insufficient. It had to be successful. Producing the finest animated film in the shortest time possible was an arduous task. LV Qing flashed a carefree smile, patting Chi on the shoulder. Do not worry. Focus on your promotional work and leave the rest to me. After a moment's thought, he continued, I have another task for you. The theme song is yours. No matter the cost, find the best theme song for me. A good theme song is the soul of an animated film. And she nodded earnestly. Her phone vibrated. Lin Yu glanced at the text notification. Salary credited. 154,725. 32 yuan. Together with the previous 220,000. Lin Yu's small treasury now boasted nearly 240,000. In a third or fourth tier city, this amount was considered middle class, but in Yinjing, it was nothing. Lin Yu marveled at the stark contrast between the two worlds, yet their housing prices were astonishingly similar. With a long sigh, Lin Yu thought it imperative to earn money quickly. Little Mango would start school in September next year, and securing a property in a good school district was essential. Regardless of the world, a child in Oppo's education remains paramount. Although Lin Yu earned at a higher rate than the average person, amassing enough for a school district property in such a short time in Yinjing was still quite challenging. Daddy, as Lin Yu pondered, he suddenly heard the little one's voice and quickly adjusted his expression. Small feet pattered on the floor as the child rushed toward him from behind. Hearing the footsteps drawing near, Lin Yu turned, and the little one, fearing a miss, flailed her arms, her face reddening. In the nick of time, Lin Yu clasped his hands, lifting the child high into the air. Joyful laughter filled the air. Daddy, you're so mean. You scared little Mango? The child giggled while pretending to be angry, her little face barely able to maintain the act. Lin Yu feigned a defense, saying, Little Mango tried to sneak up on Daddy. This is self-defense. I wasn't sneaking up on you. I have something important to say, the little one pouted indignant. Because the child often ambushed Lin Yu from behind, he instinctively assumed she was up to no good. Lifting her high once more before gently lowering her, he playfully tousled her hair. The little one pouted, making an effort to smooth out her disheveled locks, muttering, Daddy is so bad. Daddy's bad, but little Mango is the best. Now, tell me, What important matter do you have to share? Finally given a chance to speak, the child widened her eyes, which were already large and bright, and exclaimed, "Daddy, look!" She produced a book from seemingly nowhere. "Look at this song." She flipped through the not-so-thick book, excitedly pointing to a particular song. "Listen to me, thank you." Lin Yu read the title. The little one nodded vigorously, puffed out her chest, and clapped her hands. Lin Yu realized that Little Mango wanted to inform him that her song had been published in the book. She felt proud and accomplished. However, Lin Yu feigned ignorance, asking, "What about this song?" The child's eyes widened further. "Daddy, didn't you notice this song? It's ours." The little one grew anxious, for this was the song Lin Yu had written for her. Thanks to it, Little Mango had represented her school in a local talent competition, emerging victorious. Daddy had even taken her to record it. It was her first recording. How could he forget? Biting her lip, the child was on the verge of tears. Lin Yu quickly soothed her. "Oh, Daddy was just joking with Little Mango. How could I forget? This is our Little Mango's song, and she is the original singer." "Original singer? Daddy, what does that mean?" "It means you were the first to sing it. Little Mango is the first child to sing Listen to Me." "Thank you." The little one's face transformed from gloom to sunshine as she realized she was the first to sing Listen to Me. "Thank you." Lin Yu nodded, ruffling her hair. The little one then recalled something, saying, "Oh, today Teacher Chun played that song for us. It was me singing. Teacher Chun told all the kids that this is my song." She raised her chin proudly, patting her chest. Chapter 23. Beneath the Bounty. Brave men arise. Lin Yu entered the cafeteria, balancing a tray, and found a table to settle down. The food served in the canteen was truly delectable. The home-style dishes rivaled those of restaurants. Artists seldom dined in the cafeteria, and neither did the executives. The canteen primarily catered to the behind-the-scenes staff, with the music department being the largest in terms of personnel. Nan Gongyang exuded a commanding presence. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria, he was instantly recognized. Some employees, seeing their superior engrossed in his meal, avoided making eye contact with him. This usually indicated they were either grappling with tasks assigned by him that remained unfinished or were just recovering from having their work rejected and needed to start over, fearing they might be questioned about their progress while he dined. They wished fervently for a crevice to hide in, anxious not to be discovered by their boss. Conversely, others who were either between assignments or had recently completed a task successfully were eager to greet Nan Gonyang, hoping to catch his attention for new opportunities. After all, having work meant earning a living, and a base salary of 10 to 20,000 was hardly sufficient to sustain a high-cost lifestyle in Yanjing. "Boss, what brings you here for a meal?" one asked. "Indeed, what would you like to eat? We can bring it to your office." Nan Gonyang had seldom come to the cafeteria personally before, typically relying on Zhou Yifan to deliver his meals. He waved his hand dismissively and walked past his subordinates. He sought refuge in the cafeteria to escape the frustrations he felt, knowing that the higher-ups would not frequent this space, thus avoiding unwanted encounters. "Old Yang." Just as he was about to sit down at any table, a voice from behind startled him. The term Old Yang was not one that ordinary employees would dare to use. He turned to CEO Xiaojun, who laughed heartily. "What mischief have you been up to be so frightened? Afraid someone is seeking revenge?" Nan Gonyang clicked his tongue. "If only it were revenge I feared. I dread those who have no grievances yet still pursue you. Come, Old Yang, join me for a meal." Xiaojun had initially intended to join Lin Yu for lunch, but had called out to Nan Gonyang upon spotting him. Lin Yu was enjoying his meal when two individuals sat across from him, one beaming with amusement, the other looking deeply troubled. "I heard you were reprimanded by Generally again today," Xiaojun said, her voice light and teasing. Nan Gonyang and Lin Yu nodded but resumed their meals, ignoring Xiaojun and Appo's banter. "Come on, don't be upset. I was just joking. Besides you, who else can I joke with in our company?" Xiaojun and Appo's words rang true. She was known for her bold demeanor even toward the higher-ups, given her unmatched prowess in the realm of management, which often compelled others to yield to her authority. In matters of work, Xiaojun was decisive, and her subordinates harbored a healthy fear of her. Only Lin Yu could engage with her on equal footing, a fact that intrigued the others, wondering why she held Lin Yu in such high regard. As for Nan Gonyang, he and Xiaojun shared a long history. When Xiaojun was still an obscure agent, Nan Gonyang, was already a prominent figure in the music industry. He had assisted her significantly, and it was through his introduction that she had entered Shenkong. Their camaraderie was strong enough that Nan Gonyang wouldn't be irked by her light-hearted teasing. His vexation stemmed solely from work-related frustrations. What on earth is generally thinking a major boss singing songs? Nan Gonyang pondered aloud, wanting to voice further complaints, but held back upon seeing Lin Yu. The owners of Modern Fruits and Mina Tianyu have both released singles. General Li, being vain, cannot resist joining the fray, Oh Xiaojun replied. Sighing, Nan Gonyang said, I know, but everyone else casually releases a song. I and Oppos listen to theirs. The songs are quite mediocre, yielding no significant impact, merely a frivolity. Oh Xiaojun blinked. So our boss is different, huh? Nan Gonyang opened his mouth to retort, but swallowed back his words. If it were just Oh Xiaojun, he would have certainly complained, but with the presence of a newcomer, he refrained from speaking ill of the boss. Oh Xiaojun nearly lost her composure, knowing well that Nan Gonyang had been dragging his feet. She initially thought the boss and Oppos' interest was a fleeting whim, something he would forget after a while. However, General Li had not only remembered but also pursued Nan Gonyang relentlessly, asking about the songs each time they met, to the point where Nan Gonyang wished he could evade General Li altogether. Feigning seriousness, Oh Xiaojun patted Nan Gonyang's shoulder. Old Yang, as employees, we must fulfill the tasks assigned by our leaders. How can we criticize the boss? I am serious. I've sent General Li 10 songs, and he is not satisfied with any of them. Nan Gonyang expressed his frustrations. I initially planned for each floor to produce a song, thinking surely General Li would choose one, leaving the other 9 as our reserve. Thus, each of the 10 songs was crafted by the elite teams from various departments. Oh Xiaojun, astonished, asked, 10 songs and not a single one met his approval? Not one. I found them quite decent. It's hard to believe none were suitable. Nan Gonyang shrugged helplessly. Now, we have 10 songs in storage. Previously, when Modern Fruits and Mina released singles, Nan Gonyang had complained that a boss should not be involved in such endeavors. Hence, she assumed General Li's intent to release a single was something that Nan Gonyang would dismiss as trivial, thinking he was merely brushing him off, which led to General Li persistently pursuing songs. It appeared that Nan Gonyang was quite earnest about the matter. Weren't you previously dismissive of Modern Fruits and Mina releasing singles? Why take General Li's release so seriously? That is entirely different. I've listened to their songs. They're nothing to write home about. However, General Li has a decent voice. If he wishes to release a song in our large company, what is the harm in doing so? It should be executed properly. We must not lose face. Oh Xiaojun nodded in agreement, finding Nan Gonyang and Oppos' reasoning quite sound. He has such high standards. Nan Gonyang lamented. What standards could possibly make the entire music department struggle like this? With a resigned expression, Nan Gonyang recounted a story shared with him by General Li. Oh Xiaojun's eyes widened with curiosity, as did Lin Yu's. Lin Yu understood that custom songs were the most challenging. It wasn't about having too many demands, but rather about vague, overarching requests. For instance, in matchmaking, one might request a partner with an income above 10,000, a height over 180, and ownership of a car and a house. While the criteria are numerous, one could still find a match if they adhere to those standards. However, if the only requirement were chemistry, it became an elusive and difficult pursuit. Nan Gonyang sighed, recounting his entrepreneurial journey, filled with dreams and obstacles. Yet he persevered and continued to tackle numerous challenges daily, all while maintaining an innocent heart. Is that all? Oh Xiaojun's eyes widened in disbelief. That is indeed all. Nan Gonyang replied with a somber expression. Though I'm no longer a youth, I am merely 39. I am 50, and we belong to different generations. Lin Yu sensed that Nan Gonyang had misinterpreted General Li's intent. It was not about acknowledging the end of youth, but rather celebrating the enduring spirit of youthfulness. However, Lin Yu preferred to remain a neutral observer, enjoying the unfolding drama without becoming entangled in it. Nan Gonyang chuckled ruefully. General Li certainly puts forth considerable effort. He raised the contract to a 50-50 split, allowing the lyricists and composers to receive half, while he himself takes no remuneration. I had thought that with a generous reward, there would surely be a valiant hero. However, I did not expect to find no suitable candidate yet. Lin Yu paused for a moment. 50%? Indeed, 50%. Lin Yu set down his chopsticks. Chapter 24. Cutting Through Thorns, 50%. Previously, when I juggled multiple roles, I barely earned 20%. The difference is staggering. Moreover, the revenue from songs is ongoing, providing a steady income each month. Occasionally, certain old songs, even after a decade, may regain popularity due to social media or other reasons. This is precisely why people often say that if one can pen a few golden hits, they need not worry for the rest of their lives. Lin Yu is currently saving to buy a home in a sought-after school district, and it would be disingenuous to say he is not tempted. His demeanor caught Xiaojun's attention. "What is the matter?" she inquired. Nan Gongyang, lost in his own thoughts, failed to notice Lin Yu until Xiaojun prompted him to look. Lin Yu glanced at Xiaojun and then at Nan Gongyang, speaking deliberately. "The 50% share won't change, will it?" "Of course not," Nan Gongyang replied, somewhat bewildered. "President Li personally assured it, and there's a contract." Lin Yu smirked. "I've decided to take this project." You? Nan Gongyang and Xiaojun exclaimed in unison, their astonishment directed at Lin Yu's choice to accept the project. They were well aware of Lin Yu's capabilities. In merely a month, he had already produced 2 golden hits, both topping the monthly charts. People Like Me and Thank You for Listening are both exceptionally competitive songs. Yet, despite this, Lin Yu remains merely a newcomer, and he has not graduated from a prestigious music academy. It has only been 2 months since he joined Shinkong. Even a machine could not produce another hit so soon. Xiaojun hastily defended her artist. "Having ambition is commendable, but we should refrain from taking on such a hot potato." Although Nan Gongyang admired Lin Yu and wished to recruit him, he never intended to place such a challenging task upon him, especially considering President Li's high expectations. Even his many talented songwriting teams had yet to deliver a song that met Li's approval. Lin Yu, a mere 25 years old, is at the very beginning of his musical journey. How could he possibly grasp the enigmatic stories of President Li? Additionally, crafting a song is no simple feat. Although Lin Yu wrote Thank You for Listening swiftly, it is a children's song, likely nurtured by his close relationship with his daughter. Emotional songs, however, are deeply rooted in one's heart. President Li's commissioned songs, on the other hand, differ significantly. Lin Yu had only heard a snippet of one at the dining table, totaling barely 20 minutes. In ancient times, poets could compose verses in 7 steps. However, reality is far more complex, especially when creating a song, which requires lyrics, melody, and arrangement, an abundance of intricate elements. Nan Gongyang shook his head with a smile. "Lin, I understand your desire to achieve something that is only natural for youth. However, this task is too daunting, and time is of the essence. I must provide President Li with an update by next Monday at the latest, and you simply won't have enough time." "I can finish it tonight," Lin Yu asserted. Unaware of Xiaojun and Nan Gongyang's thoughts, he was resolute, driven by the allure of that 50% share. Xiaojun thought she misheard. "Tonight?" Lin Yu nodded. Nan Gongyang chuckled. "So you're telling me that after just a few minutes of casual chit-chat at the dining table, you can write an entire song? I can amp, oppose, provide it now, as I need to use my computer for the arrangement, but I will have it ready by tonight." Nan Gongyang smiled. "All right. Then prepare it and send it to me once it's finished." Xiaojun, understanding Lin Yu's responsibilities as a father, recognized that he was likely motivated by the prospect of earning more. She sympathized with Lin Yu, noting that while other artists were busy crafting their idol personas, he was shouldering the weight of parenthood alone. "It's all right if you can't produce it. You're not part of the music department. We can rely on our looks to make a living." Xiaojun comforted him. Nan Gongyang sensed something amiss in her words. "What do you mean? Are those of us in the music department not allowed to rely on our looks? Do I really need to explain? Just look in a mirror," Xiaojun retorted, rolling her eyes. "I was merely using my talent to overshadow my appearance." Nan Gongyang defended himself. After a brief dispute, they each departed the cafeteria. Before leaving, Xiaojun quietly advised Lin Yu, "If you can oppose, write it, don't worry. Nan Gongyang can't even handle it." Lin Yu nodded, aware that Xiaojun meant well. He returned home directly, knowing that he would have no time later in the evening, as Little Mango would be back from school by 4:30. He needed to finalize the song and send it to Nangong Yang before the child returned. Lin Yu understood President Li's intentions. He symbolizes a certain demographic, 39 years old, having achieved success in his career while reflecting on the struggles and aspirations of his youth. Despite aging, he hopes to retain the heart of a young dreamer. Why does President Li represent only one type of person? Because he has succeeded. Others, however, have not. They drift through middle age, unaccomplished, and still working tirelessly for their livelihood. Yet they too carry a pure heart, having faced numerous setbacks and challenges, with the path ahead still fraught with obstacles and uncertainty. For a youth under 20, the focus may solely be on charging forward, for youth is capital. Mistakes can be made, and fresh starts are possible. When life presses the pause button, the courage to continue forging ahead remains. But what of middle-aged individuals? Do they still dare to advance boldly? Do they possess the resolve to choose a path without hesitation? The answer remains elusive, as they are no longer the young souls they once were. They may hesitate, feel anxious, or even retreat. Yet, in truth, difficulties have a peculiar fondness for the resilient. The more one presses forward, the more challenges emerge to obstruct the way. Nevertheless, behind the thicket of adversity lies a radiant future. Some may argue that is not true. I have struggled and toiled, yet I still cannot see my future. This is simply because they have yet to run far enough for long enough, or to reach the distance necessary to overcome obstacles. Thus, on the path of growth, regardless of the challenges we encounter, we must not halt our progress. We must believe in ourselves, remaining the valiant youth capable of traversing the world. If we persevere, we will attain a future that belongs to us. The song demo was swiftly completed, with Lin Yu's voice echoing through it. He glanced at the clock, having finished precisely half an hour before school let out. He encrypted the file and sent it to Nangong Yang via the company's secure email, naming it simply Youth. Chapter 25. Holding Lin Yu's hand in a prestigious residential complex in Yanjing, Mr. Li, having been with Shengkong for so many years. How could I possibly treat you with frivolity? Those 10 songs were indeed crafted by our top teams from various floors. Our music department undoubtedly possesses greater capabilities. If it were a client's request, we would surely be able to compose a song that satisfies them. I will deliver it to you by next Monday. Nangong Yang hung up the phone. Initially, he had intended to ask Mr. Li to select one song from the 10, but a few provoking words led him to take on the task instead. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Tomorrow, he must apply some pressure on those guys. Mr. Li was right. What if a significant client made a similar request? Could it be that our entire music department is incapable of producing a single song? This is not an accurate reflection of our true capabilities. There is certainly potential to be uncovered. Yet, the thought made him furious. It was impossible that the top musicians hadn't taken the task seriously. Writing a song for Mr. Li is an immense honor, regardless of whose song gets chosen. Moreover, the profit share is 50-50. Although the top teams receive a slightly higher share than ordinary songwriters, it certainly does not reach 50%. The allure of such a deal should have inspired a song that would please Mr. Li. Yet here he was, letting out a heavy sigh. Ding! His phone vibrated. Nangong Yang picked it up. Young man, Lin Yu actually sent the song. The incident from noon had slipped from his mind, but upon seeing the email from Lin Yu, he felt no joy. Instead, he experienced a sense of rejection. He held great admiration for Lin Yu and even entertained thoughts of recruiting him. However, Lin Yu's current abilities could not compete with the top musicians under Nangong Yang, each boasting more than 5 hit songs, some even having over 10. The reason Nangong Yang admired Lin Yu so much was that in his heart, Lin Yu possessed not only talent, but also humility and modesty. Many talented individuals exist, yet few exhibit such humility. He had encountered too many arrogant musicians who, upon achieving a modicum of success, became insufferable. A couple of excellent works led them to believe they were geniuses, convinced that every song they produced would be a hit, churning out music and depleting resources. The path of music does not transition from quantitative to qualitative through mere volume or speed. It requires time, grounded effort, and continuous learning. Nangong Yang shook his head. Although Lin Yu appeared composed, he was still too young, inevitably susceptible to the pitfalls of frivolity. Such tendencies would undoubtedly lead to setbacks in the future. An artist should understand this truth even more than a musician. If it were one of his own musicians, he would have called to reprimand them. However, Lin Yu was an artist under Xiaowan, and after some consideration, Nan Gongyang decided to refrain, leaving these words for Xiaowan to convey. What could one possibly compose in an afternoon? Do they think all of Shinkong's top musicians are fools? While others may struggle for a month to produce something, he believed Lin Yu could do it in mere hours. Although Nan Gongyang disapproved of Lin Yu's actions, it was his responsibility as the head of the music department to listen to the songs sent by others. He should provide feedback promptly after listening, regardless of the quality, and offer constructive criticism. Nan Gongyang entered the company password and opened the email from Lin Yu, not even bothering with headphones. A melody began, accompanied by a lively rhythm. The main verse followed, and instinctively, Nan Gongyang straightened in his seat, extinguishing the cigarette he had just taken a puff from. Could a song be written from this perspective? His expression gradually softened. As the main verse concluded and transitioned into the chorus, excitement surged within him. Every cell in his body seemed to pulse in harmony with the song and amp. Oppo's lively melody. This piece evoked a profound sense of empathy. He had always felt unable to grasp the story Mr. Li had shared. At that moment, he felt he understood. This was not merely an age gap. Rather, it was that from the very beginning, he had failed to comprehend the essence of youth. Regardless of age, everyone has once been young and traversed similar paths. Nan Gongyang took a deep breath and clicked the loop mode for the track. The air transformed, no longer thick with smoke but suffused with a clear, gentle light. Goosebumps erupted across his skin. As the chorus echoed for the third time, he could not help but hum along. Even after the song concluded, he felt unsated, only then realizing he had been singing along. Ha ha ha! Nan Gongyang laughed heartily, reveling in the discovery of the song that Mr. Li desired, fulfilling his task, while also amused that the chorus replayed endlessly in his mind. The music and the fervor in his heart began to intertwine. Nan Gongyang downloaded the song with a sense of elation and meticulously encrypted it for safekeeping. He floated to his feet and wandered into his bedroom, finally able to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. A sleepless night passed. Lin Yu sat alone in a corner, dining at his designated table. Others preferred to gather in groups for meals. Even newcomers had a few acquaintances, especially the rookie singers who inevitably had to interact with the music department, relying on the guidance of its esteemed teachers to produce quality works. Although Lin Yu was also a newcomer, he had no familiar faces around him because he wrote all his songs himself. Oh, the boss is back in the cafeteria again. He seems to be coming here quite often lately. Don't you know? Director Nan Gong is hiding from Mr. Li, which is why he is at the cafeteria. Didn't Director Nan Gong ask you music department folks to write songs? Of course. Our music department writes songs every day. That's what we do. No, I mean commission once. Each floor was tasked with writing, and all the top teams collaborated on the same theme. Didn't you find that odd? Now that you mention it, it does seem strange. We thought it was just normal competition, but it's unusual for each floor to write commission songs on the same theme. Hee hee. That's because Mr. Li is releasing a single, but even after mobilizing all the top musicians, Director Nan Gong couldn't produce a song that satisfied Mr. Li. Now, with the deadline looming, he's bearing the brunt of it. What? Oh dear, us little folks don't have access to such big projects, but look at our boss. His eyes are all swollen, such dark circles under them. I heard that Lin Yu from the performance department volunteered to participate in writing songs. Lin Yu? Who is that? Have you not heard people like me, and thank you for listening? He asked that newcomer. Ah, I see. Nowadays, newcomers think they're hot stuff just because they've written a couple of decent songs. They have no idea about the heights of the industry. Now he wants to take a stab at Mr. Li's commission song. He must be out of his mind. Our boss is going over to find him. What is he going to do? What else? Tell that kid Lin Yu not to waste his effort. He can't write Mr. Li's commission song. The group chuckled and shook their heads, stealing glances in Lin Yu and Oppo's direction. With dark circles under his eyes, Nan Gongyang suddenly plopped down across from Lin Yu. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then, Nan Gongyang grasped Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu, if you have any matters in the future, feel free to tell your older brother. Lin Yu chewing on braised pork, almost choked. Was he seeing things? It seemed as though our boss was holding Lin Yu's hand. You're not imagining it. He is indeed holding Lin Yu's hand. Chapter 26. Stunned Nangong Yang looked at Lin Yu with immense gratitude, causing Lin Yu to experience a shiver down his spine. Silently, he withdrew his hand from Nangong Yang's enthusiastic grasp. Realizing he had perhaps been overly fervent, Nangong Yang cleared his throat. Your song has pleased Mr. Li immensely. If all goes as planned, the contract will be signed today. Lin Yu nodded calmly, unperturbed. He had anticipated this outcome. Had Mr. Li requested anything else, his song might not have sufficed. However, the narrative Mr. Li conveyed perfectly aligned with youth. It would be peculiar not to proceed. Nangong Yang was taken aback by Lin Yu's composure. Such an opportunity would have incited boastful exclamations from the younger members of the music department. It would have ensured that everyone in the company was aware, if not the entire organization. Lin Yu was remarkably steady. Nangong Yang felt a pang of regret for previously doubting Lin Yu's maturity. It turned out that Lin Yu was simply modest, concealing his excitement within, remaining neither arrogant nor anxious, unlike those in the music department, who would make a ruckus at the slightest good fortune. Yet, it was hard to believe that Lin Yu was not thrilled. Young people. After all, how could one not be exhilarated by such a grand opportunity? Nangong Yang nodded approvingly, asserting that young individuals should embody such steadiness, remaining unflustered regardless of the surprises life may present. Lin Yu appeared momentarily taken aback by Nangong Yang's words, responding calmly. I'm not surprised. Nangong Yang, puzzled, inquired why not. Because it is not unexpected, Lin Yu replied. As Nangong Yang entered the cafeteria, many eyes followed him as he approached Lin Yu, clearly drawn to him. After all, this was an entertainment company, and curiosity ran rampant. What do you think Minister Nangong wants with that newcomer? One employee speculated. Who knows? But Minister Nangong's expression seemed rather unusual, something I haven't seen before. I suspect he is there to console him. After all, he is under Sister Wan and Appo's wing. The song he penned was so poor that it must have embarrassed her. Oh, I see. Suddenly, the glass doors of the cafeteria swung open. Two bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses pushed the doors apart and stood at attention beside them. A sharply dressed man strode in. Mr. Li? Is that Mr. Li? Mr. Li has come to our employee cafeteria to have a meal? Of course. If he comes to the cafeteria, he must be here to eat, or perhaps to find someone. Excuse me, is Lin Yu here? Mr. Li casually asked the nearest employee at a table. The male employee gestured in Lin Yu's direction. From a distance, Mr. Li spotted the handsome young man sitting with Nangong Yang, a smile curving his lips. Thank you. This male employee had never encountered Mr. Li before. He was the man whose visage adorned the company's internal publications and the covers of major magazines. Today, this man had spoken to him, and moreover, he had expressed gratitude. Even after Mr. Li had sauntered away, the employee continued to gaze at his retreating figure. The piece of meat he had just picked up hanging motionlessly in mid-air, utterly tasteless. Indeed, he was here to find someone. The entire cafeteria fell silent, captivated by the interaction between Lin Yu and Mr. Li. Most of them were low-level employees who had never had the opportunity to see the company's top leader. Typically, the higher-ups seldom patronized the cafeteria, let alone Mr. Li. They were eager to uncover what this man, who lived in photographs and legends, sought from the newcomer Lin Yu. Although they could not overhear the conversation between the big boss and Lin Yu, they witnessed Mr. Li rising after their exchange to shake Lin Yu's hand. Yes, it was a voluntary handshake. All were left dumbfounded. Lin Yu stared quizzically at Mr. Li and Appo's, as departing back, then glanced at his own hand, which had been forcibly grasped twice before, his expression one of utter bewilderment. True to his reputation as the top executive of Shenkong, Mr. Li exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within a single day, his single was distributed across all networks. At Mr. Li's level, it was inconceivable to compete with singers for chart rankings. Any artist, regardless of their tier, was merely a worker, albeit a more elevated one. Mr. Li was the boss, the true boss. His releases were not motivated by a desire for fame, but rather for prestige. His initial urge to release a single was not sparked by envy of the singles released by Moden Guesher and Mina S. Boss. but rather by the realization that their songs were so lacking that he felt compelled to produce a track that would overshadow theirs. He had assumed that the music department was rather mediocre and intended to apply pressure on Yang, suggesting that if a superior piece was not produced by Monday, they could select one from the 10 songs available. After all, any of those 10, paired with his voice, could lead Guisher and Mina S. Boss to regret their own releases. Mr. Lee had not anticipated that in the span of a mere moment, Yang, who had appeared distressed while making a phone call, would subsequently send him a new song, an outstanding piece at that. The release of Mr. Lee's single sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry. Firstly, due to his unique status as the head of Shangkong Entertainment, and secondly, as both Mina and Guisher's bosses had recently released singles that faced widespread criticism. Fans online collectively rated them poorly, demanding refunds. Initially, both companies invested in marketing to manage their reputations, but as the negative feedback poured in, they eventually lost interest in damage control. The bosses of Mina and Guisher became the butt of jokes among netizens, and just as their notoriety began to subside, Mr. Lee of Shangkong Entertainment stepped into the fray. Could the public not be intrigued? The stage was set, and the audience was prepared with snacks, eagerly awaiting Mr. Lee's potential misstep. At Mina Tianyu's music department, the head remarked, "I heard that Shangkong's boss, Mr. Lee, is releasing a single. Kong Liang, the golden composer, responded, so what? These big bosses have nothing better to do, wasting company resources to ease their boredom." When Mina's boss had initially expressed a desire to release a single, Gao had opposed it. "You're a perfectly good boss, without professional training or inherent talent. Why not stay in the office counting money instead of risking embarrassment?" He had been the first to object, but his objections fell on deaf ears. The boss insisted on releasing a single because Guisher had done so, and he could not allow himself to be outdone. Gao had no choice but to proceed with the release. The outcome? They were both subjected to scorn. Gao, who believed that any song he produced would succeed, attributing any failures to external factors. "Boss, you must listen to this," Gao insisted. With a dismissive scoff, Gao replied, "What is so great about these big bosses' songs? Don't waste my time. Just give it a listen." Kong Liang pressed, directly opening the playback. Without headphones, the melody resonated through the office. After just 4 lines, Gao straightened abruptly in his seat. "Quick, bring me my headphones." Kong Liang hurriedly handed him the headphones. "Change your life. Let yourself be joyful. Relinquish your obsessions, and the weather will improve. Each step taken is a harvest. What are you waiting for? Make the right choice." Gao stared in astonishment at Kong Liang, one hand instinctively clutching the headphones, as if fearing that a note might escape through a crack. Kong Liang nodded with a smile. Gao, the head of Mina and Amp, Oppo's music department, had long ceased to personally oversee music production. Kong Liang, a renowned composer, often searched for songs online, and had fortuitously stumbled upon this one earlier that morning, prompting his swift visit to Gao. Let the past remain in the past, regardless of whether it was a jest or a falsehood. The path beneath our feet is, in truth, not complex. One must simply remember that you are indeed yourself. What is it about this song that ignites such fervor within, causing the very cells in our bodies to leap with joy? I remain the same youth I once was, unchanged in the slightest. Time merely serves as a test, yet the belief sown in my heart has not diminished in the least. The youth before me still bears that initial countenance, undeterred by the multitude of challenges that lie ahead. Say never, never give up. Like a fire, Gao is wholly immersed in the music, his eyes sparkling like stars, seemingly oblivious to Kong Liang still present in the office. No matter who you are, regardless of your age or profession or the role you play, you continue to be that same youthful spirit. Once, twice, thrice, Kong Liang smiled as he exited the office, gently closing the door behind him. Chapter 27. Listen to this in the vibrant realm of the entertainment industry on the Chinese mainland. Each day heralds the arrival of new songs. Some infuse vivid colors into the gray trajectories of life, while others vanish like fleeting clouds, leaving no trace behind. This circle is both dazzling and merciless. At a hotel in Yanjing, Cheng Xia reclines comfortably on a sofa, her headphones cocooning her in tranquility as her song enters a loop. The headphones serve as her sanctuary, no matter how tempestuous the world outside may be. Donning them renders her oblivious to everything around her. She remains the same youthful soul she once was, unchanged and steadfast. Time merely tests her, yet her belief remains unwavering. The boy before her is still the same familiar face, undeterred by the perils that lie ahead. Cheng Xia finds herself immersed in melody, reliving her younger self, the dreamer who sought not fame or fortune, but the purity of musical aspiration. With eyes closed and a gentle smile gracing her lips, Cheng Xia seems to lose all sense of time. Just then, the door swings open. "Oh dear, my little aunt, where have you been hiding? I've been searching everywhere for you." Wei Zi rushes in, spotting Cheng Xia sprawled on the sofa. Approaching her, he notices her stillness, her eyes closed and smile intact. "Xia Xia, what's wrong?" Wei Zi inquires, his voice rising an octave as he stands closer. Slowly, Cheng Xia opens her eyes and removes her headphones. "Every person is a youth," she replies with a smile. Wei Zi is momentarily taken aback by her unexpected statement. "What youth?" he asks, bewildered. Cheng Xia shakes her head playfully. "Did you come looking for me?" Sighing, Wei Zi plops down onto the sofa. "I've enlisted marketing accounts to use your new song as the soundtrack for short videos on Weiyin, since we couldn't secure a spot on the charts. We'll take a roundabout approach and push the song into the limelight. This is the best strategy Wei Zi could devise. As the esteemed agent of modern fruit, he manages numerous artists. As the saying goes, even 10 fingers cannot grow at the same pace, and if parents struggle to maintain fairness, how much more challenging for an agent? Wei Zi holds great admiration for Cheng Xia. Many assert that those who enter the top 5 of the new talent chart possess remarkable abilities, but the ultimate victor is often a matter of luck. Wei Zi believes in the former statement, but not the latter, for Cheng Xia's ascent to the top is not attributed to chance, but to her formidable talent. The new talent chart is a fiercely contested arena among the 5 major entertainment companies. Unlike the monthly song charts, the new talent chart offers only one opportunity a year for newcomers. The achievements on this chart signify the starting point of one's career, determining the resources one can access from the company and the exposure granted across major platforms. Even among the top 3, the distinction in exposure between first and second place is stark. Thus, each company champions a primary contender in the battle for the top spot, while others aim merely to secure their place on the list. Initially, the seed artist for Modern Fruit was not Cheng Xia, but a singer named Wei Wei. Wei Wei, who had garnered a modest following through live streaming on Weiyin prior to her signing, was considered a minor celebrity with built-in traffic. The company placed its bets on her due to her influencer status, crafting a song tailored to her strengths. Wei Wei, skilled in both singing and dancing, was deemed the quintessential choice to lead Modern Fruit to the pinnacle. However, everything changed with the emergence of Cheng Xia, whose exceptional voice had gone largely unnoticed. A graduate of the composition department at Yanjing Music Academy, she transitioned to singing after signing with Modern Fruit, remaining largely in obscurity. As long as a signed artist had not released a single, they were eligible to compete on the new talent chart. Cheng Xia entered this competitive environment with a piece of work that was entirely her own creation, a song she had written during her university years. Remarkably, this unheralded artist and her uncelebrated song surged through the ranks to claim first place, achieving a staggering lead over the second contender. It was then that Wei Zi began to take notice of Cheng Xia. Even more commendable was her humility. She never sought the spotlight and avoided conflicts with other newcomers. After years of managing a diverse array of personalities, Wei Zi found himself rooting for this innocent soul. However, Cheng Xia's laid-back approach to work led her to decline many scheduled appearances, and her unexpected rise to the top of the new talent chart inevitably made her a target of envy and resentment. Such incidents of rivalry are commonplace in the entertainment industry, often escalating into public feuds. Yet, Cheng Xia chose to allow wisdom to quell the rumors, remaining unperturbed and refraining from retaliation. While this approach exemplified noble conduct, it adversely affected her career. Persistent falsehoods circulated online, with detractors attacking Cheng Xia relentlessly. Her new song received scathing reviews. The product she endorsed faced backlash, and even the variety show she participated in encountered boycotts. Gradually, the company's higher-ups began to redirect resources toward other artists. The new song initially intended for Chung Xia was now assigned to other singers. Relying on Wei Zi's connections, Chung Xia managed to maintain a modicum of exposure, but as a singer, the essence of her identity lay in her works. Wei Zi, not being Zhang Huaqiang, lacked the clout to enlist renowned musicians to create custom songs for emerging talents. Consequently, Chung Xia bore the weight of her original compositions, which, though resonant, did not garner significant attention. This month, she had hoped to make a mark on the new song chart, only to be overshadowed by Lin Yu. Wei Zi lamented for Chung Xia, prompting him to acquire marketing accounts in hopes of elevating her new song through alternative channels. Chung Xia smiled gently. "Thank you, Teacher Wei Zi." "Oh, there's no need for thanks. You're my protege. Your success reflects well on me," Wei Zi replied bashfully, scratching the back of his head. He had not originally been Chung Xia's agent, but had recruited her upon witnessing her triumph on the new talent chart. Despite this, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to her career. "Please withdraw the marketing accounts," Chung Xia said calmly. Upon hearing this, her smile vanished, nearly inciting her to leap up in frustration. "Why?" Chung Xia remained composed. "I don't believe it's necessary." "How is it unnecessary? Your song is perfect for short video soundtracks. Several prominent accounts have already featured it, and I believe it resonates well. Netizens love to follow trends. They will undoubtedly replicate the same style," Wei Zi asserted confidently. Chung Xia handed her headphones to Wei Zi. "Please listen to this." Chapter 28. True Thoughts. Wei Zi furrowed his brows, uncertain of what Chung Xia wanted him to listen to, yet he accepted the headphones nonetheless. A song? One hand rested on the headphones as he prepared to listen for just a moment before resuming his conversation with Chung Xia about purchasing marketing accounts. 30 seconds passed. Gradually, the tension in Wei Zi and Appo's forehead eased. "What song is this?" A minute went by, and he found himself captivated, his very cells pulsating with the rhythm, responding energetically to the lively notes. Another minute elapsed. Leaning back on the sofa, Wei Zi forgot the purpose of his visit, completely immersed in the music. Until the song concluded. The second loop began. The third. By the fourth iteration, Wei Zi realized he was almost humming along. Such enchantment. He removed the headphones. "What is the name of this song?" he asked, still lingering in the moment. Chung Xia took back the headphones and replied, "It's Youth." "Who performs it?" "Li Lin's son." Chung Xia answered calmly. Wei Zi was puzzled. "Li Lin's son?" Chung Xia nodded. He knew of only one Li Lin's son, yet it seemed improbable, for he was not a singer. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Is it the CEO of Sheng Kong?" Chung Xia nodded again. "The CEO actually released a single." Wei Zi chuckled and shook his head, noting, "The quality surpasses our boss by several streets." Suddenly, a thought struck him. Li Lin's single must have been crafted under the direct guidance of Nan Gongyan. That old fellow was a musical genius in his youth, producing numerous hits. In recent years, he's become complacent, focusing solely on management, but his musical prowess remains intact. "It's not written by Nan Gongyan," Chung Xia interjected. "Not Nan Gongyan? Then who composed it?" "Lin Yu," she replied. "And the lyrics?" "Lin Yu." "The arrangement?" Chung Xia chuckled, "Also Lin Yu." Again, Lin Yu. Wei Zi could scarcely believe his ears. If it had been Nan Gongyan, he wouldn't have been surprised and might have silently admired his enduring talent. But Lin Yu? He was a newcomer. How could the CEO of Sheng Kong allow a rookie to take charge of a song? No, something felt amiss. He realized he had been thinking backward. It was not a matter of the CEO releasing a single with a newcomer at the helm. Rather, how could a rookie, having only signed 2 months prior, consistently produce high-quality works? A 25-year-old newcomer, remarkably churning out hit after hit. The previous song, People Like Me, still dominated the charts, with downloads soaring. Thank You for Listening had even been included in the education department and Appo's mandatory song list for elementary students. Its dance and singing rendition becoming a viral sensation on short video platforms. In just over a month, another new song emerged, equally impressive in quality. If the first song was a moment of inspiration after years of honing, and the second was a stroke of luck following a rise in popularity, what then was the third? Wei Zi knew little about Lin Yu, other than Zhang Huaqiang's attempt to recruit him, which ultimately failed. He had merely regarded him as a newcomer favored by the higher-ups, not giving him much thought. But now, could he still dismiss him as just a newcomer? Could he afford to overlook him? At this juncture, purchasing marketing accounts to promote Chung Xia and Oppo's music would be an exercise in futility. As an astute agent, Wei Zi was convinced that youth would dominate the short video platforms for the foreseeable future. Why is Lin Yu everywhere? Chung Xia, witnessing Wei Zi's astonishment for the first time, smiled and asked, "So, about buying marketing?" Wei Zi waved his hand, suggesting they wait a while. Youth was likely to become a hit. Chung Xia smiled silently, pleased with his response. She had never intended to buy marketing accounts. It seemed pointless. In the past, she had been confused, questioning whether her lack of progress was due to her laid-back attitude, wondering if she should generate more buzz like her peers in the company. Since Lin Yu's emergence, those doubts had vanished. She observed how effortlessly he gained fame, how his works became popular without the need for contrived publicity. He hadn't even participated in a commercial event, nor made any public appearances, yet major websites clamored to interview and feature him, making him a regular on trending lists. Talent and exceptional works were the true pillars of an artist and Oppo's strength. Wei Zi was right. Youth had indeed become a sensation. As the head of Shengkong, Li Lin's son and Oppo's release of a single stirred quite a commotion in the industry, not to mention the substantial budget he allocated for promotion. Li Lin's son believed the song was extraordinary, eager to bask in the spotlight. His office and personal phone rang incessantly that morning. "Congratulations, Mr. Li. A new song release. Are you venturing into the singer's realm now? What a presence, Mr. Li. You've outshone everyone else, ha. Mr. Li, how can you compete with artists? If you accidentally take the top spot, will you treat us to a celebratory meal? You and Oppo's about to become a sensation, but your company is brimming with talent. Lin Yu keeps delivering masterpieces. Mr. Li, you're stealing the limelight from your company's song and wasting a chance to compete." Li Lin's intention behind releasing a single was to showcase his prowess, primarily within the circle of other executives. His goal was achieved. Whether the congratulations were sincere or tinged with envy, those around him were now aware. Moreover, he had managed to embarrass the CEOs of Modern Fruit and Mina. What a delightful victory. As for other matters, he paid little attention. After all, as the company owner, he couldn't Oppo's to compete for the spotlight with his employees. And indeed, that was the case. Across various social media platforms, inquiries regarding Lin Yu's identity surged. Who was he, and why was he writing songs? Wasn't Lin Yu a singer? Why was he continuously writing for others? Why didn't Shengkong allow him to participate in variety shows? Fans longed to see him in action. Previously, he had been seen singing in short videos, but that was hardly the same. It lacked vibrancy. What is vibrancy? Every day, one could spot the freshly minted Lin Yu waiting outside the Shengkong building. "Don't make me. I might just go." On music charts, singers had never been so bewildered. Last month, they had anticipated maintaining a solid presence. Even if it didn't top the charts, staying within the top 10 would still offer some exposure. Then suddenly, Lin Yu's People Like Me burst forth mid-month, climbing to the top in just half a month. All attention centered around this single song, relegating second place to mere background noise. After enduring the bleakness of October, November was expected to be a flourishing period, with non-top-tier singers hoping to secure decent rankings and gain exposure. But tragedy struck once more. Lin Yu's "Thank You for Listening" made a grand entrance. A children's song. Although many adult netizens later covered it, the original was performed by a little girl. This simple children's song managed to dominate the charts for an entire month. Not only did the public adore it, but it also garnered approval from above. The song became a staple for elementary school students. A track could maintain its popularity for the first half of the month, but gradually, as audiences grew accustomed to it, interest waned. This offered other singers a glimmer of opportunity. Who could have anticipated that this hope resembles a whirlwind? Lin Yu has once again produced a song. "I'm done with this. In the future, could we kindly ask Shengkong to communicate with everyone before Lin Yu releases a song, so that we can prepare and at least have a bit of soup to sip?" These sentiments reflect the genuine thoughts of the artists on the charts. Chapter 29. The soul Lin Yu has remained largely unexposed, shrouded in mystery that has led many to speculate about him. The internet is rife with conjectures. each more fanciful than the last. Some assert that he is a wealthy heir, striving to pursue his childhood dream of music, working diligently without relying on his family's affluence. This very background necessitates his low profile, rendering him enigmatic. Others claim that Lin Yu's absence from events and shows is a strategic directive from the higher-ups at Shengkong Entertainment, who intend to use him as a covert weapon, poised to ignite the entertainment industry when the moment is ripe. There are those who suggest that Lin Yu is being suppressed at Shengkong, forced to remain in the shadows, with only his debut hit being performed by himself, while the subsequent 2 songs were given to others. The implication is clear. After signing him, Shengkong aims to cultivate him as a behind-the-scenes talent. Should he dissent, he faces the threat of being shelved. Such narratives are crafted with convincing detail, worthy of a serialized drama. Recently, Lin Yu has indeed been unable to visit the company. His burgeoning fame has led to fans congregating at the company's entrance, eager to catch a glimpse of him. Fortunately, Lin Yu favors a low-key wardrobe, and apart from a viral short video that catapulted him to internet stardom, he has rarely made public appearances. Even a star, without makeup and dressed in ordinary attire, blends seamlessly with the crowd, and Lin Yu, in essence, is just an exceptionally handsome passerby. Xiaojun has not scheduled any engagement for Lin Yu, allowing him to avoid the company altogether. For safety and Oppo's sake, she has suggested he rest at home for a while. Nan Gongyang has specifically advised him to recuperate physically, yet insists that his mind must remain active, urging him to continue composing. It appears he is indeed regarded as a vital asset in the music department, much to Lin Yu's inner chagrin. For him, the only lament is the inability to enjoy the complimentary, sumptuous lunches at the cafeteria. Otherwise, there is little difference to his routine. Lin Yu returns home with little Mango, placing her backpack upon the sofa. "Mango, have you received your new books?" he inquires, sensing the weight of the bag seems unusually heavy. The little one, with her wide eyes, shakes her head, responding, "No, didn't Oppo's Dad bring them home during the parent-teacher conference?" Indeed, such notifications are typically communicated within the parent group. Lin Yu, perplexed, opens little Mango's backpack and is taken aback by the assortment of notebooks and an abundance of lollipops. He randomly pulls out a notebook and holds it before her, asking, "What is this?" "A notebook," she exclaims cheerily. "Why are there so many?" "They are for Dad." Lin Yu's curiosity deepens. "For me?" The little girl shakes her finger in front of her face. "No, Dad just needs to write his name on them. I need to take them back to kindergarten tomorrow." Lin Yu is momentarily speechless. "And what about the lollipops?" he queries, cradling a handful in his palm. "Those are the reward for Dad's signature," she replies, hastily gathering the lollipops, fearful that her father might snatch them away. Lin Yu contemplates the absurdity of the situation. Shouldn't the reward be his? Why has little Mango seemingly embezzled it? As he regularly picks her up and drops her off, he is familiar with the other parents, and thus has fulfilled his obligation for signatures and photographs. Why then is he being bribed by his own daughter? Leaning closer to her, he presses, "Who gave you all these lollipops?" The little girl, realizing her father isn't there to seize her treats, relaxes slightly and recounts. "Teacher Liu and Teacher Li from Class 5. Teacher Zhang and Teacher Nia from Class 2. Teacher Chun and Teacher Zhao from Class 1. And Teacher Lin from Class 4. Her impressive memory astounds Lin Yu as she names every teacher who had bribed her with sweets. "Dad, you should do your homework now," she commands, pointing to the notebooks scattered across the table. Lin Yu is momentarily stunned. The little girl, hands on her hips and head held high, declares, "The teacher said this is Dad and Oppo's homework." Lin Yu is taken aback. He never imagined that his precious daughter would betray him for a lollipop. But what can he do? After all, she is his flesh and blood. "Very well, I shall write." At the animation production company, and she, having listened to all the demos, emphatically removes her headphones. No, this will not do." "But in Oppo's, that's just a theme song. It's not that significant. Don't be so serious about it. The investors are pushing for us to release in 3 months. We can't afford to waste time on the theme song, especially with you busy promoting the film. Let the music department handle it," her assistant, Zhu Xiaomei, implores. And she inhales sharply, fixing her gaze on Zhu Xiaomei. "Is the theme song unimportant?" "Zhu Xiaomei, who has been with Chi since her arrival at the company, responds candidly, "I don't think it's that crucial. At least in the anime I've watched. People often skip the opening song, and the ending is equally disregarded." And she doesn't get angry. Instead, she smiles. "That is because you have yet to encounter a theme song that captivates you." Zhu Xiaomei chuckles heartily, and yeah, I'm an old anime fan myself, and I can responsibly tell you that no one pays attention to the theme song. Let us see about that. And she retorts, unwilling to engage in a debate. She firmly believes that there exists a song worthy of their Spirited Away, a piece that must encapsulate a story that began long ago. In front of all the shareholders, Elchin guarantees that the animated film will be ready for release in 3 months. She has dedicated herself to the company, and her sole responsibility is the theme song. If she cannot excel in this task, she has no right to occupy her position at the company. This film represents the final hope for the entire organization. Whether to pivot the direction or fulfill her father and Appo's wishes hinges on Spirited Away. And she is convinced that a good theme song will be the soul of an excellent animated film. Her silence does not equate to acquiescence. Since the music department cannot fulfill this task, they shall outsource it. Outsource? Zhu Xiaomei is taken aback, incredulous at the suggestion. Historically, all their animated films relied on in-house compositions, and she nods solemnly. While they may not compete with the sprawling music departments of major entertainment companies, they can certainly manage to produce a score for an animated film that has not been prioritized. Though Zhu Xiaomei is filled with questions, and she and Appo's resolute demeanor prompt her to suppress her smile. Which company do you wish to collaborate with? After Chi specifies the company, Zhu Xiaomei will reach out to discuss the production of the theme song. After a moment of contemplation, Chi declares, "Let it be Shengkong Entertainment." Chapter 30 now? At this moment, Nan Gonyang was enveloped in the joy of congratulations. In recent years, the performance of Shengkong on major music charts had been rather lackluster. As the head of Shengkong and Appo's music department, Nan Gonyang bore an expression devoid of any brightness. Each time he attended events, he would be ridiculed by individuals from other entertainment companies' music departments, who claimed that Shengkong had exhausted its talent pool. However, in just 2 short months, he had managed to regain the face that had been lost over the past 2 to 3 years. How could he not be elated? Lin Yu had single-handedly elevated the entire reputation of Shengkong. With a heightened reputation, naturally came a commendable public image. Not only did the personnel of Shengkong feel emboldened, but the volume of outsourced projects had also surged. They were now approached for theme songs for television dramas, movies, and even animations. Previously, various floors would compete fiercely for work, as the large outsourced contracts were scarce, leading to conflicts over performance metrics. Yet now, with the influx of projects, Nan Gonyang no longer needed to weigh the distribution. Everyone received their fair share, and the workload was evenly allocated across the floors. In this delightful atmosphere, Xiaowan barged in. Nan Gonyang scoffed, for she was the most impolite person in Shengkong. Xiaowan rolled her eyes. She had always been this way, far too familiar with Yang to observe formalities. "As soon as I walked in, I saw you grinning foolishly. Have you aged?" Nan Gonyang replied indignantly. "What do you mean aging? I am in my prime." Xiaowan teased. "In your prime of old age? What do you need me for?" Generally, Nan Gonyang had little temper when it came to Xiaowan, as he could never out-argue her, and thus conceded. "Nothing much, just curious about your busyness." Xiaowan had heard that Lin Yu's song for President Li had become a hit and came to visit Nan Gonyang, only to find him grinning like an idiot. At the mention of busyness, Nan Gonyang's demeanor brightened. "I have indeed been quite busy. Since last month, our music department has been flooded with projects. I am truly overwhelmed with orders, and the outsourced contracts are substantial. I am at a loss as to how to distribute the workload, fearing that my team may become overwhelmed." Xiaowan let out a cold laugh. "Are you bragging? You should encourage your subordinates to write more competitive songs for your artists. You must understand why your music department has risen from the ashes. It was once incapable of producing even a competitive song. Despite no changes in personnel, your performance has improved dramatically. Do you not know the reason?" Nan Gonyang's smile faltered, for he anticipated the latter part of Xiaojuan's statement. She rose, a mocking smile gracing her face, Lin Yu is one of our performing arts department's talents. Nangong Yang's expression darkened. Oh Xiaowan exited the office, her laughter echoing behind her. Boss, we received feedback that the theme song for the beautiful animation production company was rejected, Zhou Yifan said with a hint of helplessness. Rejected? They were in such a rush, weren't they? I thought their movie was set to release next month and that they specifically wanted us to handle their project. Why are they dissatisfied? Nangong Yang inquired. Zhou Yifan nodded. They did want us to take the project, but they claimed our first version did not meet their desired effect. Weren't their movie outlines provided to you? You should have followed that, Nangong Yang remarked, as he had never encountered a rejected theme song for an animated film before. Zhou Yifan felt somewhat wronged, insisting we did adhere to the outline, yet they still found it lacking. Nangong Yang had confidence in his top-tier composer and believed Zhou Yifan may not have managed the task appropriately. Did you assign it to a top composer? Yes. Who? Me. Nangong Yang was well aware of Zhou Yifan's capabilities. Moreover, Zhou Yifan excelled at composing theme songs for films and television dramas, which was why Nangong Yang had entrusted the beautiful project to his floor. Handing the project to another floor would likely be too late, as the animated film was set to premiere next month, and the urgency for the theme song was pressing. I will ponder this further, Zhou Yifan said, leaving somewhat dejectedly. Nangong Yang nodded. The rejection of Zhou Yifan and AMP, Oppo's version equated to a total dismissal of the song. There was no room for revisions. They would have to start anew. Zhou Yifan, being a top composer, would undoubtedly have produced his best work in the initial phase of composition. Thus, the first version he presented was assuredly his finest effort. Would a subsequent rewrite yield a product that better matched the aesthetic demands of the animation? Nangong Yang deemed the likelihood slim. Oh Xiaowan emerged from the conference room with Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu had only signed 2 months prior, his prolific output had long surpassed the label of a mere newcomer. Especially with the added prestige of composing for Li Linson, he had penned 3 songs in 2 months, all of commendable quality. In the eyes of many, he was regarded as a prodigious talent. Newcomers sought to befriend Lin Yu, hoping that one day he might casually compose a song for them. This sentiment was shared not only among the emerging artists but also their managers. The managers began to approach Oh Xiaowan in succession. As the matriarch of all artists' managers, Oh Xiaowan not only wished for Lin Yu's success, but also aspired for the prosperity of all the company's talents. Naturally, Lin Yu's success would be the most favorable outcome. Oh Xiaowan agreed to introduce Lin Yu to the other new artists in the company. Lin Yu preferred to remain low-key but found it difficult to refuse Oh Xiaowan. Thus he reluctantly acquiesced. During the introductions, he answered questions mechanically, as he was not well acquainted with them and could only engage in awkward small talk. However, the newcomers and their managers were delighted, believing they had secured a place in Lin Yu and Oppo's memory. In truth, Lin Yu had not remembered a single one of them. Seeing Lin Yu appear somewhat bored, Oh Xiaowan recognized that he was merely accommodating her by being present. She proposed to give him a ride home. Lin Yu, currently without a car or a house, appreciated Oh Xiaojuan's understanding of his desire to earn money quietly. Shortly after they exited the conference room, they encountered a dejected Nangong Yang in the corridor. Lin Yu found it peculiar that every time he and Oh Xiaowan met Nangong Yang, he wore a profoundly troubled expression. Oh, just a moment ago, Minister Nangong was all smiles. How did he suddenly turn so glum? Oh Xiaowan jested. Nangong Yang, upon seeing Oh Xiaowan and Lin Yu, greeted them warmly, though his expression still seemed somewhat strained. Oh Xiaowan, who had only intended to tease Nangong Yang, noticed he appeared genuinely troubled and inquired with concern, "What is wrong? Have you taken on an unmanageable project?" Nangong Yang exhaled deeply. The beautiful project is in dire need. They specified that if Shankong cannot complete it, we must inform them within a day so they can seek assistance from other companies. This would mean a loss of face, the most humiliating outcome. If another company were to produce a hit theme song, they would undoubtedly use it as leverage against Shankong, claiming that it was Shankong that failed to deliver a suitable theme song for the film, while they heroically salvaged the situation under tight deadlines. Thus, Nangong Yang felt quite disheartened. Oh Xiaowan was unafraid of direct competition, but dreaded subtle undermining. Seeing Nangong Yang so despondent softened her heart. With Lin Yu present, she suggested, What project is it? Perhaps he can assist. Nangong Yang smiled. Thank you both, but this is a task, Lin, you cannot help with. What kind of project could be so challenging? Xiaowan asked, puzzled. It's an animated film. Their expectations are exceedingly high, and the timeline is very tight. Are the requirements for an animated film and oppos? Is theme song really that stringent? Xiaojuan questioned, bewildered. Lin Yu remained silent. Yet he held the belief that the theme song of an animated film is of paramount importance, not solely for animated films, but for many animated works. In his memory, there existed countless popular theme songs. Nangong Yang offered a bitter smile, acknowledging that every theme song holds significance. However, in recent years, animated films had languished, with few people even attending screenings, naturally leading to a lack of attention towards their theme songs. Nonetheless, he maintained that an exceptional theme song could embody the very soul of a remarkable film. Lin Yu concurred with this sentiment. Xiaowan felt that since they were all part of the same company, she had to ensure Lin Yu's placement in the music department, even if it meant tearing down her own FAAD. However, she would be genuinely pleased if Lin Yu could assist Nangong Yang. How much are they offering to demand such high standards? Xiaowan inquired. 6 million, Lin Yu replied, somewhat astonished that an animated film would allocate such a substantial investment for a theme song. What is the title of the film? Spirited Away. What a remarkable coincidence. It's so easy to make money, he declared. I'll take this project. Lin Yu's swift agreement took Xiaowan by surprise. Nangong Yang paused momentarily, then appreciatively patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Thank you, Lin Yu. I recognize your talent and kindness, and your willingness to alleviate my troubles. However, regarding the theme song for this film, I must assert that you are simply not suitable. They are an urgent need, and even Zhou Yifan cannot manage it, plus they specifically require piano accompaniment. Lin Yu calmly awaited Nangong Yang to finish his discourse. I can play it for you right now. Now. Indeed, now. Nangong Yang and Amp. Oppos. S expression froze on his face. Chapter 31. No need at all, old Yang and Amp. Oppos. S request was too urgent. Perhaps we should refrain from joining the fray, suggested Xiaojun, intending to provide Lin Yu with a graceful exit. She genuinely wished for Lin Yu's assistance, but it was merely a polite gesture. Whether he would be able to help depended on the circumstances. She did not anticipate Lin Yu and Oppos as prompt acquiescence. With a smile, Lin Yu inquired, does the music department have a piano? Nangong Yang mechanically nodded, confirming its presence. Shengkong Entertainment is one of the most renowned entertainment companies in Huagua, and the music department is one of its 3 major divisions. It boasts a plethora of exceptional musical talents. Not only pianos are available, but all conceivable instruments for performance. The piano is a principal instrument for accompaniment, and the company possesses not only pianos, but also top-tier ones. Nangong Yang understood that within such a short time frame, Lin Yu could not possibly compose a theme song that met the aesthetic standards required. Creating a theme song is no trivial task. However, he could empathize with Lin Yu's fervor. Youth often leads to impassioned decisions, especially after the recent success of 3 outstanding works. The prospect of public failure could be somewhat daunting, yet presented a rare educational opportunity. It is far better for the young to face the harsh realities of society early on than to experience a fall from grace after achieving fame. This was a chance for Lin Yu to realize that there are always greater mountains and more accomplished individuals beyond his own achievements. Producing a few commendable works is not particularly remarkable. Crafting a series of exceptional pieces is indeed a formidable challenge. The complexity of a theme song lies in the necessity to grasp the profound essence of the film and Oppos' narrative before crafting the accompanying music. Nangong Yang escorted Lin Yu and Xiaojun into the music department's office area on the 20th floor. Please unlock room 1, he instructed Zhou Yifan. Zhou Yifan cast a puzzled glance at Lin Yu, who stood behind Nangong Yang. The assignment for Spirited Away had been received on the 20th floor, and now Lin Yu claimed he could tackle it. Naturally, Nangong Yang brought Lin Yu to the 20th floor and briefly explained the situation to Zhou Yifan, who then relayed the information to the other composers present. The news rapidly spread throughout the 20th floor and indeed the entire music department. Zhou Yifan opened room 1, which housed a grand piano of exquisite craftsmanship. The elegant black finish of the piano and its luxurious keys marked it as the most prized possession of the Shenkong music department. Its value was not derived from brand or price, but from its ownership by the department head, Nan Gongyang, a celebrated pianist. Nan Gongyang had begun his studies at the tender age of 3. Had he not entered the entertainment industry, he might have been performing in concert halls with orchestras today. This piano was strictly off-limits to department members, with the key held solely by Zhou Yifan. I have been with Shenkong for 10 years, and this is only the second time I have seen someone play this piano. The first was during the company's anniversary celebration when director Nan Gong himself performed classic pieces for the company. This is the second instance. Is the boss really going to play? Someone remarked. Indeed, we've only witnessed that once. This piano is his private property, never to be touched by anyone else, save for the occasional cleaning by team leader Qian. What does that young man intend to do? Someone mused. I heard from team leader Qian that Lin Yu is taking on the aesthetic assignment. They say colleagues are rivals, after all. The music department's members did not harbor the best impressions of Lin Yu. An artist from the performance department, he often encroached upon their territory. Writing a few songs for himself was one thing, but composing for others? Soon, artists would be composing their own songs, rendering the music department redundant. Now, Lin Yu was attempting to tackle an assignment that had stumped the composition department, sparking a flurry of gossip. Work was momentarily abandoned as everyone flocked to witness Lin Yu's potential embarrassment. If even team leader Qian could not fulfill this assignment, what made Lin Yu think he could succeed? Let us just sit back and watch. Soon enough, he'll learn the hard way. I'll summon members from other departments as well. After all, it is better to share a laugh than to enjoy it alone. What a splendid idea. In no time, the music department was brimming with onlookers, including those from the performance and film departments. Anyone not too frail or elderly joined the spectacle. The heightened interest stemmed, in part, from the exaggerations of the gossipers. Lin Yu has come to disrupt the music department. Lin Yu, confident in his few notable works, had indeed come to stir up trouble, and even the chief agent, Xiaojun, was unable to restrain him. To quell the tension, Nan Gongyang reluctantly acquiesced to Lin Yu's request, allowing him to play the cherished piano. Zhou Yifan was taken aback by the unexpected crowd. After all, this was their own failure to complete an assignment. Not exactly a matter of pride, and he did not wish for Lin Yu to be humiliated before the entire company. This is the outline for Spirited Away. Take a look, Zhou Yifan offered, handing over the document sent by the aesthetic team. Thank you, but I don't need it, Lin Yu replied calmly. Zhou Yifan's mouth fell open in surprise. You don't need it? Correct. Did director Nan Gong not inform you? We are composing the theme song for this film. I know. So? Zhou Yifan pressed, offering the outline once more. With a smile, Lin Yu shook his head. I truly do not require it. He then turned and approached the piano. He doesn't want the outline? How can one write a theme song without understanding the film's narrative? Haha, this kid only signed with Shenkong last month. He probably doesn't even grasp the concept of film's theme song. Zhou Yifan frowned and returned to Nan Gongyang's side, the latter's expression darkening. Xiaojun and Appo's face was even more troubled. She felt a pang of guilt for suggesting Lin Yu and Appo's assistants. How had it escalated to this? If word got out, Lin Yu's hard-earned reputation would be tarnished. Yet, with so many people gathered on the 20th floor of the music department, it was impossible to keep it under wraps. Lin Yu's meteoric rise had made him a target for envy. Many wished for his downfall. Typically, he worked with remarkable discretion. So what had transpired today? Xiaojun anxiously rubbed her fingers together, already devising a public relations strategy for the aftermath. Among the crowd, some whispered, some mocked, and others eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Lin Yu sat before the piano, gently caressing the keys. It had been a long time since he played that particular piece. During his most bewildering days, one particular melody had accompanied him through countless tranquil afternoons, bringing serenity and beauty to his heart. The train, destined for an unknown location, departed as he waved goodbye, unable to suppress his emotions. Before he realized it, tears streamed down his face. With the passage of time, memories tend to blur. But such experiences are never truly forgotten. They simply fade from immediate recollection. As Lin Yu and Appo's hands glided over the black and white keys, it resembled an ancient and sorrowful tale unfolding, a story that began long long ago. Chapter 32. A farewell wave. Lin Yu's piano skills were the result of painstaking practice over the past decade. Compared to the average person, his talent was undoubtedly exceptional. Yet when placed alongside renowned pianists, he still fell slightly short. However, once a certain level of proficiency is attained, piano performance transcends mere technique. It becomes an expression of emotion. The instant the music began to flow, the entire 20th floor fell into a hushed silence. His elongated fingers danced over the black and white keys. The narrative commenced long ago. The train approached slowly, and that person appeared. A gentle breeze stirred, as if singing their story. Certain melodies evoke an immediate emotional response, bringing a lump to the throat. Some individuals can move you to tears even before you've met them. Always together, 1,000 listeners will interpret the music in 1,000 different ways. Each individual possesses their own forest. Perhaps we have never set foot in it, yet it remains ever present. There, the lost wander, and the reunited embrace once more. The room was utterly silent, as if even breathing had ceased. Lin Yu cherished this piano piece. It was the ending theme of the original Spirited Away. That summer, they had crossed paths. They had shared experiences and grown together. Events of the past are impossible to forget. They linger just beyond the reach of memory. The black and white keys rose and fell like the ebb and flow of time. Nan Gongyang, who had been holding hands, gradually relaxed, his body succumbing to emotion. Oh Xiaojun, lost in thought about a public relations plan, halted her fidgeting and lifted her gaze towards Lin Yu. Zhou Yifun's hands, which had been holding the film outline, naturally fell to his sides. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yu, fearful that any note might slip away from their grasp. United by the same melody, they were drawn into stories that were both similar and distinct. In this tale, each person played the role of their own protagonist. They were moved for their own reasons. Tears welled in their eyes. Lin Yu was lost in his own world. He had initially started writing scripts on a website upon arriving here, as it was the first way he could think of to earn money. However, he never anticipated that the beautiful animation production company would seek Shen Kong for the theme song. If not for Oh Xiaojun urging him to attend the company meeting, he would remain oblivious to Nan Gongyang's concerns over the theme song. Perhaps this was fate, a winding path leading him here. Lin Yu had merely envisioned gifting all children a film worthy of lifelong cherishment. He believed that Spirited Away was not only suitable for innocent, whimsical children, but also for adults who had endured the trials of life. Regardless of their stage in life, everyone could find something that resonated within the film. Fortunately, the beautiful animation production company did not hastily select a song for the movie's theme. Always Together was indeed the soul of the film. Each time he heard this song, it felt as though his spirit underwent a refreshing rebirth. Lin Yu forgot everything. As he reminisced about his moments with the little mango, his memories began to blur. He questioned whether he had ever truly belonged here. Did the original version of himself ever exist? Was the once aimless individual truly him? If not, then why was he still moved at this very moment? The lessons learned, the gains made, the experiences accumulated remained vivid in his mind. His gaze began to moisten, blurring in the ethereal mist. In the white haze, he saw the stubborn version of himself, the one who recklessly pursued distant dreams, who had wept countless times over the piano keys, who quietly gazed into the profound skies when alone. His eyes were filled with melancholy. His silhouette always appeared so solitary. He squandered youth, money, and an unseen future. He cared for nothing, yet questioned what was worthy of concern. But if he was his true self, then who was the other? The other wore a perpetual smile, playing the role of a strong man, lifting the little one high. He would gently kiss her cheek, watching her skip away around the corner of the teaching building. He cherished every moment spent with her, for children grow in the blink of an eye. He never squandered money, meticulously calculating his savings to provide a better future for her. Life mercilessly honed, suppressed, and mocked him. Yet, he had never bowed his head. For no matter how weary his body was upon returning home, a voice always greeted him with joyous exuberance as he opened the door. That call of Daddy. Daddy was enough to keep despair at bay. She was a radiant angel, a living beacon of hope. Lin Yu cried, for he had lost. Yet he also smiled, for he had gained. The nearly 4-minute piano piece seemed to encapsulate his entire life. The train gradually departed, slowly fading away. Lin Yu stood beneath the sun, waving farewell to the receding figure. The wind had passed. The leaves rustled, and his hair danced gently. The wind had passed. White mist curled, accompanied by the distant sound of the train and Oppo's whistle. The wind had passed. It swept through the mountain gorge, brushing against his ears. He seemed to hear a voice in the distance, like a whisper of the wind, or perhaps a call from within his heart. For a long time, he had waved his hand, tears streaming down his face. That person slowly turned around. A ray of brilliant sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, obscuring his face. The wind had passed, tousling his hair. He smiled. He too smiled. Ultimately, the train vanished at the edge of existence. The final note gently fell upon the keys, and Lin Yu's hands rested upon them. Everything settled into silence. Yet, his story was far from over. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Everyone was drawn into a beautiful reverie by the melody. When the music concluded, they yearned for more. It was unclear how long it took for them to emerge from the enchantment. Thunderous applause erupted on the 20th floor, reverberating through the hall, refusing to dissipate. They clapped fervently, for Lin Yu, for the piano piece, for their own shared dream. Oh Xiaojun wiped her eyes vigorously. Nan Gongyang's eyes were rimmed with red. Zhou Yifan was already in tears. Zhou Yifan clapped vigorously. He was the first to study the film outline, and Spirited Away had played in his mind 1,000 times over. He had crafted the first version. At this moment, Zhou Yifan finally understood why the beautiful animation company said that the theme song he had written did not fit Spirited Away. He was grateful that Lin Yu had taken on this commission. This was truly the theme song for Spirited Away. This was a classic theme song. The clamor began as Lin Yu's theme song was performed, and the clamor continued as it concluded. When it ended, amidst the noise of chatter, there was also an unceasing wave of applause. You cried. You actually cried. How can you criticize me? Weren't you also sniffling and weeping? I was moved, just as everyone else was. I was touched by my own self. So was I. Lin Yu approached the crowd, standing before Nan Gongyang. The applause had yet to subside. Is this song acceptable? Chapter 33. Doubt, is this piano piece suitable as a theme song? Nan Gongyang was uncertain. However, he knew that if this exquisite melody were deemed unworthy, he would directly approach the animation film company, Exquisite Animation. As a pianist himself, Nan Gongyang had heard countless masterful performances, many of which had moved him deeply. Yet, this was the first time he felt as though his soul had been cleansed. There was no display of technical prowess, no deliberate complexity in his fingerings. He merely conveyed genuine emotion. This precious sentiment resonated through the music, touching every individual present. Still enveloped in the aftermath of his emotional performance, he spoke with a choked voice, gently patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. The youth are formidable, Nan Gongyang remarked in a hoarse whisper. The applause persisted for quite some time before it finally subsided. Colleagues from the company, initially drawn in by mere curiosity, expressed their gratitude to the music department. Thank you for inviting me. Otherwise, I might never have experienced such a moving live performance in my lifetime. Is this the theme song for the upcoming animated film? I must see it when it premieres. Thank you for bringing me to this wonderful performance. I found myself lost in thought and ended up in tears. Haha, as I grow older, my sensitivity seems to have heightened. Please remember to call me for any future performances of this caliber from the music department. You truly have a wealth of talent here. As waves of colleagues departed, the members of the music department felt a mix of emotions. They could not deny Lin Yu's brilliance, for he played exceptionally well. Yet, they hesitated to mention that Lin Yu was not even part of their department. They smiled and repeatedly affirmed, yes, yes, indeed, after bidding farewell to familiar colleagues. They reasoned that since Lin Yu was currently with the music department, he was one of them. As for the disparaging remarks made earlier about Lin Yu, who could say who had uttered them? Nan Gongyang, the head of the music department, was not easily swayed by emotions like the others. He was determined to send Lin Yu and Amp Oppo's rendition to Exquisite Animation. Zhou Yifan, upon receiving the directive, hurriedly dashed away. Lin Yu's performance was intended to secure a contract with Exquisite Animation. Setting aside the fact that Lin Yu had never seen the film and Amp Oppo's outline yet could effortlessly play the theme, One wondered how much more knowledge he possessed. Nan Gongyang increasingly desired to recruit Lin Yu, contemplating how to broach the subject when his peripheral vision caught a piercing gaze. Xiaojun was watching him like a hawk. Nan Gongyang quickly donned a cheerful facade, pretending that nothing had transpired. Do not harbor any misguided thoughts. Lin Yu will not join your music department, Xiaojun stated bluntly. Having just shed tears herself, Xiaojun reflected on her childhood, the innocent and joyful moments spent with family, and the arduous years spent striving in the entertainment industry. She contemplated many things until the music ceased. As she wiped her tears and clapped vigorously, she noticed Nan Gongyang casting an ambiguous glance at Lin Yu, akin to a man seeking a son-in-law. Meanwhile, in the conference room of exquisite animation, tensions were mounting. Xiaoqi, what are you thinking? Does the theme song truly require such an exorbitant budget? Do you think the shareholders and oppos funds fall from the sky? Lu Qing, is this your idea? While your pursuit of artistry and perfection is commendable, we must remain grounded in our company's and this film's reality. Xiaoqi, since the film is ready for release, why squander resources on a theme song? The expenditure is simply not justified. I believe our in-house music team is quite capable. Why not utilize our own talent instead of outsourcing? Indeed, while the project is still in progress, let us retract the contract and employ our own team. After all, the film won't premiere for another 3 months, and the company is undergoing a transformation. The shareholders engaged in a heated exchange, while Chi sparred verbally with them. Lu Qing sat smoking, the ashtray overflowing with butts. In the past, Chi had quietly supported Lu Qing, regardless of how fantastical his ideas were, tirelessly working behind the scenes until the film and oppos' release, which often ended in disappointment. This animated film was no different. And she had fought tooth and nail to persuade the shareholders, making promises and employing both soft and hard tactics to secure this opportunity. Yet, the theme song was the one aspect she staunchly defended. Lu Qing had already completed the animation portion, sacrificing sleep and working tirelessly to meet the deadline, ultimately readying the film for release next month. He had entrusted the theme song to Chi, believing in her abilities. How crucial was the theme song? Undoubtedly, it held significant importance, but its true value varied from person to person. What if the theme song delayed the film and oppos' release? The 3-month deadline had been hard won in their last struggle. If they could not meet that deadline, both Lu Qing and Chi would be forced to leave exquisite animation. Even if they were not ousted, they would likely depart willingly, as the company would cease its production of animated films. Chi and oppos' voice had grown hoarse as she faced the dozen or so shareholders. Lu Qing extinguished another cigarette in the overflowing ashtray. I support Chi. The theme song is the soul of the film, and we must approach it with caution. Lu Qing and oppos' sudden interjection brought an immediate hush to the conference room. Until that moment, everyone had overlooked his presence in the corner. However, the silence was fleeting as the shareholders remained unconvinced. The soul? Are you willing to delay the release for this so-called soul? Let us not forget our agreement. 3 months. Do not waste time with this young man. Even if we can release the film in 3 months, if it flops, the outcome will be the same. The situation had reached an impasse once more, and she had not anticipated that the shareholders would suddenly learn of her decision to outsource the theme song. Just then, a knock echoed at the conference room door. Zhu Xiaomei entered slowly and whispered a few words in Chi's ear, and she paused, her brow furrowing slightly. So soon? The shareholders grew restless again. Had Shinkong sent over another theme song? In such a short time? The quality was surely questionable. Xiaoqi, play the theme song for us now, so we can all hear what you deem the soul of the film to be. If it does not surpass the quality of our in-house music team, I will demand a refund of the deposit. The shareholders were agitated, and Chi found herself at an impasse. Lu Qing looked at her with concern as Chi dejectedly shook her head. Just hours earlier, she had rejected a version, and now another new one had arrived. Even if Shinkong was a large company with high efficiency, surely it could not be this swift. And she felt entirely unconfident. The shareholders appeared to be relishing the unfolding drama. Zhu Xiaomei sensed the tension in the room. Although the shareholders held power, and she was her boss, and she would not present the theme song from Shinkong without Chi's directive. After a moment of silence, Chi sighed softly, "Bring it to me." Zhu Xiaomei hurried off. Chapter 34. Speechless, the shareholders exchanged glances, some genuinely believing that purchasing the theme song from outside was not worthwhile, primarily due to their skepticism regarding the animation film's potential. Others opposed it merely for the sake of opposition, unwilling to witness the success of Qing and Chi, and deliberately sought to create conflict. Chi cast a worried glance at Qing, who smiled reassuringly and said, "It's nothing." Chi understood this was intended to comfort her. Yet how could it be nothing? She was uncertain how the shareholders would react in a few minutes. Would they truly have to compromise? Taking a deep breath, Chi resolved, "No, we must not compromise." She was also aware that delaying the film's release was not an option. The shareholders had a point. If they were merely going to receive unsatisfactory theme songs, it would be better to utilize the company's own resources rather than outsourcing. Zhu Xiaomei returned, and given the constraints of the meeting room, it was impossible for everyone to have their own headphones. Even if they did, the shareholders would disdainfully refuse to listen. Zhu Xiaomei switched on the projector and several speakers in the conference room, directly playing the song. The haunting piano melody filled the air, instantly silencing the previously tense atmosphere. Everyone maintained their positions upon hearing the music, whether seated or standing. Though it was merely a piano piece, Qing found himself conjuring images of the film in his mind. Every line of dialogue, every tender moment flashed vividly before his eyes. All growth culminates in a journey. Each of our developments akin to Chihiro's remarkable adventure, both unforgettable and suffused with love and warmth. Everyone possesses two names. One is Chihiro, the other is Senior. Events that have transpired can never be forgotten. They simply fade from immediate recollection. Life resembles a train headed toward the grave, with numerous stops along the way, making it rare for anyone to accompany us from start to finish. When those who journey with us must disembark, we should cherish the moments shared and bid farewell with gratitude. One can never know when a seemingly casual goodbye may be the last. It is through meeting you that I have discovered the capacity to cherish beautiful memories. Thus, regardless of how you treat me, I will strive to forgive your animosity wholeheartedly and treasure your kindness with sincerity. Approaching others' words with goodwill simplifies and beautifies the world. The world is vast, yet I have been fortunate to encounter remarkable individuals. Qing slowly set down the ashtray and stood, tears streaming down his face. Chihiro's story had played out in his mind countless times. When he first received the script, he knew this might be his final animated film. No one comprehended the true significance of this film to him, not even Chi, his staunchest supporter. Many live on the fringes, craving acceptance while battling feelings of inferiority and helplessness. Just like No Face expressed to Chihiro, "I am lonely, I truly am lonely." Qing was that very No Face. He felt profound loneliness, genuinely desolate. Some deemed him foolish, others claimed he was insane, while many said he had achieved nothing significant. He never contested these assertions because deep within, a child resided, a child living in the world of animation. That child possessed something more precious than gold. Qing was uncertain how he would cope if one day he had to leave animation behind. All he could do was refrain from contemplating it. As the piano melody concluded, the room remained silent, everyone seated and speechless. After a considerable pause, one of the shareholders finally spoke. Shunjiran was the first to inquire. "What is the name of this song?" Zhu Xiaomei, having received the information, was the only one present who knew the title of the piece. "It's called in Amp. Amp, Oppos, Forever Together, and Amp. Amp, Oppos," she quickly responded. The room erupted in discussion, and those who had previously opposed outsourcing the theme song began to express their opinions. Shinkong truly lives up to its reputation. This is precisely the theme song and Amp. Amp, Oppos, Spirited Away and Amp. Amp, Oppos deserves. Indeed, a theme song of such quality is worthy of an Amp. Amp, Oppos, Spirited Away, and Amp. Amp, Oppos, and Chi, who had always been opinionated, received encouragement from her uncle, who had watched her grow. "He will definitely support you. Your decisions are always right. And I have faith in you. We should consider a long-term partnership with Shang Kong. We could forego our music team and focus solely on animation production. Xiao Qi, why didn't you mention you had such an excellent theme song? You made us old folks worry unnecessarily. And Qi was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though the shareholders speaking now were an entirely different group from those just 5 minutes prior. Zhu Xiaomei could hardly contain herself, internally critiquing their fickleness. Qing's animation segment was essentially complete, and the shareholders had already seen it. Although they had voiced many doubts about the film when they learned they would be spending a substantial sum on the theme song, they had implicitly acknowledged the film and Appos as quality. As for box office performance, that would be left to the market. They did not doubt Qing's capabilities, but as businessmen, if the animated film did not prove profitable, they would resolutely pivot. Yet, in their hearts, they regarded Spirited Away as one of the most classic works in animation. It was precisely because they had all seen Spirited Away that they were moved by the piano piece Forever Together. That's wonderful, but is it only a piano piece? We also need a live vocal version, Shinjiran asked. He was the most vocal opponent among the shareholders, and his question resonated with the concerns of many. Qing and Qi turned their gazes toward Zhu Xiaomei. This was Zhu Xiaomei and Appos' first time making such an impression at a shareholder meeting, and she swallowed hard. Shang Kong stated that if we agree on and Appos, Forever Together, and Appos, they can provide us with a live vocal version by tomorrow. And she grasped Zhu Xiaomei and Appos' arm, insisting quickly, respond to them. This version is acceptable. We must have the complete version by tomorrow. Zhu Xiaomei nodded vigorously and hurried off. And Qi smiled, straightened her posture, and declared with conviction, we will release it in 3 months. We will keep our word. Of course, we have always believed in you and Qing. We have never doubted your abilities. They are evident to all. The shareholders chimed in enthusiastically. Shinjiran scoffed twice, reminding them, let's not forget, the film is yet to be released. The smiles on the shareholders' faces froze instantly. Until the release day arrives, no one knows what the market will reveal. And she longed to counter his remark, but found herself devoid of any justification. Only after the film's release could she speak with conviction. Suddenly, Shinjiran turned and asked, who composed this piano piece? And she glanced at the file name. Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Chapter 35. The Affordable After finishing her piano piece. Lin Yu did not leave, as Nangong Yang insisted on her staying in the music department to await the exquisite outcome. Zhou Yifan, having sent the second version, remained at his computer, anxiously awaiting results. Nangong Yang stood nearby, unwilling to depart. Xiaojun, fearing that Nangong Yang might harbor ulterior motives, decided to stay close to Lin Yu. The project was originally Zhou Yifan's, so he was particularly invested in the outcome, hoping that Lin Yu's version would be approved, providing him with a sense of reassurance. A 6 million contract might seem substantial to others, yet for Nangong Yang, it was trivial. His concern lay not in the monetary value, but in maintaining his dignity. Lin Yu had been forcefully retained, with no choice in the matter. He remained the calmest among them. Should the company reject this version, it would merely indicate their lack of vision, leading him to lower his expectations for the film. Xiaojun remained unconcerned about anything else. As long as Lin Yu was present, she would be too. Great. The company has confirmed that Lin Yu and Appos' version is acceptable. Let us expedite the production of the live performance. Zhou Yifan exclaimed with delight. Nangong Yang sighed in relief. While he firmly believed that Forever Together was the finest composition, he could not dismiss the possibility of the other party being tone-deaf. He had prepared himself for a potential phone call, but hoped to avoid it. Xiaojun glanced at Lin Yu, signaling that it was time to leave. Lin Yu felt that his involvement was no longer necessary. Just as he took a step, his arm was firmly grasped. Nangong Yang pressed both hands on Lin Yu's shoulders. Zhou Yifan, in perfect sync, pushed a chair towards Lin Yu. The chair bumped against Lin Yu's calf, and with a forceful tug from Nangong Yang, he found himself seated. Lin Yu helplessly looked towards Xiaojun. Xiaojun rolled up her sleeves, ready to act. What are you doing? Are you kidnapping him in public? Do you believe I won to hit you? No. Sister Xiaojun, I truly cannot allow Lin Yu to leave, Nangong Yang replied, significantly older than Xiaojun, which only strengthened his determination to retain Lin Yu. Xiaojun was unyielding. In her view, Lin Yu was a Navi little rabbit, and Nangong Yang, a cunning wolf, posed a significant threat. "I'll call President Li right now," she declared, pulling out her phone. Wait, I'm merely borrowing him. There's no need to involve President Li." "It's not necessary," Nangong Yang reassured, casting a knowing glance at Zhou Yifan. He understood the implication and quickly fetched another chair. "What are you doing?" Xiaojun asked irritably. "If you're worried, just stay and supervise." "I want to devour Lin Yu," Nangong Yang replied with a wry smile. Xiaojun rolled her eyes and sat down, unsure of how to proceed. Throughout this exchange, Lin Yu remained silent, perfectly embodying the role of the innocent rabbit. "Lin Yu, you cannot leave just yet. We have the piano piece, but we still need the vocal version. You must provide the lyrics and arrangement." Although the piano composition had been approved, confirming the quality of the composition, the lyrics and arrangement could not be conjured in a day or two. Nangong Yang began to fret over the forthcoming tasks. The piano piece belonged to Lin Yu, and its remarkable compatibility with the film was undeniable. However, if someone else were to write the lyrics, the result might not be as effective. Nangong Yang firmly believed in the significance of artistic intuition. He could not assert that Lin Yu was superior to renowned musicians, but in terms of understanding the animated film Spirited Away, Lin Yu certainly excelled. "Lin Yu, I must ask you to exert yourself over the next few days. Is it possible to create the theme song for the vocal version?" Nangong Yang inquired earnestly. "The company expects it to be completed within a day," he added, dismissing the timeline as utterly unrealistic. Originally, Lin Yu had been brought in as a last-minute addition. The piano piece might well have been composed long ago, aligning perfectly with Spirited Away. It was inconceivable that he could craft a song on the spot. Writing lyrics and arranging music was no simple task. Unless Lin Yu were a deity, such a feat was simply unattainable. "Do you believe a few days would suffice?" "I'll discuss this with the company," Nangong Yang said, gazing intently at Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny and swallowed hard. Now. Nangong Yang thought he had misheard. "You mean to discuss it with the company now?" Lin Yu insisted. "I can produce the vocal version immediately." Nangong Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Xiaojun found it hard to accept. She had been present throughout Lin Yu's assistance in the music department. Initially, they had been in a meeting when she and Lin Yu encountered Nangong Yang in the corridor, and it was her encouragement that led Lin Yu to help. The piano piece he had composed coincidentally matched the animated film so perfectly. It was not a premeditated song, and thus, the prospect of writing lyrics and arranging music seemed implausible. "Lin Yu, this project is not a trivial matter. Although the company has acknowledged our piano composition, that only pertains to the music. Writing lyrics and arranging music requires a comprehensive understanding of the narrative's outline and story summary." Zhou Yifan spoke earnestly. Even top-tier musicians, when working on outsourced projects, needed to grasp the essence of the narrative. Nangong Yang nodded in agreement, conveying his shared sentiment. Lin Yu walked directly to Zhou Yifan's desk and picked up paper and pen. The original version of Forever Together was not in Chinese, but he possessed a Chinese translation. Lin Yu swiftly penned the lyrics. Nangong Yang, Xiaojun, and Zhou Yifan leaned forward, their expressions shifting from skepticism to wonder, ultimately culminating in astonishment. "You truly have them ready now," Nangong Yang exclaimed, taking the paper and humming the tune. Zhou Yifan's eyes widened as he perused the lyrics. Nangong Yang excitedly grasped Lin Yu's shoulders. "What type of singer do you desire? Just say the word. Xiaojun is here. Let's arrange it now." Xiaojun nodded, then shook her head, finding the situation increasingly perplexing. "Why is this my responsibility? Old Yang, you've detained Lin Yu, and now expect me to find someone? Are you trying to incite a rebellion?" Though Nangong Yang had never shown irritation towards Xiaojun, he now had indeed put her in a bind and smiled apologetically. "How could I dare to rebel? Finding a singer is the Performing Arts Department's responsibility." While it was indeed the Performing Arts Department's task, had Lin Yu approached her directly, she would have eagerly rounded up every singer for auditions. However, Nangong Yang's suggestion made it seem as though he was assigning her a job, which irked her. Just as she prepared to retort, Nangong Yang shifted his approach. Moreover, Lin Yu's song, no matter who sings it, would undoubtedly be a contender. "I may not have the liberty to choose any singer. That prerogative must belong to our Xiaojun." Oh Xiaojun recognized the validity of Nangong Yang's point. As long as this song was released, it would undoubtedly be a contender. No one in the company knew the singers better than she did. Suddenly, her earlier animosity towards Nangong Yang dissipated, and she turned to Lin Yu with a gentle smile. Nangong Yang and Zhou Yifan exchanged resigned glances. Lin Yu, do you have any specific requirements for the singer? Oh Xiaojun inquired softly, her demeanor having completely transformed. Nangong Yang and Zhou Yifan both looked attentively at Lin Yu. Indeed, what are your requirements? Lin Yu replied calmly, an affordable one. Nangong Yang, Zhou Yifan, and Oh Xiaojun were left speechless. Chapter 36. Connections in the Music Industry. The composition and arrangement of a song, along with the performance, typically entitles one to a mere 20% of the earnings. Naturally, one must seek out an affordable vocalist. After all, the effort put into crafting a song should not be squandered by sharing too much of the profit with a performer. Regardless of who sings, it is prudent to find someone both inexpensive and competent. Lin Yu, as a signed artist, can perform his own compositions without qualm, ensuring he receives his rightful share. However, the song Forever Together is not suited to him, despite his flawless vocal quality. It demands a male singer with a particularly high range or a female singer with an ethereal voice. Perhaps Nangong Yang shared this sentiment, which is why he refrained from suggesting Lin Yu sing it himself, instead inquiring about the type of artist Lin Yu desired. Nangong Yang and Zhou Yifan exchanged peculiar glances as they regarded Lin Yu. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu added a newcomer. Nangong Yang chuckled, so my dear Lin, you're in search of fresh voices, correct? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yu nodded, indicating that this interpretation was accurate. Zhou Yifan felt a wave of relief. Lin Yu and Appo's stature in his eyes was quite elevated, yet the earlier mention of cheap had bewildered him. Suddenly, Zhou Yifan and Appo's expression brightened. Indeed, the melody of and Appo's, Forever Together and Appo's, is quite healing. We must find a pure and pristine voice to perform it, a newcomer, one whose sound remains untainted by excessive technical embellishments. Oh Xiaowan nearly laughed aloud. While Nangong Yang and Zhou Yifan were unfamiliar with Lin Yu, she was well aware of his straightforwardness. He meant what he said. Inexpensive. With a smile, Oh Xiaowan inquired. I will provide you with information on newcomers who have yet to debut. You can select whom you wish, and I will inform them to come. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Oh Xiaowan made a swift phone call, and within 5 minutes, all the information on aspiring artists appeared in Lin Yu's inbox. May I borrow your computer? Lin Yu asked Zhou Yifan. Zhou Yifan held Lin Yu in high regard. He would gladly let him use anything, even himself. He nodded in affirmation. Lin Yu swiftly reviewed the details and demo recordings of newly signed artists, selecting 2 candidates, a male and a female. Initially, he doubted whether any male singer could meet the required standard, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find one with a soaring voice. Although the archived demo and Forever Together did not align perfectly, he reasoned that high notes alone did not guarantee a suitable performance. Hence, he opted for 2 individuals for comparison when Ling and Mo ran. Oh Xiaowan promptly dialed Qian Yu, summoning when Ling and Mo ran. Yes, now. I an amp, Oppos. LL give you half an hour. She hung up decisively. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Oh Xiaowan and amp, Oppos. S authoritative tone starkly contrasted with her earlier gentleness towards him. Nangong Yang chuckled, having frequently observed Oh Xiaowan and Lin Yu together lately. He had assumed she had altered her working style, only to realize she reserved her softness solely for Lin Yu. What had just transpired was Oh Xiaowan's professional demeanor. What are you all staring at? Oh Xiaowan inquired after concluding the call, noticing Nangong Yang and the others watching her. Lao Yang waved dismissively. Oh, nothing. Within 5 minutes, Qian Yu hurriedly arrived. The performance department was located on the floor below the music department, and given the elevator wait time, it took him over 5 minutes to ascend. It was evident that Qian Yu had sprinted down the corridor. In less than 15 minutes, a tall girl rushed in briskly. Qian Yu had already briefed her on the situation when notifying her. For a newcomer, the opportunity to audition was monumental, an avenue to debut, especially one facilitated by Oh Xiaowan personally. Such chances were rarely singular. It was undoubtedly a selection process. When Ling, upon receiving the call, rushed to the company without delay. Although she was uncertain if she could outperform her competitor, she aimed to arrive early and leave a favorable impression. Ling had tightened her belt and rented a place nearby for this very reason. Now, it was evident that her decision was justified. Upon exiting the elevator and arriving at the music department, she spotted Xiaowan, Lin Yu, Yang, and others. She quickly halted, tidied her hair, and approached with poise. Upon seeing Ling, Lin Yu felt a slight sense of relief. He had rushed up from downstairs in 5 minutes, and typically, artists were not present at the company. Unestablished artists often resided in more remote areas due to lower rent. Xiaowan's urgency, allowing only 30 minutes, had him genuinely concerned that no one would arrive by the deadline, leading to dire consequences. Now that Ling was present, should Ran fail to arrive within half an hour, he could propose that Ling record first, likely finishing her audition before Ran's arrival. Lin Yu stepped forward, introducing Ling to Xiaowan and the others. This is Ling, a graduate of Yinjing Music Academy and Oppo's vocal program last year. She has yet to debut, and if she misses this opportunity, she would have to wait longer. Without a debut, she is not even considered a newcomer. Many look down on them, unaware that newcomers are no longer at the bottom of the food chain. Ling gracefully bowed to Xiaowan and Yang, greeting them warmly, and extended her cordiality to Zhou Yifan as well. Although she had not debuted, she was familiar with Xiaowan, the head of the performance department, and knew that Yang and Zhou Yifan were highly regarded figures within the company. With so many similar artists, the decision of who would sing a hit song ultimately lay in the hands of these powerful individuals. Ling unconsciously overlooked Lin Yu, who stood behind her. He appeared to be of a similar age, likely an intern in the music department. With both Yang and Zhou Yifan present, Ling's anticipation grew. Lin Yu remained indifferent to whether Ling acknowledged him. While her ability to reach such heights in singing was not surprising, he found her voice, with its purity, particularly fitting. However, he was also curious about Ran, who could match Ling and Oppo's vocal prowess with the same clarity and purity. As time passed, nearly 20 minutes had elapsed. Xiaowan glanced at her watch, her expression turning slightly impatient. Lin Yu cautiously leaned closer to her and inquired, "Should we let Ling record first, or wait a bit longer?" Xiaowan did not respond immediately. Then, an astonishing moment unfolded. Xiaowan slowly turned, her voice softening as she asked, "What do you think? What do you think?" Was she addressing the young man behind her? Ling found it implausible. Just as she convinced herself she must have misinterpreted, she thought perhaps Xiaowan was addressing Zhou Yifan, who stood slightly behind Yang. After all, Zhou Yifan was the composer for the song to be recorded. Yet the young man spoke up. "Let's wait a bit longer. Hasn't the 30 minutes passed yet?" Xiaowan nodded thoughtfully and replied softly, "All right, we shall heed your advice." Had Ling not practiced expression management, she might have dropped her jaw in disbelief. Was this truly the formidable Xiaowan, the Iron Lady of the industry? Lin Yu had been frantically phoning, clearly anxious, stating that Xiaowan had limited them to 30 minutes until their arrival. Just moments ago, Lin Yu had spoken to Xiaowan with utmost respect, hardly daring to breathe. How was it that she exhibited such gentleness towards the young man behind her? Ling felt a wave of unease. Young, handsome, and fit, could he possibly be a relative of President Li? She gasped quietly. Connections were not to be trifled with. Although she had not formally greeted him, she had at least not offended him. Such connections typically lack genuine strength, relying solely on their influential backing. Suddenly, Ling felt a heavy weight in her heart. Could he be one of the competitors? She understood that while it appeared to be a fair competition, it was actually a predetermined setup designed to silence dissent. The thought shattered Ling's spirit. On her way here, she had been filled with joy, believing she had finally reached the threshold of her debut, only to find herself relegated to a mere supporting role for someone else. Xiaowan's expression turned serious as she glanced at her watch. 35 minutes had already passed. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, stating he would make a call to hurry things along. Lin Yu was all too familiar with the traffic conditions in the bustling metropolis. Before his debut, he had navigated the crowded buses and subways. Few newcomers could afford to rent apartments near the company. If not for the sheer luck of being close by, arriving within half an hour would have been nearly impossible. Had it been in the past, Mo Ran might have already lost this opportunity. Upon returning from his call, Lin Yu informed them that they were already en route. Xiaowan, visibly impatient, frowned and remarked on the lack of punctuality among Lin Yu's acquaintances. They all stood waiting, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially with both Xiaowan and Nangong Yang from the music department present. Shall we proceed with recording Wenling first? Xiaowan inquired, looking to Lin Yu for approval. Wenling noticed the silent communication between Xiaowan and the young man behind her. She realized that both Xiaowan and Nangong Yang were gauging his response. She was increasingly convinced that this young man indeed had influential connections, and judging by the other's attitudes, it could only be Mr. Li behind him. The thought of becoming a stepping stone for someone else filled Wenling with resentment as she bit her lip. Lin Yu, having experienced the struggles of being an underdog for 2 decades across 2 lifetimes, empathized with the pain of newcomers. He could not fault Xiaowan for her strictness. It was simply the nature of the game, and one had to abide by the survival rules of the industry. Wenling's swift arrival indicated she lived nearby, clearly willing to pay a premium for accommodation close to the company, not only due to her affluent background, but also for the chance to arrive earlier and seize the elusive opportunity. With so many waiting, Xiaowan, as the head of the entertainment department, could not afford to wait indefinitely. Such last-minute gigs were indeed a matter of luck. Wenling had invested financially for this slim hope, which might never come again. Encountering it was already a stroke of fortune. It was her time to shine. Yet having experienced a period of obscurity, Lin Yu, feeling a sense of compassion, decided to grant Mo Ran an additional 5 minutes. No more. For the sake of fairness to Wenling. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yu calmly suggested, "Let us wait another 5 minutes." Xiaowan acknowledged with a slight hum. Wenling felt discontent. It was not enough to be overshadowed by one. Now they had to wait for another. Indeed, a choice among 3 would be visually appealing. Selecting just one from 3 candidates would create a compelling narrative for subsequent interviews following their debut. Before long, a stout young man with fair skin rushed in, panting, "Teacher Qian, I'm late. I'm so sorry." Mo Ran had taken a taxi, but encountered delays, then switched to a shared bike to reach the subway, and had to sprint all the way to the studio. Exhaustion was evident on his face. Lin Yu approached him, reproaching him softly, "Everyone is waiting for you. I told you not to live so far away. Look how conveniently Ling Ling lives nearby. Opportunities like this are fleeting. If it weren't for Teacher Lin's insistence to wait, you would have missed your chance today." Mo Ran nodded, apologetic and smiling. Lin Yu was surprised when he saw Mo Ran. He had expected a boy with a voice so captivating to be either a handsome lad or a striking youth, only to find a chubby fellow instead, which amused him. Indeed, voice actors often defied appearances. As Mo Ran approached Nangong Yang and Xiaowan to greet them, they all turned towards the recording studio without time for pleasantries. Except for Lin Yu, who nodded in acknowledgement. Mo Ran, not feeling awkward, beamed at Lin Yu and waved enthusiastically. Wenling recognized Mo Ran. They had both signed with the company around the same time, and he had graduated from the Beijing Music Conservatory, a tenor. She deliberately slowed her pace to walk beside him, asking, "Do you know him?" Mo Ran chuckled innocently, "I know him. He doesn't know me." Wenling rolled her alluring eyes playfully. "He not just anyone. Even Sister Xiaowan listens to him." "Of course, Sister Xiaowan holds him in high regard." Mo Ran replied seriously. Mo Ran had yet to debut. Being a homebody, he was particularly interested in the songs popular online, unlike Wenling and her peers who were more concerned with fashion and gossip. Having seen Lin Yu's singing videos, he recognized him immediately, despite the unclear quality of the recordings. He had also downloaded Lin Yu's songs, including "Thank You for Listening" and "Youth," written for Mr. Li. Wenling glanced at the few individuals ahead, deliberately slowing her steps to lower her voice. "Is he Mr. Li?" "Yes." She trailed off, giving a knowing look. Mo Ran blinked, recalling Lin Yu's song "Youth," and nodded decisively, "Yes." Wenling scoffed softly, "They're using you as a stepping stone, and you greet them so warmly." "Stepping stone? For whom?" Mo Ran asked, glancing towards Lin Yu. Him, Wen Ling replied with a subtle tilt of her eyes. That is not too bad, Mo Ran considered, thinking that if he could sing a song written by Lin Yu, being a stepping stone wouldn't matter. His resilience would see him through. I can't believe you lack ambition. We've struggled so hard for this opportunity while others obtain it effortlessly. When Ling expressed her indignation, Mo Ran scratched the back of his head, realizing that his own challenges stemmed from merely singing, while Lin Yu was a master of lyrics, composition, and arrangement. Making his debut seem effortless, there was nothing to envy. Seeing Mo Ran and Appo's nonchalance, when Ling continued, I suspect this song is tailor-made for him. We're merely the underpinnings. Mo Ran looked at her quizzically. Is that really necessary? If it were a song crafted for Lin Yu, he could simply sing it himself without going through all this trouble to bring us along. When Ling bit her lip in frustration, why wouldn't it be necessary? Not every newcomer is as extraordinary as Lin Yu, who can manage everything single-handedly, radiating an aura that captivates all. Mo Ran turned to her, looking perplexed. So, it can't all be about Lin Yu. Those lacking talent must create buzz. He intends to use us as stepping stones for future opportunities. When Ling shot a fierce glance in Lin Yu's direction, Mo Ran halted, suddenly breaking into an endearing grin. But he is Lin Yu. Chapter 37. How can one distinguish between male and female? Had it not been for the presence of several prominent figures ahead, Mo Ran would have erupted into laughter that resembled a pig and Appo's squeal. Initially, he was taken aback by Wen Ling and Appo's remarks, simultaneously praising Lin Yu while begrudging him. Little did she realize that the person before her was indeed Lin Yu. Standing there in a daze, a lightning bolt seems to strike her mind. Wen Ling had hurried over upon receiving a call from Lin Yu, without asking any questions. Upon arrival, she spotted Xiaojun and the esteemed members of the music department, instinctively believing that the song she was to audition for was undoubtedly penned by Zhou Yifan. Consequently, she mistakenly regarded the young and handsome Lin Yu behind her as a rival. Having only heard of Lin Yu's songs and achievements, she had never seen a video of him. Wen Ling had always envisioned Lin Yu as a mature man in his 30s, only to discover he appeared to be in his early 20s. Mo Ran suppressed a chuckle, whispering mysteriously, Lin Yu is here today because he must have composed a song that he feels ill-suited to perform. And the presence of Xiaojun and Nangong Yang indicates the song's significance. Wen Ling blinked, suddenly realizing the wisdom in Mo Ran's words. In the 20 minutes she had been waiting, she had conjured countless scenarios in her mind. What a fool she was. Shuaikai was already in the recording studio awaiting their arrival. Everything is ready on my end. We can begin immediately, he said, winking at Lin Yu. Nangong Yang and Appo's gaze swept over Mo Ran and Wen Ling before he turned to Lin Yu. Who should go first? Wen Ling and Mo Ran, akin to two job applicants awaiting an interview, each held a thermos in hand. As a singer, maintaining optimal vocal condition is imperative, and Wen Ling, in her nervousness, had already drained a large cup of water in mere minutes. Lin Yu had already made up his mind and stated directly, Wen Ling, you go first. Wen Ling was taken aback to hear her name called first, momentarily stunned. Lin Yu smacked his lips. Ling, what are you pondering? Go on. Having previously assumed that Lin Yu had ascended through connections, she was now aware that he was a legend among the newcomers, which made her increasingly anxious. Lin Yu, oblivious to her thoughts, could nonetheless sense her tension. Familiarize yourself with the score. Signal when you and Appo's ready to sing, he instructed. Shuaikai settled in, nudging Lin Yu with his elbow. You're quite popular today, with both the performance and music departments fawning over you. Lin Yu, well acquainted with Shuaikai, responded with a smile. Just a working man. Shuaikai chuckled, but remained silent. All 3 songs Lin Yu had composed after joining the company were recorded in Shuaikai's studio. Although he hadn't taken part in the songwriting, he had been involved in the production. Shuaikai held immense respect for Lin Yu's professional abilities, recognizing that while others may specialize, Lin Yu excelled in every aspect. Before long, Wen Ling raised her hand to indicate she was ready. Despite her nerves, as soon as she grasped the microphone, the essence of performance enveloped her. This girl has a remarkably transparent voice. Her diction is full of emotion, Shuaikai remarked. Lin Yu had chosen Wen Ling from the multitude of aspiring singers precisely because of her clear and clean vocal quality, her casual enunciation evoking a hint of sophistication. Though her high notes were somewhat thin, her mid-range was exceptionally rich, and her singing style was quite pleasant. When Ling completed her rendition, Lin Yu fell silent for a moment. She sang well, and the song Forever Together was not particularly challenging. She had captured the ethereal essence of it. Yet, he felt something was amiss, unable to articulate what was lacking. If pressed to pinpoint a flaw, he would struggle to provide a coherent explanation, which would be quite awkward. It was akin to a romantic relationship. If one were to break up and the other asked why, seeking areas for improvement, one could only stammer out a vague, "I just on an amp, oppos, feel it anymore," which would undoubtedly be infuriating and indicative of an insincere partner. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Nan Gonyang and Zhou Yifan both nodded in approval. Qian Yu was also pleased. When Ling had not embarrassed him. "Mo Ran, why don't you give it a try? Same score, signal when you and amp. Amp, oppos, re-ready," Lin Yu suggested. Nan Gonyang glanced at the plump figure who had just entered and whispered to Lin Yu, "I thought that girl was quite good. This chubby one, not so much." Shui Kai shared this sentiment. Although he lacked songwriting skills, his discerning ear was sharp. Regardless of how renowned a singer might be, they would ultimately find themselves in a studio. "I think when Ling is decent," he added, though only decent in his opinion. Lin Yu replied calmly, "Just decent." Shui Kai was taken aback. That wasn't and oppos. The implication he intended. He meant and oppos. Not bad. And oppos. What a peculiar understanding this fellow had. However, since Lin Yu had composed a song, he felt he had no grounds to dispute it. Ultimately, if the plump fellow didn't measure up, they would have to let the girl sing. Typically, those who could record in Shui Kai's studio were either affluent or eminent singers, so he had never encountered Mo Ran before. He merely observed that this fair-skinned, short, and stout individual was in stark contrast to the tall and graceful beauty from earlier, perplexed as to why Lin Yu had summoned both of them. Mo Ran, being overweight, perspired profusely upon entering the recording studio. Witnessing his disheveled state only solidified Shui Kai's assumptions. Mo Ran wiped the sweat from his brow with a tissue, raising his hand to signal he was ready. In his fluster, a piece of white tissue remained stuck to his forehead, several white specks glaringly apparent. Shui Kai shook his head with a sardonic smile. To ease Mo Ran's nerves, Lin Yu kindly encouraged, "Please introduce yourself. My name is Mo Ran, and my vocal range is C3 to C6. Shui Kai glanced up at Mo Ran, filled with skepticism. Could this chubby fellow truly hit C6? Lin Yu nodded, both signaling Mo Ran to commence and addressing Shui Kai. When Lin Yu had previously heard Mo Ran's demo, he too had been taken aback. It was a case of how one could not discern male from female. Coupled with such a poetic name, Lin Yu had imagined him to be a gentle youth, only to discover he was quite the rough character. Taking a deep breath, Mo Ran respectfully announced, "Teachers, I shall begin." Lin Yu offered a warm smile. The others remained expressionless, but for Mo Ran, Lin Yu and oppos, as presence alone was sufficient. He was his idol. Mo Ran and oppos. S voice resonated through the microphone, sending shockwaves of astonishment across the faces of everyone except Lin Yu. Shui Kai had never encountered Mo Ran before, while Nan Gonyang and Zhou Yifan, high-ranking figures in the music department, were unlikely to have any interaction with an unlaunched singer. Although O Xiaojun and Qian Yu were managers, the sheer number of artists under their purview made it impossible to retain every new singer's unique qualities in memory, save for a select few who stood out. Due to Mo Ran being assigned to Qian Yu's team, he was somewhat familiar with him, but had little understanding of his vocal qualities since he had yet to debut. Who would pay attention? Most importantly, his image left much to be desired. While a singer's voice is paramount, a poor image makes it difficult to achieve stardom, which is why Qian Yu had not invested much thought into Mo Ran. Had it not been for Lin Yu choosing Mo Ran, Qian Yu would have long forgotten about him. Wen Ling, who had initially believed her selection was a foregone conclusion, now clutched her thermos tightly. She too was captivated by Mo Ran and oppos' voice. It was only when he concluded his performance and thanked everyone that Nan Gonyang and the others returned to reality. realizing that the remarkable voice belonged to the same short, stout fellow from earlier. Shuekai gazed at Lin Yu with immense admiration, recognizing his ability to identify talent. Were it not for Mo Ran and Amp, Oppo's portly physique exiting the recording studio, Shuekai would have suspected a girl had just sung. Lin Yu and Amp, Oppo's gaze swept across each person in Amp, Oppo's face, relishing the shock written all over them. Glancing at the time, he realized it was time to pick up the children from school. Let us leave Mo Ran's version as it is, he declared before departing. Nangang Yang was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure from the earlier contrast. Urging Zhou Yifan to proceed without delay, go, hurry up. Chapter 38. The challenge of comforting a young girl before Lin Yu had fully awakened. He felt as though his cheek had been struck with a powerful punch, instantly bringing him to alertness. As he reached up to touch his face, a chubby little foot swept across it, followed by a swift kick. With a chuckle, Lin Yu shook his head, scooped up little Mango, and carried her to her small room, gently placing her back in her tiny bed. Ever since she performed Listen to Me, Say Thank You, she had become a sensation in kindergarten, always the star of the shows. The little one relished participating in activities, and Lin Yu did not interfere, as long as they were within the kindergarten-esque framework. He was reluctant to expose her too much to the glaring lights of fame. After all, the entertainment industry was fraught with chaos. A solid educational path was the true virtue. Perhaps due to her frequent participation in events, she had begun to change. Requests she once hesitated to voice now flowed freely. For instance, when it came to outings, she would refuse to walk, transforming into a child without legs, insisting on being carried the entire way. Previously, she would sleep soundly on her own, yet now she demanded her father's presence to drift off. Once a child who rarely threw tantrums and was remarkably composed, she now frequently resorted to pouting and feigning tears, employing various tactics to elicit her father's affection. Little Mango was quite the clever one. She understood the boundaries of acceptable behavior. She had thoroughly tested her father and Oppo's limits. Knowing that sneaking into his bed at midnight under the pretense of needing to use the bathroom was permissible and would result in being carried back to her small bed. A delightful experience. Indeed, little Mango, this is the last time, Lin Yu said as he tucked the small blanket around her. The little one, eyes closed, displayed a blissful expression on her rosy cheeks. Lin Yu, I know you're pretending to be asleep, he teased. Hoo-hoo, she feigned. Lin Yu, adopting a stern demeanor, declared from now on, I will no longer carry you back to bed. You shall sleep on the floor. Hoo-hoo. Each time, he would assert it was the last instance. Yet she feigned ignorance and continued her ruse. She could pretend to sleep anywhere, on the sofa, on the floor, or sneakily making her way to sleep in her father's room. As long as she fell asleep, he would invariably carry her back to her little bed. Lin Yu recognized her charade, but could not truly awaken her to expose the act. So he indulged her time and again. When he stepped out, he deliberately increased the sound of his footsteps as he approached the door. The little one, feeling a sense of triumph for deceiving her father yet again, squinted her eyes in anticipation. Not seeing her father and Amp, Oppo's, as figured by the bedside, she let out a sigh of relief and boldly opened her eyes, a triumphant smile gracing her small face as she prepared to sit up. However, before she could fully straighten, her gaze met his. The smile froze for a brief second before she flopped back down. Lin Yu found himself amused, caught between laughter and tears. A child only displays affection towards their parents when enveloped in happiness. Many parents hope for their children to be mature, expecting a 5 or 6-year-old to exhibit the understanding of a 25 or 26-year-old, never noisy, never demanding, able to resist the urge to acquire desired items, and never complaining of exhaustion, even when weary. But is that still a child? A true child ought to embody the essence of childhood, yearning for a father and Oppo's embrace when tired or weary. Yet, they should also discern when a father cannot indulge them, such as when he is burdened with many things or feeling fatigued. They should express their desires for toys they adore, yet also recognize when a purchase is impractical, like when there are already numerous similar toys at home, or when their parents can procure the same item at a significantly lower price elsewhere. Crying and venting emotions is intrinsic to childhood. Sometimes, even adults struggle to manage their feelings. Why then should we impose such expectations on a child? This was Lin Yu's first experience as a father, and because of that, he regarded little Mango as a dear friend, treating her as an equal. However, this friend was still very young, requiring more care, patience, and explanations. The best approach Lin Yu could take with the little one was to let her be. After leaving her room, he busied himself preparing breakfast. Once it was ready, he did not call for her. Since the day little Mango and Oppo's act of pretending to sleep was exposed, she lay in bed, awaiting her father's summons to rise. Yet, the call never came. Not only that, but he had also left quietly. As she lay there, a growing unease settled within her. Was her father truly upset? Had he been angered by her earlier antics? Yet, they had always played like this, and he had never been angry before. He always carried her back to her room. Was it perhaps because of her frequent mischief? Counting the instances of her naughty behavior proved a difficult task, and as realization dawned, she sat up abruptly. In the past 2 months, she felt her father had changed. He had become more cheerful and willing to play with her. She had discovered through several tests that he would never scold her, and thus she had become bolder. In a hurry, she slipped on her little slippers and dashed to the kitchen. Lin Yu had already heard her approach and calmly sat at the dining table, enjoying his breakfast. Upon seeing that he was already eating and had not called for her, and that her portion was not laid out as before, little Mango's heart sank. For the past 2 months, she had feigned sleep while her father called her to rise, with a delightful breakfast always awaiting her on the table. He would even prepare her face-washing and teeth-brushing water. Such treatment had once seemed a far-off dream. Before, her father had no time to attend to her. On weekdays, she could eat breakfast at kindergarten, and on weekends, she rummaged through the refrigerator for sustenance while her father was busy with work. However, since her father's demeanor had shifted over the past 2 months, he had spent more time with her, and little Mango had begun to take this all for granted. Now, she found herself enveloped in guilt. Surely, her recent misbehavior had led him to withdraw his affection. Feeling a profound sadness, Lin Yu remained unaware of little Mango and Oppo's inner turmoil. He merely sought to tease her, as she had often put on a show for him before. This time, however, she was intended to play her part. As she quietly murmured, "I'm going to wash up," she appeared like a deflated balloon, retreating to the bathroom alone. Lin Yu was taken aback. She should have been demanding to know why her breakfast was not served, perhaps accusing him of having eaten it himself. He had intended to playfully admit to stealing it, hoping to provoke a reaction from her. Yet, she simply walked away. Recently, she had been so insistent about him preparing her washing water. They had agreed to engage in a playful act, but little Mango had deviated from the script, leaving Lin Yu at a loss for what to say next. Alone in the bathroom, she stood on tiptoe, filling her small basin with water. She was not incapable. She merely wished to elicit her father and Oppo's affection. Lin Yu sat at the dining table, feeling an urge to inquire about her mood, to see if she was unhappy. However, after being tricked by her so many times, he reminded himself that this was his chance to reclaim his dignity and remain composed. He suppressed the urge to stand up and remained seated, but breakfast was utterly unappetizing to him. After the little one finished washing up, he wandered into the kitchen in search of food. Lin Yu had initially planned for the child to ask him for food, and when he refused, the little one would cry, prompting him to bring out the nutritious breakfast he had prepared. However, to his surprise, the child said nothing after washing up. Lin Yu could not perform alone, so he stayed put, pretending to eat while keeping his eyes on the child. After a lengthy search, the little one finally discovered his breakfast and quietly placed it on the table, chewing slowly with his head lowered. Lin Yu felt himself continuously bullied by the little one. Yet he had devised a clever plan to regain his authority. However, a sense of impending defeat washed over him as he watched the child eat. Lin Yu had lost all appetite, consumed by thoughts of how to break the heavy silence. The little one continued to eat quietly, and Lin Yu usually served him a generous portion. Typically, by the end of the meal, the little one would exclaim that his tummy was bursting, unable to eat more, and would offer the leftovers to his father. But this time, it was evident that the child could no longer eat. Lin Yu awaited the opportune moment. As soon as the little one claimed he was full, He would feign seriousness and say, "Look, there's leftover food," before finishing the remainder himself. Yet, he found himself waiting endlessly. The child was making an effort to shove food into his mouth, clearly unable to eat anymore, yet he persisted. Concerned that the little one might genuinely overindulge, Lin Yu could no longer contain himself. "If you can't eat, then don't," he urged. "You might hurt your tummy." Just as Lin Yu was about to lament his loss in this silent battle, he heard a faint sob from across the table. He looked up to see the little one in Appo's shoulders trembling with quiet cries. Lin Yu had always thought the child was merely sulking in silence, attempting to force him to capitulate. He had never anticipated that the child would genuinely cry. Lin Yu quickly rose to his feet, and unexpectedly, the little one spoke first. "Daddy, I'm Appo's. I'm sorry. I promise I will be good from now on. Please don't be angry, okay? Please don't go back to how you were before. And don't ignore Mango. From now on, I will do everything myself. I won't let Daddy hold me anymore. I will walk by myself. And I won't throw tantrums." Boo-hoo. Lin Yu's heart ached as he scooped the little one into his arms. "Daddy isn't angry. I'm sorry. Little Mango, it's my fault." The little one cried, and Lin Yu felt his heart shatter. He had only intended to play a light-hearted joke, as the little one had recently been playful and mischievous. He thought it would be fun to pretend to be angry just this once. Yet, he realized his approach was misguided. He knew the child well, but had forgotten the environment from which he had come. The little one was very perceptive. Her sensitivity weighed heavily upon her, unlike that of a typical 6-year-old. Lin Yu's own demeanor, never bringing negative emotions home or expressing anger towards the child, allowed her to exhibit her innocent side. However, for the little one, such joy was hard-won, and she feared losing it. This heightened her sensitivity, as she worried that if she faltered, her father might revert to his previous self. "Don't cry, Mango," Lin Yu said. "I just wanted to play with you. I thought it would be fun for Daddy to pretend to be angry with you." The little one sat in his embrace, wiping her tears. Lin Yu continued, "Daddy loves it when you want me to hold you, enjoys your little tantrums, and adores how adorable you look when you pretend to sleep. But Daddy, you weren't really angry, were you? I kicked you pretty hard earlier, trying to wake you up." The thought of her earlier kick sent the little one into fresh tears. Lin Yu hurriedly wiped her tears away. Daddy truly wasn't Appo's angry, but did hurt a bit. Perhaps you could help rub it better? The little one lifted her chubby hands, tenderly rubbing Lin Yu and Appo's face, playfully distorting it in the process. "Oh, little Mango, with your magic hands, the pain has vanished," Lin Yu chuckled, pinching her cheek. The little one looked at her hands in disbelief. Lin Yu returned her to her chair and spoke earnestly. "If you ever have worries, you must tell Daddy. Misunderstandings can easily arise if you keep them to yourself. For instance, if you guess what Daddy is thinking, it might not be accurate, and that could lead to you feeling sad. If Daddy sees you sad, it makes him sad too, doesn't it?" The little one nodded thoughtfully. Lin Yu gently ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Daddy promises to always love you, and he will never ignore you. We're the best of friends." He extended his pinky, and the little one did the same. Finally, he had managed to soothe his little companion. Lin Yu, lacking experience in romance, felt as though he had exhausted every trick in the book to comfort a girl on his little one. Today, his plan had been to finish breakfast and go watch a movie. Spirited Away was premiering today. The little one had developed her own sense of style. She dressed herself in a delightful pink dress, carrying a fluffy rabbit-shaped bag, bouncing out of her small room. Lin Yu, clad in a t-shirt and jeans, wore a baseball cap. He was still somewhat of an unknown, so there was no need for a mask or overly casual attire, which might draw unnecessary attention. Once both Lin Yu and the little one were ready, they clasped hands and set off together. Chapter 39. The screening with popcorn and drinks in hand. Lin Yu purchased 2 movie tickets. While the little one might not have enough tickets, she certainly could not occupy a seat meant for another. To ensure an enjoyable cinematic experience for the small child, Lin Yu decided to buy an extra ticket for Xiao Mango. As she glanced at the schedule, it became evident that Spirited Away did not hold any distinct advantage over other films being screened at the same time. It was quite conventional and perhaps even had fewer showings than other blockbuster productions. Since the screenings were not particularly dense, there was still ample time before the one Lin Yu intended to watch commenced. Though Xiao Mango had experienced a somewhat unpleasant incident during breakfast, children are quick to forget, and her spirits lifted as they ventured out to have fun. Clutching a disproportionately large bucket of popcorn for her petite stature, Xiao Mango happily indulged. The waiting area featured numerous round tables for patrons to rest before their films. The proximity of the tables allowed Lin Yu to overhear a nearby couple debating which movie to watch. "I want to see and Oppos, Spirited Away, and Oppos," the girl declared. The boy disagreed, scoffing at the idea of watching an animated film. "What Oppos? That's so appealing about animation. Look at the production team. None of them are noteworthy. Nowadays, animated films are just terrible. I refuse to watch them. I saw the trailer for Spirited Away, and its theme song is beautiful. The story seems quite captivating," the girl countered. The boy chuckled derisively. "You and Oppos, been duped. Trailers are designed to deceive naive viewers like you, filled with emotional and heartwarming scenes to lure you in. Once you and Oppos, paid for the ticket, you realize you've been conned, but by then, it's too late. This kind of animation lacks substance. It's designed for children under 10. Beyond that age, you'd be paying an intelligence tax. I bet Spirited Away will only have 2 or 3 showings left by tomorrow and will be pulled from theaters soon." The girl appeared to consider his argument. "Then which movie should we see? Isn't it obvious? The Hunter. It's directed by Zhang Xinjia, and the lead is Liu Jinhua, an Oscar-winning actor," he said, raising his voice at the mention of the director and star. "Then let in Amp, Oppos. Let's watch and Amp, Oppos, The Hunter and Amp, Oppos," the girl acquiesced. After their discussion, the couple departed to buy tickets. Lin Yu glanced at the schedule for The Hunter, noting that it had numerous screenings throughout the day. A towering promotional banner for The Hunter stood at the cinema's display. Following the couple's exit, 2 male university students occupied the adjacent table. "I heard The Hunter is a grand production that Zhang Xinjia has been perfecting for 3 years," one said. "I and Oppos, heard that too. The production team is top-notch, and the script underwent extensive refinement, crafted by his dedicated screenwriting team. The last collaboration between Zhang Xinjia and Liu Jinhua earned Liu the Best Actor award," the other replied. "Indeed, just look at the number of showings. No other film can compete," the first added. "Other films should avoid the embarrassment of going up against The Hunter. Look at that animation. It's a wonder it even dares to share the screen with such a major release." "Huh, no one watches animated films anymore. I certainly won and Oppos. They are too childish for my taste." With that, the pair left the round table. After a few more groups cycled through the table next to Lin Yu, it was finally time for the screening of Spirited Away to begin. With such a sparse schedule, Lin Yu felt a twinge of concern, fearing that the earlier boy's prediction of an early withdrawal from theaters might come true. While films typically screen for about 20 days, those that perform exceptionally well may extend their run, whereas those with low attendance are often pulled to make room for others. As they entered the theater, the lights dimmed. The first image that appeared was a card accompanied by a bouquet of flowers, followed by the somber face of a girl named Chihiro. Chihiro was discontented about moving away from her school and friends. In an attempt to take a shortcut, her father drove down a secluded path. They unwittingly entered a mysterious tunnel, transporting them to another world, a medieval town. The aroma of food wafted through the air as Chihiro and Amp, Oppos, as parents indulged greedily at an unattended stall. Sensing something amiss, Chihiro attempted to stop them, but it was too late. Her parents had transformed into pigs. The town was soon populated by bizarre, semi-transparent figures. In a panic, Chihiro fled and encountered a boy named Haku, who saved her and provided her with a potion to prevent her from disappearing. In this world, one must secure a job, and with Haku's assistance, Chihiro obtained a position as a worker in a bathhouse. He warned her to remember her name, for forgetting it would mean she could never return home. Thus began Chihiro and Oppos' journey to save her parents. This tale revolves around a 10-year-old girl thrust into a world of reality, where she learns the values of love, sacrifice, and the cleverness necessary for survival. Each of us possesses the capacity for decisive judgment and action, and when faced with an unavoidable crisis, our previously unrecognized adaptability and resilience will emerge. Chapter 40. The future of animated films. The animation was exquisitely crafted, faithfully recreating the story envisioned in Lin Yu and Oppos' heart. Lin Yu surveyed the audience around her. In the past, adult viewers often found animated films unengaging, typically attending solely to accompany their children, spending the duration engrossed in their phones or dozing off. However, at this moment, every spectator was emotionally captivated by the film. "Honey, you actually cried?" exclaimed a woman, wiping her tears in astonishment at her husband beside her. "Shoo, keep your voice down. You wouldn't want the kids to hear," the man retorted, stubbornly attempting to reclaim his dignity. "Dad, Mom, please keep it down. You and Oppos, redisturbing others," interjected a 10-year-old girl sitting nearby. As the film concluded and the closing credits began to roll, no one immediately vacated their seats. Some children stood up, only to be gently pressed back down by their parents. It wasn't Oppos until the credits finished that the audience began to rise, and a few lingered, hoping for post-credit scenes. Lin Yu knew there would be none. As the last notes faded, she took her little companion by the hand and made her way out. "Dad, can we wait a little longer?" the child pleaded, reluctant to leave. Lin Yu ruffled the little one's hair, reassuring her, "The movie's over. There's no need to wait." "But I didn't see enough of Mango," the child protested, following her father with a hint of reluctance. "Huh, you want to watch it again? Let us come back for a second viewing." A good film merits a second watch, and if the little one enjoyed it, Lin Yu was more than willing to accompany her once more. As the screen faded to black, the cleaning staff entered to tidy up, while the remaining audience members slowly exited the theater. The sounds of discussion filled the air, drifting into Lin Yu's ears. "I never expected an animated film could be so well done. The storyline was fantastic. The closing song was beautiful. I believe it was titled Forever Together. There were so many profound themes. The river god symbolizes our duty to protect the environment, right? Indeed. And the names we remember remind us to never lose ourselves. There's so much more. I must watch it again." The first wave of viewers, having finished the film, would contribute to its promotion through word of mouth, a testament to its reputation. Some films, bolstered by strong initial marketing and star power, enjoy a robust opening box office. Yet, if the film fails to meet the audience's expectations, the resulting disappointment can lead to a dramatic decline in ticket sales. Conversely, some films may not shine brightly at first, but positive feedback can draw in additional viewers. In this age of the internet, a single social media post can entice friends to watch. Gradually, a film in Oppo's reputation builds. Lin Yu recalled the accidental purchase of Spirited Away, which had left her reaching for a whole pack of tissues. Every line resonated deeply, tugging at her heartstrings. She had fought back tears in front of her child, only to be undone when the closing song played, obliterating her dignity as a father. The past is indelible. It is merely a matter of recollection. One can never predict when a casual farewell may become the last. The dialogues were simply timeless. Not long after the premiere, within the meeting room of a beautifully animated film production company, shareholders led by Chi, Lu Qing, and Chen Jiren opened a popular film rating website. Lu Qing sat in the corner, contemplating that Spirited Away might very well be the film to alter his fate. He had resolved that if this endeavor failed, he would leave the animation industry, departing the company and never again producing animation. Spirited Away would be his final work. Thus, during production, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly, ensuring no detail was overlooked. When the film was released, he surprisingly felt a sense of relief. He realized that as long as one poured their heart into a task, the ultimate outcome seemed less significant. Lu Qing held a cigarette ashtray, refraining from leaning forward to check the ratings. Zhu Xiaomei intended to assist with the computer, but was turned away by Qi. Was this not also a film that could change destinies? Should the film falter, she would be forced to compromise with the shareholders, and the exquisite animation company would cease to exist, with any future projects unlikely to involve animation. This was her father's entrepreneurial legacy. Could she truly let it slip through her fingers? If the film could achieve a rating of 7, she would have room to maneuver. It is important to note that for an animated film with mediocre distribution and marketing, a score of 7 would already be commendable. Chen Jiren and the other shareholders had various motives. Some merely desired profit, regardless of the content, while others harbored ulterior motives, hoping to integrate resources for greater financial gain. Chen Jiren, in particular, aspired to seize control of the company. Taking a deep breath, and she clicked on the evaluation page for Spirited Away. Halfway through, she broke down, tears streaming down her face. Spirited Away embodies the future of animated films in Huagua. This was the first time she had encountered a film that could be enjoyed both alone and with children, with each profound message worthy of sharing. The closing song was the crowning jewel of the movie. Many scenes, paired with the piano's melody, replayed vividly in her mind. A dark horse, surely a dark horse. And she meticulously scrolled through the comments, nearly all of which were positive. Without any moderation, the audience's spontaneous feedback was overwhelmingly favorable. Save for a few inquiries regarding plot points, such as the nature of the food consumed by Chihiro's parents or how Chihiro discerned her parents were among the pigs. Beyond queries, there was nothing but praise for the film. Skeptical, Chun Jarwin scrolled back for a long time, only to find the same trend of acclaim. The ratings were on a separate page. After a film's premiere, a ceremonial rating reveal was conducted, creating an air of mystique. Following the ceremony, the scores would stabilize on the film's homepage after 24 hours. "Let us see the score," one shareholder suggested, and she exited the comments page, her heart racing as she opened the rating reveal page. Lu Qing involuntarily swallowed hard. The positive feedback was indeed cause for celebration, a direct reflection of the audience's experience. Lu Qing felt elated that so many had enjoyed the film, yet he acknowledged the possibility of low scores without accompanying comments, perhaps from those who found it lacking and chose not to elaborate. The score is the most immediate evaluation of a film as quality, and she felt her heart leap in her throat. Concurrently released films were also on the rating reveal page, and she and Oppo's mouth dropped open, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Qing stood up to gaze at the screen. Zhu Xiaomei blinked rapidly, convinced she was seeing things, and rubbed her eyes again. The shareholders were momentarily speechless, all eyes fixed on the score displayed on the screen. Out of a perfect score of 10, Spirited Away had achieved a remarkable 9.393. We're on fire. Spirited Away is a hit. We've succeeded. Lu Qing and Chi embraced. The meeting room filled with jubilant cheers. Chapter 41. All the same person, some rejoice, some sorrow. God of Hunting is this year's grand production by Huading Xingchen. In China, there are 5 major entertainment companies, each with unparalleled comprehensive strength, albeit with slight variations. For instance, Modern Fruit leans more towards music, boasting the finest resources in its music department, the most elite music teams, and numerous top-tier singers. In contrast, their film production is somewhat lacking. This does not imply that their film department is deficient, but rather that it does not shine as brightly when compared to its music counterpart. Mina Tianyu, on the other hand, places significant emphasis on the production of variety shows, having created many highly rated programs. Shenkong Entertainment has developed more evenly across sectors, yet this pursuit of balance has led to a somewhat awkward situation where their music, film, and variety productions fail to stand out. Huading Xingchen, however, primarily focuses on film, investing heavily to attract renowned directors and celebrated actors. The director of God of Hunting, Zhang Xinjia, and the leading actor Liu Jinhua are both affiliated with Huading Xingchen. Films produced by Huading Xingchen have become a hallmark, ensuring impressive screenings and quality. This season, the box office champion should undoubtedly be God of Hunting. Zhang Xinjia casually discusses the film's participation in film festival selections with Liu Jinhua, as their films are always aimed at awards. Once monetary success reaches a certain threshold, the pursuit of fame ensues. Liu Jinhua glances at his watch. Director Zhang. The scores are out. Zhang Xinjia smirks. Scores are of little consequence to us. As long as we maintain above 7, we generally avoid criticism. Our goal is to be the top performer in our release period, ensuring steady box office returns. Liu Jinhua nods in agreement. They already possess numerous outstanding works, and as long as they are not abysmal failures, they typically escape harsh critiques from cinephiles. Zhang Xinjia is confident in achieving the top position, especially since it is neither a golden week, summer, nor a festive release period, meaning there is no fierce competition from blockbuster films. Liu Jinhua smiles as he opens the rating website, but his smile falters. Director Zhang. Zhang Xinjia leans back on the sofa, wine glass in hand. What is the score? Liu Jinhua's expression turns uneasy, 7. 7. Zhang Xinjiao laughs nonchalantly. Jinhua, you're still too young. Scores do not define us. As long as we lead in our release period, that is sufficient. But that is not the case, Lu Jinhua interjects. You disagree? Zhang Xinjia adopts a mock-attentive posture. My point is, we are not the highest score. What? Zhang Xinjia abruptly stands up and strides to the computer. Lu Jinhua points at the screen. Look, the top is Spirited Away. Spirited Away? Which company is that? Lu Jinhua quickly checks. Aesthetic Animation Production Company, directed by Lu Qing. Zhang Xinjia furrows his brow. And the screenwriter? Lu Jinhua glances AI Mang. AI Mang? Zhang Xinjia searches his memory for a familiar name, but finds none. He knows of Lu Qing, as animated films have long been in decline, with diminishing audiences and meager box office returns. However, Lu Qing occasionally releases an animated film, albeit each one flops. Despite not knowing him well, Zhang Xinjia has heard the name, though he never regarded it seriously, considering such inconsequential figures unlikely to rival his own box office earnings. But AI Mang? Do you know AI Mang? Zhang Xinjia queries. Lu Jinhua shakes his head. No, I've never heard of them. Zhang Xinjia smirks. It's just a score. Do not dwell on it. We shall see the results through box office figures. With such low screenings and no top-tier creative team, I question how they can compete. Lu Jinhua retrieves his phone and opens the ticketing app. Yesterday, this film had only 4 or 5 screenings, but today, it averages about 8 across major cinemas, he observes. Zhang Xinjia scoffs. That's the effect of online ratings. An animated film can only reach this level. No need to concern yourself. Meanwhile, at Modern Fruit's music department, Wei Zi asks, Brother Chong, have you heard of Appos? Spirited Away in Appos? Zhang Huaqiang, who seldom watches films, even those for which his company provides theme songs, responds no. Wei Zi chuckles. Zhang Xinjia was overwhelmed by Spirited Away. Zhang Huaqiang merely hums in response. In his mind, even the most remarkable directors may not create classics with every film, and it is natural for newcomers to emerge in a healthy competitive industry. Wei Zi laughs awkwardly. It's an animated film. Zhang Huaqiang pauses his work to glance at Wei Zi. Sensing his boss's confusion, Wei Zi revels in the moment, continuing. Produced by Aesthetic. Aesthetic? Zhang Huaqiang, unfamiliar with companies outside the 5 major ones, frowns. Today, the rating has reached 9.4, with outstanding acclaim. Zhang Huaqiang ponders for a moment before nodding and returning to his tasks. In the film industry, today one may rise, while tomorrow another may shine. Such volatility does not concern him, as his focus lies in music. Wei Zi clears his throat. The theme song for and Amp, Appos, Spirited Away and Amp, Appos, is exceptionally beautiful. Zhang Huaqiang nods. It was produced by Shengkong Entertainment. Is it remarkable for such a large company to take on a theme song? Zhang Huaqiang remains uninterested in Wei Zi and Appos' theatrics. Wei Zi pauses before revealing. The composer, lyricist, arranger, and pianist are all the same person. He is. Zhang Huaqiang calmly gazes at Wei Zi. Wei Zi smirks. Lin Yu. Zhang Huaqiang's expression shifts subtly. Chapter 42. Not easy. With the phenomenal success of Spirited Away, Forever Together has also secured its place on the new song charts. However, since Forever Together was released only in the latter half of the month, it had merely 10 days to climb the rankings by the end of the month. Nevertheless, its download rate has been astonishingly rapid. It has become increasingly difficult to ascertain whether Spirited Away has propelled Forever Together to success or vice versa. It can only be stated that both are high-quality works, resulting in a win-win situation. Mo Ran has officially debuted with Forever Together, entering the industry at the pinnacle of success. Unlike other newcomers who struggle through talent shows or singing competitions, he has launched his career with a theme song, reaching new heights in life. Surprisingly, Mo Ran's seemingly unremarkable appearance has become a significant selling point. Since the song is the theme, nearly everyone hearing it had not seen Mo Ran before. His voice is particularly ambiguous, making it challenging to determine gender. Few girls could match the ethereal quality he possesses, let alone boys. The contrast between his appearance and voice has created a delightful surprise. Mo Ran and Forever Together have appeared on trending topics across major websites. garnering even playful jabs from numerous celebrities regarding his incongruous voice. In no time, Mo Ran has become a sensation throughout Huagua, with a continuous stream of commercial performances. Shin Kong is actively promoting him, ensuring he remains in the spotlight through various appearances, including shows, galas, and interviews. Lin Yu attentively reads a text message. It is payday. Last month, his salary amounted to 100,000. The copyrights for Spirited Away and Thank You for Listening totaled over 2 million. This month, he has added 2 more songs, Youth and Forever Together. The revenue share for Youth is 50%, while Forever Together yields a slightly disappointing 0.5 for Mo Ran, meaning Lin Yu would only receive 1.5. However, the previous 3 songs continue to be downloaded, resulting in a commendable salary of 158,000 for this month. To the average worker, achieving such a salary is extraordinary, yet in Lin Yu's eyes, it is still insufficient. He must purchase a property within a school district within 6 months and transfer his child's household registration to ensure Xiao Mongwa's education remains uninterrupted. Lin Yu cannot help but sigh. The allure of copyright is undeniable. The fees from sold copyrights are tangible income, though they do not provide a steady stream like song downloads. Nonetheless, they do offer quick returns. Lin Yu places his phone back into his pocket. The cafeteria food is delectable, especially the free meals. Braised pork is his favorite, and he has a naturally high metabolism that prevents him from gaining weight. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing only 130 pounds, he is considered somewhat slender among adult men. As he picks up a piece of succulent braised pork, just about to savor it, he hears, "Mr. Lin, if you enjoy braised pork, I can take you to try all the best in Yanjing." Lin Yu calmly chews his food while seated across from Wenling. This is the first time he has seen her since their last recording session. If not for Mo Ran's stunning and unexpected voice, Wenling would have been a commendable choice as well. However, without comparison, there is no pain. The song was meant to be sung by a girl, yet was overshadowed by a rugged man, leaving Wenling understandably dissatisfied. Wenling gazes earnestly at Lin Yu, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with vitality, reminiscent of her name. Lin Yu glances at her before returning to his meal. Although she has yet to debut, she enjoys considerable popularity among newcomers due to her beauty, physique, and pleasant personality. It is her first encounter with someone like Lin Yu, who treats her as if she were invisible. The atmosphere grows awkward as Wenling bites her lip and insists, "I genuinely mean it." Lin Yu finds himself at a loss for words. Is this girl out of her mind? Even if someone enjoys a particular dish, who want to eat it every day? Lin Yu remains silent, engrossed in his meal, aware that Wenling would not approach him without a reason. Wenling feels anxious. She has long known of Lin Yu, but had not associated his name with his presence due to his low profile. Previously, she admired his talent from afar. However, with the opportunity to sing a song written by Lin Yu now slipping away, she is determined to explore any possibility of collaboration. With Mo Ran and Oppo's recent surge in popularity, the entire company buzzes with discussions about him. Even the top star Chio wanting praises Mo Ran and Oppo's voice on social media. Each time when Ling sees news about Mo Ran, she envisions the moment she missed, which stings her heart deeply, filled with envy and jealousy. Lin Yu finishes his lunch with great satisfaction, while Wenling watches as his plate gradually empties, nearly moved to tears. Is something the matter? Out of politeness, Lin Yu finally speaks, acknowledging her presence as a fellow company member. It seems rude to walk away without saying anything. "Mr. Lin, I admire you greatly. I regretted missing the chance to collaborate with you before, and I would love to work with you." Wenling breathlessly expresses her thoughts in one go. Lin Yu surmises the purpose of her visit. From her initial aimless statement to her subsequent struggle to find words, it is clear that their paths had not crossed before, except for her desire to invite him to write a song. Seeing Lin Yu hesitate to respond, Wenling quickly adds, "I and Oppos am not in a rush. I know writing songs ISN and amp, Oppos, a quick process." Lin Yu has a plethora of songs suitable for female artists. However, he finds himself deep in contemplation. Wenling senses his hesitation but cannot fathom its cause, knowing that Lin Yu does not value money as a primary motivation. To someone of his talent, money is of little consequence. while her approach may risk displeasing him. Wen Ling feels she has no other option. Wen Ling, I can forego payment. I can give you the entire singer's share. Lin Yu chuckles inwardly at her thoughtfulness. Well, I happen to have a song that suits you. Wen Ling leaps from her chair with excitement. She had not anticipated that her bold approach to Lin Yu would yield results, especially since song requests typically require lengthy waits. 2 to 3 months is considered brief, while waiting for over 6 months is common. How does Lin Yu still have songs available? Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wen Ling expresses her thanks repeatedly. The following day, Xiaojun approaches Lin Yu. It seems Forever Together has taken off. Your previous songs have also done well. Lin Yu responds calmly. With Spirited Away performing so well, it's only natural for the theme song to gain some traction. Ran has also become popular, inundated with offers, and negotiating 3 endorsements. He may well be the most successful chubby guy this year. Lin Yu acknowledges, aware that Ran is the talk of the company. Xiaojun subtly observes Lin Yu, and you? Lin Yu pauses, me? Xiaojun gently admonishes, you've been signed for 2 months, and your output has been commendable, with 4 songs released. However, aside from the first one you sang yourself, the rest were written for others. Lin Yu is not particularly concerned about this. What matters is earning money. Whether he sings or others do, the outcome is the same. The past 2 months have presented ample opportunities, and although he loses the singer's share, the overall earnings remain satisfactory. Xiaojun continues, moreover, writing songs for others doesn't end oppos. Guarantee consistent inspiration. Crafting a song is not an easy task. Just look at those top music producers under Nan Gonyang. How many songs do they produce in a year? Ran, once relatively unknown, has now become a sought-after talent, receiving a flurry of offers and participating in various programs and commercial performances, ensuring his continued popularity and relevance. Lin Yu comprehended that Xiaojun desired him to participate in the program, to gain more exposure, and to be packaged for promotion. Previously, Xiaojun had been rather casual about such matters, while Lin Yu was more focused on earning a living, particularly as he had a young child and aspired to lead a normal life. Thus, he had consistently declined to partake in the program, and, at that time, Xiaojun did not oppose him, even expressing her understanding. The rise of Ran not only stimulated Wen Ling, but seemingly affected Xiaojun as well. With a soft sigh, Xiaojun reflected on the immense competition. The company still had numerous unestablished singers striving for recognition, which was no easy feat, she recalled the girl. Wen Ling, who possessed a commendable appearance and a pleasing voice, yet had not encountered the right opportunity, waiting for over a year already. Xiaojun aimed to make Lin Yu realize the challenges of debuting and how he held an abundance of valuable resources, with her firmly supporting him, and Nan Gonyang also showing great fondness for him. It was essential to seize the moment for development while young. Achieving fame was merely a triviality, but it was crucial to discern whether the fame would shine brightly or fade into obscurity. Lin Yu pondered deeply and suggested, "Then I shall assist Wen Ling in her debut." Xiaojun gasped in surprise. What? It is indeed not easy for aspiring singers to find a suitable song. She was left momentarily stunned, as that was not her intended meaning. Lin Yu added, "Coincidentally, I have a song that would be perfect for her." Chapter 43. Diligent study. Xiaowan inhaled deeply, prepared to have a serious discussion with Lin Yu. Having navigated the entertainment industry for over a decade, she understood that Lin Yu, as a younger generation, might still be unaware of the ruthless nature of this competitive realm. "Lin Yu, I'm not complaining about the lack of songs for newcomers," she began. Lin Yu nodded, realizing that he could not simply offer his songs to assist her because of her grievances. The conversation had fortuitously turned to Wen Ling, who had also approached him recently seeking songs. Seeing Lin Yu nod in acknowledgement, Xiaowan believed he grasped her intentions. While it is often said that male artists enjoy a longer career span than their female counterparts, it is not an unlimited resource to be squandered. After all, there's a saying, fame should be seized early. A smile spread across Xiaowan and Oppo's face as she thought, this child is teachable. Lin Yu glanced at the time and said, "Sister Xiaowan, I must be on my way. I will send you the song for Wen Ling tonight, and you can reach out to Minister Nangong." Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yu felt his arrangement was quite sensible. After all, being part of the performance department, He could not directly hand over the song to Nan Gongyang. Oh Xiaowan found herself at a loss for words. Lin Yu gave her a brief nod and departed. She stood there, staring at his receding figure, frozen in place. Once he had vanished from sight, frustration compelled her to scratch the wall. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yu was oblivious to her turmoil, returning home to tend to his little one. Little Mango, having recently watched Spirited Away, had been boasting about it to his classmates, leading them to pester their parents to see it as well. Animated films often lull adults to sleep, yet modern parents seldom lack the means to purchase a movie ticket. Reluctantly, they took their children to the cinema. Upon returning home, the experience was delightful. The little one completed his homework and hurried over to Lin Yu, exclaiming, "Daddy, don't eat too much in the future, or you'll turn into a pig." Little Mango had absorbed the lesson well. Lin Yu chuckled, patting his child in Appo's head. "Daddy isn't greedy, and I am very mindful of my diet. I assure you, I will never turn into a pig." The child nodded with satisfaction, then straightened his back and declared cheerfully, "It's all right. Even if Daddy becomes a pig, Little Mango will rescue you." Lin Yu was amused by his child's earnest demeanor, replying, "All right then, Daddy is no longer afraid of gaining weight." The little one joyfully scampered back to his room. Moments later, Lin Yu heard the familiar patter of footsteps again. "Daddy, will you really disappear if you don't work?" the child asked seriously. Regardless of the queries posed by the little one, Lin Yu treated each with utmost sincerity. He gently ruffled the child's hair, saying, "We all need a job. Only through diligent work can we lead a fulfilling life." The child pondered this for a moment before rushing back to his room, creating a ruckus as if searching for something. Lin Yu chose not to intervene. Before long, the little one emerged, sporting a small backpack stuffed to the brim. The contents a mystery. Lin Yu gazed at Little Mango with curiosity. "Daddy, I also want to work. Where can I find a job?" he inquired. Lin Yu nearly burst into laughter. The child was far too young to seek employment. "Why not?" the little one protested. "Chihiro has to work." Lin Yu feigned irritation, saying, "Oh dear, Daddy is quite unhappy. Our Little Mango hasn't been paying attention to the movie." The child, undeterred, pouted defiantly, insisting, "But I was paying attention." Lin Yu took the child's hand and led him to the sofa. "When did Chihiro have to start working?" he asked gently. The little one thought for a moment and replied, "She entered a strange world, and after Mommy and Daddy turned into pigs, she worked for Yubaba to save them." Lin Yu nodded, affirming, "Yes, that is correct. It was after she had to part from her parents." "Did she work while she was with them?" The child shook his head, recalling the film and Appo's events. "No. So what did she do instead?" Lin Yu prompted. The little one reminisced about the film and Appo's opening scenes, excitedly sharing. "She went to school. She was unhappy about transferring schools, and her classmates gave her a bouquet." Lin Yu pinched the child's cheek playfully. "Indeed, a child's job is to study. Our Little Mango's current task is to study diligently." The little one seemed to have a sudden epiphany and nodded vigorously. He had been contemplating what work he could do. After all, Chihiro only had minor tasks in the bathhouse. Lin Yu continued, "Right now, your responsibility is to study well. When the time comes to choose a career, you will have more freedom and options." The child tilted his head, pondering. Is it only through studying well that one can find a good job? This might echo what many parents tell their children about the importance of studying. In other households, parents would likely respond affirmatively. Yes, studying well leads to good jobs, so it's crucial to focus on your studies. However, Lin Yu wished to convey a different perspective. He did not want to equate diligent study with securing a good job. What constitutes a good job? Is being an artist considered one? What about being a civil servant or an entrepreneur? At the student's age, one should engage in the responsibilities of a student, studying diligently. Yet, a high level of education does not guarantee a respectable job, nor does a lack of it preclude one. It is merely about striving for excellence and accumulating knowledge to a certain height. As they navigate the choices of how to live in the decades ahead, there will be more opportunities available. Furthermore, Lin Yu did not wish to instill in the child the notion that only through excelling in studies and gaining admission to prestigious universities could one change their destiny. Why impose such immense pressure on a child? Lin Yu aspired to work hard to secure their present situation, offering Little Mango nothing but poetry and dreams of the future. When the day comes for little Mango to choose a career, he hopes she will not have to forsake her ideals for the sake of survival, but rather pursue a path that brings her joy, doing whatever she wishes, supported by a strong foundation. With utmost seriousness, Lin Yu drew the little one close. Mango, remember, studying is essential because it is the most important task at your current stage, but it does not define your future. The child nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of his words, albeit partially. Lin Yu understood that at this age, the child could not fully comprehend the meaning of his message, but he believed that one day she would. The little one wriggled free from his grasp and scampered back to her room with her little backpack. Little Mango, what are you going to do? Lin Yu inquired, puzzled. Without turning back, the child marched into her room. Soon, Lin Yu heard the sounds of clattering once more. I want to read. I want to study diligently. Chapter 44. The urgency of marriage. Only when the little one had fallen asleep did Lin Yu find the time to send the song he intended for Wen Ling to Xiaowan. During the recording session, Lin Yu had already discerned the unique qualities of Wen Ling's voice. Today, when she sought him out, he had likely chosen a song for her in his mind. While this song might not be destined for great success, it was sufficient for her debut. Lin Yu encrypted the file and sent it to Xiaowan. In the staff building of the Yanjing Music Academy, Jiangwo adjusted his reading glasses and, holding his phone, browsed through WeChat, peering over the rim to observe his daughter. Xiaowan, how had you been considering what I mentioned last time? He inquired. Xiaowan frowned, her face marked by impatience. If it weren't for her mother's delicious cooking, the late-night overtime that left her without dinner, and the fact that all the nearby takeout options had been exhausted, would she really be stuck listening to her father and Appo's incessant nagging? Seeing his daughter's silence, Jiangwo persisted. I think the son of the Qiao family is quite a catch. A CEO of a multinational company, the same age as you, tall and handsome. What do you young people call it these days? Tall, rich, and handsome. Xiaowan nearly choked on her food. Dad, I'm talking to you, Jiangwo insisted, determined to extract a response from his daughter. Meanwhile, Qi Caixia, concerned about her daughter's mood, decided not to return for dinner. After all, with her busy work schedule, it was crucial for her to eat well for her health. Yet, deep down, she felt even more anxious than Jiangwo. Normally, Jiangwo would prompt marriage with a simple WeChat scroll, but Xiaowan was disinterested, and Qi Caixia stood firmly by her daughter's side. After all, without solid evidence, what was the point of pressuring her to marry? However, this time, she had actually met the son of the Qiao family. Not only had she met him, but he had also brought gifts to their home. Although he said nothing outright, after living for so many years, surely he understood the implications of such gestures. What could possibly motivate someone returning from abroad to visit and bring gifts? It was true that Jiangwo and Old Qiao were former colleagues, but both families resided in the staff quarters, and their paths frequently crossed. It was unlikely he would go out of his way just to bring gifts for Old Qiao. If it were merely out of friendship, then half of the staff quarters would be receiving gifts as well, given their shared history. Thus, it was clear that he was interested in Xiaowan. They had indeed known each other as children, attending the same elementary and middle schools, both living in the staff quarters of the Yanjing Music Academy, where they must have attended nearby schools. By high school, however, they had pursued their own paths. Xiaowan had gained admission to a prestigious high school, while the son of the Qiao family went abroad. Their contact had likely ceased at that point. Now, having just returned, he had come to pay a visit. Qi Caixia pondered, besides being interested in their daughter, what other motives could he have? At this moment, Qi Caixia was equally anxious. As a mother, she could not help but worry about her daughter's lifelong happiness. But she understood Xiaojuan's character well. If there was no clear candidate, she did not wish to upset her daughter. Xiaowan continued to ignore Jiangwo. Frustrated, he removed his glasses and ceased scrolling through WeChat. You didn't hear what I said, did you? He remarked, irritated by her silence. He preferred engaging in debate with her. At least it indicated she was willing to communicate, but her indifference was truly vexing. In her childhood, Xiaowan had idolized him, proclaiming she would one day become a university professor like her father. Now, it seemed she was reluctant even to speak with him. In truth, Xiaowan did not mind conversing with her father about stars, the moon, life, or dreams, anything but the topic of finding a partner. But Jiangwo did not grasp this. He exchanged a glance with Qi Saixia, who had privately agreed with him about the suitability of the Qiao family and Appo's son. Since this was a matter concerning both of them, it was only fair that neither should take the lead while the other reaped the benefits. Normally, Qi Saixia would ignore Zhangwo and Appo's inquiries, but this time, she was curious to hear her daughter's thoughts. After all, Xiaowan was over 30. It was time for her to date and consider marriage. Clearing her throat gently, Qi Saixia remarked, "The other day, when the Qiao family son visited, I thought he seemed quite decent." Xiaowan looked at her mother with a puzzled expression. Qi Saixia averted her gaze, feigning interest elsewhere. As Zhangwo grew increasingly irritated, he exclaimed, "You see, I and Appo's am not the only one saying this. Your mother never pushes you to find a partner. Yet this time, she thinks highly of the Qiao boy." With a sigh, Xiaowan set down her utensils. If it were just her father speaking, she would have finished her meal and left without a word. After all, she had grown weary of this repetitive topic. Each visit, her father brought up the same subject without variation. However, since it was indeed her mother's first mention of the matter, Xiaowan felt inclined to acknowledge it. "Stop referring to him as the Qiao family's boy. At least he brought gifts, and you don't even know his name," she said with a wry smile. Qi Saixia considered her daughter and Appo's words and gently replied, "We are getting older now. While we used to see him often in the courtyard as children, he went abroad during high school and has been gone for over a decade. We've long forgotten his name, and when he last visited, we were too shy to ask." Zhangwo glanced at his wife, silently admiring her cleverness. Oblivious to her mother's subtlety, Xiaowan responded directly, "His name is Qiao Mingxian." Still remembering his name after all these years, "Xiaowan, your memory is impressive," Qi Saixia remarked with a smile. While Xiaowan sensed an underlying message in her mother's words, she could not pinpoint it. She was too disinterested to dwell on it. Qiao Mingxian had only just returned to the country, and his connections here were not yet solidified. He likely sought to reconnect with old acquaintances. With a calm demeanor, Qi Saixia added, "We and Appo's, just a retired couple. What connections do we have? He is a CEO. What would he possibly want from us?" Zhangwo nodded vigorously, impressed by his wife and Appo's eloquence. Just then, Xiaowan and Appo's phone vibrated, revealing an encrypted file from Lin Yu. "You may not have connections, but you still have me and my sister," she retorted, slipping off her slippers and putting on her own shoes. Zhangwo pursued her to the door. "If he were interested in your sister's connections, why would he bring gifts for your mother and me?" With a resigned shake of her head, Xiaowan replied, "Dad, have you been watching too many short dramas on WeChat? You and Appo's, recreating your own plots." Zhangwo was bewildered by his daughter and Appo's remark. As she opened the door and turned back, she added, "After all these years without contact, how would he know my sister's phone numbers? He must have asked you." Zhangwo paused, taken aback. Xiaowan smirked. "He has already contacted me today. And my sister too." Chapter 45. The music library. Xiaowan closed the door, a smirk playing on her lips. The shocked and disappointed expression of old lingered in her mind. Qiao Mingxian had indeed called both her and her sister. However, she had not mentioned the order. He had first contacted Xiaoman, seeking to acquire Xiaozhuan's number. Initially, Qiao Mingxian had wished to meet Xiaowan for a meal, but she had declined. They had not seen each other in over a decade, nor had they maintained any contact during that time, and she felt there was little need to reconnect in the future. Thus, Qiao Mingxian resorted to seeking out the two elderly individuals. Xiaowan was fully aware of this. Yet, she held Qiao Mingxian in disdain and did not wish to entertain any other thoughts. In her childhood, Qiao Mingxian had been inferior in every regard, often bullied by a group of girls, and it was Xiaowan who had to step in to help him reclaim his dignity. Reflecting on this, she shook her head. Upon returning to her residence, a luxurious, spacious flat of over 200 square meters situated in the heart of Yanjing, Xiaowan felt an inexplicable longing for some semblance of liveliness. She regarded this place merely as a dwelling. Her true home lay with her parents. Thus, despite her annoyance with old and Appo's incessant nagging, she still made it a point to visit for meals whenever possible, as that was where the essence of home resided. Xiaowan powered on her computer and felt a surge of anger upon seeing a document sent by Lin Yu. Did this young man not realize he was contracted to the performance department? Why was he writing songs for himself instead of focusing on his duties? Although the esteemed position of talented musicians within the company was undeniable, they remained behind-the-scenes figures. Many aspired to be stars, not merely for fame, but to adorn themselves and bask in the spotlight. Their relentless efforts and fierce competition stemmed from this desire, with some even sacrificing their integrity. There was nothing inherently wrong with this. Oh Xiaowan believed that striving for personal success, as long as it did not harm others, was entirely justifiable. This was the first time she had encountered someone like Lin Yu, who, despite possessing such a promising opportunity, chose to squander it. She understood that Lin Yu aimed to provide for his child and sought to earn a living as a musician, an undeniably lucrative path. Yet, did he not realize that being a star could yield even greater rewards? With Lin Yu's talent, it was only a matter of time before he achieved stardom. Why not cherish this chance? Oh Xiaowan was acutely aware that a musician's inspiration was finite. She wished for Lin Yu to dedicate more of his creative energy to composing songs for her, especially when the company had other artists and musicians at their disposal. Writing songs so frequently, she doubted Lin Yu could consistently produce high-quality works, particularly when it came to writing for Wen Ling, whom he had only known for a few days. It had been her suggestion to mention Wen Ling as an example of how challenging it was for artists to debut. Immediately, Lin Yu had responded that he had songs for her to sing. Wen Ling possessed a unique voice, which was why she had been a candidate for Forever Together. Had it not been for Mo Ran and Appo's extraordinary voice, Wen Ling might have already debuted. Oh Xiaowan did not hold high expectations for the song Lin Yu had sent her. Even if the music department's team tailored it specifically for Wen Ling, it was improbable they could produce a song so swiftly. Despite her skepticism, she clicked on the file Lin Yu had sent. Putting on her headphones, she casually picked up a book from the table, leisurely pressing play. The prelude began. A slow melody. This was Oh Xiaowan and Amp, Appo's initial impression. After 4 lines, she set the book down. Although the song was not of top-tier quality, it was nonetheless impressive, and its range and style suited Wen Ling perfectly. Oh Xiaowan reopened the document. She had merely clicked to play without checking the song and Appo's title. Chess piece. For some reason, after listening, a faint sorrow washed over her. Did the metaphor of love between men and women equate to pieces on a chessboard? Such an exquisite description. Even if we all become pawns in each other and Appo's games, at times we do so willingly. This love song held a certain depth. After finishing the song, Oh Xiaowan sighed, torn between the desire to scold Lin Yu for abandoning his own aspirations and to urge him to focus on his career. However, after listening to Chess Piece, she found herself at a loss for words. If given another chance, all she could do was replay it, shaking her head in resignation. She transferred the encrypted file to Yang. 5 minutes later, Yang called. Xiaowan, where did you get such a wonderful song? Oh Xiaowan instinctively pulled the phone away from her ear. Yang and Appo's voice was too loud. Just take it. Why are you asking who gave it to you? She replied, rolling her eyes. Yang responded seriously, that's not acceptable. If we use this song, we need to sign a contract. We can't just use someone else's work without permission. Oh Xiaowan scoffed. She was well aware of a need for a contract, but she simply did not want to state it so bluntly. Reluctantly, she muttered, Lin Yu. Yang could hardly believe his ears, almost shouting, Who? Oh Xiaowan, exasperated, said, Can you keep your voice down? My ears are about to burst. Is it really Lin Yu? I was just afraid I misheard. Yang said bashfully. What's wrong? Do you think Lin Yu isn't worthy? Oh Xiaowan retorted sharply. Yang quickly clarified, No, I would never say that. I just find it hard to believe that Lin Yu finished a song so quickly, and in an Appo's of such high quality. Oh Xiaowan huffed. If you ask me, who do I ask? Maybe Lin Yu has a treasure trove of songs in his mind. Yang chuckled. Lin Yu should join our music department. His personality is not suited for your performance department at all. Oh Xiaowan, already irked by Yang and Appo's attempt to poach talent, immediately snapped back. Your music department is lacking, and our performance department is being kind by extending a hand. You want to take advantage of us too? Yang laughed. That and Appo's. That's not what I meant. What are you planning to do with this song? Nan Gonyang inquired with a smile. Wen Ling, Oh Xiaowan replied. Nan Gonyang pondered. Is that the girl who sang with the chubby guy? Yes, she confirmed. That works. The song is definitely suited for her. Oh Xiaowan chose not to respond, then added with a smile, this song has nothing to do with your music department. I'm just letting you listen. I'll ask Shui Kai for the recording. As for the rest, well, we don't really need you. Lin Yu is sufficient on his own. Nan Gonyang was left speechless. Oh Xiaowan made a valid point. Indeed, this song had no connection to their music department. So why did she even let him listen? To intentionally provoke him. Oh Xiaowan stifled a laugh, while Nan Gonyang found himself at a loss for words. I have to go. I'm hanging up, she said. After venting her frustration at Nan Gonyang, she felt a sense of relief. After all, Lin Yu's mischief was worth it if it meant Nan Gonyang bore the brunt of it. Hold on, don't hang up just yet. Nan Gonyang hastily interrupted. Chapter 46. Debut. Oh Xiaowan had just removed her phone from her ear, preparing to press the hang-up button when she heard Lao Yang and Appo's voice calling out, prompting her to place the device back against her ear. What's the matter? Nan Gonyang replied cheerfully. This song was written by Lin Yu, so the revenue has nothing to do with our music department. Oh Xiaowan frowned, thinking it was a redundant statement. Lin Yu belonged to the performance department. How could the profits relate to the music department? Furthermore, Lin Yu was responsible for the lyrics, composition, and arrangement, rendering the music department unnecessary. After a brief pause, Nan Gonyang continued. The performance metrics are also attributed to your department. Oh Xiaowan furrowed her brow further, asserting, isn't that the standard procedure? Lin Yu is inherently part of the performance department, and any achievements made by its members rightfully belong to it. Although Lin Yu had written songs, he remained a member of the performance department. There were many creative artists within the company whose output, while not as prolific as Lin Yu's, still contributed songs to their peers. Such metrics were clearly defined. Wherever the contract resided, the corresponding department would claim the achievements by year-end. There was nothing amiss. Nan Gonyang, shifting to his main point, said with a conciliatory smile, isn't it nearly the end of the year? Our music department hasn't met its golden song quota. Could you possibly? At that moment, Oh Xiaowan comprehended Nan Gonyang's hesitant intention. He wished to include Chess Piece in the music department's golden song catalog. Each year, the music department faced several performance metrics, including the number of songs produced and the quality of those songs. The quality metric entailed a rigid requirement for a specified number of golden songs. Generally, this number would not be fewer than 50. For a song to be classified as a golden song, it must not only rank within the top 5 upon release, but also meet certain download thresholds. Initially, the year-end Appo's goals seemed achievable, but unexpectedly, they fell short. With next month marking the final month of the year and 2 songs still lacking, Nan Gonyang feared that if Chess Piece were released and secured a position within the top 5, it would diminish their department's standing, leading to internal competition. Previously, songs like Youth, With You, Thank You for Listening, and People Like Me had occupied the same situation. What Nan Gonyang had thought would be unproblematic turned into a scenario where Lin Yu and Appo's song consumed their quota, resulting in a loss of 4 songs internally. While it did not affect the company's interests or overall performance, as each artist garnered followers based on their merit, the metrics remained hard data. Thus, losing 4 songs meant a direct hit to the internally regulated metrics established by Shengkong. This time, Nan Gonyang wanted to prevent a recurrence of the past, hoping to classify Chess Piece as part of their music department's metrics, as it was merely internal data. The performance department was not held to such metrics, and it would not impact any achievements whatsoever. Nan Gonyang was genuinely loath to face criticism during meetings. With Oh Xiaowan, he often felt bullied, and he was indifferent to receiving further scorn from her. Oh Xiaowan, tempted to mock him again about the music department's apparent desperation for talent from the performance department. Held her tongue. As the head of her own department, she understood all too well the immense pressure of managing such responsibilities. Nan Gonyang must have been truly at his wits' end to approach her with this request. It was not the right moment to provoke others. Thus, Oh Xiaowan swallowed her sarcastic remarks. Regarding Lin Yu and Appo's intentions, Oh Xiaowan remained somewhat perplexed. uncertain whether he wished to remain in the performance department or transition to the music department. After a moment of contemplation, she finally acquiesced. Very well. On the other end of the line, Nan Gonyang and Amp, Oppo's exuberance was palpable as he lightly pumped his fist. This was a secure step forward. What about Lin Yu? He inquired. Regarding Lin Yu, I and Amp, Oppo's told him not to concern himself with it. Xiaowan replied, making every effort to minimize opportunities for Nan Gonyang and Lin Yu to interact directly. The internal metrics of the company had little to do with Lin Yu. The money would be his, the acclaim would be his, and his department's performance would remain intact, leaving his year-end bonus unaffected. Thus, Xiaowan readily agreed. Nan Gonyang expressed his gratitude repeatedly before finally disconnecting the call. The following morning, Wen Ling rose early to practice her vocal exercises. Though the company had yet to arrange her debut, she firmly believed that opportunities favor the well-prepared. Thus, she maintained her readiness at all times. Unlike other undebuted artists who meandered through their days, Wen Ling diligently practiced singing at the company and occasionally attended dance classes to hone her skills. Despite not being a dance-oriented performer, she embraced the philosophy that possessing multiple talents never hinders one's progress. Wen Ling resided in an apartment conveniently close to the company, allowing her to walk there each day. Suddenly, her phone chimed. An incoming message from her manager, Lin Yu. Those of them who had not debuted were assigned to several experienced top-tier managers, as they lacked independent representation. Typically, these esteemed managers were overwhelmingly busy and had little time for artists still waiting for their big break. The timing of a debut ultimately lay in the company's hands, with opportunities dictated by chance. Wen Ling had faced a streak of bad luck, missing out on favorable chances to debut. As she answered the call, her excitement surged a minute later, prompting her to leap into the air. She had anticipated yet another audition opportunity, a mere selection process. While such an opportunity was still commendable, the anxiety was inescapable. Having experienced failure previously, she felt a blend of anticipation and trepidation. However, this time Lin Yu directly informed her that a song was ready for her to record, leading to her debut upon its release. Nothing more was mentioned. Lin Yu instructed her to head to the 20th floor upon arriving at the company to meet Shui Kai for recording. Overwhelmed with enthusiasm, Wen Ling danced joyfully along the street. After waiting for a year and a half, she had finally received this chance. Having been with the company for so long, she recognized that artists without connections typically debuted through talent shows or competitions, often selected through prior auditions to find suitable singers for specific songs. Given the uniqueness of Wen Ling and Oppo's voice, selecting songs for her had become a challenge. Only those with backgrounds or whom the company held in high regard received custom-tailored songs. The notion that the music department would directly acknowledge her seemed almost unfathomable. Wen Ling found it hard to believe this was truly happening. Had she waited another 2 weeks, she might have speculated it was Lin Yu who penned the song, especially since she had approached him recently. Yet, she had only spoken to him the day before, and now Lin Yu was calling. Even a deity could not compose a fitting song for her so swiftly. Thus, she dismissed the notion that Lin Yu was the composer, concluding it must be Zhou Yifan, who had been present during her audition with Mo Ran, where she had garnered considerable praise. The only members of the music department were Nan Gonyang and Zhou Yifan. As the head of the music department, Nan Gonyang would not be the one writing songs for her. The thought of a top-tier music producer personally crafting a song for her sent waves of exhilaration through Wen Ling. What would typically require a 15-minute walk was traversed in just 10 minutes as she practically sprinted to the 20th floor. Upon arriving, she dashed into Shui Kai's recording studio, only to find Zhou Yifan standing at the entrance. Chapter 47. A twist of fate. Wen Ling rushed into the recording studio, her eyes immediately catching sight of Zhou Yifan standing at the entrance. Their previous encounter had merely been an audition, where Zhou had observed in silence. Now, the prospect of singing a song penned by a renowned music producer sent a thrill of excitement and a hint of nervousness coursing through her. She took a moment to calm her breath, which had quickened from her sprint, knowing she would soon be recording officially. With no competition present, it was imperative to present herself in the best light before the esteemed producer. Taking a deep breath, she greeted him. "Hello, Teacher Zhou." Zhou Yifan, known for his gentle demeanor, treated everyone with respect, be it a top artist or an unknown newcomer. He smiled warmly and replied, "Hello. Thank you, Teacher Zhou, for this opportunity." Wen Ling expressed her gratitude politely. Zhou Yifan was familiar with Wen Ling. Many aspiring artists had yet to debut, and he often remained secluded in the office, engaged in work. He did not know most newcomers, except for those he had collaborated with. However, during the recent audition for Forever Together, where Lin Yu had selected candidates, he had taken notice of Wen Ling, impressed by her distinctive voice. Had it not been for Mo Ran and Amp, Oppo's extraordinary presence, Zhou Yifan might have deemed Wen Ling the perfect choice that day. It was indeed a pity that such talent had yet to make its debut. If a suitable opportunity arose, he would certainly think of her. Although he had yet to take any significant action, he understood that newcomers often expressed respect toward established musicians. Having worked in the industry for many years, Zhou Yifan was accustomed to such dynamics. He chuckled lightly. "I haven't done much, really." Wen Ling had heard of Zhou Yifan and Amp, Oppo's gentle nature, distinguishing him from other musicians known for their harshness. She felt grateful to him in her heart. To someone of his stature, a song might merely represent a task completed, but for an aspiring artist, it was an opportunity, perhaps even a chance to alter one's destiny. While Zhou Yifan felt he had not contributed much, Wen Ling was acutely aware of the significance of this moment. With determination, she declared, "I will strive even harder to sing." Zhou Yifan had heard that Lin Yu had composed another song, and since he had some free time, he decided to drop by and observe the recording process. He was pleasantly surprised that Lin Yu could produce another song in such a short span. Initially, when he heard about it from Nangong Yang, he thought it was merely a tactic to motivate him, but once he listened to the demo, he was captivated. Since the setback with the theme song for Spirited Away, the music department had often used Lin Yu to spur their top musicians. As a result, many in the industry regarded Lin Yu with a mix of envy and admiration. Zhou Yifan, however, held a genuine respect for Lin Yu, which is why he wanted to witness the recording of the new song. He was taken aback by Wen Ling and Amp, Oppo's fervor as an unestablished artist. It made him reflect on his own lack of ambition after years in the industry. Inspired by her spirit, he nodded and said, "I too will work harder to write songs." Wen Ling was moved to the point of tears. "What are you doing standing at the door?" Lin Yu, who had been discussing the recording of Chess Piece with Shui Kai, stepped outside after waiting for Wen Ling. He was taken aback to see Zhou Yifan and Wen Ling standing together, as if in solemn agreement. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Wen Ling paused for a moment. "Hurry up and record. I'm pressed for time," Lin Yu urged, as he needed to pick up his child from school soon. Zhou Yifan chuckled. "Let us get started." "So Teacher Lin doesn't have to wait?" Wen Ling was puzzled. Why was Lin Yu the one calling her? Why was he saying not to keep Teacher Lin waiting? Wasn't the producer, Teacher Zhou, right at the door? She stepped into the recording studio, still bewildered. "I heard from the boss that you wrote another song. I thought he was merely trying to motivate us. When he played me the demo, I was in awe of you, Teacher Lin," Zhou Yifan joked, clasping his hands in a mock bow. Shui Kai smirked. "Since Lin Yu joined our company, have there not been enough surprises?" Wen Ling stood frozen in place. The song. Was it written by Lin Yu? But she had only sought him out yesterday. Had he composed it specifically for her? In just one day? No, it was merely one night. Wen Ling felt as though she might burst from the revelation. As she recalled her earlier conversation with Zhou Yifan, her face flushed crimson, wishing she could slap herself twice. Lin Yu, accustomed to Zhou Yifan and Shui Kai and Amp, Oppo's playful banter, did not respond but instead glanced at Wen Ling, who seemed lost in thought. "The sheet music is inside. You have 10 minutes to familiarize yourself before we begin," Lin Yu stated calmly. Despite not having debuted, Wen Ling came from a professional background, and Lin Yu felt no need for idle chatter. Wen Ling picked up the sheet music, diligently familiarizing herself and softly humming the melody. 10 minutes later, she announced, "Teacher Lin, Teacher Shui, I'm ready to start." Lin Yu and Shui Kai exchanged glances, and the recording commenced. "I wish to escape your controlling realm, yet I am ensnared in your game. I possess no strong defenses, nor a retreating path to claim." As the first verse and chorus concluded, Shui Kai nodded. admiring not only Wen Ling's ability to sing the piece well, but also Lin Yu's remarkable talent in crafting a song so perfectly suited to her within such a brief time frame. I wish to flee the traps you lay, yet I find myself in another plight. I lack the courage to determine victory, and have no luck to escape this night. Zhou Yifan couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the composers and lyricists in the music department should observe this. This was indeed the treasure trove Nangang Yang had mentioned. This song was exceptionally suited for Wen Ling. Each of her vocal nuances was executed beautifully, showcasing her unique style. In her previous performance of Forever Together, the phrasing felt less fluid. However, in this song, it became a defining feature, enhancing her individuality. I am but a pawn. Your decisions dictate my rise and fall. I am not the sole commander in your sight, but merely an unnoticed foot soldier. I am but a pawn. My movements are not my own. You never hesitate, yet I remain under your control. As the first rendition of the main melody concluded, Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, Wen Ling was meant to sing chess piece. His judgment of her vocal capabilities was validated. This song had the potential to launch Wen Ling's career, and once they finalized the contract, she would soon be earning money from her music. Writing songs was quite gratifying. Without having to endure the limelight, the rewards would come effortlessly. It seemed they were one step closer to their dream of owning a home in a desirable school district. Chapter 48. Spirits and Phantoms. Every December heralds the emergence of various specters and spirits. As the year draws to a close, companies strive to meet stringent targets, exerting every effort in both pre-production costs and post-promotional activities. This month is bustling with renowned figures, yet also serves as a gathering for many aspiring new singers. Those favored by their companies will release new songs on the emerging artist chart during this month. Even if they do not debut on this chart, they often choose a less competitive month mid-year to launch their careers, aiming for a promising start. However, those who debut in December are generally deemed abandoned by their companies, as singers entering the fray this month often find themselves sinking into obscurity, scarcely noticed. Is it truly wise for Wen Ling to debut this month? Lin Yu settled into the chair opposite Xiaowan. The song was written in December. It should be released this month, Xiaowan remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing Chess Piece, Lin Yu found the song impressive and believed that if they could delay the release until March or April of the following year, avoiding the tidal wave of established artists releasing music at year-end and New Year, it would yield commendable results. Debuting in December seems rather unfortunate, he mused with a wry smile. Xiaowan, however, was not indifferent to Wen Ling and Oppo's timing. She had two primary reasons for wanting Wen Ling to debut directly. First, she believed Lin Yu's song was competitive and that Wen Ling performed admirably. The second reason was personal. Nangang Yang had persistently implored her. For if the song were not released in December, it would not count towards this year and Oppo's targets, even considering the connections of their department heads. She would not recklessly jeopardize her artist's interests. Thus, she promptly contacted Lin Yu and Wen Ling, one displaying indifference, the other eager to compete with the titans of the industry. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, Wen Ling was one of his artists, and after Mo Ran's success, he was pleased that Wen Ling could receive another song from Lin Yu. He wished for nothing more than to see his artist flourish. Xiaowan and Oppo's expression turned serious. Although debuting in December was unfortunate, there was a long queue of artists waiting to debut afterward. Were they any better off? Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. At least we should consult Lin Yu and Oppo's opinion, he muttered softly. He thought that mentioning Lin Yu at this juncture might not concern Xiaowan, so he used it as an excuse. You can call Lin Yu now and ask, she suggested. Taking out his phone, Lin Yu dialed Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu was engrossed in storytelling with a young one, and upon seeing the call, he answered. I heard that Chess Piece is set for a December release, Lin Yu stated directly. Lin Yu responded with a calm, I know. Lin Yu was taken aback by Lin Yu's composure. But realizing that he had only been with the company for a little over 2 months, he explained, December is when established artists release their songs. New songs from newcomers can easily be overshadowed. I'm indifferent. It can be released at any time, Lin Yu replied serenely. Lin Yu's expression froze. Xiaowan chuckled. having anticipated Lin Yu and Oppo's response. She had spoken to him earlier that morning, and his nonchalant demeanor was both infuriating and exasperating. As the songwriter, Lin Yu had already garnered considerable success with his previous songs. Thus, his perspective on Chess Piece naturally differed from that of Wen Ling. "We need to consult Wen Ling again," Qian Yu suggested. Xiaowan raised her chin, indicating it was of little consequence. Qian Yu proceeded to contact Wen Ling once more. "The company intends to arrange for and amp, Oppo's, Chess Piece and amp, Oppo's, to be released in December, coinciding with your debut." Qian Yu was confident that Wen Ling understood the stakes involved. After waiting so long for this opportunity, she surely desired a flourishing career. Wen Ling took a deep breath and resolutely stated, "Teacher Qian Yu, I am ready to embrace the challenge. Opportunities are rare. December will mark a new chapter in my life. Ultimately, I must face the top-tier artists head-on. I'm a young calf unafraid of tigers." "Thank you, Teacher Qian Yu." Qian Yu was momentarily taken aback by Wen Ling's enthusiasm, realizing that both she and Lin Yu were unfazed by the impending December release, while he alone felt anxious. Truly, the emperor was not in a hurry, yet the eunuchs were in a frenzy. Unlike Lin Yu, Wen Ling was his artist. Do you realize how fierce the competition is in December? Pressure breeds motivation. If this song waits until next year, it could certainly contend for the charts. The song remains the same. As long as the quality is high, it will shine regardless of the month. "Gold will always glitter," Qian Yu said, once again left speechless. "You both present valid arguments." Xiaowan smiled. "Do you have any objections?" Qian Yu shook his head. December is a month of tumultuous change. Throughout the year, it is a continual exchange of performances. Only in December does the ruthless battle unfold, characterized by fierce competition. The intensity of this competition inspires many top-tier artists to release their new songs in December, as it showcases their prowess. Those who can stand out in December will be favored with resources throughout the following year. As Qiu Wanting emerged from the practice room, she encountered a dejected Qian Yu. She had debuted under his guidance, evolving from an obscure singer to a leading figure in the industry, fostering a deep bond with him over the years. The relationship between artists and their managers is multifaceted. Newly debuted artists typically respect and rely on their managers, who, with their wealth of experience, provide essential guidance. In those early days, there exists a subtle dynamic akin to that of mentor and disciple, with the balance of power favoring the manager, just as it did between Qian Yu and Wen Ling. As artists navigate the industry, building their networks and reputations, the relationship begins to equalize, gradually shifting the balance of power towards the artists. Eventually, as their status rises, the manager's influence may diminish, leading to discord or, in some cases, the artist dismissing the manager if their capabilities fail to keep pace with the artist's development. Although Qiu Wanting now stands as a leading artist, she maintains a rare relationship with her manager, Qian Yu, that blends mentorship with friendship. "What an amp! Amp, Oppo's, that's troubling you. You look like a defeated rooster," Qiu Wanting teased. Qian Yu sighed softly. "Wen Ling wants to debut in December." "Wen Ling? The newcomer you just took on?" Qiu Wanting inquired gently. For someone of Qiu Wanting's stature, having a dedicated manager is a possibility, yet she finds no need for it and continues to work with Qian Yu. He bears the responsibility of guiding numerous new artists, many of whom are unfamiliar to her. "Yes," Qian Yu nodded. "Isn't it great to debut? What are you worried about?" "It's the December releases. The competition is fierce." Qiu Wanting feigned displeasure. "Are you implying I and Amp, Oppo's, am part of that fierce competition?" Realizing that Qiu Wanting also planned to release in December, Qian Yu quickly clarified, "Of course. You are different. You are a leading artist, a queen in the Chinese music scene. The month of release is inconsequential for you." He had never worried about Qiu Wanting. Her talent, popularity, and status ensured she could navigate her path freely. Youth is meant for bold ventures, and a single song does not define a career. If one doesn't in Amp, Oppo's, T-chart, another will follow. Who can guarantee which song will become a hit? Qiu Wanting consoled him. Qian Yu nodded resignedly, understanding her reasoning but lamenting the missed opportunity for Chess Piece, which truly possessed exceptional quality. Qiu Wanting patted Qian Yu and Oppo's shoulder if it comes to it. "I can help mentor your junior." Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Lin Yu and Appo's face. Having a singer of Qiu Wanning's caliber to support Wen Ling would ensure that even if she didn't make the charts, she would at least gain some recognition. Chapter 49. The prize. Why do so many individuals flock to reside in the expensive city of Yinjing? The answer lies in the abundance of opportunities it presents. In smaller third or fourth tier cities, no matter how attractive one may be, they are merely one among the crowd. However, in Yinjing, one might just catch the eye of a talent scout and embark on a journey to stardom. This allure, though, appeals only to a select few young dreamers. Many job seekers, after graduating from university, become part of the transient workforce in the city, all in pursuit of greater employment prospects. Lin Yu has never considered himself an artist. He identifies as a worker. A worker must embody the essence of labor. The number 955 represents his ideal of a working individual. Earning money may seem effortless, and thus, one ought to indulge in the pleasures of life. While money is inexhaustible, children grow up in the blink of an eye. Therefore, when faced with the choice between earning a living and spending time with his little Mango, Lin Yu would unhesitatingly choose the latter. Unless a monumental event occurs, he typically refrains from appearing at the office on weekends. This understanding is mutual, especially after Xiaowan's previous attempt to motivate him, which resulted in Lin Yu confronting her with his song chess piece. Since then, she has chosen to avoid unnecessary discomfort. Little Mango tightly clutches her father and Appo's hand as they head toward the subway station. Lin Yu is unaware of their destination, and they momentarily tug in opposite directions. "Daddy, you're going the wrong way," she insists. Lin Yu pauses. "Where are you planning to go?" With a look of incredulity, she replies, "To the subway station, of course. Didn't an Appo's you say you were taking Mango out?" "Daddy, do you not even know where the subway station is?" Little Mango expresses a mix of disdain and pride. Lin Yu has Appo's forgotten the location. Rather, he had no intention of taking the subway. Ruffling her hair, he gently states, "Today, we won't be taking the subway. We will take a taxi instead." Pouting, she protests, "But Daddy, that's such a waste. The subway is both convenient and inexpensive. Yet, the subway can be quite crowded, and I wouldn't Appo's. Want Mango to feel squeezed," he explains. Little Mango's pout deepens, "But I and Appo's always taking the subway. I'm not afraid of the crowd." Lin Yu pinches her cheek playfully. "All right, we'll do as you wish." She is not incorrect. They had indeed taken the subway previously, as they could not afford taxis. But that was the old Lin Yu. The present Lin Yu is financially stable and unperturbed by taxi fares. While he aspires to purchase a home in a reputable school district for his child and Appo's education, he is primarily motivated by the desire to provide Mango with the best possible conditions in every aspect of life, including more comfortable modes of transportation. Lin Yu has contemplated acquiring a vehicle for commuting. However, the original owner lacked a driver's license. Obtaining a license requires considerable time, and with the pressing need to secure a home before Mango starts elementary school, he finds no opportunity to pursue it. He will have to wait until her schooling is confirmed. Though the subway on weekends is less crowded than during peak hours, it is still bustling. The father and daughter stand closely together throughout the ride. One of the benefits of earning modestly is the ability to lead an ordinary life. Many passengers may be listening to Lin Yu and Appo's songs, yet none recognize him. Their rented apartment is somewhat secluded, far from the city center, and it takes a considerable time on the subway to reach their destination. Little Mango rarely suggests outings, and when she does, they're always to places that do not cost money. She is simply delighted to be out with her father, regardless of the location. Near Kunda Plaza lies a renowned shopping street, flanked by an array of clothing and jewelry stores, alongside numerous entertainment venues for children. Consequently, on weekends, these establishments host events in the plaza and along the shopping street, aiming to boost their brand visibility and attract quality members. "Daddy, look!" Little Mango exclaims, raising her chubby little arm to point. Following her gaze, Lin Yu spots a makeshift stage not far ahead. "A stage?" he queries in confusion. Businesses often hold events here, occasionally setting up temporary stages for performances interspersed with prize draws. They hire their own entertainers to draw crowds, she explains. Little Mango shakes her head, excitedly exclaiming, "A bunny! A huge bunny!" Lin Yu follows her pointing finger and notices a large plush white rabbit dressed in a pink gown, prominently displayed near the exhibition boards on stage. Its adorable appearance and significant size make it a standout attraction amidst numerous smaller toys that are less noticeable. Ruffling her hair affectionately, Lin Yu inquires, "Do you like it?" Little Mango nods vigorously, her gaze fixed on the giant bunny, unwavering. "Daddy will buy it for you when we get back," he promises, witnessing the delight radiating from her. However, Little Mango shakes her head. "It must be very expensive. I don't want it. As long as you like it, the price is of no concern." Lin Yu replies casually. To him, purchasing a plush toy, or even 100, is trivial, as long as it brings joy to Little Mango. With a slight frown, she retorts, "How can you say that, Daddy? You used to be more frugal. Money is not infinite. It's needed for school and rent." Lin Yu chuckles at her admonishment, finding her demeanor reminiscent of a charming little adult. "What should we do then? Since Mango desires it, and she seldom asks for gifts, consider this bunny an early birthday present from Daddy," he gently suggests. Little Mango takes her father and Aunt Appo's hand, stating, "Mango, doesn't he want gifts? She just wants Daddy to come home early on her birthday to celebrate together." Lin Yu kneels down to pinch her little nose playfully. "I promise from now on, I will always be home to celebrate every birthday with you." Little Mango beams with joy, nodding enthusiastically. "Let us go see the bunny, and then we can say goodbye before leaving," she proposes cheerfully. Lin Yu's heart feels heavy. However, he realizes that her character is already formed and cannot be altered in an instant. The more she resists, the more he wishes to buy it for her. Initially, he considered purchasing a similar toy later, but now his sole thought is to acquire this one at that very moment. Approaching the stage, Lin Yu finds a young man who appears to be staff and inquires, "How much for the rabbit?" The man, dressed in a suit and seemingly the event and Appo's as host, sizes Lin Yu up and responds, "I and Amp Appo's am sorry, sir, but that rabbit is not for sale. It is a prize for the talent competition." Chapter 50. The spare participants. The host adjusted his suit, announcing that we are the largest children in Amp Appo's art training school in Yanjing, the Paya Art School. Soon, our school will host an event, and the toys on stage are prizes. Upon hearing the word prizes, the little ones in Amp Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was no longer the timid girl who could not present a single program. After all, she had released a single, albeit one that was more popular than she was. Little Mango tugged at her father's sleeve, her big, watery eyes fixed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu understood the child's intent. How could she win a prize? The host paused for a moment before cheerfully responding, "Of course, by participating in the competition. We want to sign up," the little one exclaimed, bouncing up and down. The thought of winning a large rabbit plush toy without spending any money filled her with joy. The host chuckled softly. "This is an internal competition at Paya. If you wish to enroll your child in any special talent, you can sign up on site. Isn't it true that only students from the school can participate?" Lin Yu inquired. "Not necessarily," the host replied, glancing at Lin Yu and then at Little Mango. "We want to sign up. We want to sign up." The little girl insisted, raising her hand like a small rabbit, hopping with enthusiasm. The host's expression faltered. Even if they participated, it would be impossible for them to win a prize. This event was exclusively for the students and teachers of Paya Art School. Our students are the seed players in various competitions across Yanjing, and the judges are professors from the Yanjing Conservatory of Music, specially invited by the principal. The host's lengthy explanation boiled down to one message. Participating would be merely a formality, devoid of significance. Lin Yu crouched down and quietly asked the little one, "Do you still want to participate?" Little Mango nodded vigorously. In her young mind, the host's previous statements held no weight. She had never heard of Paya Art School, and as for the various competitions in Yanjing, she had participated in them as well. The Yanjing Conservatory of Music? What was that? All she could think of was the large rabbit plush toy. This is why the fearless innocence of youth prevails. The host smiled helplessly, turning to Lin Yu, knowing that children are often drawn to excitement, while adults are more rational. "We want to sign up." The host and Amp Appo's expression stiffened. He had delivered all the necessary information. Yet the adult had seemingly lost irrationality. Other participants had prepared for this event for at least 10 days to a month, while they thought they could simply join on a whim. The host shook his head. The event was ostensibly open for public registration. However, they knew it was improbable for a passerby to genuinely sign up, which is why they encouraged their students to prepare in advance. Not only were there solo performances, but there were also acts involving teachers and children together. What will you perform? The host asked, needing to register the program for the event. Sing, Lin Yu replied. Sing? The host raised an eyebrow. Singing was a performance that required minimal skill. What is the song title? He continued. Please listen to me. The little one exclaimed loudly. This was her signature piece, and she wanted to announce it with pride. If someone else sings it, you'd better choose another, the host advised. This song was currently so popular that it had made its way into the elementary school children's songbook. Everyone could sing it, rendering it devoid of originality. The host felt a bit exasperated. If they adored that plush rabbit, why not just purchase one for the child? Why go through the embarrassment of competing? This parent seemed rather oblivious. If it were another performance, it might be acceptable, but this was a competition. What were they thinking? A mere passerby wanted to win a prize? Though the rabbit plush toy was only a second-place prize, the first prize was a learning card worth 20,000 yuan, a ticket to study at Paya for free, redeemable against a year's tuition. Naturally, participants aimed for the first prize. Lin Yu was not surprised about the overlapping song issue, as Please Listen to Me had indeed gained immense popularity recently. He glanced at Little Mango, silently asking if she wanted to choose another song. The little one shook her head vigorously. We want to change. We'll stick with this song, Lin Yu affirmed. The host smiled. Very well. Your performance will be the last. To the host, this was merely a pair of supplementary participants. In truth, it might lead to a positive outcome. After the performance, the audience could realize just how outstanding the school and Oppo's students were, making the little one feel a sense of inadequacy and prompting her to plead to enroll. The host walked behind the stage, smiling as he handed the script to a colleague responsible for on-site enrollment, saying, Look, we actually have a passerby signing up. Nowadays, parents just want to give their children a chance to perform. I can understand their sentiments, the enrollment staff member replied. They're signing up for the prize. That rabbit plush toy, the host chuckled. Isn't that motivation for the children? I understand that feeling too, whether they end up at the bottom of the scores or not. I bet the parents will still buy them a similar toy, the host mused. Though the host had no children and did not fully grasp a parent's feelings, he found the parent's decision rather irrational. Performing on stage seemed embarrassing. Why bother? The participating students and parents had already taken their seats beneath the stage. One child was competing, accompanied by several parents, some even surrounded by 6 parents in total. Before long, the area around the stage was teeming with spectators. The principal of Paya was a middle-aged woman. Despite her age, she dressed fashionably and exuded elegance. Professor Oh, you've arrived. Please take a seat here. Why didn't my driver come and pick you up? Lu Meng inquired. Professor Oh Jiangwo settled in the center of the stage, waving his hand with a smile. I'm accustomed to taking the subway. It's an eco-friendly choice. Lu Meng smiled. It's truly an honor to have you here at Paya Art School. Paya has indeed supplied many talented individuals to the Conservatory of Music. While others exchanged pleasantries, Professor O returned the compliment, knowing that everyone enjoys hearing kind words. Paya was indeed a reputable art school in Yanjing, but their target demographic consisted of children aged 4 to 12. By the time they reached junior high, most would opt for more specialized art schools. As for gaining admission to the Yanjing Conservatory of Music, the 6 years of middle and high school would undoubtedly require immense effort. Thus, Paya did not directly funnel talent to the conservatory. However, Lu Meng was pleased to hear this and glanced at the stage. Today's competitors are all our Paya students. You can provide guidance after the performances. Oldo nodded with a smile, of course. Since he was the sole invited judge, the entire judging panel was filled upon his arrival. The competition was officially underway. Chapter 51. Comparable to the original singer, the competition officially commences, with the stage below teeming with spectators. The surrounding area is equally crowded with onlookers, and the second-floor railings encircling the square are filled to the brim. The grandeur of the Paya Art School's event is undeniably a spectacle aimed at attracting attention for recruitment purposes. Although advertised as an open competition, it predominantly features internal students. The nature of the performance outweighs that of a contest. The sole grand prize is a learning card valued at 20,000 yuan, while the other prizes consist of toys, which are rather modest rewards. However, for young children, the certificates and prizes bring immense joy. The students are motivated to participate not only because the grand prize can be used to offset tuition fees, but also due to parental aspirations for their children to gain more performance opportunities, especially during their formative years. At such a tender age, children are in a critical period for character development, and every parent desires for their child to be confident and unflappable. Furthermore, during this stage, the pressure of academic achievement is relatively light, allowing parents ample time to explore their children and Oppo's talents and potentials. The so-called quality education typically wanes after primary school. Once in junior high, the focus shifts predominantly to academics. Unless a child struggles academically or excels in a particular artistic discipline, opting out of the conventional college entrance examination path is rare. The vast majority of children must engage in rigorous competition to secure their futures through the Gaokao. The pressure to compete is immense, leaving little time for pursuits outside of study. Since his retirement, Jiangwo has taken on two roles, serving as a judge for various competitions and offering unsolicited advice to Xiaojun. To ensure that Jiangwo remains engaged with the latter task, Xiaojun is quite eager for him to fulfill the former. Occasionally, she even leverages her connections to secure prestigious judging opportunities for him. However, the positions she finds are typically for high-caliber events, while the activities at the training institution are contacts made by Jiangwo himself. Paya Art School offers a diverse array of training, ranging from instruments and vocal music to dance. The performances on stage showcase a wide variety with commendable quality. The age of the children spans from 4 to 12 years, with the older participants demonstrating a higher level of skill. As the competition progresses, a girl around 10 years old named Zhou Chuiying steps onto the stage. She is a seedling in the school's vocal program, possessing an exceptionally pure voice, undoubtedly a promising candidate for the Yanjing Music Academy. Lu Meng, with a hint of pride, remarks to Jiangwo. He nods in agreement, anticipating the girl and Oppo's performance. Indeed, the young girl possesses remarkable vocal quality, delivering a rendition of "Listen to Me, Say Thank You" with finesse, clearly outshining the preceding acts. Every training institution invariably cultivates a few standout students, and Zhou Chuiying is one such talent. Aside from Jiangwo, the other judges are instructors from Paya. After Zhou Chuiying sings just a few lines, the judges begin scoring. Jiangwo glances at the others and assigns a commendable score. He understands that the training institution has engaged him to elevate the competition stature, knowing that the presence of a music academy professor as a judge adds prestige for the parents. Ultimately, the competition serves more as a promotional tool for the school than as a true contest. Having participated in numerous events of this nature, Jiangwo is quite adept at his role. Zhou Chuiying has consistently excelled among Paya and Oppo's students, frequently securing first place in various internal competitions. As she concludes her performance and returns to her parents, they beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Ying sang beautifully. It seems unlikely that we could find another child as gifted as her. Surely, the first prize belongs to Ying, and the 20,000 yuan learning card is undoubtedly hers." Though Zhou Chuiying's parents maintain modest smiles, they are enveloped in the joy of receiving accolades, and given the current scores, her victory appears assured. They plan for her to continue studying vocal music at Paya next year, and obtaining the learning card would indeed be a delightful prospect. As the performances unfold, Zhou Chuiying and Oppo's position as the frontrunner becomes increasingly evident. There is no competitor of her caliber. The parents adopt a mindset focused on participation. Jiangwo glances at the time, sensing that the event is nearing its conclusion. Lu Meng is well aware of the number of participants, having reviewed the performances the previous day. She knows they are predominantly from her own school. As the penultimate act approaches, Lu Meng smiles and remarks to Jiangwo, Professor, oh, this is the final performance. He nods in acknowledgement. The final act features a gouging performance by a 6-year-old child, demonstrating commendable skill after over a year of practice. Oh Jiangwo and the other judges award her fair scores. He always takes a moment to glance at the other judges and oppos scores during each evaluation. Since retiring, he has remained active as a judge in various competitions, honing his discernment in the process. Lu Meng stands, preparing to deliver her closing remarks, while staff members tally the scores, which have long been calculated from high to low, an uncomplicated task. As the last child finishes their performance, the first, second, and third prizes are determined, alongside several excellence awards, ensuring that every child receives recognition. Lu Meng straightens her attire, ready to step forward. The host returns to the stage, announcing, "We now invite a courageous father-daughter duo who registered on a whim to perform in our Paya Art School competition. Let's give them a warm round of applause." Lu Meng pauses, taken aback by the unexpected participation of a passerby. A smile spreads across her face. Such involvement is promising, indicating interest in their school, a potential client. The parents politely applaud in support of the host. The impromptu performance will not affect the final results. The judges, initially prepared to conclude their duties, pick up their markers once more. Oh Jiangwo merely views it as an additional act, adjusting his reading glasses. Amidst the applause, a delightful little girl approaches the stage. "Hello everyone, my name is Little Mango, and today I will sing a song, Listen to Me Say Thank You. This song has graced the stage before, having been beautifully performed by Zhou Chuing, who received high praise from the judges. Now, with another passerby taking the stage, the audience perceives it as a light-hearted display, giving the girl and Oppo's adorable appearance. The little one's sudden appearance lacks preparation for accompaniment, and using someone else in Oppo's music is not feasible. Lin Yu, noticing the electric piano on stage, inquires with the host and learns that it belongs to Paya Art School, available for use by performing children. With a piano at hand, Lin Yu can accompany Little Mango. They often practice singing and playing together at home, making this a familiar endeavor for her. Lin Yu approaches the piano and takes a seat. Positioned slightly to the back, he remains as the accompanist, allowing the spotlight to shine on Little Mango. The stage is compact, and without a curtain, the audience can clearly observe the entire process as Lin Yu walks up and sits down. Oh Jiangwo furrows his brow slightly. "Are these your school students and teachers?" Lu Meng shakes her head with a smile. "No, just a parent passing by. They probably signed up for a chance to perform." She believed that adding a last-minute performance had irritated Oh Jiangwo, so she hastily explained, "It won in Oppo's to affect our competition results. You may simply assign a score at your discretion." Oh Jiangwo and Oppo's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu. After a moment, he removed his reading glasses from his nose and placed them on the table. A soft voice resonated through the air, sending you a little heart, a flower just for you. "You have brought so much emotion into my life. You are my angel, guiding me along the way. Regardless of the passage of time, my love for you transforms into song." The enchanting melody of Zaya Mango's voice reverberated above the stage, leaving everyone in astonishment. They had all heard "Thank You" for listening in various settings, kindergarten, school, and online. Many had listened to numerous renditions of the song through short videos and various school activities, as well as institutional competitions. Yet, this was the first time they encountered a performance so close to the original version. The sound they heard embodied the essence of the original. It was etched in their hearts from countless listens. Even though many had sung it, none could replicate the original girl's voice. While Zhou Chuing sang beautifully, her vocal prowess stemmed from her training and various singing techniques. Furthermore, the accompaniment was merely a piano, was and Oppo's. It's supposed to be rather monotonous? Why did this young man's piano playing seem to drape the song in a splendid cloak? Was he Paya's piano instructor? "My daughter has been learning piano, yet I have never seen this teacher. He looks so youthful, as though freshly graduated." But wait, didn't the host just mention that this father-daughter pair were merely passers-by? Not Paya and Oppo's as students? Passers-by? The parents were utterly astonished. They were familiar with this song. What kind of extraordinary father-daughter duo was this? With one singing as if she were the original artist, and the other playing better than the original accompaniment? Initially, the judges at Paya intended to merely assign casual scores, assuming they were just passers-by, with the school later bestowing an excellence award, ensuring the child would be delighted with the prize, which would likely prompt the parents to enroll her for specialized training. At this moment, they had forgotten their previous intentions. The pens in their hands no longer considered scoring. Lu Meng had never anticipated such a turn of events. As the proprietor of a large training school, she possessed a musical background herself. Even parents without a musical foundation could discern the young girl and Oppo's singing level. How could she not? And what of the young man playing the piano behind her? Was he here to compete, or was he merely disrupting the event? Lu Meng and Oppo's expression of astonishment had completely abandoned her usual composure. She gestured for the teacher in charge of the venue to approach. Who are they? Lu Meng inquired softly. The teacher, equally astonished, recalled that not long ago backstage, the host had been lamenting about a father-daughter pair who insisted on participating despite clashing with others in Oppo's songs, refusing to change. At that moment, she had feigned understanding, uttering sympathetic words about the struggles of parenthood. Now, reflecting on those remarks, she felt relieved they had an Oppo's been overheard. Otherwise, her embarrassment would be profound. The staff member shook his head with a wry smile. I don't know. I just heard from Xiao Zhao that this father-daughter pair was merely passing by. They seemed interested in our prizes and decided to sign up. Prizes? Lu Meng and Oppo's lips curled into a smile, her expression a mix of surprise and delight. If they were here for the prizes, it implied they wished to become Paya's students in the future. After all, the first prize was a learning card worth 20,000 yuan. With this thought, Lu Meng quietly instructed the internal judges, let in Oppo's ensure we score fairly and justly. This statement was intended for both the judges and Jiangwo. Ultimately, who received the first prize learning card was inconsequential to Lu Meng. It was merely an opportunity for a year of free study. Since they had come specifically for the prizes, it was only fitting to grant the new students a chance. By saying this, she aimed to demonstrate the fairness of Paya's competition while also securing a promising talent. In her mind, the thought of the child participating in future competitions would serve as a living advertisement for Paya. Lu Meng and Oppo's lips once again curled into a sly smile. Chapter 52. I Want the Big Bunny. The melodious voice of Little Mango captivated everyone present. Initially, the audience clapped politely, but as the young performer concluded her song, genuine applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. What a splendid performance! It felt as though she was singing in perfect harmony with the original artist, perhaps even surpassing it, with an accompaniment that was simply delightful. Unlike Zhou Chuiying, who relied on technique, this child sang with pure innocence, her voice more unblemished. If the parent behind her was the piano teacher from Paya, I would promptly enroll my son in another piano class. Lu Meng had just signaled to the judges to score fairly based on the true performance. The judges began their evaluations. Jiangwo did not glance at anyone else this time. Instead, the other teachers from Yabe appeared somewhat apprehensive, given that Zhou Chuiying was one of their students, and the previous performances had not been like this. They looked towards Jiangwo for guidance. Upon meeting his gaze, they hesitated momentarily. Then, they confidently picked up their markers and began scoring. After Lin Yu concluded his performance, he stepped off the stage, fully aware of his role as merely an accompaniment. The little girl stood at the center of the stage, awaiting the judges and Oppo's scores. The host approached her, noticing that Little Mango and Oppo's expression had transformed entirely from before. The girl, who had initially signed up merely out of curiosity after seeing the prizes, was now revealed to be a true champion. He, who was not only the host of various events at Yabe Art School, but also an instructor for the hosting training program, felt an unprecedented flush of embarrassment for his earlier words. Thankfully, the child was young enough not to confront him with words, and her parents remained discreet, leaving the stage promptly after the performance. Otherwise, he would have been mortified. The parents who had previously surrounded Zhou Chuiying and her parents suddenly shifted their tone. They had been praising Zhou Chuiying, preemptively celebrating her anticipated first-place victory and encouraging their children to learn from her. However, some parents now chose to remain silent, feeling embarrassed to continue their praises, as the child on stage was simply too remarkable. Though their earlier compliments towards Zhou Chuing may not have been entirely sincere, they now found themselves unable to utter even a kind word. Others began to comfort Zhou Chuing and Apos as parents, remarking that she was also exceptional and that this little girl must have studied vocal training for a long time to achieve such a level. Yet, it was clear to any discerning eye that the girl was merely 5 or 6 years old, while Zhou Chuing was already 10. Unless she had been singing since birth, it was impossible for her to have more extensive vocal training than Zhou Chuing. Some parents quietly advise their children that there are always others who excel beyond them, urging them not to be arrogant or complacent. The reality within the parents' seating area was palpable. Following the established procedure, the host requested the judges to raise their scorecards for public display. Little Mango, fixated on the plush Big Bunny, eagerly awaited the judges and Appo's scores. Her father had informed her of the current first-place score, conveying that if they could surpass it, they would claim the top spot, equating first place with the coveted Big Bunny. The judges simultaneously raised their white bards. The host momentarily froze, and the parents surrounding the judges gasped in surprise. Including the invited Oh Jiangwo, there were 5 judges in total. The host read the scores sequentially from left to right. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. All 5 judges awarded full marks. The parents, including Zhou Chuing and her family, were left in shock. Zhou Chuing, who had received unanimous praise, had only managed a score of 997, which was still her vocal teacher's score. In fact, her teacher had hesitated briefly, contemplating whether to award the same score to Little Mango, but ultimately decided from the heart that the young girl deserved full marks. Amidst the uproar, thunderous applause erupted once more. Lu Meng joined in the clapping, recognizing that such a charming girl with a remarkable voice would undoubtedly become a living testament to Paya if she continued her studies there for several years, even if she eventually aged out of the younger training programs. While some rejoiced, others felt disheartened. The little girl bounced joyfully beside her father, eagerly awaiting her turn to receive her prize. Consequently, the awards for the other children were pushed back one position. Zhou Chuing, who had initially anticipated first place, ended up in second. A third place was relegated to an honorable mention. One by one, the children whose names were called walked onto the stage. There were not many award recipients, and the event was not overly complicated. All the honored children gathered on stage together, with the first place winners announced first, followed by second and third place. Little Mango stood closest to the host, her eyes sparkling with visions of the Big Bunny. Lu Meng adjusted her attire and approached the stage to give her speech and present the awards. Little Mango was ecstatic, as this was her first time winning a toy through her own efforts. She waved enthusiastically to her father from the stage. Now, please welcome Lu Meng, the principal of Paya Art School, to present the awards to the winning children. The awards comprised both certificates and prizes. Lu Meng began distributing the certificates to the victorious children one by one. Little Mango beamed with happiness, already knowing to display her certificates on the wall after each win. Once the certificates were handed out, Little Mango's eyes shone with a starry glimmer. A group of beautiful hostesses took the stage, carrying various prizes. The plush Big Bunny that Little Mango had longed for was brought to the center of the stage. Lu Meng wore a ceremonial smile as she picked up the microphone and said, "I am genuinely surprised to see such a delightful little girl participating in the Paya competition, especially with such an exceptional vocal quality. If she continues her studies at Paya for a few more years, we may be able to nurture another outstanding talent for the Yanjing Conservatory of Music." She then presented Little Mango with a study card worth 20,000 yuan, hoping she would continue her education at Paya. Upon finishing, she placed a large cardboard in Little Mango's hands. The little girl, initially focused on the Big Bunny, was momentarily taken aback by the cardboard. The board, facing outward, clearly displayed the figure of 20,000. Little Mango stared in astonishment for a while before placing the board on the ground, which now reached up to her neck. Lu Meng hoped to engage with Little Mango, considering she had come for the prizes and would surely be thrilled to receive such a valuable study card. I heard you just happened to pass by with your father and entered on a whim, Lu Meng remarked. Little Mango nodded in affirmation. I was informed that you signed up because of our prizes, Lu Meng continued. Little Mango nodded again. Lu Meng, her face aglow, asked, now that you've received your dream prize, are you happy? With a radiant smile, she directed her gaze at the little girl. Little Mango, supporting the large cardboard, had her eyes fixed on the big bunny held by the hostesses, then glanced down at her father. Lin Yu looked equally perplexed. Having missed the sight of the large cardboard and assuming the first prize was the most expensive-looking big bunny, he had not anticipated the existence of such a large board. The big bunny was simply adorable. Participating in the competition was all about winning the big bunny. Little Mango swallowed hard, her expression anxious as she replied, I'm not happy. Lu Meng's expression stiffened. The little girl raised her arm and pointed, declaring, I want the bunny. Chapter 53. Miss Call. No one anticipated that Little Mango would respond in such a manner. Only the host on stage was privy to the unfolding events. Initially, the child's parents had brought her to purchase a large rabbit, but upon learning that participating in the competition could yield one, they joyfully registered. Lu Meng, momentarily at a loss for words, found herself unable to articulate a single phrase. The parents, poised to applaud, hesitated midway, sensing something amiss, resulting in an awkward silence. Among the judges, glances were exchanged, uncertainty hanging in the air. However, Jiang Wo remained remarkably composed, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. From the moment Lin Yu stepped onto the stage, he recognized her. As soon as Little Mango began to sing, he understood the original artist had arrived. It was he who had initially recommended Lin Yu and Amp, Oppo's video to Xiaowan. Naturally, he was familiar with her appearance. He had later gleaned details about Lin Yu and Oppo's signing process from his daughter, as well as her subsequent songwriting endeavors. Although the old man had retreated from the limelight, he remained well informed about the industry. Having dedicated his life to music education, his discerning ear had become almost supernatural. Upon recognizing Lin Yu and her daughter, he found it rather peculiar that they were participating in the Paya competition. In terms of musical prowess, Paya's contestants would likely aspire to learn from Lin Yu, who might not even wish to take them on as students. Little Mango's innocent and endearing antics on stage ultimately clarified the situation. The little girl wanted a doll, and with her father's unparalleled skills, he took action without hesitation. While Lin Yu appeared to be merely an accompanist, without his support, Little Mango, despite being the original singer, might not achieve perfection. After all, songs downloaded from the internet are typically studio-enhanced, with impeccable pitch and rhythm. Regardless of the child and Oppo's musical talent, she remained just a child, and imperfections were inevitable. Yet, Lin Yu and Oppo's accompaniment allowed her to sidestep these pitfalls during her performance. The host, seasoned in handling such situations, managed the evident blunder with ease. Since Little Mango expressed a desire for the large rabbit, he decided to ask if fellow contestant Zhou Chuing was willing to trade. Zhou Chuing, would you like to exchange? Zhou Chuing had originally aimed for first place, with her parents hoping she could secure the 2,000 yuan study card, which would significantly alleviate tuition fees. Though the top spot was now out of reach, a beneficial exchange remained appealing. Being a child, Zhou Chuing was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Parents in the audience gestured frantically, urging her to agree. With a stiff nod, she acquiesced. I am willing to exchange. The host exchanged a glance with Lu Meng, who, though reluctant, recognized the necessity of moving past the awkwardness. Thanks to the host and Oppo's deft intervention, the awards ceremony proceeded without further incident. Little Mango joyfully embraced the large rabbit, while Zhou Chuing received her 2,000 yuan study card. Watching Little Mango and Lin Yu depart, Lu Meng was left with an indescribable feeling. Teachers from the school attempted to engage her in conversation, but Lu Meng was disinterested. It wasn't into Oppo's teeth until Lin Yu and Little Mango had vanished into the crowd that she finally withdrew her gaze. Jiang Wo initially intended to leave directly, but sensed that such an action might be inappropriate. Upon spotting Lu Meng, his expression shifted to one of forced cheerfulness. Professor O, please take care. Thank you for your efforts today. Having witnessed countless scenes, Old O immediately discerned Lu Meng and Appo's as true sentiments. Little Mango is the original singer, he remarked before departing. Lu Meng felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Xiao Zhao, Xiao Zhao, did you hear what Professor O just said? Xiao Zhao, engrossed in his phone, happened to walk by Lu Meng at that moment. I heard it. I wanted to discuss this with you. Lu Meng cast a skeptical glance in his direction. Xiao Zhao pointed to the screen. I just searched for the song Thank You for Listening and discovered its original artist is indeed Little Mango. I had listened to the song previously without noticing its title. It turns out that the little girl was the original singer. No wonder she sang so beautifully. If only we had recognized this sooner, we might have promoted the school. Surrounding teachers had also learned of Little Mango's identity as the original artist and, aware of the inappropriateness of discussing it in front of parents, gathered around Lu Meng. It's such a pity, Lu. If only we had checked earlier. But who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Indeed, some opportunities are fleeting. Missing this one means there may not be another. I thought I recognized Little Mango and Appo's as father as well. Could he be the lyricist and composer? Now that you mention it, he does resemble Lin Yu. Lin Yu? No way. If it truly is Lin Yu, we have potentially missed out on a fortune. Not just a fortune. Each word they uttered felt like a dagger piercing Lu Meng and Appo's heart, each cut more lethal than the last. Silence. Enough, Lu Meng exclaimed, her voice rising sharply. The sudden outburst left the teachers momentarily speechless. Lu Meng felt utterly despondent. Lin Yu had not paid attention to chess piece after writing a song for Wen Ling. Earlier, he had silenced his phone to accompany Little Mango, and after spending the afternoon with her, he had completely forgotten about his device. Little Mango paraded through the streets, clutching the large rabbit. The little girl's petite arms struggled to hold the plush toy, which was nearly her height but significantly sturdier, attracting the attention of passers-by. She relished the compliments about her beautiful rabbit, especially since it was a reward she had earned through competition. Initially intending to return home after dinner, she insisted on taking another stroll with the rabbit before agreeing to go back. On their way home, Little Mango did not adamantly request to take the subway. She had never truly ridden it, as her experience was more akin to standing in a subway car. After a day of extensive walking, she was exhausted. The pair took a taxi home, arriving well past 9 o'clock. After a quick bath, the little one was ready for bed. It was only then that Lin Yu retrieved his phone to check for work-related messages. 13 missed calls awaited him, 1 from Xiaowan and 12 from Qian Yu. Lin Yu found his relationship with Qian Yu rather tenuous. With so many calls, there must be something urgent afoot. He first dialed Xiaojuan's number. As soon as the call connected, he heard her languid voice, suggesting she was still at work. You finally returned my call. Qian Yu has been frantic looking for you. Lin Yu responded with a non-committal hum, acknowledging the 12 missed calls. You haven't returned his call yet, have you? Xiaowan teased lightly. Not yet. A hearty laugh followed. You should call him back promptly. I was only reaching out to you because he was driving me mad. Qian Yu had spent the afternoon desperately seeking Lin Yu, urging Xiaowan to call him on his behalf. Initially, she was reluctant, believing Lin Yu had not intentionally ignored Qian Yu and Appo's calls. If he hadn't answered, it was likely because he was either away from his phone or otherwise occupied. However, after enduring Qian Yu and Appo's relentless knocking every 10 minutes, she finally relented and made the call. Lin Yu dialed Qian Yu's number. Chapter 54. Without promotion, Qian Yu answered the phone in a heartbeat. You can take my call now. His excitement was palpable, as if he might leap from the receiver. Although Lin Yu and Qian Yu were not particularly close and had little interaction, he felt compelled to explain. After all, there had been 12 missed calls, which undoubtedly signified something of great importance. I had something to attend to this morning, and my phone was on silent. I forgot to switch it back, he clarified. No worries. I understand you're usually busy, Qian Yu replied, though he was unaware of Lin Yu's actual commitments. He barely saw Lin Yu in the office. He would only come in for lunch, making his presence a rarity. What can I do for you? With a sheepish laugh, Qian Yu cleared his throat and said, I was hoping you could assist Wen Ling with her ranking campaign. Ranking campaign? Lin Yu inquired. Indeed, December's new song rankings are fiercely competitive, and Wen Ling's standing is somewhat lacking. It would be such a shame if her debut song didn't make it onto the new song chart, Qian Yu lamented. You wrote chess piece, Surely, you wouldn't want such a remarkable song to fade into obscurity upon release. Lin Yu maintained a calm tone. What do you have in mind? Lin Yu was delighted to hear Lin Yu's inquiry, interpreting it as a tacit agreement. I was wondering if you could promote Chess Piece on the WeChat platform. I don't use WeChat, Lin Yu stated firmly. Lin Yu was taken aback. In their industry, even lesser-known artists were striving to establish a presence on WeChat, hoping to break through. Lin Yu's declaration of not using the platform was unexpected. Lin Yu trusted Lin Yu's honesty. If he said he didn't have it, then he truly didn't. A silence enveloped the phone call. Lin Yu had traversed 2 lives in the entertainment industry, experiencing vastly different circumstances. Yet he could empathize with Lin Yu and Appo's feelings. He regarded Lin Yu as a remarkably responsible manager. Despite managing numerous artists, he would exert every effort to assist when possible. He could easily dismiss the request with a simple phone call. If no one answered, it would be of little consequence, as he had plenty of profitable artists at his disposal, and one less would not make a difference. It was commendable that Lin Yu was so dedicated in a world often devoid of genuine human connection. What are your expectations regarding the new song rankings? Lin Yu asked. Lin Yu felt genuinely disheartened. He had anticipated that Lin Yu's reserved nature might yield a powerful impact in promoting Chess Piece. He understood that Lin Yu would not agree to unreasonable demands, such as performing together or making public appearances. Thus, asking Lin Yu to promote the song on WeChat was his only plausible request. With a hint of reluctance, Lin Yu expressed, I hope when Ling can make it onto the new song rankings. To be included in the new song rankings meant securing a spot among the top 10, as only those positions would appear on the homepage. If it's just the top 10, you don't need to promote it, Lin Yu replied matter-of-factly. Initially, he had thought Lin Yu was overly eager to vie for the top position. Achieving a ranking depended on various factors beyond the quality of the song, including luck and popularity. Hence, Chess Piece might not secure a top spot without external support. However, if the goal was merely the top 10, Chess Piece was assuredly capable. This month is particularly fierce. All the top-tier artists will be competing. A newcomer like Wen Ling stands little chance against the industry giants. Lin Yu was uncertain how to advise Lin Yu and glanced at the clock, realizing that in just a few hours, the outcome would be revealed. At midnight, all new songs would be released simultaneously, and the competition would officially commence. In the dormitory of the Yenjing Music Academy, students were buzzing with anticipation for Wen Ling and Appo's new song, set to debut at midnight. ISN and Appo's December the Death Group? One student asked, why is Senior when releasing a song this month? I texted her yesterday to cheer her on, and she seems incredibly confident. Her voice is just as good as those top-tier stars. It's merely a matter of timing, another replied. However, I heard that Senior when previously participated in the selection for Forever Together but lost to Mo Ran, which is why Mo Ran performed that song, and when Ling debuted later. Mo Ran? The chubby one? Yes, but he truly suits the vocal style of Forever Together. The manager has a keen ear for song selection. Incorrect. It wasn't the manager who chose, but rather the lyricist and composer. Lin Yu? Yes, that Lin Yu. But he didn't graduate from our Yenjing Music Academy. Did he? Correct. He graduated from the Film Academy. It's amazing that someone from there can write so many excellent songs, which must be disheartening for our music composition department's elitists. I've heard that he releases 2 to 3 songs each month, an astonishing output. It's likely that he's just releasing material he composed during university when he had no means to publish. Now it is finally seeing the light of day. Even so, that's enough to evoke envy among the composition students. Wen Ling, a graduate of the vocal department at Yenjing Music Academy, inspired her fellow students, who viewed every senior who debuted as a role model. They dreamed of becoming stars like them one day, basking in the spotlight. They were oblivious to the struggles and efforts behind the scenes. All they recognized was their shared starting point as students of Yenjing Music Academy. Thus, the students eagerly rallied to support their seniors' new song rankings, embodying their aspirations for the future. With just a few minutes until midnight, not only were the dormitories abuzz with discussions about Wen Ling's new song, but the Yenjing Music Academy's online forum was also alive with chatter. In the past, when seniors debuted, they merely supported them in their rankings without such fervor. The heightened anticipation this time was due to December's rankings being a fierce battleground, with top-tier artists vying for dominance. They were eager to witness how Wen Ling would fare in such a competitive climate. Does the fact that Sheng Kong scheduled Wen Ling's debut for December imply a lack of confidence in her? One student pondered, I heard that typically, debuting artists are given a fair chance to compete for rankings to establish themselves. Could it be that Wen Ling offended the higher-ups? But she has always been kind-hearted. She helped us juniors a lot in student council, so it seems unlikely. It's precisely because she's nice that it's tough to navigate the industry. Haven and Oppos. You heard? The entertainment world is cutthroat and unforgiving. You're making me second-guess my aspirations to debut. Don't get ahead of yourself. Consider whether you even have a chance to debut first. Wen Ling waited over a year to debut. That's not slow. Some graduates sign with companies only to be forgotten, waiting years until their contracts expire before changing careers without ever debuting. Is it really that grim? Then I'd better stick to composing. At least I can make a living that way, without relying on fleeting youth. Composing also depends on the type. If you can write like Lin Yu, that's fine, but if you're just an obscure composer without notable works, you might get a few years of minimum salary before being let go. The chatter continued until midnight, at which point the forum finally quieted down. Chapter 55. The unknown December is an extraordinary month for the new song chart. Each major company parades its leading artists, showcasing their unique talents, having begun their promotional efforts well in advance. Qiu Wanting, an artist under Lin Yu, stands as the prominent figure among Sheng Kong and Oppos' singers. However, as she too has a new song to release this month, despite her verbal assurances to support her junior sister, Lin Yu prefers that Qiu Wanting focus on her own success to prevent fan dilution. Once the rankings stabilize, he may lend a hand to Wen Ling. As the leading lady of Sheng Kong, Qiu Wanting receives abundant promotional opportunities. December represents a battleground for first-tier artists, and securing a position in the rankings could lead to a year filled with abundant resources. I must secure the top promotional spot, declared Xiaowan emphatically over the phone. Standing in her office, Lin Yu recognized that while he could usually obtain promotional positions for music platforms, only Xiaowan had the authority to negotiate for these prime slots at this crucial time. What? Only half a day? Xiaowan and Oppos' displeasure was evident as she glanced at Lin Yu, who nodded vigorously in response. Fine, half a day it is, but Qiu Wanting must be first. After hanging up, Xiaowan continued. Modern Fruits and Mina's companies are also vying for the top promotional positions. To maintain balance, they're also allocated half a day, but they have agreed to let us go first. In reality, the primary competition revolves around securing the top slots in the first 2 days. As subsequent success relies on word of mouth, it is believed that the first 24 hours can already determine the outcome. Various media outlets and websites will provide reviews, alongside fan reactions post-download. The feedback from short videos on Weibo will also reflect the song's quality. The top 3 artists will compete fiercely for resources in a bid to claim the #1 spot. If a song has not entered the top 5 within the first 24 hours, it is unlikely to contest for the top position. Likewise, failing to break into the top 10 within that time frame generally means missing out on the new song chart altogether. The artists capable of reaching the top 10 typically do not afford opportunities to others, as no one wishes to be eliminated. The competition for a place among the top 10 results in fierce confrontations between companies, artists, and capital. Each December, the scandalous secrets of celebrities often emerge during this tumultuous period. When unable to compete through their work, they resort to sabotaging their rivals in other ways. Thus, the immense pressure on the artists is mirrored by the fierce competition among entertainment companies and the intellectual duels between agents, all laid bare at year's end. December every year serves as a grand feast for the music industry. Those who withstand the relentless assaults and remain standing are crowned the champions of the year. On music platforms, all artists have released their songs, awaiting selection and downloads not only from fans, but also from major music media. Support for Wanting is palpable, with hopes for her to defend her championship title this year. I must download Qiu Wanting's song, one fan exclaims. Sister Qiu's new song deserves our unwavering support. She is our eternal goddess, another chimes in. Such a beautiful song. And Oppos. Sad stories do not bring sadness in Oppos. It is truly captivating, echoing Chiu Wanting and Appo's signature melancholic style. It always reminds me of the pain of love. An artist of Chiu Wanting's caliber possesses numerous hit songs. It is impossible for her to release a new masterpiece every year, yet any release is guaranteed to be exceptional. Last December, she triumphed in the Grand Showdown. And this year, Kong continues to place all its bets on her. Despite the lackluster performance of new talents in the past 2 years, the top artist remains a force to be reckoned with, and Chiu Wanting has never disappointed. Other companies typically deploy several artists to compete for multiple spots on the new song chart, yet Kong fields only Chiu Wanting, sufficient for a strong showing. As long as she participates, a place in the top 3 is assured. Determining the champion among the top 3 hinges not only on the quality of the songs, but also on the competitive dynamics among the companies. Last year, Kong emerged victorious, a win attributed to Xiaowan's fierce negotiations. The platform bestowed upon Chiu Wanting the best and most extensive promotional opportunities. However, this year, Kong has added a new artist, Wenling. Who's Wenling? I don't recognize her. Is she a ballad singer? I don't comprehend, some fans ponder. She seems to have just debuted in December. Was she abandoned by her company? How unfortunate for her. Perhaps I should support her as an act of charity. Others express their skepticism, suggesting that instead of wasting their support on an unknown artist, they ought to invest it in more established talents. For lesser-known artists, achieving success in this competitive month is exceedingly challenging. While some may download out of curiosity, many more are discerning fans who prefer to reserve their support for artists they truly admire, especially with so many releasing new songs in December. Wei Wei from Modern Fruits has also released a new track. Sister Wei Wei is so dedicated. I recall she just released a song not long ago. And here she is again, fans remark. Our Wei Wei must be frequently releasing songs due to her company's strong backing. At the Modern Fruits office building, Zhang Huaqiang slammed the phone down in frustration. Brother Chong, how did Wei Wei's promotional spot turn out? Wei Zi inquired. They allotted us half a day. Zhang Huaqiang replied angrily. Wei Zi sighed in relief, responding, given the competition for resources among so many companies, half a day is not too bad. You don't understand. They allocated 2 slots today to Kong and Mina, leaving us with only tomorrow. Zhang Huaqiang retorted. Wei Zi paused, considering the artists from both companies. Mina has sent 3 artists to compete, while only Zhou Kai from their side is contending for a top 3 position. The other 2 are likely there merely to secure spots in the top 10. Kong, on the other hand, seems to have only Chiu Wanting. Wait, there is also that newly debuted singer, Wei Zi recalled. A newly debuted artist? That doesn't count. They're left with only Chiu Wanting as their strong contender. Zhang Huaqiang narrowed his eyes. Last year, Kong was number 1. This year it's our turn. Wei Zi, tell Wei Wei to go live tonight and interact with fans, encouraging them to listen to her new song. Wei Zi smiled, affirming, rest assured, it's already arranged. Zhang Huaqiang nodded in agreement. Chapter 56. Little Mango falls ill. Lin Yu did not go to work today, for his little companion was unwell. It seemed that after snuggling with the large rabbit toy last night, the little one had kicked off the blanket, resulting in a chill. During the 3 months spent together, Lin Yu had come to regard her as the most significant person in his life. The phrase a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain may sound grandiose. But the everyday moments they shared had allowed Lin Yu to evolve from merely relying on the original owner and Appo's affection to fully immersing himself in the role of father. Little Mango's obedient nature and lively spirit had taken deep root in Lin Yu's heart. Together, they had experienced countless joyful moments, yet they had never faced the challenge of illness. In a desperate search through his memories, Lin Yu could only recall a time when little Mango was just over a year old and had fallen ill. It seemed that once children reached the age of 2, capable of expressing themselves, they rarely fell sick. Occasionally, if she appeared less spirited, Lin Yu would inquire, only to receive the reassuring response that she was fine. At that time, Lin Yu was preoccupied with the daily grind and neglected to probe further. If she said she was fine, he accepted it without question. Daddy, I'm okay, the little one murmured from her small bed, her voice barely audible. Lin Yu was not the original owner. A 6-year-old child certainly understood what it meant to be unwell. If children could discern their condition, one might as well consider them adults at 2, capable of speaking and fending for themselves in the wild. He took the thermometer, which registered a concerning 38. Foresee, they needed to go to the hospital. In a flurry, Lin Yu dressed his little companion. I don't need to go to the hospital. Daddy, aren't you supposed to be at work today? Little Mango remained blissfully unaware of Lin Yu's daily activities, believing he simply dropped her off at school and went to work. In the past, he had often arrived late to pick her up from school and had little time to spend with her on weekends. Now, however, he greeted her at the kindergarten gates every day and devoted his weekends to her. She thought her father had secured a splendid job. As for the classmates who asked for their father's signatures, she only heard that it was for their parents. In her eyes, her father was meant to be a star, having graduated from the prestigious Beijing Film Academy. Occasionally, when her teachers referred to him as a celebrity, she found it entirely plausible. Daddy, you must go to work. Your boss will be upset. I'm fine, as long as my temperature is below 38. 5. It's not a fever, she added, her voice soft. While it is true that children in Oppo's normal temperature tends to be slightly higher than adults, and a reading below 38. 5C does not necessitate alarm. It nonetheless indicates the presence of inflammation or a viral infection. Lin Yu scooped her up into his arms, asserting, "There are no bosses here. I am my own leader." His heart raced as they made their way to the hospital. Upon arriving at the pediatric department, Lin Yu was taken aback by the number of ill children. To have his child examined, he would have to wait in line as he had not made an appointment. The on-site registration could take until noon. Holding little Mango, who was weakened by fever and curled up in his embrace, he felt a sense of urgency. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. A throng of anxious parents filled the waiting area, each with their own unique backgrounds but sharing the common concern of a child in their arms. Their worried expressions fixed on the screen, displaying the names being called. Each one silently hoped their child's name would be next. This waiting period was perhaps one of the most excruciating experiences one could endure. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Yu pondered whether the chill from last night was truly the cause of the fever. After all, little Mango had always been quite robust. Was it not customary for a cold to come first with coughing and a runny nose? Was her fever genuinely due to a chill? Daddy, I'm really fine. You don't need to worry, she comforted him softly. Lin Yu gently ruffled her hair, astonished that she could say she was fine despite such a high fever. I've never gone to the hospital for a fever under 39°C, she added nonchalantly. Lin Yu gazed at her in disbelief, finally understanding why he had no memories of taking her to the hospital. The truth was, she hadn't and Oppo's visited since turning 2. Whoever said that one doesn't need to go to the hospital unless the fever reaches 39°C, it must be out of their mind, Lin Yu thought. The potential dangers of an unexplained fever loomed large in his mind. If the underlying cause remained undetected, it could escalate into a serious illness. Is that something your father said? She asked, her expression bewildered. The screen displayed the number 63, followed by little Mango's name. Lin Yu quickly carried her to the corresponding examination room. The doctor, clad in a white coat, hat, and mask obscuring most of his face, was ready to examine them. What seems to be the issue? Lin Yu inquired. The child felt unwell this morning and has a fever of 38. Foresee, we need to run a blood test. Before Lin Yu could finish, the printer whirred to life, producing the blood test order. Though Lin Yu felt a twinge of frustration, he held his tongue, reminding himself that the doctor likely had a wealth of experience and could glean much from a mere glance at his child. The blood test was merely a supplementary measure. The doctor did not specify what the blood test would reveal, and Lin Yu was left in the dark. As the small needle pierced little Mango's finger, she bravely refrained from crying, although tears glistened in her large eyes. The results arrived swiftly. Lin Yu glanced at the report, filled with arrows pointing up and down, along with a myriad of indicators that meant little to him. Grasping the report, he hurried back to the examination room, eager for answers. Inside, another parent was consulting with the doctor, who barely allowed them to finish speaking before printing another order and repeating the same phrases. Once that parent left, Lin Yu entered with little Mango. Could you please explain the results? What's causing my child's fever? He asked politely, feeling a newfound sense of humility. In his 2 lives, he had never spoken to anyone with such deference, nor had he ever felt so reliant on another. The doctor glanced at the test results and curtly stated, "Viral cold." With just 4 words, he dismissed them entirely, not sparing them a second glance. His fingers danced over the mouse as he asked, "Is she coughing?" "Not currently, but—" Lin Yu attempted to interject. The doctor interrupted again, prescribing cough medicine. Lin Yu swallowed his words once more, reasoning that whether she coughed or not when they returned home, it was prudent to have some medication on hand. He awaited the doctor to complete the prescription, wanting to inquire further about his child and Appo's condition. After all, the fundamental steps of auscultation and throat examination had not yet been performed, and he hoped to clarify the various results on the report. However, before he could finish his sentence, the doctor began calling out the next number. "Doctor, you haven't even examined her or looked at her throat," Lin Yu said, his expression grave. "You've already prescribed medication. Just head downstairs to collect it." Lin Yu gritted his teeth, having tolerated the doctor's dismissive attitude for far too long. They say that doctors possess the heart of a parent, yet this pediatrician displayed no sense of responsibility whatsoever. Suddenly, Lin Yu stood up abruptly. "Daddy!" Little Mango tugged at his sleeve. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her small face flushed with heat. Lin Yu picked up the little one and departed without uttering a word. He was not devoid of temper, nor was he an inconspicuous individual afraid to express his displeasure. Yet he swallowed all his indignation. This was because little Mango was unwell. He did not wish to argue with others in front of the child, nor did he want to delay the anxious parents waiting behind him from receiving medical attention. No matter how commanding he might be in his professional life, when it came to the role of a father, all that remained was compromise and forbearance. Chapter 57. Potential for enhancement. Lin Yu remained vigilant by his little one's bedside throughout the night. Previously, he perceived his affection for Xiao Mango as merely a matter of duty and obligation, intensified by the lingering memories of the original host. However, when Xiao Mango suddenly fell ill, Lin Yu was thrown into a state of panic and unease, wishing he could bear the sickness himself. It was then that Lin Yu realized his feelings for the child had transcended the original host's emotions and had blossomed into genuine paternal love. In this unfamiliar and desolate world, Xiao Mango represented Lin Yu's sole source of hope, his family, an irreplaceable presence. After taking her medicine, the little one remained drowsy throughout the day. A trip to the hospital yielded nothing more than a bag of costly medications, offering Lin Yu no solace. The doctor failed to specify the cause or severity of the illness, simply prescribing a cocktail of antiviral cold remedies, cough syrup, and antibiotics. Upon returning home, Lin Yu meticulously researched each medication and scrutinized every indicator on the report. For the first time in his life as a father, he understood that a child is not merely someone who shares your laughter and tears, but also someone who falls ill, experiences emotions, and subjects you to all forms of forbearance. Some individuals boast about never having bowed their heads to anyone. Lin Yu had once uttered those same words. However, if someone were to repeat them now, Lin Yu would simply smile and say, "That's because you haven't become a father yet." If you encounter a colleague who has always been headstrong and confrontational in the workplace, readily challenging superiors and impulsively quitting when dissatisfied, but one day finds himself meekly accepting reprimands from the boss, silently promising to improve his performance, do not assume he has lost his mind. It is more likely that he has become a father. Lin Yu softly narrated several stories to the little one until he heard the faint, rhythmic sound of her breathing. Gently closing the book, Lin Yu tucked her in, ensuring she was snug and secure. Still feverish, he remained apprehensive and knew he would not be able to sleep soundly. Without undressing, Lin Yu lay down beside the bed. He remained sleepless throughout the night. "Papa!" The little one's clear voice echoed in Lin Yu's ears. Having not slept a wink, he had only just dozed off in the early hours. Startled by her call, Lin Yu sat up abruptly. "Mango? Mango, what an amp! Appo's is wrong?" The little one sat up, giggling. "Papa's a scaredy cat." "Ha!" Mango gave Papa fright. Lin Yu smiled, ruffling her hair and touching her forehead. He was astonished by her resilience. Yesterday, she had been as weak as a kitten, but today she was fever-free and as energetic as a little tiger. Relieved to see her recovered, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you still feeling unwell?" Lin Yu asked with concern. The little one stuck out her tongue and shook her head. "No." Lin Yu pinched her cheek, which was no longer hot. She had truly recovered. The little one gazed at her father with a peculiar expression. Papa's a panda, haha. Lin Yu instinctively touched his eyes. Such dark circles, the little one exclaimed, giggling. She was unaware that her father had been up all night, and that lack of sleep causes dark circles. Lin Yu playfully pinched her cheeks. Still laughing at Papa? The little one's already chubby cheeks were further rounded by his gentle teasing. Let's rest for another day, Lin Yu said solicitously. No, I want to go to school. But you had a fever yesterday. But Mango doesn't have a fever today. If I don't have a fever, I can go to kindergarten. I don't want to stay home. Len Oppos. Rest for one more day, and then we and Oppos. LL go to kindergarten tomorrow, okay? Lin Yu was concerned about a relapse. Although it is said that children do not hide their illnesses, and if their condition improves, they are considered healed, yesterday's sickly Xiao Mango had frightened him. Lin Yu was afraid she might fall ill again and dared not be careless. No, Mango wants to go to kindergarten. If too many little stars fall, I won't be able to catch up. Lin Yu, unable to dissuade her, had no choice but to take her to kindergarten. Still uneasy, he spoke privately with the teacher before leaving, feeling somewhat reassured. At that moment, Lin Yu and Appo's phone rang. Oh Xiaowan glanced speechlessly at Qin Yu before answering on speakerphone. Lin Yu, you weren't at the company yesterday. Did you check the new song chart at home? No. Lin Yu simply finished writing the songs he was commissioned to write and waited for the royalties. He paid no attention to anything else. Besides, he had no time to worry about any new song chart with the little one being sick. Oh Xiaowan, accustomed to this, smiled at Qin Yu, who looked bewildered. He had previously heard Oh Xiaowan say that Lin Yu never paid attention to download numbers and had not believed her. Now he finally did. Oh Xiaowan continued with a smile. Chess piece is doing quite well. Oh, Lin Yu replied in an extremely indifferent tone. Oh Xiaojuan's expression remained unchanged as she glanced at Qin Yu again. Qin Yu, who had dealt with the music department extensively, was seeing such indifference for the first time. Songwriters and singers alike typically paid close attention to the performance of their songs, considering that they were the creators. Although they did not need to stand under the spotlight like singers, who wouldn't want to be famous. If their song could enter the new song chart, it meant high download numbers and good performance. Not to mention the potential improvement in their status in the music industry and increased influence within a company, leading to better resource allocation. Wouldn't all of that be enticing enough? Chess piece is currently ranked 9th, Oh Xiaowan said with a smile. Lin Yu did not respond. Qin Yu smiled to himself, assuming that Lin Yu must be shocked. Although Lin Yu's songs had previously performed well on the new song chart, those were in different months. This time, it was sung by a newcomer and in the notoriously competitive month of December. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Yu spoke again. It could be even better. Qin Yu nearly lost his footing. Oh Xiaowan couldn't help but burst into laughter. After hanging up, Oh Xiaowan said teasingly, I told you. Lin Yu's indifference makes you feel like a fool, but you didn't believe me. Qin Yu retorted quietly, but that was usually the case. This is December. If he says it could be even better, then it definitely could be even better. Just wait for Wen Ling to become a sensation. Whether or not she would become a sensation was a matter for the future, but reaching the top 10 December was undoubtedly a good starting point. As the only newcomer in the top 10, with media support, Wen Ling would have a promising beginning. As the head of all the singers, Oh Xiaowan hoped that the company's newcomers would have a good start. I'll call the platform later to secure some good promotional spots for Wen Ling. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Yes, we must maintain that 9th position. Chapter 58. The Dark Horse December is destined to be an extraordinary month. Discussions surrounding the new song rankings have never ceased online. While you may not have watched the television dramas or read the web novels, it is impossible that you have not heard of the new song charts. Within the forums of the Yanjing Music Academy, the cafeteria, and dormitories, the sole topic of conversation among students for 2 consecutive days revolved around the new song rankings. Have you listened to Chess Pieces? You should be asking, who among you has not heard Chess Pieces? Initially, I was concerned about Senior Wen Ling. I mean, look at the caliber of artists debuting in December. Was it too casual? Couldn't they wait until next month? However, now I find myself delightedly surprised. From now on, Senior Wen Ling shall be my idol. And have you seen the names of the lyricists and composers? Lin Yu. Once again, it is Lin Yu. Works produced by Lin Yu are invariably of the highest quality. Lin Yu is so low-key. I yearn to attend Shenkong after graduation to catch a glimpse of Lin Yu's true self. Isn't there footage of him prior to his debut circulating online? Who could possibly watch such blurry, indistinct videos of a passerby? Who says they cannot? At least one can discern that he is tall, youthful, and handsome. What keen eyes you have, dear friend. On the platform of the new song rankings, fans not only have the opportunity to download the songs, but can also leave comments. The popularity of a song can be gauged not only by the number of downloads, but also by the volume of highly rated comments in the discussion section. The comment sections of other artists and oppos. Songs are typically filled with encouragement, praise, or criticism, relatively objective and quite normal. However, the comment section for Wen Ling is distinctly layered. Chronologically, when the song was first released, it was inundated with messages akin to those from love ambassadors, each one contributing a token of appreciation. After listening to the song, fans returned to recomment. My goodness, I am humbled. The song of the goddess has truly moved me. The singer's quavering voice is profoundly touching. The lyrics are exquisite, likening love to opposing chess pieces. Each of us may be a pawn in another's game, some laughing until the end, others departing midway. Yet, we are all willing participants. The singer's delivery is remarkable. The unique tone at the end of each line of lyrics suggests that if this is indeed the singer's style, then they're bound for great success. Success is reliant on quality music. Have you seen who penned the lyrics and composed the music? Goodness, once again, it is Lin Yu. Has Lin Yu ascended to the realm of deities? Suddenly, the other downloaded songs seem lackluster in comparison. Is this a song steeped in the philosophy of love? It speaks with such profound wisdom. If love is indeed a game of chess, then there shall be no victor. The acclaim for chess pieces is beyond anyone's expectations. Prior to the release of the rankings, media outlets would publish their speculations and eye-catching announcements. December's new song rankings are unlike any other month before the list is revealed. To maintain an air of mystery, singers promote their work while partially concealing their identities. Thus, the media stirs the pot, prompting fans to guess the songs. Even the most low-key first-tier artists have released numerous albums and possess distinctive singing styles, making it easier for fans to trace clues. Yet, there is one exception, Wen Ling. She debuted in December, and prior to this, she had not released a single song. There was nothing to investigate. Coupled with the overwhelming acclaim following the first wave of downloads, she swiftly ascended to the trending topics on various social platforms. Who is Wen Ling? Are you a pawn in love? New song released for 24 hours. 0 negative reviews. Has humanity been twisted or morals declined? Who gave this novice singer the courage to rival the giants? Wen Ling's chess pieces elucidates a new philosophy of love. Once the topic of Wen Ling gained traction, Xiaojun leveraged connections to further boost her visibility. The initial trending topics were generated by netizens, but some later ones were orchestrated by the company. The first 24 hours of downloads were relatively niche. After all, Wen Ling was not well known, and the subsequent downloads were built upon the goodwill of the first batch of fans. However, following the viral spread on major social platforms, the question arose, who is Wen Ling, a newly debuted artist? To emerge and claim a share of the spotlight amidst established giants is impressive. Before listening, who is Wen Ling? After listening, who am I? Currently, Qiu Wanting holds the top position on the new song rankings. Wei Wei, after promoting her song during a live broadcast, was joined by Qiu Wanting, who introduced her recently debuted junior from the same company and recommended Wen Ling and Oppo's new song, Chess Pieces. On the other side of the camera, Lin Yu was taken aback that Qiu Wanting would actually promote Wen Ling. Although she is currently first, her foundation is still not solid. The second place, Wei Wei of Modern Fruits, is relentless in pursuit, and the company is quite willing to invest heavily, eyeing the first position with intent. At this moment, Qiu Wanting's most prudent move should have been to fervently promote her own work. Although Lin Yu is also Wen Ling's manager, he is very balanced in his approach. He would spare no effort in seeking recommendations and promotional resources for Wen Ling, appealing to Xiaojun and the company. However, he would not approach Qiu Wanting, as he equally desires her to secure the top position on the new song rankings. After the broadcast concluded, Lin Yu approached Qiu Wanting and inquired why she suddenly included additional content in her live stream. Did I not mention that she should wait until her position stabilizes before assisting others? Xiao Wanting simply smiled gently, stating that she was not helping anyone. You are overthinking it. I merely believe Chess Pieces is a beautiful song, hence I recommended it to everyone. Lin Yu shook his head in resignation. Xiao Wanting maintained her smile, saying, You never mentioned to me that an amp. Oppos, Chess Pieces and amp. Oppos, was written by Lin Yu. What? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. I didn't amp. Oppos. Do you think much of it? Lin Yu is not a top-tier musician, so there was nothing to boast about. Now, he surpasses even the most celebrated musicians in his ability to create surprises. Xiao Wanting remarked, a glimmer of longing flashing in her beautiful eyes. In the span of just 1 week, Chess Pieces ascended from obscurity to the 9th position on the new song rankings and has now surged to 6th place with an astonishing increase in downloads. On a video platform, 2 music streamers were engaging in a commercial banter. One asked, Do you play chess? The other replied, No. Then have you heard Chess Pieces? Hee. I and amp. Oppos. V heard the song. You may not be able to play chess, but you cannot claim to have never heard Chess Pieces. Currently, there are only 2 types of people online. Those who have listened to Chess Pieces and those who have not. Since the song and Oppos' release, Wen Ling has been in a state of ecstatic frenzy. Initially anxious about the possibility of no downloads, she repeatedly checked the comments before the download numbers were updated. After a day, upon witnessing the downloads surpassing her expectations, she celebrated by kicking her legs in joy on her bed, subsequently searching various apps for her name and her song. Wen Ling feels that her current achievements are primarily owed to Lin Yu. She obtained Lin Yu's phone number from her manager and dialed it. Chapter 59. No higher Lin Yu, answer the phone. Teacher Lin Yu, we won. We carved a bloody path in December. Although Lin Yu did not possess Wen Ling and amp. Oppo's S number, she recognized her voice. Did we make it into the top 10? Lin Yu recalled hearing Xiaowan mention something about being 9th last time. Wen Ling almost gasped, exclaiming with a mix of laughter and tears, Teacher, do you have any idea what my rank is? I heard it was 9th. Is your home on a 2G network? That's from a few days ago. Lin Yu truly had no idea. Were it not for Xiaojuan's previous call, he wouldn't have been aware of that ranking at all. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, Wen Ling assumed she had crossed a line with her joke and hurried to clarify, I was just teasing. That 9th rank was from 48 hours ago. I've now risen to 6th. Wen Ling intentionally paused, anticipating Lin Yu's astonished encouragement. Yet after several seconds of silence, she found herself feeling rather naive. To break into the top 10 in December is a remarkable achievement for new singers, especially for one just starting out. Not only did she enter the top 10, but she also secured a commendable 6th place. Surely, this warranted some praise to encourage her further. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, suddenly finding that the acclaim she had received over the past week had lost its sweetness. Teacher Lin, don't you have anything to say to me? What is there to say? In Lin Yu and amp, Oppo's mind, he had already given her the song. What more was there to discuss? They were simply waiting for the profits to roll in. Wen Ling cleared her throat, trying to hint at discussing the performance of her new song. However, she struggled to express her desire for Lin Yu's praise explicitly. Lin Yu responded with an "oh," as if he understood. Wen Ling's eyes brightened, eagerly awaiting praise from Lin Yu, the lyricist and composer. Chess Piece is likely at this level. It will be challenging to rise further. Lin Yu felt his assessment was quite reasonable. Wen Ling nearly choked on her frustration. She wasn't and Oppo's overly ambitious, yearning for the top 5. Yet hadn't she internally acknowledged that even if she couldn't break into the top 5, she should at least encourage others outwardly? Teacher Lin, goodbye. Wen Ling felt she couldn't utter another word. She needed to recover from her emotional turmoil. Lin Yu hung up, oblivious to Wen Ling's inner turmoil, finding the situation perplexing. I spoke the truth. It's so difficult to be honest these days. Although he and listened to the other songs on the new song chart, he believed Chess Piece could easily enter the top 10. He had previously guessed it might secure 7th place, despite the competition being fierce that month. However, the 5 major companies would undoubtedly show favoritism. It was impossible for every top-tier artist releasing new songs to spend lavishly on promotion. They would likely focus their efforts on one, attempting to occupy several spots within the top 10. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that Chess Piece, with its quality and Wen Ling and amp, Oppo's exceptional vocal talent squeezed into the top 10. Yet, entering the top 5 would be a different challenge, especially considering that Sheng Kong likely had other first-tier artists releasing new songs. There would certainly be a fellow artist from Wen Ling and Oppo's company among the top 5, making it improbable for both to succeed. With Wen Ling and Oppo's claim of 6th place already exceeding Lin Yu and Oppo's expectations, it seemed the company had invested significantly in promotion. Wen Ling began to resent herself, scrolling through Weibo to see fans praising her beauty and talent. Why had she subjected herself to the hardship of calling Lin Yu? It seemed that talented individuals often possessed eccentric personalities. Spirited Away had been released for a month, with a 1-week extension. Attendance remained commendable, with many fans returning for second or third viewings. Once Lin Yu's work was sold online, it would appear in his personal information. The screenwriting circle may be described as neither large nor small. When one lacks recognition, the circle feels immense, as no one knows you. However, once you gain fame, the circle shrinks significantly, as everyone is aware of you and eager to befriend you. Hello, Teacher AI Meng. Your Spirited Away is exceptional. Our company is a professional cultural enterprise, and we hope to collaborate with you deeply. Hello, Teacher AI Meng. Our company would like to work with you, whether for regular assignments or signed collaborations. You may set your price. Hello, Teacher AI Meng. Here's my contact information. Please call me. I wish to discuss collaboration in person, and we are very sincere. The price will surely satisfy you. Lin Yu, now a dedicated worker in the socialist market, believed that the more he earned, the better. To make money without revealing his identity was an opportunity he wished to seize. However, he needed to ponder carefully whom to collaborate with, as some companies required screenwriters to participate in promotional activities. Lin Yu preferred not to expose his identity, thus avoiding promotional commitments. Previously, Lu Qing had been excellent. With Spirited Away being such a hit, when asked by reporters about the original author, he only mentioned AI Meng and Oppo's name, directing attention to the work without indulging in the journalists and Oppo's inquiries. He maintained his principles and honored his commitments. Lin Yu had encountered many companies and directors lacking principles in his past life. They would often forget previously agreed matters after release, as screenwriters are typically behind the scenes, facing numerous unspoken challenges. Hence, trustworthiness is paramount. As Lin Yu perused a few private messages, he spotted a familiar name just before exiting the webpage. Lu Qing. Hello, Teacher AI Meng. I hope you have seen Spirited Away since its release and that it has not disappointed you. This film has given me a second chance at life. I hope we can continue collaborating. I understand that creativity takes time, so if you don't mind, let us stay in touch. If convenient, could you share your contact information? While Lin Yu was eager to earn money, he also wished for the film to achieve the best possible outcome. Having collaborated with Lu Qing before, he trusted this individual's abilities and character. Collaborating again would be preferable to familiarizing himself with a new company. Lin Yu typed in the chat box, "All right, let's keep in touch. My number is due to the immense success of Spirited Away." Lu Qing had risen to fame among directors, receiving countless interview and program invitations. This was supposed to be the pinnacle of his life. Yet Lu Qing remained acutely aware of why he had suddenly become popular. Was it due to an increase in his abilities? Did he suddenly have a powerful backer? Had he struck luck? None of these were true. He was still the same person, and his animation production skills had not changed. Why had no one recognized his previous animated films? Because they lacked a good script and a partner capable of crafting stories. Lu Qing had previously attempted to meet AI Meng, but his request had been declined, with AI Meng expressing disinterest in participating in promotional activities. Lu Qing recognized that AI Meng was an exceedingly low-profile individual. Generally, talented people possess eccentric personalities, particularly those engaged in creative fields, who often shy away from the spotlight. Since the release of Spirited Away, he had logged onto the website every night, hoping to reconnect with AI Meng. Upon seeing the reply, Lu Qing stood up in excitement. Chapter 60. Tomorrow night last time, the collaboration through the platform was straightforward and convenient, requiring merely the completion of processes on the website. However, one must give back in return for benefits. The platform takes a hefty 50 cut. Had it been the former Lin Yu, he might have hesitated to forego that 50 for the sake of simplicity. However, the current Lin Yu is eager to accumulate wealth to purchase a home. Financial gain has become paramount. Hence, aside from taxes, no one should expect to profit from him. This is why he readily provided his phone number to Lu Qing. Lu Qing, on the other hand, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His desire for AI Meng's contact information stemmed from an earnest wish to converse with someone who could help him realize his dreams. He yearned for a long-term collaboration, feeling as though AI Meng was his kindred spirit. A true confidant is rare, while wealth is easily acquired. Lu Qing had long resolved that even if AI Meng refused to share his contact, he would relentlessly pursue it. He never anticipated the eccentric AI Meng would so willingly divulge his phone number. Thus, when Lu Qing witnessed the reply, he stood up in exhilaration. Just as Lin Yu shut down his computer, his phone rang. It was an incoming call from an unknown number. In the past, he might have hesitated to answer, for the online world is such that if one merely browses housing information, it seems the entire universe becomes aware of one's intent to buy a home. Daily reminders to strive for homeownership bombard one, directing them to available properties. Recently, unfamiliar calls had increased, prompting Lin Yu to approach each call with caution. He had hesitated before answering when Ling and Appo's earlier call. Yet, now he surmised it might be Lu Qing reaching out. Upon answering, he was met with a flurry of urgent inquiries. "Hello, is this AI Meng?" The only person who referred to him as AI Meng was Lu Qing. Lin Yu responded affirmatively. The other party seemed to leap in delight, their breath quickening. Lu Qing and Appo's reaction was instinctive, though he regretted the exuberance almost immediately. It was not that connecting with AI Meng was undeserving of joy. Rather, he felt he should have waited until after the call to celebrate. He worried that such behavior might lead AI Meng to perceive him as an unsteady director. Lin Yu, hearing the cheers emanating from the receiver, was somewhat taken aback. The box office for Spirited Away had recently been announced, amassing an astonishing 30 billion. Such figures are unfathomable for an animated film. Lu Qing and Appo's status had risen from an obscure director to one celebrated for a 30 billion blockbuster. Given Lin Yu and Appo's understanding of the fickle nature of sudden fame, he knew that directors who achieve such meteoric success often forget their roots. They might not even remember their own names. Actors, screenwriters, and resources that once seemed unattainable would come knocking after a rapid rise to prominence, making it challenging to maintain clarity amidst the chaos. However, Lin Yu understood that true artistry stems from the collaborative efforts of everyone involved in the production. A good director, a talented screenwriter, skilled actors, and well-crafted roles must all complement one another to create outstanding works. Alas, many fail to grasp this truth. When Lin Yu first saw Lu Qing and Appo's request for his phone number, he assumed it was due to the success of Spirited Away and that Lu Qing sought an enduring partnership, a steady source of collaboration, as many directors do with their screenwriters. After all, everyone is driven by fame and fortune. Lin Yu, too, was motivated to earn money without stirring up trouble, which is why he had shown interest in clarifying their collaboration. Yet, he was unprepared for Lu Qing's childlike glee over the phone. Lu Qing had been trying to contact AI Meng since the film and Appo's release, having waited on the website for a month. The lack of response had left him anxious. Finally receiving a reply and the coveted phone number filled him with indescribable joy. It felt akin to delivering a long-prepared confession, with the recipient seemingly reciprocating interest. Overwhelmed, he struggled to find the right words. "Thank you, AI Meng. Without you, I might still be eating instant noodles in the office," Lu Qing said sincerely, though his gaze inadvertently fell upon the instant noodles on his desk. "Ahem, although I'm still eating instant noodles now." Lin Yu nearly chuckled at Lu Qing's earnestness. "That an Appo's. That's not what I meant. What I intended to convey is that regardless of whether I eat instant noodles or not, I am grateful to you." Lu Qing smacked his forehead, realizing his blunder. Through this brief exchange, Lin Yu gleaned that Lu Qing was an earnest workaholic, a true introvert. Lu Qing remained blissfully unaware that his temperament had been accurately perceived. He harbored a strong aversion to socializing, and even post-success, when numerous investors sought him out, he refrained from mingling, not out of desire, but due to an inability to engage in conversation or drink. Fortunately, he had Chi to handle external affairs, allowing him to focus solely on his creative endeavors. Their collaboration was seamless. Lin Yu smiled, saying, "There is no need for gratitude. For amp, oppos, Spirited Away, and amp, oppos, I receive my payment. We are partners, mutually supporting one another. There and oppos, no question of thanks." Lu Qing suddenly realized his earlier outburst may have been somewhat impolite. Sheepishly chuckling, "I apologize. I was too excited." "You cannot say that. Regardless of whom you sold Spirited Away to, it would have garnered the same acclaim and success. The film and amp, oppos, as popularity is due to the quality of the story. Had you sold it to someone else, another director might have been basking in the glory of a 30 billion animated film today." Lu Qing and oppos' sincerity took Lin Yu by surprise and touched him deeply. In truth, Lu Qing need not attribute all the credit to Lin Yu. He knew well that while the story of Spirited Away was indeed exceptional, it alone did not account for the 30 billion box office. The exquisite animation and a robust marketing team were equally essential. Each element played a vital role. However, Lin Yu chose not to engage in mutual flattery and calmly stated, "It is a symbiotic relationship. Indeed, we complement one another in our creative endeavors. So, may I have the honor of continuing to collaborate with you, teacher AI Meng?" Lu Qing finally broached the main topic. Lin Yu, already inclined to continue working with familiar faces and having discerned that Lu Qing was a decent person through their conversation, felt assured in his response. Of course, Lu Qing quietly celebrated, pumping his fists in the air, careful not to make any noise lest AI Meng find his enthusiasm amusing. Spirited Away had been in theaters for a month, and although it had been postponed for another week, it was nearing completion. As a workaholic, Lu Qing avoided socializing and interviews, leaving him with an unsettling emptiness inside. He yearned to commence work on a new animated project immediately. Yet, he understood that creativity demands time. One cannot simply conjure ideas at will. "Teacher AI Meng, please take your time with your creative process. I shall await your return. Do you have any writing plans in the near future?" Lu Qing inquired cautiously. "I do," Lin Yu replied. Prior to their collaboration, he had conceived an idea for an animated project. Lu Qing and amp, oppos' eyes lit up. "Could you provide me with a collaborative story in 6 months? 6 months is a reasonable time frame. Established screenwriters typically cannot produce a story in a short period, as the conceptualization process is extensive." It was already commendable that AI Meng had completed Spirited Away so swiftly. Only novice screenwriters would work tirelessly, often accepting low-paying projects. Thus, Lu Qing directly inquired about the 6-month timeline, as receiving a new story then would allow him to release another film around the same time the following year. As Lu Qing pondered this hopeful prospect, a single word emerged from the other end of the line. No. Qing was anxious to commence filming his new movie, yet he understood that creativity does not blossom overnight. Inspiration is not a constant companion. Many writers traverse the globe in search of it, and some screenwriters find it exceedingly challenging to produce another masterpiece after delivering a remarkable work. A heaviness settled in his heart as he tentatively remarked, "It and oppos, as fine. 7 or 8 months would suffice." Lin Yu, on the other hand, was still capable of earning enough to purchase a property in a desirable school district. Thus, there was no way he could afford to delay for half a year. He replied with unwavering certainty, "I will provide it to you tomorrow evening." Tomorrow evening? Qing felt as if he were rooted to the floor, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 61. Surely also a chubby one the following day. Lin Yu did not go to the office, dedicating the day to completing the script he had promised to Qing. They exchanged contact information privately and agreed that their second collaboration would not require the involvement of the website. Lin Yu aimed to earn more, while Qing found the website process cumbersome and was eager to allow AI Meng to reap more profits. Qing wished to pay the manuscript fee in advance, primarily out of trust in AI Meng, but Lin Yu declined, preferring that Ching set the price after reviewing the script. He believed that work should be kept separate from personal feelings, with quality being the sole determinant of value. Ching spent the day confined to his office, not wanting to socialize, and informed Chi that he had an appointment with AI Meng regarding the new script. Deep down, he did not genuinely believe AI Meng could produce a new film script in a single day. Had it been written in advance, AI Meng would likely have bundled it with Spirited Away for sale on the website. The absence of such a pairing indicated that it could not have been prepared long ago. The notion of writing it in just a day seemed implausible. Nevertheless, Ching felt reassured as he speculated that AI Meng was akin to him, a career-focused homebody, perhaps even a bespectacled, chubby individual. The recent success of the new script had not led to complacency. Rather, AI Meng continued to work diligently at home, demonstrating a commitment to his craft. As a director, Ching found himself becoming a sedentary figure in the office, and, as a screenwriter, he was merely a machine for typing, destined to be a chubby one. Initially troubled by his physique, he now reflected on the talents he admired, many of whom also bore the same trait, finding solace in this realization. The world, after all, is fair. Suddenly, Ching's phone rang, the screen displaying the name teacher AI Meng. Glancing at the time, 3:30 in the afternoon, he smiled slightly, surmising that the call was likely to inform him that AI Meng could not meet the evening deadline. In truth, he had never expected a one-day turnaround for the manuscript. Upon answering the call, Ching chuckled, assuring AI Meng that it was perfectly fine to take more time to think through the script, even if it meant postponing the submission by 10 days to a month or even 2 to 3 months. He was willing to wait. The file has already been encrypted and sent to your email, Lin Yu continued. Ching and Appo's eyes widened, momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. Lin Yu added, "Please message me after you review it." Even after the call ended, Ching could hardly believe it and hurriedly opened his email. His astonishment stemmed from the swiftness of the delivery. It was both surprising and disconcerting. The adage slow work produces fine craft held true, while expedience was not necessarily detrimental. There should be a process involved. Such a direct approach, without prior contemplation, was unprecedented for Ching. He had not encountered any successful examples within his circle. Even with the precedent set by Spirited Away, Ching felt a sense of uncertainty. What would he say to AI Meng if the script failed to meet his expectations? He needed to articulate his thoughts clearly while maintaining amicable relations. With a soft sigh, Ching clicked on the document. In order to treat his wife, a father relocated with his 2 daughters, Xiaoye and Xiaomei, to a rural area near the convalescent hospital. The 3 of them settled into a dilapidated old house. The sisters quickly discovered that the seemingly mundane countryside was filled with enchanting wonders. Xiaoye and Xiaomei encountered various delightful creatures, such as a small black ball called the coal black, which could render itself invisible, a large yet gentle creature resembling a cat, and the cat bus, which could transform into a mode of transportation with its 12 legs. Ching and Appo's eyes sparkled, dispelling the earlier gloom. The text contained no urban clamor, no adult deceit. The story lacked harrowing adventures or alarming antagonists. The audience followed the protagonists, Xiaoye and Xiaomei, as they reveled in the beauty of nature, the tranquility of the countryside, and the magical world only children could perceive. One day, after a quarrel with her sister, Xiaomei set off to find their ailing mother, but became lost. In her fruitless search, Xiaoye sought the help of the kind and gentle cat bus, which assisted her in locating her sister. Riding the cat bus, Xiaomei delivered freshly picked corn to their mother, wishing her a swift recovery. Though the narrative lacked dramatic twists, Ching found himself utterly captivated. As if transported back to his childhood, he reminisced about walking along woodland paths, leaving home before dawn for school due to the long journey over mountainous terrain, with scarce fresh vegetables to eat. Each week, his mother would send him with a jar of pickled vegetables. His childhood in the countryside was marked by poverty. Sustenance was not about nutrition, but merely avoiding hunger, leading to meals of rice paired with pickles. Yet those days were filled with joy as he frolicked down forest paths, occasionally causing small mischief and fleeing from adults in hot pursuit. A smile involuntarily crept across Ching's face. With kindness in one's heart, One is bound to encounter angels. Being a chubby individual is not without its merits. It allows one to bring warmth to others. El Ching leaned back in his chair, casually taking out a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, he chuckled and halted his actions. 30 million. El Ching clicked send. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yu received the message, surprised by El Ching and Appo's generous offer. Taking a deep breath, El Ching continued typing. AI Mang, is your presence solely to warm this cold world? Is it amusing to elicit tears from a chubby one? Lin Yu was at a loss for how to respond to El Ching and Appo's remark. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, he replied, I didn't know you were chubby. El Ching chuckled at the unexpected response. Don't be smug. You must be a chubby one too, AI Mang. I bet you're just another couch potato. Haha. Lin Yu pondered what he had said to prompt such a misunderstanding, but decided against clarifying. Haha, gone silent, have you? Did I hit a nerve? Being chubby isn't so bad. At least we can warm others, El Ching thought, further reinforcing his suspicions. Later, the two discussed the plot and character design. Lin Yu had his own ideas for the setting of My Neighbor Totoro, requesting El Ching to create according to his character design. El Ching was delighted by AI Mang and Appo's engagement. Previously, AI Mang had shown little interest in character development. The fact that AI Mang personally illustrated the concept art for this project and wished to review the design illustrated his dedication to the film. El Ching readily agreed. While he had the authority to decide the script and Appo's price, the funds did not lie with him. He would need to contact Chi and then relay the information to Lin Yu. After discussing the specifics, they both returned to their respective tasks. Lin Yu went to pick up the children after school, while El Ching immediately gathered his team to commence work. The team stared at El Ching in shock. ISN and Appo's, T and Appo's, Spirited Away and Appo's, still in theaters? Are we really starting a new project already? El Ching declared resolutely, if another chubby one in Huagua is working so hard, I cannot afford to be lazy. The team responded, Are you the devil? Chapter 62, School District Housing the following day. Lin Yu received the royalty payment from the exquisite animation production company, originally set at 30 million. The amount he took home was less than 20 million after a hefty 45 tax deduction. He felt a pang of regret for a fleeting moment, acknowledging that contributing to the nation was important, and thus, it was imperative to earn more. The more one earns, the less painful it is to part with taxes. He encouraged himself in the process. His salary for the month also arrived, totaling over 6 million. This month's primary income stemmed from the downloads of Chess Piece and Forever Together, along with the residuals from several earlier songs. Coupled with the earnings from the previous 2 months, Lin Yu now had over 23 million in his little treasury, a sum ample enough to afford a modest look at the school district housing in Yanjing. Determined to finalize the housing matter today, Lin Yu was not entirely clear about the schooling policies, but he believed that purchasing early was beneficial. Securing a house promptly would facilitate registering his child as household. Previously, he had only seen in the news how parents would go to great lengths, spending far beyond the value of a dwelling for a shabby little home, all for the sake of enrolling their children in prestigious elementary schools. At that time, he often mocked such individuals for their perceived madness. Yet now, he found himself willingly engaged in such seemingly irrational acts, embracing the absurdity with a cheerful heart. One cannot advise others on virtue without having endured their struggles. Without having experienced it personally, he felt he lacked the standing to judge the appropriateness of others' actions. Lin Yu was not well-versed in the housing market of Yanjing and was unsure if it mirrored the previous world, where many school district homes were old, dilapidated buildings. If the living conditions were unsatisfactory, he would need to purchase a better property after settling in. The mere thought of investing a considerable sum into a house that might not be livable left him somewhat disheartened. He recognized the necessity of working hard to earn, as earning was indeed the fundamental truth. The school district housing in Yanjing consisted mostly of older complexes. Lin Yu sought out a reputable real estate agency. He had previously researched information about Yanjing elementary schools online and had a rough understanding of the regional planning. Therefore, approaching the agency for property viewings was a targeted endeavor. Wearing a cap and casually dressed in a sweatshirt and jeans, he set out. Shengjia Real Estate was a well-known agency in Yanjing. While it might not be the finest, it excelled in service quality, offering a high cost-performance ratio and reasonable agency fees. Although Lin Yu had sufficient funds for purchasing a home, saving a little was always welcome. "Good day, sir. May I assist you?" A young man in a black suit approached Lin Yu with a smile and led him inside. Out of courtesy, Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. The agent, revealing a professional demeanor, introduced himself. "My surname is Li. You may call me Xiao Li. We have numerous two-bedroom listings, ideal for young couples seeking their first home. They are located near the subway Line 5, making commuting convenient, with both fully furnished and semi-furnished options available. The fully furnished ones are ready for immediate occupancy, perfect for newlyweds, while the semi-furnished ones can be easily customized if you wish, though you may also opt to move in as is, primarily due to their reasonable pricing." Xiao Li swiftly presented Lin Yu with several two-bedroom, one-living-room units, suitable for a small family. He recognized that Lin Yu, appearing to be in his early 20s, was likely looking to marry, possibly with parental assistance for the down payment. Given Yanjing's property prices, parents capable of covering the down payment for their children would typically belong to a comfortably well-off household, compounded by the fact that Lin Yu had secured a decent job capable of managing mortgage repayments. Over 2 years, Xiao Li had encountered many such clients seeking their first homes. He could easily spot that Lin Yu was either a nearby office worker or someone who had come specifically to view properties, likely without a vehicle. Real estate agents were adept at reading people, so Xiao Li tailored his recommendations based on his assessment of Lin Yu's situation. As other colleagues listened to Xiao Li and Oppo's presentation, their expressions remained neutral. They routinely delivered similar pitches throughout the day. The prices for first-time buyers were not typically high, as the properties were usually situated in more distant locations and were smaller in size, leading to lower total costs and, consequently, lower commission fees for the agents. Xiao Li spoke rapidly and professionally, leaving Lin Yu little opportunity to interject, so he patiently awaited the completion of Xiao Li and Oppo's remarks. "Sir, which of these properties do you find suitable? I can provide a more detailed introduction," Xiao Li offered with a gentle professional smile. "I wish to see school district housing," Lin Yu replied calmly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other agents, previously engrossed in their tasks, instinctively glanced up at Lin Yu before returning to their work. A young man in his 20s, dressed plainly, without a car, seeking school district housing? Some scoffed derisively, while others shook their heads. A few muttered, "Xiao Li is in for a fruitless endeavor," while others rolled their eyes, thinking, "Does he even have children to consider school district housing?" If he were looking for a modest property in the fifth ring, the chances of a successful sale would be considerable, as many genuinely sought to purchase homes. However, a young person inquiring about school district housing was likely just indulging in curiosity about the staggering prices, perhaps as motivation to work harder. Each day, they encountered all types of clients, including those who merely came to inquire without any real intention of purchasing. With school district housing prices already reaching 6 figures per square meter, it was improbable for someone in their 20s to afford such properties. According to their experience, prospective buyers typically range from 35 to 40 years old, often couples viewing homes together, which significantly increased the likelihood of a sale. Xiao Li momentarily froze upon hearing school district housing. His heart sank, yet he maintained a professional composure, understanding that while a sale may not materialize today, it did not preclude future possibilities. He believed that as long as one harbored dreams, they might one day be realized. Time could alter fortunes, and one should not mock the impoverished for their tattered garments. Perhaps a decade hence, this young man could afford a school district home in Yanjing. Having worked for only 2 years, Xiao Li was still filled with fantasies about Yanjing and immediately empathized with Lin Yu. He resolved to provide Lin Yu with thorough information, as understanding one's aspirations was crucial. "Do you have a preferred school in mind?" Xiao Li inquired politely, suspecting that Lin Yu might not know the answer. If he did not, Xiao Li was prepared to offer suggestions. Lin Yu had indeed researched Yanjing's elementary schools and discovered that while obtaining a household registration in Yanjing was not as challenging as in the past, school district housing remained highly sought after, with many elementary schools requiring a residence for over 3 years before permitting enrollment. He had found that only the top-ranked Yanjing Second Experimental Primary School, did not impose such a time constraint, requiring only that both the property and household registration be under the parents' names. With lowered barriers, the prices had surged. Yinjing's second experimental primary school, Lin Yu stated, revealing his target school. The other agents in the vicinity exchanged peculiar glances at Lin Yu. Xiao Li's prepared lines suddenly caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 63, The First Encounter. Yinjing's second experimental primary school is renowned as the finest primary school in Yinjing, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim it as one of the best in the entire nation. Every year, numerous parents yearn for housing within its district, yet most ultimately abandon their aspirations due to exorbitant prices. The distinguishing factor of Yinjing's second experimental primary school and Oppo's district housing lies in its larger layouts and relatively new constructions, commanding a higher price per square meter compared to other prestigious schools, which often offer smaller and older properties at a more accessible total cost. Xiao Li cast a troubled glance at Lin Yu. Shall we perhaps lower our expectations? He suggested. Is there truly no housing available within the district of Yinjing Second Experimental Primary School? Lin Yu inquired. Not exactly, Xiao Li replied, hesitating. We do have several properties, all relatively new and well-furnished, ready for immediate occupancy, but a nearby colleague interjected with a chuckle. Let them look, just share the price first, and then take them to see the property. One must view it to discern whether it aligns with their preferences. Other colleagues around them snickered quietly, entertained by the unfolding scenario. Xiao Li, well-intentioned, harbored a personal dream of establishing roots in the coveted Yinjing area, often reassuring himself that one day he would become a client purchasing one of the properties he represented, ideally one adjacent to the best primary school. Thus, he empathized deeply with the aspirations of a young couple before him. After all, everyone possesses dreams. However, he mused, the ambition of this young man seemed rather grand. Yinjing's second experimental primary school. The most affordable properties in that vicinity start over 15 million yuan. Such a goal is certainly not one that can be attained simply through a few years of hard work. The housing in this district tends to be quite spacious, Xiao Li remarked. Lin Yu and Amp, Oppo's eyes brightened. He sensed Xiao Li and Amp, Oppo's hesitance might indicate concerns regarding the property and Amp, Oppo's quality. Perhaps reminiscent of the news he had heard about cramped alley homes of merely 30 square meters, which could only serve as a legal residence, but were uninhabitable. Confused, Lin Yu thought, how could a larger space be a cause for hesitation? Take me to see it, he urged, eager to finalize the arrangements. Securing a school for his child would grant him peace of mind. The properties here generally exceed 100 square meters, with prices hovering around 130,000 per square meter, Xiao Li stated plainly. With a unit price of 130,000, a 100 square meter property would total approximately 13 million yuan. Adding in additional costs, Lin Yu felt confident that he could comfortably manage the expenses. Initially, he had feared that the properties would be too small for living, necessitating the search for a larger space elsewhere. But if a 100 square meter relatively new apartment sufficed for the two of them, he would avoid the hassle of purchasing another property. In that case, let an Oppo's seek the finest within our budget. Is there anything larger? Lin Yu inquired. Xiao Li assumed the young man would soon calculate the total price based on the unit price and area, ultimately seeking a suitable property as a life and Oppo's ambition. To his astonishment, not only was Lin Yu unfazed by the pricing, but he was also inquiring about larger options. Xiao Li momentarily found himself at a loss. A colleague behind Xiao Li chimed in. There is a 150 square meter relatively new property, lavishly decorated, priced below 20 million. However, the owner is eager to sell for investment purposes and requires at least a 50% down payment. Xiao Li disapproved of his colleagues and Amp, Oppo's opportunistic behavior. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams, and one should not belittle the aspirations of youth simply because they currently lack financial means. Sir, let us consider other options. This property requires a minimum 50% down payment, which is not something an average person can afford after years of hard work, Xiao Li advised. It's of no concern, Lin Yu replied, having never considered a loan. 150 square meters, less than 20 million, including agent fees and other expenses. I believe I can manage it comfortably. A 50% down payment would still amount to over 10 million, Xiaoli added. I will not be financing. I intend to pay in full, Lin Yu stated calmly. Full payment? In the presence of potential clients, even the least experienced agents perked up their ears. When Lin Yu had first expressed interest in viewing district housing, many had regarded him as a mere jest, and they found it amusing that Xiaoli was so earnestly presenting properties. Now, everyone turned their attention to Lin Yu, reassessing his appearance. A youth in his 20s, clad in a cap, hoodie, and jeans without a car, he certainly did not resemble someone capable of producing 20 million yuan in cash, especially for a district property. Wealthy heirs typically did not pursue public education. Their children attended private institutions. The real estate managers stared at Lin Yu, speculating about his background. Xiaoli was taken aback. In his 2 years of work, he had never experienced such astonishment. Although he was not like his colleagues, who judged solely by appearances, he had willingly offered a thorough introduction to the properties, believing that the young man was genuinely striving for his dreams. How could it suddenly be that he was prepared to pay 20 million in cash? Let us proceed to view the property. I have other matters to attend to, Lin Yu stated, wishing to avoid unnecessary delays. Should he find the property satisfactory, he would make an immediate commitment. If not, he would explore other options. Xiaoli snapped back to reality and hurried to retrieve the keys, which the landlord had entrusted to them, enabling their immediate visit. Before long, Lin Yu and Xiaoli arrived at one of Yanjing and Appo's most luxurious residential complexes, Xingting Yaju. This was neither a villa nor a sprawling flat, but it boasted the advantage of being within the district of Yanjing's second experimental primary school, featuring spacious layouts. Those who could afford property here were either affluent or deeply invested in their children's education as conscientious parents. The 150-square-meter residence, comprising 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, provided ample space for Lin Yu and his daughter. The living room and bedrooms faced south, basking in abundant sunlight, and the floor level was favorable. Lin Yu found himself enamored with the place. Reflecting on their previous rental days, he felt a profound appreciation for having a home of their own. When can we move in? He asked. Xiaoli hesitated momentarily. Do you find this property satisfactory? Would you not like to explore further options? No need, Lin Yu replied decisively. Having encountered countless clients, Xiaoli was accustomed to individuals who viewed multiple properties, comparing options and negotiating prices, especially for high-value transactions, where he would typically provide extensive follow-up service, fearing the loss of a potential client. This was the first time he had encountered such a swift decision. Xiaoli swallowed nervously. The property had been vacant for quite some time, the landlord having never resided there, as it was originally an investment. Now, due to urgent financial needs, the owner was selling, thus it should be ready for immediate occupancy. Lin Yu stepped outside without hesitation. Sir, where are you going? Let end Amp, Appo's return to sign the contract, Lin Yu instructed. Xiaoli and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, following eagerly behind him. Chapter 64. Purchasing a home is not an insurmountable task. The procedures are rather straightforward. With sufficient financial resources, one can bypass many steps or delegate the responsibilities to others. This is not a mere endorsement of wealth, but rather a reflection of societal realities. Money may not be omnipotent, yet the absence of it can be profoundly limiting. Once everything was settled, Lin Yu arranged to have the locks changed. This is a fundamental practice. When acquiring a second-hand property, it is imperative to install a new lock. Their rental agreement had not yet expired, allowing Lin Yu to gradually transport their belongings. The absence of a vehicle presented a challenge, and hiring a moving company seemed unnecessary, as they truly did not possess enough items to warrant a large truck. Fortunately, the newly purchased home was exquisitely renovated, fully equipped, and aligned with the agent and Appo's promise of a move-in ready condition. The residence featured 4 meticulously designed rooms, a master bedroom, a guest room, a child and Appo's room, and a spacious study. The child and Appo's room was even styled in a manner befitting a dreamy princess and Appo's castle, which was a significant reason why Lin Yu chose to buy this property. Despite his efforts to expedite the process, he still arrived later than anticipated. Daddy, Why are you so late to pick me up today? The little one pouted, expressing her discontent. Lin Yu innocently defended himself. I was merely 10 minutes late. That hardly qualifies as being late. The child retorted, doesn't it amp? Amp? Oppose. It count as late if it's just 10 minutes? Didn't you say that even being 1 minute late is considered tardy? Scoring 99 on a test is not the same as achieving full marks. A score of 59 is just as failing as a score of 0. The little one, with a serious demeanor, quoted her father and amp, oppose, as own words to critique him. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. I admit my fault. I am at fault, and I will reflect on it. There was little he could do, as her statements were indeed rooted in his past declarations. All right, Daddy acknowledges his mistake and promises not to be late again. Lin Yu knew he could not win an argument with the child, so he opted for an early admission of guilt to secure forgiveness. The little one raised her chin in a haughty manner. Well, since Daddy is so sincere in admitting his mistake, Mango will forgive you. Hand in hand, they returned home. Upon opening the door, the child exclaimed, Daddy, we've been robbed. Her voice resonated with alarm, since the little one still needed to attend kindergarten. Lin Yu had not moved all their belongings at once. He originally intended for her to experience the comfort of their new home over the weekend. Thus, they had only transported some essentials, including their clothes, toys, and books. Lin Yu and Appo's plan was for them to continue residing in their rented accommodation from Monday to Friday. Although the rent was not insignificant, it was manageable for him at present, allowing the child to enjoy an extra hour of sleep in the morning and return home an hour earlier in the evening. This expenditure was deemed worthwhile. They could then enjoy weekends in their spacious and bright new home, a setting he believed the child would adore. He envisioned her delightfully embracing the change. Lin Yu gently stroked the child's head, explaining, there hasn't been a burglary. We are moving. Daddy has already taken some of our belongings to the new home. He anticipated her wide, expectant eyes lighting up with excitement. However, to his surprise, the little one burst into tears. Mango doesn't want to move. Mango doesn't want to move. She sobbed, her emotions overwhelming her. Lin Yu, taken aback, quickly embraced her, asking, why are you crying, dear? Understanding her distress. He reassured her, if you don't want to move, then we want tea. As she gradually calmed down, he cradled her in his arms and gently inquired, why doesn't Team Mango want to move? Instead of answering directly, she looked up at him with tear-stained eyes and asked, Daddy, do we owe rent again? Lin Yu paused, momentarily perplexed. No, why do you ask that? The little one replied sadly, when we owed rent before, the landlord made us leave. Lin Yu took a deep breath, exhaling slowly while pulling her close. Mango, do you trust Daddy? He asked earnestly. She nodded vigorously, wiping her tears. I promise you, we will never have to worry about paying rent again. Daddy will earn a lot of money so that you can have whatever you desire and play with whatever you wish. Does that sound good? The little one nodded with a smile. Lin Yu continued, we are indeed moving, but not immediately. I bought a lovely new home near the school you will attend in the future. We can stay there over the weekends, which is why I brought some of our things over. With a hint of comprehension, the child blinked and asked, isn't that big house expensive? Lin Yu tousled her hair playfully. It and Oppos, that's already paid for, so we want to have to pay rent monthly. That house will belong to both of us. Belong to us? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Yes, we can live there however we wish, for as long as we want, Lin Yu assured her. Yay, that and Oppos, that's wonderful. She cheered, jumping with joy as if the tears from moments ago had never existed. Now, my little Mango, why don't you gather a few things you might want to take to our new home? Lin Yu suggested, pinching her adorable little nose. She scampered back to her room and soon returned, dragging a small suitcase behind her. Daddy, I want to live in a new house today. Lin Yu chuckled, bemused by her sudden change of heart. Just moments ago, she had been inconsolable about moving, yet now she was eager to go. He understood her emotional turmoil. While comforting her, he had recalled memories of past rent struggles. Perhaps those recollections had been too infrequent, thus buried in the recesses of his mind. Though young, the little one could grasp the conversations of adults, leaving her feeling insecure, which explained her initial distress at the mention of moving. We can indeed move to the new house today, but it is quite far from your kindergarten, and you will need to wake up an hour earlier for school tomorrow. Can you manage that? After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. 10 minutes later, they hailed a taxi. Daddy, can we really live here forever and ever? She asked, flitting around the room like a little bird before returning to his side. Of course, as long as Mango desires it. We can stay as long as you wish. If you ever decide you don't want to live here anymore, we can sell it and find something even better, Lin Yu replied with a smile. No, Mango doesn't want Daddy to sell this house. I love it here. Then we shall stay here forever, Lin Yu affirmed, gently stroking her head. Chapter 65. AI Mang cannot be an excellent screenwriter. The exquisite animation production company has embarked on a new project? Zhang Xinjia inquired incredulously. Assistant Liu Shaoqian nodded affirmatively, stating that it was indeed true and that they were rumored to be collaborating with the previous screenwriter again. Zhang Xinjia furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was merely sensationalized gossip from the media. I have confirmed it. The information was indeed disseminated by the media, but the source originated from the exquisite company itself. It seems there is some truth to it. They have been maintaining public interest and have released their next steps along with it, Liu Shaoqian explained. It and Oppos. That's not a cause for concern. And Oppos, Spirited Away and Oppos has just finished its run. It is impossible for them to dive into a new film so quickly, even if Liu Qing has such an intention. The screenwriter would not be able to produce a script in such a short time. It is likely just a plan that has yet to be implemented. Zhang Xinjia remarked nonchalantly as he exhaled a ring of smoke. Liu Shaoqian, with a peculiar expression, rubbed his nose and began, Initially, I thought the same, but upon further inquiry, I learned that Liu Qing's team has already been working overtime. Zhang Xinjia narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Overtime? Yes, indeed. A friend of mine, whose girlfriend works at the exquisite company, mentioned that Liu Qing's production team was called back to work overtime since last week. It is said that Liu Qing has acquired a script, and they are now in the production phase, Liu Shaoqian stated. Having started with the same assumptions as Zhang Xinjia, he was equally astonished by this revelation, given that the exquisite company had just released an outstanding piece that garnered both box office success and critical acclaim. The development of a new project would certainly be approached with caution. A project that did not inspire confidence would not be launched hastily, particularly when the news came from the company's promotional team, indicating that this was more than just a mere intention. Zhang Xinjia had previously underestimated the exquisite company, Liu Qing, and the potential of animated films. After experiencing a significant setback, he would no longer regard Liu Qing with disdain. However, the prospect of a new work emerging so soon raised his eyebrows. A director may be a workaholic, but a screenwriter cannot possibly churn out scripts at such a pace. Even Liu Qing's favored screenwriters had never produced works in rapid succession. Creativity demands inspiration. Is AI Mang still the writer? Zhang Xinjia inquired. Rumor has it, yes. Liu Shaoqian provided the information he had gathered. Zhang Xinjia smirked. With such a dense schedule of creation, it is bound to fail. Liu Shaoqian did not grasp his superior and Oppos' implication. Before the release of Oppos, Spirited Away, and Oppos, Zhang Xinjia was merely aware of the exquisite company and had heard of Liu Qing. Given their shared circle, he was curious why so many people were enamored with an animated film. After purchasing a ticket to see it himself, his first action upon returning home was to investigate AI Mang. To his astonishment, he discovered that AI Mang had no prior works and did not belong to any company. Even Oppos, Spirited Away and Oppos, was merely listed for sale on copyright websites. Zhang Xinjia had attempted to reach out to AI Mang through the website, but received no response. Such occurrences were common. After all, with Spirited Away achieving such fame, AI Mang could not be compared to their former self. Once signed to a company, no screenwriter would wish to remain listed as an independent. Consequently, Zhang Xinjia relinquished his attempts to contact AI Mang. A screenwriter's significance to a director is paramount. Zhang Xinjia contemplated bringing AI Mang under his wing, confident that he could offer the fame and fortune that Liu Qing could not. Who does not aspire to fame? Zhang Xinjia had been closely monitoring the activities of the creative team behind Spirited Away. To his surprise, AI Mang had not appeared at any events. nor had they participated in interviews with the creative team. Lu Qing seemed to deliberately avoid discussing AI Meng when interviews turned to the topic of the screenwriter. Such a situation was unprecedented for Zhang Xinjia. Typically, screenwriters would seek to bask in the limelight. After all, fame opens doors to greater recognition and future opportunities. However, AI Meng remained remarkably low-key. Zhang Xinjia speculated on two possibilities. Either AI Meng was inherently modest, preferring to remain behind the scenes, or there had been a falling out between Lu Qing and AI Meng, leading to the latter's exclusion from the spotlight. He hoped for the latter, believing that if he could invest some effort in locating AI Meng, collaboration would be possible. After all, winning someone's heart often hinges on fame and fortune. Should it be the former, it would present a challenge, as such reclusive screenwriters often become mere word processors, likely retreating to craft their next work immediately after completing one. The cycle from conception to creation can be lengthy, making it common to lose track of them for an entire year. At that moment, upon learning that the animated film currently being crafted by Lu Qing was also penned by AI Meng, Zhang Xinjia felt a sense of disillusionment. The first work had only just been released, and another was already on the horizon. One could easily deduce the quality of the forthcoming piece. AI Meng was a newcomer, likely a young individual. This is a common trait among youth. They often lack awareness of their limits and may become carried away by initial success. Lu Qing, too, was a relative novice. Spirited Away was just beginning to gain traction, while previous works had floundered. Zhang Xinjia scoffed dismissively, perceiving no threat. Lu Shaocan, as Zhang Xinjia's assistant, had previously assisted in gathering information on AI Meng. Should we reach out to AI Meng again? Not necessary, Zhang Xinjia replied. Why not? Don't you wish to collaborate with AI Meng? Reclining on the sofa, Zhang Xinjia shook his head with a smile. Some screenwriters produce numerous excellent works because they are diligent, refining and polishing a single piece until it is presented to us, resulting in a truly remarkable creation. However, AI Meng, having just crafted Spirited Away, is already set to present another work. Such a screenwriter has not invested the necessary effort in the conception and creation of their pieces. Do you truly believe he is an exceptional writer? Lu Shaocan instinctively shook his head. Yet and Amp, Oppos, Spirited Away and Amp, Oppos, was written by him. It is undeniably remarkable, he countered. Zhang Xinjia waved his hand dismissively. A screenwriter capable of producing a single outstanding work does not necessarily equate to being a good writer. It may simply be a fleeting burst of inspiration. A truly exceptional screenwriter consistently delivers excellent works, which requires time to accumulate, something AI Meng evidently lacks. Lu Shaocan nodded in agreement. The little one, eager to settle into the new home, woke an hour earlier each day. After 2 days, exhaustion set in, and he began clamoring to return to the old residence, suggesting he would stay at the new home only on weekends. Lin Yu had initially hoped to allow the child to sleep longer, and upon hearing the proposal, he acquiesced. Children often delight in sharing their joy with friends, and soon the entire class was aware of the family and Amp, Oppos' new home purchase. Little Mango found a topic for conversation, and the other children shared their proud achievements in turn. However, after school today, the little one appeared somewhat despondent. Lin Yu refrained from probing further, simply holding the child in Oppos' small hand. At that moment, the little one suddenly turned to his father with a pout, declaring, "Daddy, I want to learn the piano." Chapter 66. Little Mango wants to learn piano. The little one was resolute in his desire to learn the piano. Lin Yu had contemplated teaching the child himself, but each time he attempted, his heart was not in it. He simply did not regard piano lessons with the seriousness they deserved. Lin Yu had assumed that the child lacked interest, believing that any form of learning must stem from genuine enthusiasm. If Little Mango was disinterested, he would abandon the thought of teaching him piano altogether. Yet, now, the child suddenly expressed a desire to learn. "Tomorrow, Daddy will teach you," Lin Yu said with a smile, affectionately ruffling the child's hair. The little one pouted, insisting, "I don't want Daddy to teach me. I want to learn at the music school." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to find words. He had never envisaged a day when Little Mango would disdain his piano skills. While he did not dare to compare himself to the professors from music academies or pianists of Nan Gongyang's caliber, He felt confident that his skills surpassed those of the average teachers found in local music schools, who were merely graduates from Yinjing Music Academy. He was unwilling to lose face in front of his daughter. Daddy's piano skills are far superior to those at the music school, he declared. In situations like this, Lin Yu would usually brush it off with a smile, having lived 2 lives and grown beyond petty rivalries. However, he could not bear to lose even an ounce of pride in front of his precious daughter. The little one puffed up his cheeks, proclaiming, "I know Daddy plays well." Flattered by his daughter and Amp, Oppo's praise, Lin Yu felt a resurgence of pride, unable to suppress a smile. He had not felt this elated even when receiving compliments from the likes of Nan Gonyang at the Shinkong Music Department. Ruffling the child and Oppo's hair again, he said, "Since you acknowledge that Daddy plays well, starting tomorrow, you must practice diligently with me." The little one furrowed his brows, shaking his head. "No, I still want to learn at the music school." Lin Yu was utterly perplexed. If the child believed his playing was subpar, it would be understandable. Yet, having recognized Daddy's talent, why still insist on attending the music school? Spending money was one thing. What irked him was the thought of wasting it. "Why is that?" he inquired with curiosity. "Because all my classmates are learning at the music school. I want to go too," the little one said, crossing his arms defiantly. Lin Yu was almost amused by the child and Oppo's stubbornness. It was evident that the kindergarten friends were boasting about the fun they were having learning piano at the music school, and little Mango wanted to save face. "All right then, we shall go to the music school. After you finish your homework today, Daddy will take you for a trial lesson." "How does that sound?" "Yay!" The little one jumped with joy, then suddenly seemed to remember something. "Is learning piano expensive?" The child felt the comforts of their current life, but, having been raised with a sense of responsibility, did not wish to burden his father. "Ha, it's not expensive," Lin Yu reassured him, gently ruffling his hair once more. The little one quickly completed his homework. After dinner, the father and daughter set out. The kindergarten children learned piano at a nearby music school, chosen for its convenience in pick-up and drop-off. Parents, within their means, hoped to cultivate hobbies in their children, but never anticipated relying on piano for their livelihood. Hence they sought competent yet affordable instructors. "Is it the music school at Jindy Plaza?" Lin Yu asked gently. The little one nodded vigorously. Jindy Plaza was close by, only a 10-minute walk away. The timing was perfect. It coincided with the hours when kindergarten children most enjoyed their piano lessons. With no primary school pressure and minimal homework from kindergarten, they could easily stroll over after dinner. Upon arriving, they found a long bar counter at the entrance of the music school, where 2 receptionists were enthusiastically recommending courses to 2 mothers. Typically, it was the mothers who took charge of their children's learning, organizing various extracurricular activities. Recognizing this trend, training institutions often distributed flyers to mothers with children, while fathers were overlooked unless the foot traffic was sparse. As Lin Yu entered the music school with little Mango, the receptionists greeted him warmly but continued their pitch to the mothers. Lin Yu patiently waited, overhearing the sales pitch about the school and Oppo's experienced instructors. All graduates from Yinjing Music Academy and Oppo's piano education program. The school indeed boasted a solid reputation. At that hour, all the teachers were occupied with lessons, leaving no one available for idle chatter. Little Mango called a familiar voice. It was Yuan Bao's mother, entering the music school with her son. Little Mango politely waved, "Hello, Andy, such a good boy." Yuan Bao's mother praised him, then turned to Lin Yu. "Are you here to learn piano as well?" Lin Yu smiled, about to respond, but the little one interjected, "Yes, Daddy is taking me to learn piano." "I'm here to learn piano too," Yuan Bao chimed in, lifting his little head proudly. Yuan Bao's mother affectionately patted her son's head. "We're just here to inquire. Yuan Bao insisted on learning piano after school today, so we're considering giving him a hobby." With mothers surrounding the teachers in consultation, Lin Yu felt it inappropriate to intrude. As little Mango had no foundational knowledge and required no specific inquiries aside from pricing, he simply waited for the payment process to unfold. This was little Mango's first visit to a music school. Although they had a piano at home, purchased by Daddy 3 months ago, the sight of multiple small rooms, each housing a piano, filled her with delight. "Daddy, let us play the piano," the little one exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. quickly claiming one of the small rooms. Lin Yu gently closed the door. What do you want to play? Without hesitation, little Mango began haphazardly striking the piano keys. Lin Yu quickly intervened. The child soon realized that aimless playing was unfulfilling. Daddy, play me a song, she urged. What would you like to hear? Lin Yu inquired softly. Just play something you haven't played before. Little Mango gazed at him with eager anticipation. Something I haven't played before? Lin Yu pondered. He knew many pieces, but had only played nursery rhymes for her. After a moment's contemplation, he decided on Clair de Lune. It had been a long time since he last performed this piece. Clair de Lune is inspired by a beautiful tale from Greek mythology. Long ago, there was a lonely king of Cyprus named Pygmalion, who sculpted a beautiful maiden and fell utterly in love with his own creation. He prayed to the gods, yearning for a miracle of love. His sincerity moved Aphrodite, the goddess of love, who granted life to his sculpture. Thus, the fortunate king lived with the beautiful maiden, sharing a life of bliss. As Lin Yu's fingers glided over the keys, the alternating black and white keys produced a romantic and ethereal melody that danced through the air, wafting through the cracks of the door and filling the entire music school with its enchanting sound. Chapter 67. Deliberately causing a disturbance, Lin Yu had commenced his piano studies from a tender age in his original world. His repertoire during performances had always included piano pieces. Over the course of a tumultuous decade, he dedicated himself to rigorous practice. With innate talent coupled with relentless effort, among those he currently knew, only Nangong Yang stood as a potential rival. Though Lin Yu was uncertain about his true capabilities, given the widespread acclaim that labeled him a pianist, he had not encountered anyone else who could challenge him. Furthermore, with his extensive experience and the vast repertoire of Earth's musical library at his disposal, Lin Yu felt confident in showcasing his skills before the young prodigy, Little Mango. His aim was simply to impress her and earn her admiration. Who was playing the piano? It sounds magnificent, murmured a parent at the reception, captivated by the melody. Aren't and amp. Amp? Oppos. The teacher's supposed to be in class? Why is there a teacher practicing? Other parents at the front desk, drawn by the enchanting sound, turned their attention toward the piano rooms. The front desk staff exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that one of the teachers has finished their class? One queried. But it's not even time for classes to end yet, another replied. Moreover, we are well aware of our teachers and Oppos' capabilities. Not only have they never performed this piece, but their skill levels are also quite distant from what we just heard. Despite their mutual curiosity, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Yet their eagerness to uncover the source of the music was palpable. Several parents began to follow the sound toward the practice rooms. The front desk staff, unable to remain idle, joined them. Upon reaching the back rooms, they encountered a teacher and a child standing outside. In the midst of a lesson, the unexpected piano performance had piqued their interest. As the final notes of the piece faded into silence, one parent suggested, "Let us check if anyone is at the front desk, and perhaps I can inquire." "Daddy, I want to hear you play the piano." Little Mango chimed eagerly. "I'll play for you at home," he replied, gently pulling open the door. "Little Mango? Mango's daddy?" Yuan Bao and his mother instinctively called out. "Aren't they the parents who were just consulting at the front desk?" One of the front desk staff remarked. "No, I think they just stood around for a moment before bringing their child back here." The two front desk salespersons exchanged incredulous glances. "A parent with such skill has come to our music school? Are they simply looking to spend money?" Just then, a student from Little Mango's class, who had been peeking through the door, exclaimed, "Little Mango, if Daddy can play the piano." Little Mango, unaware of the gathering crowd's curiosity, proudly proclaimed, "Yes, my daddy plays beautifully." Everyone outside had indeed heard the enchanting performance, and it was a revelation that it belonged to Mango's father. Teachers and students from surrounding rooms began to emerge, having also been drawn by the captivating sound. The children buzzed with excitement while the teachers scanned the crowd for the talented pianist. "Who was playing the piano just now?" One teacher inquired. "Yes, we were in class and couldn't see, but the moment we stepped out, the music ceased," another added. All eyes turned toward Lin Yu, the parents and front desk staff collectively gazing at him. The piano instructors widened their eyes in surprise. They recognized that this level of performance could not have come from their colleagues. The pieces played were unfamiliar, undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of their training institution. Yet, they were astonished to realize that such talent belonged to a relatively young parent. A child pushed forward to little Mango, another classmate, innocently asking, "Are you here to sign up?" The teacher behind her wore an odd expression, questioning why someone so skilled would need lessons. Perhaps they were merely passing through and decided to demonstrate their prowess. As the front desk staff prepared to ease the tension, Lin Yu responded gently to the child, "Indeed, we are here to register." The expressions of the front desk staff, teachers, and parents froze momentarily, disbelief written across their faces. Yet, seeing the astonishment mirrored in others confirmed their own ears had not deceived them. In such a music establishment, they typically catered to parents who knew little about piano, but encountering someone with such profound knowledge was daunting. The front desk staff, fully aware of their own teachers' limitations, realized it would be wiser to concede rather than risk tarnishing their reputation. Given your exceptional skills, you could easily teach your child at home. Eliminating the need for additional expenses on lessons, they suggested. Indeed, it is a significant financial commitment each year. Perhaps you could allocate those funds toward other pursuits for your child, they added, as the teachers nodded in agreement. They prefer to teach perceptive students, yet were less enthusiastic about such parents. Children wish to learn alongside their peers, Lin Yu stated calmly. Yuan Bao's mother nearly blurted out, "Then let us all learn at your home," but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Little Mango, your daddy plays even better than the teachers," a child remarked. "I think so too. Mango's daddy plays more beautifully than the pianist my mom plays for me," the others chimed in. Little Mango basked in a newfound admiration, while the teachers behind them wore expressions of mixed emotions. The front desk staff noted that these children seemed to know one another, likely classmates from a nearby kindergarten. Previously, they had encountered parents claiming they couldn't teach their own children and thus sent them out for lessons. If that were the case, they would certainly not turn away the opportunity to earn. This particular parent appeared quite affable, not someone who would frequently disrupt their operations. "We offer the most economical option with annual payment, which includes 3 complimentary lessons, $245 per lesson," the staff member stated. Lin Yu, intending to enroll his child, was amenable to reasonable pricing and prepared to make the payment. "Daddy, I don't want to learn piano at the music school anymore," little Mango declared, catching Lin Yu off guard. "I want to learn from you at home." Just moments ago, she had been eager to learn at the school. "I want to learn from Uncle," she insisted. "Let us go to your house to learn piano, okay?" Lin Yu found himself momentarily speechless as the sales staff's expressions grew increasingly awkward. "All right, everyone can come to my house to learn piano, but I must inform you that I'm quite busy, so I'll need to schedule you," he replied. "Yay, thank you, Mango," one of the children exclaimed. "I'll tell my mom that I won't be learning at the music school anymore. I'll be learning at Mango's house." Lin Yu stood in a daze. "Daddy, let us go home. I need to schedule the classes for Yuan Bao and the others." Little Mango tugged at his hand as they exited the music school. The front desk staff and teachers watched the father-daughter duo leave, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Surely, they came here to cause a scene on purpose. Chapter 68. Small companies are quite good. The little one made quite an impression at the piano studio. Young girls often harbor a few secret thoughts, always yearning to be noticed. Children possess no malice, merely relishing the sensation of being surrounded by peers. Previously, the little one wished to learn piano alongside friends, but quickly changed her mind upon realizing that the other children idolized their fathers. Children are not as complicated as adults often presume. Their feelings are genuine, albeit fleeting. Lin Yu received 3 phone calls from parents in quick succession. First from Yuan Bao's father, then from Yuan and Amp, Appo's father, and lastly from Little Lemon and Amp, Appo's father, all of whom had just inquired about lessons at the piano studio. Lin Yu genuinely lacked the time to instruct the children in piano. During the foundational stage of piano learning, one-on-one teaching is paramount. Each child and Appo's capacity for understanding and absorption varies. Attempting to teach multiple children simultaneously complicates the learning process. A child with a strong aptitude might grasp 2 pieces at once, while another might struggle to master even one. This leads to disparities in learning, where some children are left wanting while others feel overwhelmed. Thus, Lin Yu politely declined the requests of several parents, expressing sincere regret. However, he offered the parents an invitation to visit his home, where he could assist their children with piano practice. Upon overhearing his father's conversation, the little one felt a pang of guilt, pondering if she had caused trouble. No, not all. I know little Mango did not mean it, Lin Yu reassured, gently ruffling her hair. While other parents might feel burdened by their children in Oppo's actions, Lin Yu remained understanding, believing that the little one had previously endured hardships. Now, with improved circumstances, she simply wished to gain recognition among her peers, a sentiment that reflects the purest of children and Oppo's hearts. Furthermore, a child in Oppo's innocent jest is seldom taken to heart by other parents. A polite explanation suffices. The more Lin Yu refrained from criticizing little Mango, the more guilt she felt, for at 6 years old, she was beginning to comprehend much. The little one obediently held her father's hand. Lin Yu. Both Lin Yu and the little one turned to see a young man of short stature with bright eyes waving. Lin Yu quickly recognized him from memory, his college roommate, Zhou Zibo. Zhou Zibo. Lin Yu greeted him with polite decorum. Is it truly you? I thought I was mistaken. Zhou Zibo excitedly patted Lin Yu and Oppo's shoulder. Through the fragments of the original owner and Oppo's memories, Lin Yu understood his relationship with Zhou Zibo. They were college roommates and close friends. However, due to Lin Yu's decision to drop out, a rather unseemly affair surrounding a child's issue had erupted, resulting in a long silence between them. Lin Yu felt embarrassed and preferred not to reach out. Calculating the time, it seemed Zhou Zibo must have graduated from the Yanqing Film Academy 3 years ago. Lin Yu smiled politely. Though he was not the original owner, his mindset had drastically changed. Besides little Mango, he was unprepared to confront other acquaintances. To avoid any awkwardness, he decided to speak less. Hey, why did you leave without a word? I searched for you everywhere afterward, even tried calling your parents, but to no avail. Among us, you were always the most talented. The teacher said you would become a big star. I never expected you to drop out because of that incident. Zhou Zibo expressed regretfully. Those are all matters of the past, Lin Yu replied with a composed demeanor. Indeed, they were past events. Although Lin Yu had not personally experienced the original owner's most painful moments, the scattered memories revealed satisfaction with his current life. Had a little one not unexpectedly entered Lin Yu and Oppo's world, his life might have taken a different trajectory, but that would not be the Lin Yu of today. Lin Yu and Oppo's calmness was genuine. However, to Zhou Zibo, it appeared as a resignation to fate. Zhou Zibo sighed silently, feeling a sense of pity for Lin Yu. His gaze instinctively drifted downward, widening in surprise. Is this your daughter? She has grown so much. Goodness, I remember when her grandmother brought her to school. She was just a tiny thing, Zhou Zibo remarked, gesturing with his hands. Realizing he had spoken in front of the child, he quickly covered his mouth, smiling as he shifted the topic. She is truly beautiful, looks just like you. Zhou Zibo reached out to pat the little one in Oppo's head, but she stepped back and hid behind her father. Zhou Zibo was left with an empty hand. What have you been busy with lately? Lin Yu inquired, steering the conversation. Zhou Zibo sighed again, just idling about. What else can I do? None of the handsome guys from our class are landing roles. With my looks, what chances do you think I have? I'm just playing minor roles in dramas. As for our class, Mao Kaiwei seems to be doing well, but even then, in an Oppo's, just for small budget web series where he gets to be the male lead or second lead. Yet, he still brags about how busy he is at every gathering. I know him too well. I've run into him several times while playing minor roles, and despite being the second lead, he still gets scolded by directors. Mao Kaiwei was also Lin Yu's former roommate, known for constantly competing with Lin Yu, leading to a rather contentious relationship. After Lin Yu dropped out, he had lost track of Mao Kaiwei and Oppo's developments amidst his own chaotic life. Lin Yu was well-versed in the entertainment industry and Oppo's dynamics. There were countless attractive faces, and looks were merely one aspect. Success relied heavily on connections and capital, and the willingness to sacrifice certain things. This applied equally to both male and female actors. However, good looks often attracted those willing to invest. With Zhou Zibo and Oppo's appearance, he would have to rely solely on his efforts. Zhou Zibo had been a significant support during Lin Yu's struggles, particularly when the little one was sent to school, leaving Lin Yu feeling lost and financially strained. It was Zhou Zibo who provided assistance. Ultimately, it was only when Lin Yu could no longer bear the burden that he opted to drop out. Naturally, he felt too embarrassed to reconnect with Zhou Zibo, as he had never repaid the money he owed. "I spent a lot of your money back then," Lin Yu admitted. Zhou Zibo laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "You still remember that? I forgot it ages ago. We're like family. Your debt is my debt." Lin Yu could sense Zhou Zibo and Appo's struggles. As a student of acting, without roles, he essentially had no job. For someone like Zhou Zibo, lacking a particularly fitting role could mean a lifetime of minor parts, never even qualifying for decent supporting roles. Yet, even when Lin Yu mentioned the debts from college, Zhou Zibo remained jovial, brushing it off. Lin Yu contemplated how to repay his friend, understanding that life was challenging for everyone. "What have you been up to lately?" Zhou Zibo continued. Having heard nothing from Lin Yu since he dropped out, he presumed Lin Yu had switched careers. "I signed with a company," Lin Yu remarked calmly, adding casually, "still developing in the industry." Zhou Zibo and Appo's eyes brightened noticeably. Lin Yu had always been his idol, and he feared that if Lin Yu changed paths, it would jeopardize Zhou Zibo and Appo's own aspirations. The entertainment industry was notoriously difficult to navigate. However, hearing that Lin Yu was still persevering ignited a flicker of hope within him. Although Lin Yu possessed good looks and solid foundational skills, he had dropped out midway and lacked the backing of capital, making it nearly impossible to secure a contract with a major company. Nevertheless, signing with any company was a positive step. At least it provided a measure of stability. "Signing with a company is a good move. At least you're not like me, just floundering about," Zhou Zibo consoled. Lin Yu nodded gently. "Among our classmates, you possess the most potential. It is perfectly acceptable not to pursue a career in a large corporation. The competition is fierce there. In smaller companies, while resources may be limited, the competition is also less intense, which can be more advantageous." Lin Yuqing responded with a soft acknowledgement. "Which company are you with?" "Shengkong Entertainment." Zhou Zibo almost choked on his saliva, breaking into a violent coughing fit. Chapter 69. Zhou Zibo coughed for quite some time before regaining his composure. "Shengkong," he said. Lin Yu was aware of Shengkong and Appo's prominent position in the Chinese entertainment industry, yet he felt no particular inclination to flaunt it. Zhou Zibo and Appo's reaction, however, took him by surprise. "Lin Yu, you're impressive," Zhou Zibo exclaimed, coughing as he playfully slapped Lin Yu and Appo's arm. "When did you sign?" "Shengkong is known for its big productions. What are you currently filming?" "I haven't started filming yet. I just signed," Lin Yu replied, struggling to articulate the unusual circumstance where a student who had dropped out of the Beijing Film Academy and Appo's acting department debuted as a singer, having written 5 songs in 3 months, of which only one he performed himself. Nevertheless, he was not being dishonest. He had indeed signed 3 months ago and had not yet filmed anything. Zhou Zibo smiled and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. "Don't rush. Take your time. The fact that such a large company as Shengkong is willing to sign you surely indicates your potential and the promise of future success. They wouldn't just sign any artist off the street." Lin Yu could see that Zhou Zibo was genuinely happy for him. There was no jealousy, no resentment, not even envy, just pure joy. It was a feeling Lin Yu had not experienced in a long time, devoid of any ulterior motives. "Give me your phone number," Lin Yu said, pulling out his phone. Zhou Zibo and Appo's eyes, already small, turned into crescent moons as he chuckled. Sure. What is your number?" "I'll call you," he added. "I was just about to ask for it, but I hesitated, afraid you wouldn't want to give it to me." After they exchanged numbers and engaged in a bit of light conversation, Lin Yu, accompanied by Little Mango, felt it was inconvenient to linger on the street. Although he retained memories of Zhou Zibo, his demeanor and speech had evolved and were no longer reflective of the old Lin Yu. If not for Zhou Zibo and Appo's loquaciousness, Lin Yu might have struggled to find the right words. Satisfied with having acquired Lin Yu's contact details, Zhou Zibo did not insist when Lin Yu mentioned he had to leave, understanding that having the number meant they could connect whenever they wished. As soon as Lin Yu returned home, his phone rang. It was Zhou Zibo. "Hello, is this Lin Yu?" Zhou Zibo asked. "Yes, it's me," Lin Yu replied. Zhou Zibo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "I'm fine. Make sure to rest early. Taking care of a child alone is not easy. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to let me know. I have no burdens. I earn enough to keep the family fed, even if it's not much. There is still a bit left over each month." Lin Yu paused for a moment, realizing he was no longer the same Lin Yu who lacked financial stability. But he could not disclose this. "All right, I understand," he replied. Zhou Zibo fell silent for a couple of seconds. "Lin Yu, if you face any challenges in the future, you must tell me. Don't disappear again. Remember when we used to lie on our dorm beds and boast about our dreams? You must make something of yourself in Beijing. Don't leave me behind." Holding his phone, Lin Yu paused for a long while, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Okay." After ending the call, a vivid image flashed before his eyes. Two youthful boys, lounging in their oversized shorts on their beds, discussing everything from dreams to life. They were 18 that year. Lin Yu then searched for Xiaozhuan's phone number. The next morning, after dropping the little one off at kindergarten, Lin Yu found himself surrounded by several parents at the entrance. Only 3 parents from Mango and Amp, Oppo's S-class had been present the day before. But news of his piano prowess had spread astonishingly fast, and nearly all the parents were now aware. While the parents may not have been well-versed in piano playing, they could certainly discern good music when they heard it, especially given the teachers and Oppo's commendations, which were enough to validate Lin Yu and Oppo's talent. Lin Yu had politely declined the invitations from the 3 parents yesterday and employed the same method today. Though the parents expressed their disappointment, they did not press further. Finally managing to extricate himself, Lin Yu intended to head to the company. Though the artists in the entertainment department were not required to be present at the office constantly, frequent absences were frowned upon. He rarely participated in commercial activities, and Xiaowan had already been quite accommodating. So he made an effort to visit the office when he could. At that moment, Lin Yu and Oppo's phone rang, displaying Zhou Zibo and Oppo's name on the screen. As soon as he pressed the answer button, Zhou Zibo and Oppo's voice burst through the receiver. Lin Yu, Lin Yu, Lin Yu. Guess what? What's going on?" Lin Yu asked calmly, sensing he might already know the answer. "This morning, Director Zhang from the Shangkong Film Department called me. He said there's a new drama that Shangkong is investing in, and there's a supporting role that fits my image perfectly. He wants me to audition today." Zhou Zibo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "That is fantastic news," Lin Yu said, maintaining his calm demeanor. Zhou Zibo was nearly in tears from joy. "To be honest, this is the first time in 3 years since graduation that a director has reached out to me. A supporting role. My name will be in the credits." "Lin Yu, I'm overjoyed." Lin Yu smiled, encouraging him, "Then prepare well for the audition." "Yes, I'll prepare diligently. It must be because of you that I'm experiencing such good fortune. Lin Yu, you're my lucky star." Zhou Zibo laughed heartily. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile. "No, it's a result of your own hard work. Our dreams might just come true. We could make something of ourselves in Beijing. You need to strive as well. You have a better image than I do. You will undoubtedly have a brighter future. If directors are contacting me, they will surely reach out to you too." Zhou Zibo reassured Lin Yu, understanding that his current circumstances were complicated, and that a few words would not suffice to explain it all. Lin Yu simply replied, "All right, let us work hard together." In the Shangkong Entertainment Department, there was a large group chat comprising all the signed artists. Since they were all contracted by the company, casual conversations were rare unless someone had recently skyrocketed to fame with a hit work, be it a song or a film. In such cases, everyone would take a moment to congratulate them, though these were merely formalities. All members of the group were peers, and while colleagues can often be rivals, there was an unspoken understanding that genuine camaraderie was unlikely. However, courtesy dictated that they extend polite congratulations, especially since when Ling had just debuted and made it to 6th place on the December new song chart, becoming the object of admiration during this period. When Ling, being new to the scene, was somewhat overwhelmed, Lin Yu had never paid attention to the group chat. From the moment he joined, he had set it to mute. Although Chiu Wanning had claimed the top spot on the December new song chart, Given her established status, it was expected and did not evoke much surprise. In contrast, Wenling had often been the subject of envy among colleagues. Wenling is truly remarkable. She has managed to establish herself amidst a crowd of top-tier artists right from her debut. I wasn't this surprised when Wanting topped the charts. Wenling has genuinely left everyone astonished. This demonstrates how one can surpass their predecessors. Careful with your words. If Wanting sees this, she might get upset. Someone chimed in. Wenling, upon reading the comments from her so-called seniors in the group, felt a surge of frustration. Chapter 70. The invitation to sing from Chiu. Wanting, though, Wenling has graduated for over a year, she has yet to make her debut. Remaining as naive as a fresh university student, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the entertainment industry. When she was praised in the group chat, she felt quite elated. And after securing 6th place, she even sent out several red envelopes, a gesture she had often made her class group. However, after sending the envelopes, she was met with silence. Those who had just complimented her, her seniors in the company, suddenly fell mute. It was her first experience of bewilderment. At that moment, her manager Lin Yu called, chastising her sternly. It was then that she realized the compliments were merely polite niceties, devoid of any genuine congratulations. No one was inclined to accept her red envelopes, and Lin Yu firmly instructed her never to distribute red envelopes in group chats, emphasizing that in the larger company chat, she should strive to be invisible. Initially, Wenling struggled to comprehend Lin Yu and Oppo's advice. As colleagues within the same company, did no one wish to seize the opportunity of a red envelope? After all, who doesn't enjoy a good fortune? Gradually, she began to grasp Lin Yu and Oppo's meaning. Almost daily, someone would emerge to compliment her, often juxtaposing her achievements with Chiu Wanting's, insinuating that her 6th place was somehow more impressive than Wanting and Oppo's first. This realization alarmed her. She remembered how Wanting had promoted her new song during her own live stream. She cherished that bond and feared that if Wanting were to fall prey to malicious gossip, believing she had become arrogant, it would be disastrous. Wenling yearned to explain herself to Chiu Wanting, but found herself without any means to contact her directly. She could not voice her concerns within the group chat and decided to reach out to Lin Yu. Surprisingly, Lin Yu laughed heartily, commending her for finally grasping a bit of the industry's cunning. He reassured her that Chiu Wanting would not take the matter to heart. With Lin Yu's comforting words, Wenling felt a slight relief. Wenling believed that the attention on her would eventually wane, as there were plenty of other topics to discuss besides the new song rankings. Yet, to her astonishment, the focus on her persisted, and there were even promotional accounts online spinning absurd rumors. Whispers suggested that the newcomer Wenling might become the second Chiu Wanting, and that Wanting's position within the company was precarious, with speculations that Wenling might inherit Wanting's team. These unfounded rumors, of which Wenling was entirely unaware, were fervently circulating online. Lin Yu advised her to ignore the commotion and refrain from engaging with it, yet she found herself irresistibly drawn to the unfolding drama. More perplexing was the identity of those spreading the rumors. She had previously thought they were instigated by rival companies, but now she considered the possibility that her own colleagues might be involved. After a prolonged silence, Wenling could no longer endure the toxic atmosphere in the group chat. Determined to stand up for herself, she resolved not to tolerate further indignities. Just as she was about to craft a passionate message, she typed a simple request. "Could you also write me a song, Lin Yu?" This modest statement ignited a flurry of activity in the company artist group. Chiu Wanting herself intervened, a first in such circumstances. Typically, artists of her stature do not concern themselves with the lesser-known talents within the company. Those who frequently engage in group chats often do so out of an unfulfilled schedule. Wenling, being new to the industry, had not yet filled her calendar despite the success of her song chess piece. "Oh, Wanting is personally getting involved," Xiaowan remarked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Yu had just joined the company and had spent half the day listening to Xiaowan discuss the stars, the moon, life, and aspirations without accomplishing much else. "What?" Lin Yu asked, perplexed. "You must never check the artist group chats." Xiaowan chuckled, shaking her head. "Chiu Wanting has mentioned you. Don't embarrass her. Respond quickly." Lin Yu retrieved his phone, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of messages. He was too lazy to scroll through them all and quickly searched for Chiu Wanting's mention. Write a song? He read, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Oh Xiaowan stood nearby, observing him. Seeking my opinion? Lin Yu remained silent. Chiu Wanting mentioned you. She didn't consult me. It's up to you. Lin Yu nodded, preparing to type a polite refusal. Oh Xiaowan suppressed a smile, noting, Chiu Wanting is the queen of songwriting. The compensation she offers is far superior to what you would provide for when Lin Yu halted his typing. How is it different? Oh Xiaowan raised 3 fingers. 3 times more. Lin Yu pressed the delete key, erasing his previous message. He then typed 2 simple words. All right. Oh Xiaowan watched his every move, nearly bursting with laughter. Lin Yu remained oblivious to her reaction and was unfazed by her presence. This was simply his authentic self. Lin Yu. All right, Chiu Wanting. Lin Yu has responded, her assistant relayed, rushing to the makeup station. As Chiu Wanting prepared for the recording of a variety show, she glanced at the company artist group amidst her makeup session. In truth, the competitive nature of the company often led to conflicts. But when Ling had become an easy target since joining the group. Typically, newcomers are introduced to the artist group and initially remain unnoticed, observing interactions among their seniors to learn the ropes. By the time they gain recognition and become targets, they develop the savvy to navigate such challenges. However, when Ling and Oppo's debut had catapulted her to the pinnacle, leaving her devoid of any prior experience. Chiu Wanting had never encountered someone as genuine and endearing as when Ling before. Thus, she quickly informed Xian Yu to provide guidance to the newcomer. Indeed, in recent days, when Ling had adopted a more low-key approach, Chiu Wanting had worked diligently to reach her current status and did not wish to see when Ling falter so soon after her debut. It is rare for someone to achieve stardom right out of the gate. While exceptional talent is common, discerning talent scouts are not. Who among them encounters a figure like Chu Dad upon entering the industry? A single song can catapult one to fame. Chiu Wanting envied Wen Ling for her fortunate encounter with Lin Yu. Initially, she had given Lin Yu little attention, aside from the fact that Oh Xiaowan personally signed him. Yet he had since delivered increasingly delightful surprises. Every new song Chiu Wanting released was crafted by the gold standard team within the Shenkong music department. Their collaborations over the years had been harmonious, but the thrill of novelty was lacking. The quality was reliable, but seldom produced a blockbuster hit. Chiu Wanting recognized that her success on the December new song chart was attributed not only to Shenkong and Oppo's financial backing, but also to her substantial fan base. Should Wen Ling possess a similar fan base, Chiu Wanting and Oppo's new songs would not compete with Chess Piece. Thus, her intervention was not merely to defend Wen Ling. She sincerely desired to collaborate with Lin Yu. I knew it. Our Wanting is a figure of distinction. Lin Yu must be eager to work with her, Chiu Wanting laughed, shaking her head. But let us not overlook the fact that while many singers possess beautiful voices, few can craft a song. Chapter 71. The piano hall. Lin Yu consented to Chiu Wanting's invitation in the group chat, but upon raising her head, she noticed the typically composed and serious Oh Xiaojun chuckling while shaking her small fist. Confused, Lin Yu gazed at Oh Xiaojun, who awkwardly lowered her arms. Aren't and Oppo's. To you picking up the kids today? Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was only 10:30. The kindergarten was not close to the office, so she needed to leave early. Lin Yu patted her stomach, deciding to eat lunch before heading out. The cafeteria opened at 10:30, so she stood up, saying, I'm off to have a meal. As Lin Yu exited the office, Oh Xiaojun let out a breath she had been holding. She had momentarily lost control and felt embarrassed. She had always perceived Lin Yu as lacking ambition, while others strived to sign with Shenkong Entertainment, employing various schemes to rise to prominence. Lin Yu seemed indifferent. It was not that Oh Xiaojun endorsed such tactics, but at the very least, one should aspire for fame. However, Lin Yu, after signing with Shenkong's chief agent, had only released a single song at the time of signing and had made no further contributions. As the chief agent of Shenkong Entertainment, Oh Xiaojun could not simply sign an obscure individual based solely on a recommendation from her father. If this person had a tarnished reputation, no matter their talent, it would only lead to trouble. Hence, she investigated Lin Yu and Oppo's background and was taken aback by what she discovered. He had dropped out of university due to an unwed pregnancy. This revelation was astonishing. If he were to debut with an unwed persona, he would undoubtedly become a target for paparazzi and rivals alike. Yet, Lin Yu appeared unconcerned, never shying away from the fact that he had a daughter. After dropping out, he had juggled various roles, from supporting actor to model, all while raising his child alone, fully embracing his identity as a single father without hesitation. From dropping out to a month before signing, he had not showcased any talents beyond acting. With such depth and potential, one would expect him to seize the rare opportunity at Kong, yet he seemed disinterested in fame. However, his desire for financial gain was quite evident. Was he trying to protect his child? Xiaojun considered this the only possibility. Yet, with so many artists successfully concealing their marriages and children, Lin Yu and Oppo's openness about his daughter made it easier for him to navigate the industry. His debut video could simply feature him participating in a kindergarten competition, indirectly affirming his daughter's existence. Upon debuting, he could share his struggles as a single father, appealing for a peaceful environment for his daughter's growth. Even if the media attempted to exploit his situation, fans would likely defend him. Lin Yu being a single father with a daughter could be a more favorable image. Xiaojun and Oppo's expectations for Lin Yu transcended mere singing. He had passed through rigorous selections to enter the performance department at Yanjing Film Academy. How could he not act? With abundant resources at Kong and Lin Yu's commendable attributes, securing acting roles should not be an issue. When Lin Yu called her the previous night, inquiring about the film department, Xiaojun was elated, thinking he had finally decided to pursue a career in acting. Instead, he was merely seeking a job for a classmate. Xiaojun felt akin to a mother, with hopes for Lin Yu as high as her disappointments. Why couldn't he see his own potential? Yet, this son was remarkably gifted, a treasure trove of talent, and she couldn't bear to let go. Qiu Wanning was renowned at Kong for her tenacity, an unconventional artist with a beautiful voice. She had risen to prominence in the music industry after a decade of hard work. Last year, she ventured into the film industry, mastering her roles through sheer determination despite lacking formal training. Her debut drama created quite a stir, earning her widespread acclaim. With a solid fan base, she had established herself in television and was poised to transition to film. Xiaojun hoped Lin Yu would learn from her, recognizing the vast difference in their respective successes. Lin Yu, oblivious to these insights, remained unaware of Xiaojun's intentions, just as she was unaware of his thoughts. After purchasing a new house, Lin Yu and Oppo's savings had dwindled significantly. He truly was at a financial low. Hence, writing songs for triple the usual payment seemed a delightful means of earning money. Recently, his little one had developed an avid interest in the piano. Since that day at the piano store, when Lin Yu had played Comptine Dun Autre T, Lapper S MIDI, little Mango had been enchanted, constantly asking her father to play that piece and expressing her desire to play as well as he did one day. She was eager to practice, sitting at the piano after every meal, diligently honing her skills. Lin Yu nurtured his child and Oppo's passion casually, prioritizing her happiness and well-being, without pressuring her to practice strictly. However, seeing her enthusiasm, he decided to encourage her further. After leaving the company, Lin Yu purchased 2 tickets to a concert at the piano hall, believing that immersing his daughter in a musical atmosphere would be far more enriching than watching cartoons at home. In the evening, after finishing dinner, Lin Yu revealed the 2 tickets to little Mango. "Are these movie tickets?" she inquired curiously. Lin Yu shook his head mysteriously. "These are tickets to the piano hall. Today, Daddy is taking Mango to listen to a concert where renowned pianists and a symphony orchestra will perform." This was the first time little Mango had heard the term symphony, and her eyes widened with excitement. Lin Yu briefly explained what a symphony was and then took her out. The piano hall was a famous venue in Yanjing, hosting numerous musical events each year. It frequently featured performances from renowned symphony orchestras and also hosted plays and musicals. "Daddy, it's so big here," little Mango exclaimed, gazing up at the magnificent hall, awestruck. The second-floor lobby served as a resting area for the audience, featuring an introduction to the piano hall and information about upcoming symphony performances. In the center of the lobby stood a transparent grand piano, available for anyone to play. Attendees at the concert typically possess some musical knowledge and a love for music, or perhaps they were parents bringing their children to soak in the ambience. Occasionally, individuals approached the piano to perform, filling the hall with a variety of melodies. Chapter 72. Which renowned master is in attendance? The transparent grand piano had not taken a moment's respite. As one performance concluded, another began. Numerous relatively specialized piano training institutions would also dispatch their distinguished instructors to perform in the hall, simultaneously enticing parents accompanying their children to the concert. Lin Yu could distinctly discern that the teachers waiting at the piano stage were indeed quite skilled. It was evident that they had connections with the esteemed masters of Yinjing. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for them to flaunt their talents before such an audience. With just a quarter of an hour until entry was permitted, a middle-aged gentleman clad in a black suit and white shirt, exuding an air of sophistication, approached the piano. His fingers danced gracefully across the keys, his performance markedly surpassing that of his predecessors. The little one, unable to fully appreciate the nuances, believed no one could play as well as her father. While she fantasized about taking the stage herself, she was acutely aware of her own limitations and thus continually urged her father to perform. Lin Yu was neither a teacher nor one to seek the limelight. He had no obligation to entertain others for free. Therefore, he had consistently refrained from acquiescing to the little one and Appo's requests. Little Mango, with her incessant chatter, longed for her father to be the center of admiration. She envisioned a scene where everyone surrounded her father, extolling his talents, while she strode forth proudly, proclaiming, "This is my father. How splendid! How cool!" Just the thought of it filled her with uncontainable excitement. As the middle-aged gentleman and Appo's fingers gradually came to a halt, the lingering notes resonated in the air, and the audience erupted into applause. Upon his rise, many eagerly crowded around him, some with children, seeking to introduce them to a renowned teacher, and others, adults yearning to fulfill their own dreams of mastering the piano. Each sought his contact information, hoping to study under his tutelage. The gentleman spoke with eloquence, addressing the inquiries of those around him. Lin Yu and the little one were among the audience members. Despite her persistent pleas for her father to perform, he had yet to relent. Earlier, the piano had been continuously played, providing him with justification. However, with no one currently at the piano, little Mango and Appo's thoughts were solely focused on her father. She dismissed the notion of evaluating the previous performance, convinced her father was the best. "Daddy, just play a piece. Play and Appo's, Adeline by the water and Appo's. Oh, please, Daddy." Little Mango implored, shaking Lin Yu and Appo's arm with fervor. "I and Appo's. I'll play for you when we get home." "Mango, be good," Lin Yu replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. "No, Mango wants to hear it now. Daddy, please." Little Mango's innocent eyes widened, her expression pleading. Lin Yu dreaded her imploring gaze, his heart softening. He glanced at the clock. 8 minutes remained, neither too long nor too short. This was ample time for a single piece. Yet if he refused, she would persist in her pitiful entreaties for the next 8 minutes, breaking his heart in the process. Since the middle-aged gentleman had finished his performance, no one else had taken to the piano. The audience was composed of amateurs, each taking their turn as a form of entertainment. Should a professional emerge, it would certainly be an eyesore. Thus, aside from those seeking advice from the gentleman, no one approached the piano. Unable to withstand little Mango and Appo's incessant pleas, Lin Yu reluctantly pinched her cheek playfully, taking her hand as they made their way toward the piano. The gentleman stood before the instrument, and to reach it, they would need to navigate through the crowd surrounding him. The middle-aged gentleman had intended to cultivate a pool of promising students. Those who could afford concert tickets were likely to be well-educated parents who valued their children's education and genuinely loved music. Such candidates were significantly more desirable than those acquired through random advertisements. As he observed the approaching duo, a young man accompanied by a delicately featured little girl, the gentleman and Appo's interest piqued. "Is this young lady learning to play the piano?" he inquired with a friendly smile. Lin Yu was taken aback by the gentleman and Amp, Oppo's sudden approach, but responded courteously, yes. She has just begun. Who is her esteemed teacher? The gentleman's inquiry caught Lin Yu off guard. He merely wished to play a song for his daughter before the concert started, and now he was faced with a barrage of questions. However, since Little Mango had not been formally taught by any renowned instructor, Lin Yu patiently replied, not a renowned teacher. Little Mango tugged at her father's sleeve, hoping he would cease the conversation before it consumed too much time. The gentleman, pleased to hear that Lin Yu was not affiliated with a prestigious teacher, thought that perhaps they were genuinely interested in learning piano. He noted the little girl's potential and imagined her rapid progress under his careful guidance. Lin Yu finally grasped the reason for the gentleman and Oppo's engagement. He had mistaken him for a parent seeking piano lessons. Embarrassed, he was about to clarify the situation when Little Mango, understanding the gentleman's intentions, raised her voice, her tone sharp and clear. My daddy teaches me to play the piano. He plays so well, and we are not here to seek lessons. We just want to play. The middle-aged man stared in astonishment at Little Mango and then at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, apologetically, nodded and gestured for them to pass. The gentleman, momentarily taken aback, stepped aside after a brief pause. Chapter 73. The encounter under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lin Yu approached the piano. Initially, he intended to remain inconspicuous, hoping to avoid drawing attention. However, a middle-aged man had intercepted him, posing questions for an extended period, which inadvertently allowed those surrounding the man to overhear Lin Yu's remarks. Mr. Lee has completed his performance. Who would dare to play afterward? One parent chuckled. The parents are merely having fun with their children. You've learned a bit alongside your child. Haven't you? It's just for enjoyment. The other parents dismissed Lin Yu without a second thought, while the middle-aged man and Oppo's face turned a ghastly shade of blue and purple, reflecting his embarrassment. Yet in an instant, he adopted the same mindset as the surrounding parents. A parent learning a bit of piano with their child, simply playing for amusement, likely having never touched a grand piano before. The middle-aged man regained his jovial demeanor. It's nearly time. We should prepare to enter. The audience glanced at their watches, ready to depart. Lin Yu shared a smile with Little Mango, who clasped her hands in anticipation, eagerly awaiting her father and Oppo's performance. Once again, Adeline by the water flowed from Lin Yu's fingertips. The graceful melody resonated through the elegant concert hall. The middle-aged man halted in his tracks, as did the other audience members, instinctively drawn to Lin Yu's playing. What is this? I and Oppo's. I never heard it before, one mused. There are no well-known piano pieces I am unaware of, yet this one eludes me entirely. This transcends mere performance. It is creation. How exquisite! Is he also a teacher? The crowd, which had begun to disperse, reassembled around Lin Yu, captivated by his music. Little Mango noticed the audience and Oppo's reactions, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Thanks to his impeccable timing, Lin Yu completed the piece and glanced at his watch, realizing they could still enter on time. As he stood, he became aware of the multitude yet to enter the venue. Do you accept students? A voice inquired. My child has already passed the amateur level 10 and wishes to continue their studies with you. My daughter has just completed level 3, but she has a solid foundation. May she also learn from you? I've always wanted to learn the piano, but never had the opportunity as a child. Is it too late for me to start now? Amidst a cacophony of inquiries directed at Lin Yu, he found it challenging to discern who to respond to. The middle-aged man, having previously collected a wealth of student information, now stood bewildered at the back of the crowd. He searched for familiar faces among prominent figures, but none appeared to match Lin Yu's youth. Such a prodigious talent in the piano world would have gained recognition long ago. It was implausible that he remained unknown. The man scrutinized Lin Yu's face, but found it unfamiliar. Accepting his lack of skill, he felt a wave of humiliation wash over him as he recalled his earlier remarks, having sought to recruit Lin Yu's daughter into his own tutelage. Realizing he would not achieve anything today due to his formidable competition, the middle-aged man paused again when a clear voice broke through the chatter. It was Little Mango, Lin Yu's little ambassador, who declared, "My daddy is very busy and doesn't take students. He only teaches me." The middle-aged man and Appo's steps faltered once more. Lin Yu affectionately ruffled the little one in amp. Appo's hair and nodded. I'm sorry, I'm just playing for fun with my daughter. Under the weight of disappointed gazes and one relieved glance, Lin Yu took little Mango's hand and entered the venue. Lin Yu found himself increasingly enamored with his current life. With little Mango by his side, his days were imbued with structure and joy, his objectives clear and segmented. His former aspirations revolve around fame and fortune. However, his present goal was to provide a prosperous environment for little Mango, who was continually growing. Each stage of her development introduced new objectives, which in turn became Lin Yu's aims. Little Mango was now in elementary school, and there would be middle school, high school, and eventually university, followed by potential graduate studies or a career. The thought of these milestones filled Lin Yu with determination. I must earn money. Financial stability is essential for planning a promising future. The initial phase of My Neighbor Totoro with Lu Qing had concluded, having previously stalled on the design concepts for the titular character. Lin Yu maintained stringent standards for Totoro's character design. Initially, Lu Qing's team failed to meet his expectations. It was only after Lin Yu personally sketched a concept that progress resumed. As a result, Lu Qing was on the phone for an hour, inviting Lin Yu to join his team, appealing to both emotion and reason. Lin Yu had to politely decline. To further entice Lin Yu, Lu Qing suggested he invest in My Neighbor Totoro, with the prospect of collaborating on sponsorships that could amplify their financial resources, thereby enhancing the film's quality. Having multiple production partners could indeed mitigate risks and ensure mutual profits. However, the crux of the matter was that Lin Yu was currently financially constrained. The proceeds from 3 months of work had merely afforded him a school district apartment, leaving him back at square one. Thus, he conveyed to Lu Qing that they could consider collaboration on the next project instead. Lu Qing was elated to hear Lin Yu mention future projects, interpreting it as a sign of ongoing collaboration. He rationalized that Lin Yu's decision to forego My Neighbor Totoro stemmed from an assessment of his capabilities. If the film performed well, Lin Yu would surely be willing to engage fully next time. Unbeknownst to Lu Qing, Lin Yu's refusal was rooted solely in his financial limitations. Yet, Lin Yu had uncovered a promising avenue for income. Given Lu Qing's workaholic tendencies, they could potentially collaborate on animated films in the future, yielding substantial returns. It was time for lunch, and Lin Yu arrived at the company. Today, he had a meeting scheduled with Chiu, wanting to discuss a new song. Had it not been for her insistence on a face-to-face meeting, Lin Yu would have deemed it unnecessary. He was already familiar with her work and understood her musical strengths, believing they could simply meet during the recording session. Little did Chiu, wanting know, Lin Yu had all his ideas firmly established in his mind, negating the need for prior discussions on creation. Reluctantly, he agreed to the meeting. Though he had never met Chiu Wanning in person, her fame was ubiquitous, making her a recognizable figure to Lin Yu. Conversely, Chiu Wanning had not seen Lin Yu, but had discreetly acquired a photograph of him from Qian Yu, marveling at his youth while secretly admiring his looks. As this was all conducted discreetly, her assistant remained unaware. Wan Ting, you stay here, and I'll wait for Lin Yu outside. Wang Xiaodao adjusted her glasses and suggested. The first floor of Shangkong Entertainment housed a CAF where colleagues occasionally convened for discussions. Chiu Wanning nodded. You go ahead. Chapter 74. Undoubtedly unattractive Wang Xiaodao lingered at the entrance for quite some time before realizing that she had no acquaintance with Lin Yu. She was aware that although Lin Yu debuted as a singer, he had released only a single track, with the majority of his efforts devoted to crafting songs for others. Despite not being a celebrity herself, Wang Xiaodao had gained insight into the intricacies of the entertainment industry through her prolonged tenure as an assistant to Chiu Wanning. It was common knowledge that those who entered this realm were driven by a shared dream of stardom, regardless of gender. Anyone with a modicum of attractiveness aspired to leverage their looks to ascend. Even individuals of average appearance sought to enhance their image through external means, hoping to carve out a niche in the unfathomable depths of the entertainment world. In light of this, one might ponder who would shy away from the limelight, especially someone who had secured a contract with a prestigious agency like Shangkong, brimming with endless possibilities, and was presented with a rare opportunity by the chief agent. Wang Xiaodao could scarcely fathom any reason for a person in such circumstances to lack ambition. If one were to force a rationale, perhaps there was only one answer: ugliness. An extreme, almost insurmountable form of unattractiveness. The thought elicited a resigned sigh from Wang Xiaodao. How unfair the heavens seemed. Why must the talented be devoid of beauty? Suddenly, a sense of relief washed over her. Could this be the reason behind my own lack of talent? Amused by her musings, she chuckled to herself. The CAF was bustling with patrons. Amidst the comings and goings, aside from the elderly man at the door, she saw few who fit Lin Yu's persona. After a brief wait, she felt that everyone resembled him, yet also bore no resemblance at all. Wang Xiaodao resolved to return and consult with Qiu Wanting about Lin Yu's phone number, intending to inquire about his attire and distinguishing features, which would facilitate her task of picking him up. Approaching Qiu Wanting's table, she proposed, "Sister Wanting, I do not know Lin Yu. Perhaps it would be prudent to call him and ascertain what color clothing he is wearing for easier identification." While Qiu Wanting could not personally greet Lin Yu, she was keen to uphold the decorum of the invitation she had extended to him to write songs. She retrieved her phone and said, "Use my phone to call him." Just as she was about to pass it to her assistant, she looked up and halted mid-motion. Wang Xiaodao followed Qiu Wanting's gaze and spotted a tall, handsome young man approaching them, likely in his early 20s. A frown creased her brow. The security seemed increasingly negligent, allowing anyone to enter the company's CF. Although the CAF was not part of Shenkong's office space, it served as a gathering place for internal discussions, and outsiders should not be permitted to enter freely. Wang Xiaodao did not recognize the good-looking young man, but even so, it was inappropriate for him to act as a paparazzi, intruding upon an idol's life. Such behavior did not befit a true fan. After shadowing Qiu Wanting for so long, she had encountered countless so-called fans with ulterior motives, ranging from wealthy heirs to opportunists seeking closer contact. None of them had noble intentions. As Qiu Wanting was on the rise in her career, there was little time for frivolous distractions. Even a slight proximity could attract the prying eyes of the press, spawning a plethora of unfounded rumors. Many artists had suffered from such pitfalls, and as Qiu Wanting's devoted assistant, Wang Xiaodao was determined to prevent any damage to her employer's image. In mere seconds, Wang Xiaodao conjured various scenarios and resolutions in her mind. She disregarded Qiu Wanting's phone call and swiftly advanced a few steps forward. "Excuse me, please refrain from proceeding any further. This is the private CAF of Shenkong Entertainment, a restricted area for company personnel only." She employed a stern tone to assert her authority. This was the first step of her strategy. Continuing, she added, "Of course, if you possess special means of entry, that is your prerogative. However, the area ahead is designated for a certain celebrity. I kindly request that you halt here." Lin Yu paused momentarily, uncertain why this girl had emerged to obstruct him, but he recognized from afar that it was indeed Qiu Wanting. It appeared she was this girl's employer, and perhaps she did not recognize him. Calmly, Lin Yu replied, "I have business with teacher Qiu Wanting." He believed that clarifying his intentions would lead the assistant to understand that they had a prior arrangement. Wang Xiaodao smirked inwardly. Every individual seeking an audience with Qiu Wanting seemed to lack finesse in their approach. "Business?" She scoffed. "I apologize, but everyone coming to see Sister Wanting has business to discuss, and it depends on the nature of that business. Sister Wanting is not someone whom just anyone can meet." She deliberately adopted a fierce demeanor. The dedicated assistant was certainly protective of her charge. Perhaps she had encountered too many nuisances harassing Qiu Wanting. However, this was indeed beneficial for the artist, as an assistant should serve as the first line of defense. If anyone could intrude upon an artist's space, how could they concentrate on their work? Lin Yu chuckled softly, "Very well." He turned and began to walk away. Wang Xiaodao was taken aback. He was leaving so soon? Wasn't he supposed to persist? His quick departure left her feeling flustered. "Teacher Lin Yu." Wang Xiaodao heard a hurried voice from behind, causing her body to freeze. Lin Yu had turned to leave, just as Qiu Wanting approached. Lin Yu, teacher?" Wang Xiaodao's mind buzzed with confusion. When Qiu Wanting had handed her the phone from a distance, she had spotted Lin Yu, and now Wang Xiaodao was neglecting the phone and heading toward him. Assuming that Wang Xiaodao was going to greet Lin Yu, Qiu Wanting did not interject. Unable to hear their conversation, Qiu Wanting noticed Wang Xiaodao's stance. Hands on her hips, chest out, which did not suggest a cordial exchange. Upon seeing Lin Yu prepare to walk away, she sensed something was amiss and hurriedly followed. The three gathered around a round table. Wang Xiaotao and Amp Appo's cheeks burned with embarrassment, turning as red as her ears. Having followed Qiu Wanting for many years, she had never experienced such awkwardness. Not only had she obstructed Lin Yu from meeting Qiu Wanting, but she had also mistakenly assumed he was a wealthy heir attempting to harass her. Wang Xiaodao bowed her head, speechless, wishing she could disappear into the coffee cup. She genuinely hadn't anticipated Lin Yu being so strikingly handsome. I apologize, Xiaodao does not know you, Qiu Wanting said with a smile, attempting to diffuse the tension. Lin Yu shook his head, showing no signs of offense. Being diligent and responsible is commendable. Wang Xiaodao's head drooped even lower. If only Lin Yu would reprimand her, it would alleviate her discomfort. Qiu Wanting cleared her throat, drawing Wang Xiaodao's attention. Suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly retrieved a USB drive from her bag and handed it to Qiu Wanting, her head still bowed. This is a song I sang previously. Please have a listen. Qiu Wanting smiled and said, I know Lin Yu is newly signed to Shinkong and might not be familiar with my vocal style and characteristics, so I prepared this USB drive in advance. Lin Yu declined, waving his hand. I have listened to your songs and am well aware of your singing habits and vocal range. Since I have committed to writing songs for others, I must conduct thorough research. While Lin Yu was not particularly eager for fame at this moment, he approached his work with utmost seriousness. Qiu Wanting was a bit surprised, but felt pleased. There's no rush. You may take your time writing. After all, I just released a new song in December. Qiu Wanting understood that crafting a song was no simple task, especially one tailored to an artist. Previously, the renowned musicians in the music department would spend a month or even longer to create a satisfactory piece for her. Considering Lin Yu was working alone, it would undoubtedly be more challenging. Although Qiu Wanting was patient, Lin Yu was not. With his bank account dwindling and relying on meager earnings, he found it insufficient to sustain himself. He still aspired to buy a car and a second property. I shall hasten to provide it to you soon, and it shall not take long. Lin Yu did not explicitly state that he would deliver it by tomorrow. Rather, it is primarily due to the fact that previous songs were typically submitted the following day. Such occurrences, when repeated, can arouse suspicion, leading one to be perceived as peculiar. Therefore, a span of 2 days shall suffice. It cannot be extended further, lest it impede the release of the song before next month. Upon hearing the phrase "not too long," Qiu Wanting felt a surge of joy within her heart, for it signified that Lin Yu was genuinely committed to writing a song for her. The company is home to numerous singer-songwriters, and occasionally they extend invitations to one another for collaborations. However, most often, they struggle to complete their own compositions, leaving little time to pen songs for others. Thus, many promises remain mere verbal assurances, ultimately fading away. Yet, Lin Yu and Amp Appo's assurance of not too long can be regarded as a commendable commitment. A beautiful smile involuntarily graced the corners of Qiu Wanting and Amp Appo's lips. Chapter 75. Competition. Why should I not have a song written for me by Lin Yu? In the presidential suite of a hotel, Zhao Yanbing shouted in frustration after seeing the news on her phone. Zhao Yanbing is a recently promoted rising star under Shinkong, having starred in several popular ancient romance dramas, gaining immense popularity. With her sudden rise to fame, she now enjoys a solid fan base, and many resources from Shinkong are being directed towards her. Oh my goodness, is it really necessary to be this angry? Chun Xiaola picked up the cushion from the floor and placed it back on the sofa. Aren't you and Qian Yu both entering the agency around the same time? Everyone says you two are Xiao Wan and Appo's right and left hands. So why can Qian Yu obtain resources from Lin Yu, but you can and Appo's? T asked for the same. I did ask. I want to find Xiao Wan, but she said Lin Yu is very busy and doesn't have time to write songs for others. She also mentioned that the previous songs were all taken on by Lin Yu without her knowledge, and this time, it was Autumn Wanting who approached Lin Yu herself. Chun Xiaola comforted. Indeed, Chun Xiaola and Qian Yu had entered Shenkong at the same time and were both significant figures supporting Xiaowan. They were initially tasked with nurturing new talent. Although guiding newcomers may seem less significant, it is quite the opposite. Established stars have more fixed business and resources, and many excellent scripts and opportunities come to them naturally. Public relations are handled by a dedicated department. In contrast, newcomers have greater potential for development and uncertainty about the future. A manager and Oppo's strength is measured by their ability to elevate these newcomers. Of course, the talent and qualities of the newcomers themselves also play a crucial role, but the manager's professional capabilities are equally vital. A few years ago, Qian Yu took on the seemingly unremarkable Autumn Wanting, who, upon releasing her new song, unexpectedly skyrocketed to fame, becoming the leading figure in the music industry in just 2 years. Everyone hopes for their artists to succeed, not only for the financial benefits, but also for the pride it brings. Chun Xiaola had always felt envious and jealous until Zhao Yambing appeared. This young woman, a graduate of the Beijing Film Academy, possessed remarkable talent. Her debut drama brought her considerable success, quickly garnering a large fan base. And her popularity allowed her to land a second project, catapulting her into the spotlight as a new rising star. To support Zhao Yambing, Chun Xiaola pushed aside other work, now serving as her exclusive manager. Initially, there was no conflict between the two, as Qian Yu primarily managed singers while Chun Xiaola focused on Zhao Yambing, an actress. Their resources rarely overlapped, possibly with some business opportunities intersecting, but due to the different paths taken by the two actresses, there was no contention for endorsements. However, recently, Autumn Wanting began to venture into the acting realm. Coincidentally, Zhao Yambing also expressed a desire to sing. At first, Zhao Yambing merely enjoyed singing the ending and interlude songs in her own dramas. Later, Chun Xiaola sought the help of Nangon Yang to request songs from top musicians for Zhao Yambing. Yet, the reception was mediocre. Despite Zhao Yambing's popularity and fanbase, it proved difficult for her songs to break into the new song charts, with only one song barely making it to 9th place. As Qian Yu and Oppo's two artists suddenly rose to fame, Chun Xiaola took notice of Lin Yu. The recent hits by Mo Ran and Wen Ling were penned by Lin Yu. Initially, he did not think much of it until he saw in the group chat that Autumn Wanting had also approached Lin Yu for a song, and Lin Yu had agreed. This realization made him feel the situation was more complex than he thought. Lin Yu is the only artist managed by Xiaowan, who had an artist agreement but frequently wrote songs for others, particularly those under Qian Yu. Chun Xiaola decided to approach Xiaowan, but was met with unexpected responses. Rivalry often brews among female artists, especially those with strong personalities. Zhao Yambing, who had enjoyed a smooth rise to fame without facing setbacks, had a naturally proud disposition. Surrounded by adoring fans and colleagues, her arrogance only grew. Chun Xiaola understood the temperament of the artists he managed, but he had no choice but to support them, as they were like his own. I don't care. I want to invite Lin Yu too. I want him to write a song for me. Zhao Yambing crossed her arms defiantly. I and Oppo's, LL, give it a try. Chun Xiaola dared not speak too confidently. After all, capable individuals often have eccentric personalities, especially musicians. Lin Yu completed the song for Autumn Wanting within a day, but since he had mentioned a few days' time, he knew it could not merely be one day. He had to postpone it for 2 days. The thought of delaying his earnings for 2 days made him quite displeased. Just then, the phone rang. It was yet another unfamiliar number. Recently, he had received many calls from unknown numbers, and in the past, he would have simply hung up. However, with money at stake, any call could potentially be a lucrative opportunity. Hello, is this teacher Lin Yu? A man's voice came from the other end. Hello, this is he. I am Zhao Yambing's manager, Chun Xiaola. You can call me Xiaola. Hello, Mr. Chun. Lin Yu sensed the caller was older than himself and felt uncomfortable with the overly familiar address from someone he did not know well. Chun Xiaola disregarded the formalities and got straight to the point. Yambing greatly admires your talent and would like to meet with you to discuss a potential collaboration. Lin Yu had not previously known Zhao Yambing. Since signing, he had focused on his singing career, and although he had heard of many popular singers, he did not recall anyone by that name. Though he was eager to earn money, he was discerning about the opportunities he pursued. Since he was signed under Shenkong, All previous songs have been approved by Xiaowan. Even if they weren't and oppose, directly assigned by her. He had always consulted her before proceeding, ensuring her consent, as they were all part of the same agency. However, since he had no prior acquaintance with Zhao Yanbing, he could not agree immediately. If she were from another agency, accepting the offer could lead to complications with Xiaowan. I need to discuss this with my manager before making a decision, Lin Yu replied calmly. Chun Xiaola found Lin Yu's reasoning sensible, and they agreed to schedule another call for follow-up, then ended the conversation. This call had been made in front of Zhao Yanbing. Didn't he agree immediately? Zhao Yanbing exclaimed in frustration. Chun Xiaola shook his head. Lin Yu said he needs to consult his manager before applying. That and oppose. That's nonsense. Last time when Autumn Wanting tagged him in the group chat asking for a song, he agreed right away without saying he needed to consult his manager. Cushions from the sofa were hurled to the ground in exasperation. Chapter 76. The Lord gave food, but the throat was ruptured upon hanging up the phone. Lin Yu promptly turned to the internet for a quick search. No wonder he was unfamiliar with Zhao Yanbing. She was an actress, and a rather popular one at that. An emerging star under the banner of Sheng Kong Entertainment. Many actors aspire to transition into the music realm, mistakenly believing that singing is a simple endeavor, akin to performing in idol dramas, devoid of the need for acting skills or foundational training. Little do they realize that singing demands far more in terms of inherent talent. Some are blessed with melodious voices from birth, while others struggle with pitch and possess the voice of a quacking duck. Admittedly, some pop songs do not necessitate intricate vocal techniques. However, not everyone can deliver a pleasing rendition. Qi Wanting, who successfully transitioned from a singer to an actress, went so far as to hire a coach to analyze her roles meticulously, investing considerable effort to embody her characters convincingly. Crossing disciplines is no easy feat yet. There are indeed actors who possess natural vocal prowess, a gift bestowed by fate. Talent is a mysterious entity, omnipresent yet inexplicable. Since Zhao Yanbing was a fellow artist under the same agency, Lin Yu perceived it as an opportunity to assist while earning some income, an arrangement that could yield mutual benefits. He took a moment to listen to some of Zhao Yanbing and Amp, Oppose as previous songs. After 10 minutes, his expression transformed from calm to furrowed brows, then to shock, and ultimately, he shook his head in resignation. He finally understood why the music department at Shangkong had an abundance of talented musicians, yet her manager sought him out, a mere amateur in the domain. Was it a jest of fate that such vocal quality was deemed worthy of singing? And this was merely the auto-tune version. Shangkong proudly boasted of its 100 talented sound engineers, yet even their prowess could only produce such lackluster music. Lin Yu felt fortunate for his initial hesitation to accept the offer. Writing songs was truly beyond his capabilities. With a sigh of exasperation, he reflected that had the singing been even slightly better, he might have conjured up an appropriate song. In truth, many songs exist that resonate well enough for karaoke, catchy enough to achieve fleeting popularity and at least become selections for short video background music. Yet, one must possess at least karaoke-level proficiency. A gentleman knows when to engage and when to refrain. Some earnings are simply unattainable. The thought of money that seemed within reach suddenly slipping away left him quite displeased. Lin Yu had indeed considered informing Xiaowan about his decision, but now felt that such a step was unnecessary. A direct refusal sufficed. The sole reason for agreeing would be profit, while the justifications for refusal were manifold. The following morning, upon arriving at the company, Lin Yu was summoned to Xiaojuan's office. I heard you declined the opportunity to write a song for Zhao Yanbing? Xiaowan inquired calmly. Lin Yu responded with a slight nod. With a faint smile, she continued, was your reason that I have arranged more work for you, leaving you no time to write songs? Lin Yu nodded in agreement. He had concocted numerous excuses, ultimately deeming it most fitting to use Xiaowan as a shield. Her stature would deter others from questioning her. A reasonable justification, Xiaowan remarked, rubbing her nails. I believe other reasons might not be as suitable. Is it truly most appropriate to place the blame on me? Lin Yu contemplated affirmatively, but feared he might miss out on the company's complimentary lunch, opting for silence instead. Xiaowan chuckled, shaking her head. You are clever, yet you failed to apply that intellect to your work. I have indeed been productive. Having penned several songs over the past 3 months, each making the new song charts, he asserted, unwilling to let anyone suggest he was idly sitting by. Oh Xiaowan smirked. How many of those did you personally perform? They're all sung by the company's artists. It doesn't matter who sings them. Lin Yu replied calmly. But can they truly be the same? How can they not? Oh Xiaowan raised her voice. While Lin Yu had indeed earned money, he remained anonymous. Within the industry, his recognition was high, yet the general public recognized only the artists, rarely associating songs with their creators. Thus, he was relegated to the status of a behind-the-scenes contributor, crafting garments for others. However, Oh Xiaowan was pleased with Lin Yu's decision to decline Zhao Yanbing, believing he was finally prioritizing his career. Are you beginning to prepare some songs for yourself? She asked with a smile. Lin Yu pondered briefly, not at the moment. Her smile faltered. Is it difficult to write songs for Qi Wanting? Not all, he replied nonchalantly. Oh Xiaowan was utterly baffled by Lin Yu's approach. She was indifferent to which artist he chose to write for. As long as he was creating, it ultimately benefited the company. However, if Lin Yu was unwilling to write, she would not impose upon him, recognizing that his own career was paramount. She had assumed that Lin Yu's refusal of Zhao Yanbing stemmed from a desire to write for himself. Oh Xiaowan understood that Lin Yu was unfamiliar with both Qi Wanting and Zhao Yanbing and dismissed any notions of personal preference or character judgment. The compensation from both artists should be comparable, with Zhao Yanbing potentially offering more incentives due to her urgency. It was difficult to fathom why Lin Yu, so eager to earn, would turn down a lucrative opportunity. Then why did you refuse Zhao Yanbing? She asked. Her singing is simply unbearable, Lin Yu stated matter-of-factly. Oh Xiaowan was nearly rendered speechless, forcing a laugh after a prolonged silence. Is her singing truly that appalling? She queried, having never listened to Zhao Yanbing and Appo's songs. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. Oh Xiaowan laughed heartily, clutching her stomach before regaining her composure. While your reasoning is astute, others are not oblivious. Recently, aside from writing for Qi Wanting, you have had no other assignments. While Zhao Yanbing may hesitate to confront me, she will undoubtedly hold you accountable. Female artists tend to harbor grudges, especially those within our company. Lin Yu shrugged. I am indifferent. Occasion fait gratified. Recognizing Lin Yu as a refreshing presence in the entertainment industry, a rarity among the current breed of artists. Remaining focused on one and amp, Appo's career is of utmost importance. Zhao Yanbing is a rising star in our company, receiving considerable resources. If you do not write for her, she will seek assistance from the music department, specifically from Nangong Yang and others. The matter of songwriting will eventually be resolved, she analyzed. Lin Yu remained unconcerned. He was not competing with Zhao Yanbing for songs. As a songwriter, creativity is a matter of inspiration. He could choose to write for whomever he wished. Even if he offended Zhao Yanbing, it held no consequence for him. He had no need to appease her. As the head of the performing arts department, Oh Xiaowan had a keen understanding of her subordinates and Appo's personalities. She recognized Zhao Yanbing and Appo's character, but was primarily concerned with her potential to generate profit for the company, remaining indifferent to personal conflicts among artists. However, she preferred to avoid discord among company artists whenever possible. Zhao Yanbing's song was expected to be released in January, and with so many individuals in the music department, efficiency would be high. As for Qi Wanting, Lin Yu had already completed her song. Oh Xiaowan's eyes widened in shock. You just submitted it this morning? She exclaimed, her expression faltering. Chapter 77. From 16 to 26, Qi Wanting, renowned for her tireless dedication, found it challenging to carve out moments of respite. At last, when she managed to secure half a day of leisure, Qian Yu presented her with scripts for her perusal. Her esteemed status in the music industry had garnered her a substantial fan base, and her unwavering commitment to acting yielded commendable viewership ratings. Consequently, numerous scripts were currently being submitted to Qi Wanting. The synergy between a quality script and a talented actor is undeniable, as one stature ascends. The caliber of scripts vying for collaboration also elevates. While many actors may share similar genres, the rarity of roles that are indispensable to a particular performer is palpable. Some characters, once portrayed, become entrenched in the audience and Appo's psyche, leading to preconceived notions. A remount with a different cast might not achieve the same resonance. In the absence of comparison, it is arduous to assert which actor could embody a given role more adeptly. As Chiu Wanting examined the scripts, Lin Yu remarked, "We released a new song last month. It's perfectly acceptable if we don't debut another this month. Peruse these scripts and let me know which one piques your interest. They all commence production after the new year." Releasing music and filming are not mutually exclusive. Chiu Wanting smiled, "But we must have a song to release." Lin Yu understood her relentless work ethic, yet hoped she would temper her pace. Unlike lesser-known actors who might casually sing an opening or closing theme, Chiu Wanting's new releases attracted significant attention, and any misstep could be exploited by rival artists. Lin Yu preferred a cautious approach, opting for inaction rather than providing competitors with fodder for disparagement. Thus, each of Chiu Wanting's songs was meticulously crafted. "I have already met with Lin Yu. He has agreed to assist me in writing a song and even promised to expedite the process," Chiu Wanting announced with a smile. However, writing a song is not a task one can hastily complete. Chiu Wanting pondered momentarily, letting out a soft sigh in agreement. Just then, the door swung open, and Wang Xiaodao rushed in, breathless. "What has happened?" Lin Yu inquired, furrowing his brow. Chiu Wanting looked at her with equal curiosity. After catching her breath, Wang Xiaotao exclaimed, "Lin Yu has sent the song." Chiu Wanting and Lin Yu exchanged astonished glances. "Let me hear it," she urged, straightening in her seat. Wang Xiaodao quickly connected the speaker. Lin Yu remained skeptical. "Are you certain it was Lin Yu who sent it?" Yes. He sent it encrypted through the company's email," Wang Xiaotao confirmed. Lin Yu's brow furrowed further. "I hope he isn't merely recycling old material to placate us." Chiu Wanting's previously exuberant expression faltered. "Surely, he wouldn't do that. What could he gain for being so dismissive? Have you not heard? Zhao Yanbing has also invited Lin Yu to write a song," Lin Yu stated solemnly. Unaware of this development, Chiu Wanting thought it reasonable for Zhao Yanbing to seek Lin Yu's talents, given that he had recently become a sensation within the company. Who wouldn't want to bask in his glow? What does that imply? My style is quite distinct from Zhao Yanbing's. There is no risk of overlapping. The crux of the matter is that Lin Yu declined Zhao Yanbing's offer, Lin Yu remarked with a sardonic smile. Chiu Wanting's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of pride igniting within her. Why would he do that? It appears that Sister Xiaowan has inundated him with work, leaving him unable to assist Zhao Yanbing. Lin Yu relayed the information he had gathered. "So your concern is that his composition for me is merely a perfunctory effort?" Chiu Wanting and Oppo's gaze dimmed slightly. Lin Yu shrugged. "It's the only explanation that makes sense. If he could complete a song for you this swiftly, there would be no reason to refuse Zhao Yanbing. You both lack any personal ties to him. Fairness should prevail." Though Chiu Wanting longed to argue that perhaps Lin Yu favored her, thus choosing to write for her over Zhao Yanbing, she recognized such notions were mere fantasies. During their last meeting, Lin Yu had been aloof, focused solely on the task at hand, and had subtly indicated the profit-sharing arrangement, where Chiu Wanting was essentially conceding a portion of her earnings to him. It was evident that Lin Yu was primarily motivated by financial gain. If composing a song were so facile, he would extend his services to anyone. With this realization, disappointment washed over Chiu Wanting. Finally, Wang Xiaodao completed the connection and gently pressed play. The uncomplicated arrangement of the prelude began to resonate. On a cloudy day, in a darkened room, as all thoughts slowly settle, is love truly a form of spiritual opiate or merely a trivial pastime of the end of an era? The lyrics unfolded like a conversation or a narrative being shared with a uniquely captivating rhythm. Lin Yu and Oppo's previously furrowed brow began to relax. Cigarettes create a halo of light, and his photograph rests close at hand, two silly individuals smiling sweetly. Chiu Wanting felt her heart race. The languid yet controlled tempo was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Despite it being her first listen, she found herself humming along instinctively. At first, every moment is ineffably delightful. Everyone believes passion will never wane, save for the slight weariness that follows the fervor. Perhaps it is true, as someone once said, that greed knows no bounds, and hence one must heed caution. In any case, during those years, emotion triumphed over reason. Xiao Wanting and Qian Yu exchanged a knowing glance, both their eyes sparkling with astonishment. On a cloudy day, in a darkened room, as all thoughts slowly settle, the ambiguities of love and desire become glaringly apparent. The girl must step aside. The subtleties woven into this song, even if experienced, take years to truly comprehend. The second verse diverged, articulating a girl's journey from youthful innocence at 16, filled with naive aspirations of love, to a 26-year-old woman, shaped by life and Appo's trials. Now worldly, melancholic, and resigned, she finally grasped the narratives that once eluded her in her youth. Recalling that day, amidst the raucous celebration, what resonated in my ears, an overture or conclusion, is love not simply a mutual accord, where both joy and sorrow balance each other. When stripped bare, relationships are merely one person breaking free while the other picks up the pieces. A man need not defend himself, and a woman need not appear pitiful. In the end, those years reflect a lack of destiny between you two. Xiao Wanting, exhilarated, stood up, entranced by the melody. She envisioned the evolution of a girl, filled with sweetness and bitterness, yet ultimately marked by resignation. Every experience the girl traversed felt as if it were Xiao Wanting and Appo's own journey. Both were once youthful, yet now, there was no turning back. First loves are eternally enchanting. Harboring a secret affection for someone is beautiful. Yet, upon maturation, one realizes the folly of it all. For that person could not even bring you joy. The song played on repeat, again and again. Wang Xiaodao had unknowingly set it to loop. After an indeterminate number of repetitions, Xiao Wanting finally turned off the speaker. Quickly, book the recording studio for me, she commanded. Wang Xiaodao hurried toward the door. But Xiao Wanting added, and be sure to invite Lin Yu as well. Chapter 78. 3 minutes. Lin Yu was at home when Qian Yu urgently requested him to come to the company to record a song. He was taken aback by Xiao Wanting and Appo's eagerness to record. Having just released a new track that topped the December charts, it seemed unnecessary to rush. Typically, one would wait for the previous song's popularity to wane before releasing a new one. However, for Lin Yu, the timing of the release was of little consequence. After all, releasing music sooner meant earning money sooner. Shui Kai was momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Yu. What brings you here? Before Lin Yu could respond, Shui Kai, as if having made a remarkable discovery, pointed at him with wide eyes and exclaimed, "You wrote this, didn't Appo's you?" Lin Yu nodded. Shui Kai and Appo's mouth hung open in astonishment. Are you even human? You must have a vault of melodies in your mind. Upon hearing Shui Kai and Appo's voice, Qian Yu emerged to see if Lin Yu had indeed arrived. When he caught sight of Lin Yu's half-figure, he joyfully stepped out, saying, "Mr. Lin, thank you for coming on such short notice." During the phone call, Qian Yu had feared Lin Yu would decline or agree verbally, but delay until evening. That would leave them waiting indefinitely. In the music industry, musicians and singers are meant to complement one another. However, when status shifts, the balance can tilt. The one in a position of strength holds greater sway. Although Lin Yu's standing in the company was not as high as Xiao Wanting's, his talent was well known. If he were to open the floodgates and offer songs to others on a first-come, first-served basis, the singers from Shangkong Entertainment would be clamoring for his attention. Thus, when collaborating with Lin Yu, Qian Yu maintained a humble posture to avoid conflict. He had even contemplated letting Xiao Wanting rest in the car while he waited alone for Lin Yu's arrival. Caught between an unapproachable musician and his own artist, Qian Yu felt quite conflicted, often sacrificing his own comfort. Yet, Lin Yu arrived sooner than expected, evidently having received the call and set off immediately. Qian Yu was so touched he nearly shed tears. Lin Yu was, of course, oblivious to Qian Yu's inner turmoil. "Let's get started," he said, mindful of the time, as he needed to pick up Xiao Mongwa from school later that afternoon. If time became too tight, he might have had to turn down the session. Xiao Wanting had initially planned to rest and review her script, but upon receiving Lin Yu's song, she had to adjust her schedule for the recording. At that moment, she could be described in 4 words: barefaced and unadorned. Many female artists are particularly conscious of their appearances due to the omnipresence of paparazzi. A moment's negligence could result in unflattering photos circulating online, leading to various criticisms regarding their looks. If maliciously tarnished by competitors, even with fan support, it could still be disheartening. Beauty is a difficult thing to explain, often resulting in silent suffering, especially in a company environment where many eyes are watching. If peers were to witness her unmade-up face, it could lead to a plethora of scandalous gossip. Numerous female artists endure sleepless nights due to filming or attending events, leading to significant psychological stress and poor skin condition. Typically, they would never dare appear at the office without makeup. However, Chiu Wanting had never harbored such concerns. It wasn't an amp, oppose, that she lacked confidence in her looks. Rather, she simply did not care. She believed that her fans cherished her for her music, not her appearance. This attitude, in turn, gave her an authentic charm, resulting in a stronger bond with her fans. Online, she was often praised for her natural beauty. As she stepped into the glass-walled studio, Shuekai quietly remarked to Lin Yu, "In our company, few dare to come to work barefaced like Chiu Wanting." Lin Yu had not even noticed Chiu Wanting's lack of makeup, but upon hearing Shuekai's comment, he instinctively glanced at her in the glass room. She appeared much the same as when they first met in the CAF. With a cheerful demeanor, Shuekai continued, "She is the most beautiful without makeup among our female artists." Lin Yu turned his focus back to his tasks, uninterested in who was the most attractive without makeup. He was solely concerned with who could record the fastest. "You have 5 minutes to familiarize yourself with the melody and lyrics," he announced. Lin Yu was impartial in his approach. When he recorded songs for Wen Ling and others, he had also granted them only 5 minutes of preparation time. The more prominent the artist, the higher the basic standard should be. Lin Yu felt no need to go easy on them. If they performed worse than newcomers, he might question the legitimacy of their supposed stardom. Qian Yu hesitated, concerned that they had only just received the song and had listened to it a few times before rushing over. Would 5 minutes be sufficient? He worried that if Chiu Wanting was not adequately prepared, it could be embarrassing. Mr. Lin, he chuckled, "how about we let Wanting prepare for a few more minutes? We just got the song and haven't had time to get ready." Lin Yu, needing to pick up his child, was not in the mood to play hardball. Qian Yu, puzzled by Lin Yu and Oppo's demeanor, felt he might be displeased and was uncertain how to respond. Just then, Chiu Wanting and Oppo's voice came through the microphone. 3 minutes is enough. Qian Yu was nearly rendered speechless. He was aware of Chiu Wanting and Oppo's professionalism, but previously they had always received songs well in advance, allowing ample time to practice at home before coming to the studio. Learning a song on the spot could be quite disheartening. While the studio might not voice their thoughts, their impressions would undoubtedly suffer. This was Chiu Wanting and Oppo's first time learning a song live, which heightened Qian Yu and Oppo's anxiety. After 3 minutes, Chiu Wanting signaled with an Oppo's okay and Oppo's gesture. "Let us begin," Lin Yu said calmly. Following his instructions, Shuekai adjusted the equipment. He was curious about what kind of song Lin Yu could produce, given his prolific output. As the melody began to play, Shuekai and Oppo's expression gradually shifted from curiosity to surprise and then to enjoyment. As Lin Yu listened to Chiu Wanting's voice, he silently applauded her in his heart. It was clear that Chiu Wanting's agent had underestimated her abilities. Her musical prowess left Lin Yu feeling a touch inadequate. The recording proceeded smoothly, with only a few minor details requiring Lin Yu and Oppo's guidance. Had those details been overlooked, Chiu Wanting would have nailed it in one take. Qian Yu had informed Shuekai to keep this recording session under wraps. Shuekai nodded in agreement, aware that many artists prefer to keep new releases a secret to avoid competition from other singers within the same company. Though they were all part of the same organization, the competitive spirit remained. The larger the slice of the pie one could secure, the better. Unbeknownst to them, on another floor of Shengkong Entertainment, others were secretly recording new songs. Chapter 79. Lin Yu is a performing arts student. 3 days later, it will be January 1st. In this world, New Year's Day is also celebrated. On this day, both schools and businesses are closed, and for those who must work, overtime pay is provided. Therefore, on January 1st, numerous fans eagerly await the release of new songs from the comfort of their beds, as everyone is free from work and school, naturally keeping a close eye on various online updates. Artists preparing to compete on the charts in January began promoting their new songs as early as the end of December, with platforms vying to create buzz. Zhao Yanbing, a favored female artist under the auspices of Shenkong, is currently a rising star. The release of a new song, especially one that is not merely an opening or ending theme, is of great importance to Shenkong. Regardless of whether a company is large or small, resources are limited. Although larger companies may appear to have more resources, they also have a plethora of artists, making it impossible to distribute resources evenly. The most popular are always prioritized. Presently, Zhao Yanbing is experiencing a surge in popularity, and the company is more than willing to provide her with ample resources for whatever she wishes to pursue. Following extensive promotional efforts at the end of December, news about Zhao Yanbing's upcoming single has remained trending. While she wishes to invite Lin Yu to write a song for her, the idea of releasing a song has been in the works well in advance. She had already communicated with the music department, and the higher-ups placed significant importance on this rising star, with Nangong Yang directly assigning a top-tier music producer to handle the project. During the promotional period, fans are aware that Zhao Yanbing is set to release a single. Yet the title remains a mystery, creating a sense of anticipation among her supporters. "Oh dear, why are you still awake?" Chun Xiaolei remarked, noticing Zhao Yanbing engrossed in her phone. "I and Amp, Oppos, am waiting for the song release," Zhao Yanbing replied, continuing to scroll through updates about herself. Chun Xiaolei chuckled and plopped down beside Zhao Yanbing. "You seem more invested in this single release than in the premiere of a drama." "Well, and Amp, Oppos, that's different. Drama is my forte. Singing is just a new venture for me," Zhao Yanbing replied, her gaze still fixed on her phone. "As far as I know, our company is aware of your upcoming release, and aside from rookies who are required to release songs, they Haven and Oppos arrange for any seasoned artist to do so," Chun Xiaolei said with a proud smile. Zhao Yanbing looked up at Chun Xiaolei. "What about Xiao Wanting? Is she not releasing a song? I haven't heard anything about Lin Yu writing for her." Chun Xiaolei smirked. "Are you out of your mind? Lin Yu is just one person. Even if he were an octopus, he couldn't possibly write a song in such a short time. You think it's as simple as humming a tune? There are lyrics to be penned, arrangements to be made. It's quite a laborious process. We inform the music department a month in advance, and a team of top-tier music producers is working on your song, leading to this single." Zhao Yanbing nodded with reassurance. Initially, she had hoped to engage Lin Yu for a song as a backup, but the music department had already commenced creation. Even without Lin Yu and Amp, Oppos as contribution, she could still vie for the charts. Just look at the resources at your disposal. The promotional efforts across major platforms are seemingly limitless. After midnight, I'll have Sister Xiaowan reach out to ensure we get top placement. Chun Xiaolei eagerly anticipated Zhao Yanbing's song topping the new releases chart. Last month, Xiao Wanting had topped the charts, bringing joy to Xie for an entire month. Chun Xiaolei had been competing with Xie silently in her heart, which is why she focused on nurturing Zhao Yanbing after her rise to fame, hoping to cultivate her into a star akin to Xiao Wanting. She wished for Zhao Yanbing to reach the pinnacle of the new song chart in January. Although the competition in January differs from that in December, the honor of topping the chart remains the same. Did Sister Xiaowan really agree to help us secure top placement? Zhao Yanbing asked excitedly. Chun Xiaolei waved her hand dismissively. She said that as long as your song remains in the top 5 for 24 hours without competition from other artists in our company, she will arrange for top placement. Don't worry. Zhao Yanbing mentally calculated the artists that Shenkong had announced would release songs in January and found none that posed a threat to her. The only remaining condition was to stay in the top 5, which should be manageable given her fan base. "Here it comes. Quick, look. The new songs have been released," Chun Xiaolei exclaimed. At that moment, all new songs appeared on the music website. The initial rankings were unordered, purely based on the first letter of the song titles. Subsequent rankings would depend on download counts. Zhao Yanbing and Chun Xiaolei simultaneously scrolled through their screens. Almost in unison, their expressions froze. "Xiao Wanting? Xiao Wanting?" Zhao Yanbing abruptly lifted her head. "Didn't you say she wouldn't be releasing a new song?" Chun Xiaolei's mind buzzed. He had indeed inquired and confirmed that no one knew about Xiao Wanting and Amp, Oppo's new song, and there had been no prior promotional efforts. For an artist of her caliber, it was inconceivable not to allocate promotional resources for a new release. Chun Xiaolei was utterly bewildered. Did you hear any rumors about her releasing a new song? There has been no hint of it. Zhao Yanbing had also discreetly inquired about other artists from their company set to release songs in January and confirmed that Xiao Wanting was not among them. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and quickly tapped on the song. Lin Yu? Is it really Lin Yu? Zhao Yanbing exclaimed nearly in a shout, uttering his name. Chun Xiaolei was momentarily stunned, quickly lowering his gaze to check. No, this can end Amp. Amp, Oppo's, TB happening. It an Amp, Oppo's. It's only been a few days. He could hardly believe his eyes as Lin Yu and Oppo's name prominently appeared as composer, lyricist, and arranger. Lin Yu alone could rival the entire team of music producers in the department. Zhao Yanbing had already downloaded the song. In the vast room, Xiao Wanting and Amp, Oppo's voice filled the air. By the time the song reached 1/3 in, both of their faces had turned ashen. Yanjing Music Academy Forum. Didn't Xiao Wanting just release a new song last month? How is she releasing a single again? There was no prior promotion. Quick, download and listen. Damn, when will I be able to match Lin Yu, standing as a solo name behind the team? Composer, lyricist, arranger, all behind my name. Maybe in your dreams. The song in Amp, Oppo's, Overcast in Amp, Oppo's is simply exquisite. It in Amp, Oppo's. That's my first time hearing Xiao Wanting sing this style. It's so distinctive. Why does it feel like Miss Wanting's singing has evolved from before? That's because Lin Yu's songs differ from those of previous producers at Shangkong. It's so beautiful. It brings tears to my eyes. I feel like I'm witnessing a girl's transformation from innocence to maturity. Lin Yu is truly bringing glory to us musicians. Signed, a gaze from the composition department. Silly face. What are you thinking? I heard from Senior that Lin Yu is signed under Shangkong and Oppo's performance department. He debuted as a singer. Signed, a gaze from the vocal department. Silly face. Please give a rest. Lin Yu is from the performing arts department at Yanjing Film Academy. He hasn't studied vocals or composition. Chapter 80. Resources favor those in higher ranks. Xiaowan, the chief agent of the Shangkong Performing Arts Department, occupies the pinnacle of a metaphorical pyramid. She is acutely aware of the intricate power plays among artists and the subtle rivalries between agents. Though she perceives the underlying tensions, she chooses to remain silent, allowing them to engage in their games as long as they do not tarnish the company and Oppo's image. In her mind, she has a firm grip on everyone within the department, for they all share a singular desire to achieve fame. Artists yearn for recognition, while agents strive to elevate their clients to stardom. As long as Xiaowan holds the most substantial resources within Shangkong, commanding the greatest influence, all artists and agents are compelled to heed her. This unwavering confidence, however, began to wane with the emergence of Lin Yu. With his youthful age yet mature demeanor, he possesses striking looks, an impressive physique, and undeniable talent, all while being a devoted single father. Any single aspect of his persona, if amplified and publicized, could propel him to fame. Yet paradoxically, he shuns the limelight. While others are desperate for recognition, he genuinely seeks only financial success. Should any other artist harbor such unconventional aspirations, their agent would sternly advise them that only through achieving fame can they attain wealth, as notoriety and prosperity are inherently intertwined. This assertion holds merit. Only by becoming well-known can one attract more resources, garner a larger fan base, and secure greater performance opportunities, thus earning a living through continuous exposure. Yet this steadfast belief that had been firmly entrenched in Xiaowan and Oppo's mind crumbled upon Lin Yu and Oppo's a rival. He demonstrated that it is indeed possible to earn a living without seeking the public eye. He manages his responsibilities as a father, escorting his child to school and picking them up after class, in stark contrast to the artists who are perpetually overwhelmed with schedules. Lin Yu and Oppo's presence is rarely felt, as he scarcely works beyond enjoying complimentary lunches at the cafeteria. Xiaowan longs to confront Lin Yu, to reprimand him, yet she finds herself at a loss. After all, He not only generates income, but also contributes to the company's profitability. What can she possibly say? Reclining in her office chair, she gazes at the ceiling, contemplating life. Just last night, all the new songs for January were released, and after 12 hours of competition, the results began to materialize. At the top of the charts, a song titled Gleamed, Overcast. She has listened to it countless times and could now easily perform it in the recording studio. Oh Xiaowan feels an immense sense of gratitude for having insisted on signing Lin Yu at his home. She is relieved that she did not allow pride to deter her. Thankfully, she secured this prodigy. Had he been signed by Modern Fruits or any other company, the artists from those agencies would now be dominating the new song charts. Lin Yu, in Oh Xiaowan and AMP, Oppo's, SI's, is nearly perfect aside from his reluctance to seek fame. He does not possess the arrogance of certain artists who, after releasing a few hits, become insufferable, nor does he embody the inflated ego of those who bask in minor successes. Instead, Lin Yu treats his career as merely a means to earn a living, collecting what he is owed and fulfilling his obligations. Oh Xiaojuan's frustration at his lack of ambition is, in truth, rooted in her lament for his striking looks. Such handsomeness should not remain hidden from the world. Lin Yu consistently informs Oh Xiaowan whenever he takes on private projects, and she trusts that should she advise him against accepting a particular offer, he would comply. Yet, she suddenly feels that her role as his agent lacks excitement. There is no need for public relations, resource hunting, negotiations, or even scheduling work for him. All she must do is divide the earnings each month. This is her first encounter with such a low-maintenance artist. She wonders if such a man might render her complacent. Meanwhile, Qiu Wanting, though not a novice in releasing songs, is particularly invested in her new release. This time, she has chosen to forego any promotional efforts, opting for a direct release. Curious about her song and Oppo's appeal without any preamble, she eagerly awaits the results. First, Wanting, you're currently in first place, Qian Yu exclaims, nearly shouting the words. Initially, he had vehemently opposed Qiu Wanting and Oppo's decision to release her song quietly without utilizing the company and Oppo's resources. However, he eventually relented to her insistence. Within the company, aside from Lin Yu and Xue Kai, only Oh Xiaowan is privy to this information. Given that a new song release cannot occur without Oh Xiaojuan's involvement, Lin Yu would undoubtedly inform her as well. Aware that Chun Xiaola was inquiring about the status of Lin Yu's song, Qian Yu had deliberately misled her, claiming it was unfinished. As Qiu Wanting gazes at her song title gracing the top of the charts, accompanied by a staggering download count that leaves the second-place contender far behind, she feels a surge of admiration. This is a testament to your capability. We do not require promotion to stand atop the charts, Qian Yu exclaims, his voice trembling with excitement. Qiu Wanting shakes her head. My own talent accounts for only a fraction of this success. The majority is due to Lin Yu and Oppo's exceptional songwriting. If this song had been given to someone else, they too could have achieved commendable results. Qian Yu wishes to praise her further, but concedes her point, shifting the topic instead to Zhao Yanbing, who is currently in 5th place and has been promoting since late December. We need not concern ourselves with others. Let's focus on maintaining our position. In Qiu Wanting and Oppo's mind, Overcast is destined to be number 1. If it falls short, the fault lies solely with her. Qian Yu nods, pleased with her clarity. By the way, will Sister Xiaowan be of assistance? Qiu Wanting, who typically refrains from soliciting resources, now feels compelled to ensure Overcast remains at the top, aware that others in the company will seek the same and that this could pose a threat to their ranking. While she is confident, she does not wish to leave anything to chance. Qian Yu smiles. Sister Xiaowan stated that as long as we remain in the top 5 and no other artists from our company are ahead, she will arrange for us to receive a promoted position. Oh Xiaowan treats her exceptional artists with impartiality, focusing solely on their professional achievements and striving to avoid personal biases that could cloud her judgment. She must maintain this stance. Allowing personal sentiments to influence her decisions could compromise her assessment of the artists. Oh Xiaowan conveyed the same sentiments to Qian Yu and Chun Xiaola. Chun Xiaola slowly places the phone down, her expression grave. What did Sister Xiaowan say? Sister Xiaowan mentioned that the pre-release promotion was Qiu Wanting and Oppo's own decision to forego. So the company allocated all promotional resources to you. However, post-release, the company will concentrate its resources on those with superior rankings. Zhao Yanbing slumped onto the sofa, resembling a deflated balloon. Chapter 81. Does Daddy really ignore Little Mango? During the New Year holiday, Lin Yu enjoyed a break unlike the artists in his company, who had no fixed days off throughout the year. His time off was synchronized with Little Mango's holiday. With the child at home, Lin Yu felt free to be present, attending to company matters as needed without sacrificing personal time. However, if the child was at home, he would remain steadfastly by her side, refusing to leave for anyone else. As Little Mango enjoyed her time off at home, Lin Yu did too. While other artists were focused on new song charts or participating in various commercial activities during the holiday, those involved in filming had long forgotten the concept of time off. Yet, Lin Yu found an increasing pleasure in these quiet days. Daddy, I can't draw well. Can you help me? Little Mango pouted playfully. Lin Yu gently tapped her little head, insisting, no slacking. You must do it yourself. The little one rubbed her head and pouted. If other kids have their parents helping them, and their posters look beautiful, what if mine is the ugliest? What if everyone sells their goods? But mine doesn't sell at all? What then? Her earnestness amused Lin Yu. There was a semblance of reason in her logic. After all, she was just a child, and completing a flea market activity poster on her own was indeed a daunting task. If he refused to assist entirely, it could end up as she feared. Others might create beautiful works while hers fell short. The teachers would capture photos and videos, and not only would Little Mango feel embarrassed, but Lin Yu would too. I can assist, but only with ideas. You must be the primary designer and artist, Lin Yu declared with a serious expression. Upon hearing her father and Appo's agreement, Little Mango nodded vigorously, resembling a little chick pecking at grains. As she had just begun learning to write, there were many characters she didn't recognize or know how to write. Thus, Lin Yu would write the larger characters in artistic lettering, while Little Mango filled in with colors. As for drawing, he resolutely refused to assist, believing that the more abstract her drawings, the more imaginative and charming they became. He did not want adult reasoning to stifle her creativity. He would only offer suggestions when she asked about what to depict or composition tips. However, their peaceful collaboration was short-lived, often interrupted by disputes over color choices. Little Mango, how can you use purple? The first character is blue. Let us make the second character yellow for contrast, Lin Yu insisted, taking the purple brush from her hand and replacing it with yellow. Little Mango furrowed her brow. I don't want to. I'll use whatever color I like. Purple is beautiful. I want purple. Daddy, you have no sense of aesthetics. But purple clashes with blue. You should either use all blue or choose yellow or orange for clear distinction. Lin Yu retorted, unwilling to let a 6-year-old challenge his taste. Little Mango disregarded her father's reasoning and filled her artistic letters with her beloved purple. In this round of contention, Lin Yu faced defeat. What about my dignity as a father? He thought, feeling discontent. You asked for my help, but one tea let me have a say. Turning his face away, he huffed. Fine, you could draw by yourself. Daddy won't help anymore. Little Mango pouted, mirroring her father's displeasure. Just then, Lin Yu's phone rang. He made a face at Little Mango and walked to the living room to answer the call. You must have heard the news, right? Came Xiaojun and Appo's voice from the other end. Hear what? Lin Yu replied, puzzled. Overcast is number 1. Xiaojun exclaimed, surprised Lin Yu had not reacted immediately. Lin Yu responded calmly. Oh, I didn't know. Didn't he know? Xiaojun sensed something was amiss. Why was it embarrassing for her to know something he didn't? She sighed and patiently explained the new song chart that Lin Yu seemed indifferent toward. Other musicians cherish each song they've written as if they were their children. How can you be so unconcerned about your own? Xiaojun pressed. I have a child, Lin Yu replied, his tone remaining tranquil and unwavering. Xiaojun slapped her forehead. I'm at fault. I'm guilty. I'll reflect on this. Whatever you say is right. The new song chart was crucial for singers, as their rankings represented fans' affirmations. Devoid of any pretense, good music was simply recognized as such, leading to paid downloads. While television series might be free, audiences would often endure poor quality. But in contrast, movie success was far more tangible. Would the public spend money on a ticket for a film? The answer was uncertain. Singers valued the new song charts, but he was TA's singer, so why should he care? After hanging up, Lin Yu had no inclination to glance at the new song chart. Since Chiu Wanning was currently first, she would surely do everything in her power to maintain that position. Placing his phone down, he prepared to resume creating the flea market poster with Little Mango. The little one listened intently for her father's movements, despite their playful arguments. The absence of her mother since childhood and her father's busy schedule left Little Mango with a sense of insecurity. Thus, when Lin Yu stepped away to take the call, she feared that he might abandon their poster project. She had no desire to draw while listening for her father's every move, anxious that he might not return after the call. After finishing the call, Lin Yu, still thinking of Little Mango, decided to sneak a peek at what she was doing while he was on the phone. He tiptoed toward her room, deliberately making no sound. Little Mango strained her ears to catch her father's voice while he intentionally remained silent. Both were engaged in their own game, one trying to listen, the other trying to conceal. Having heard her father's voice during the call, the sudden silence made her anxious. After waiting for a moment without any sound, she stood up, uneasy. Lin Yu had stealthily approached her door, leaning against the wall to avoid detection. What was he doing? Was he really ignoring her? Why was there no sound? Hey, what is that little one doing? Why is there no noise from her drawing? Did she really get upset earlier? Little Mango could no longer sit still and stood up to peek outside. Feeling uneasy, Lin Yu turned away from the wall, peering into the room. Their eyes met, and they both froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Lin Yu scooped up Little Mango, spinning her joyfully in circles. Chapter 82, by Lo. Sell High, the first day back at school after the New Year holiday, marked a significant event at May Bay Kindergarten, the annual flea market. The children brought their and used toys and books to set up stalls for sale. To attract customers, each child was required to create an A3 size poster. The price of the toys could not exceed 10 yuan, and each child was permitted to bring no more than 10 yuan in change. Little Mango, now in the senior class, had previously created lackluster posters and had no spare toys to sell due to her father and Appo's busy work schedule. As a result, she had only observed the flea market in the past years, helping others sell their items but never participating herself. However, this time was different. In recent months, her father had purchased numerous toys for her, and she finally had items she was willing to part with, though she no longer played with. It still felt a pang of reluctance to sell. After all, once sold, the toys would belong to someone else, and she would never see them again. Lin Yu, noticing her inner conflict, assured her that for every toy she sold, he would buy her a new one. Reassured by her father's promise, Little Mango decided to sell her toys. She carefully selected 5 from her collection and packed them in her little backpack. When the activity began, she meticulously laid her toys out on a small mat, gently caressing each one: a plush toy, a Barbie doll, and a wind-up airplane. The teachers had arranged the classroom to facilitate the market, allowing the children to sell their items in a designated area. Each class had the opportunity to shop in other classrooms, while those not yet scheduled could only sell from their own spots. Little Mango priced her toys modestly, ranging from 1 to 5 yuan. As the first class arrived to shop, her eye-catching poster, reasonable prices, and high value led to the swift sale of all 5 items. With her toys sold and cash in hand, she wandered to other stalls. How much for this? She inquired, pointing at a toy bow and arrow. 10 yuan, replied Yuan Bao earnestly. Such an exorbitant price, she exclaimed, tilting her chin in defiance. Yuan Bao, eager to sell, was unaware that his pricing was too high. With each child allowed only 10 yuan, few would spend all their money on a single toy, especially when there were other stalls to explore. Yet, Little Mango was adept at bargaining. Lower the price, and I will buy it, she declared, crossing her arms. Yuan Bao, surprised by her negotiation, asked, How much do you want to pay? Just 1 yuan, and I will buy it, she replied, extending a finger. Delighted, Yuan Bao eagerly agreed, and she purchased the bow and arrow for just 1 yuan, despite its original price of 10. Next, she approached another stall, spotting a lovely plush cat. How much for this? She asked, pointing. 10 yuan, replied Yuan. Like Yuan Bao, had set her prices too high. Undeterred, Little Mango employed her strategy once more. Lower the price, and I will buy it. How much do you want? Yuan asked hesitantly. 2 yuan, I will take it, Little Mango insisted, raising 2 fingers. Overjoyed, Yuan agreed, and the transaction was made. Little Mango continued to acquire toys from various classmates, all at low prices of 1 to 2 yuan. As the next class arrived, she quickly returned to her stall with her newfound treasures. How much for the bow and arrow? Asked a chubby boy. 3 yuan, she replied, extending 3 fingers. He happily paid her and took the bow. What about the plush cat? Inquired a little girl with a ponytail. Recognizing her admiration for the cat, Little Mango smiled and said 5 yuan. Without hesitation, the girl purchased the cat, thrilled to have it. Thus, Little Mango adeptly bought low and sold high, clearing her inventory and amassing a tidy profit. As her class prepared to shop in other classrooms, the other children had either spent their money or had only a few coins left, while Little Mango emerged as a true little tycoon, returning with a large bag of toys. After counting her remaining 15 yuan, she gleefully calculated her earnings. By selling 5 toys, she had acquired 10, resulting in a delightful profit. What a success! She giggled. Chapter 83. Seeking last time in Amp, Oppo's musician on a typical afternoon after school. Lin Yu spotted a small figure in the crowd, clutching a large bag brimming with an assortment of toys. Rushing over, Lin Yu lifted the bag in astonishment. So many? Did you buy all these? With disbelief, Lin Yu began to rummage through the bag, uncovering a myriad of toys. The little one, beaming with pride, tilted his head and replied, Yes, I bought them all. Can you really acquire so many toys for just a few coins? You must have spent all your money. Lin Yu speculated that perhaps the toys were priced quite low, allowing the child, with 10 yuan in hand and some toys sold, to amass such a treasure. The little one mysteriously produced a small wallet. Look, Daddy. Lin Yu casually opened the wallet and counted, eyes widening in surprise. 15 yuan? The child nodded triumphantly. You even made a profit? Lin Yu could hardly believe his eyes. Of course. Not only did I buy toys, but I also made money. While Lin Yu pondered how the little one managed to buy a bag full of toys and turn a profit, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Chun Jiao, approached after sending the other children off, smiling. Your little Mango might have outsmarted others. Some children overpriced their toys, and many just looked without buying. But Little Mango is quite the negotiator, buying toys at a low price and then reselling them to friends from other classes at markup. It seems he made quite a bit before buying his own favorite toys. Ms. Chun had observed the child and Oppo's entrepreneurial antics and thought to inform Mango and Oppo's father, recognizing that such a sharp mind should not be wasted in the business world. Finally understanding how the little one managed to buy so many toys and make a profit, Lin Yu affectionately ruffled the child's hair. The little one, tilting his head in delight, resembled a docile kitten. With the bag in hand and the child's small hand clasped in his, they walked home together. Since acquiring a new house, Lin Yu and the little one had embraced a more vibrant life, with weekends offering fresh destinations. Lin Yu noted how the child and Oppo's personality had evolved since their first meeting months ago. Children are remarkably sensitive. They cannot conceal their feelings. Yet they're also quick to forget, leaving behind any unpleasantness in an instant. Upon returning home, the little one joyfully leaped onto the window seat, dangling his little feet as his slender legs swayed. Although Ms. Chun had briefed Lin Yu on the child and Oppo's profitable ventures, she had omitted the specifics. Lin Yu perceived the child's eagerness to boast and prompted, Can you tell Daddy about it? Even if Lin Yu had not asked. The little Mango was prepared to recount the day and Oppo's flea market escapades, and now that his father had inquired, it was all the more fortuitous. Today, my first low-priced acquisition was from Yuan Bao. His bow and arrow were priced at 10 yuan, which no one wanted to buy. I bargained and asked if 1 yuan would work, and he surprisingly agreed. Then, I spent 2 yuan on a plush cat from Yuan. The child continued to narrate excitedly, and when he reached a peak of pride, Lin Yu would join in applause, laughing heartily alongside him. The child and Oppo's laughter was pure and innocent, and while Lin Yu admired his business acumen, he recognized that the little one engaged in these dealings with no ulterior motive, merely driven by the innocent thoughts of a delightful young girl. The entire evening was spent basking in joy and praise. The following morning, just after Lin Yu dropped little Mango off at school, a timely call from El Qing rang through. Lin Yu did not shy away from the fact that he had a child and had previously informed Qing of his fixed schedule for drop-offs and pickups. He mentioned that after school, he would be largely unavailable for phone conversations, suggesting that any lengthy discussions be reserved for the daytime while the child was in school. Thus, Qing called it just the right moment. "Hey, brother, did you just drop your child off at kindergarten?" Qing and Appo's cheerful voice resonated through the receiver. Had Lin Yu not been familiar with Qing and Appo's character, he might have suspected a tracking device was in play. Nearly every discussion regarding my neighbor Totoro coincided with the precise moment Lin Yu delivered his child to kindergarten. "Are you monitoring me?" Lin Yu quipped, feigning seriousness. Qing quickly denied it. "Brother, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? You only have time from dropping her off until picking her up. And I thought I'd seize the opportunity to chat." He chuckled and Appo's. "That's your fault for being so punctual. You drop her off at the same time every day, and I just happened to hit the mark." Lin Yu, having begun the jest, paid no heed to Qing's defense. However, Qing was correct. Lin Yu indeed dropped Little Mango off at precisely 8:20 each morning. Given their fixed routine and the short 10-minute walk, the timing was consistent. Any variance would hardly exceed a minute. Punctuality was a hallmark of their schedule. "What brings you to call?" Lin Yu held a favorable impression of this unseen friend. Qing was industrious, fervently passionate about his work, deriving joy from it that bore no relation to monetary gain. Qing and Appo's tone rose with excitement. "The production of My Neighbor Totoro has been completed. We are commencing promotions this month, and it may debut by the end of the month or the beginning of next. We just need a theme song, and she has outsourced the project to Shang Kong." Lin Yu contemplated the astonishing efficiency of this diligent worker. Although animation typically faced fewer uncertainties than live-action productions, Qing's speed was likely unparalleled. He wondered what kind of song the music department would craft, especially since the theme song for My Neighbor Totoro had not achieved the same level of popularity as that of Spirited Away. As Lin Yu pondered, Qing continued. "Last time when we outsourced the theme song for Appo's, Spirited Away and Appo's, to Shang Kong, what did you think of it?" Lin Yu hesitated, taken aback by this inquiry regarding the theme song. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "It was quite good." Qing clearly found Lin Yu and Appo's assessment lacking. "Quite good. Just that? It was exceptionally wonderful. That is why I insisted that Shang Kong handle the theme song for My Neighbor Totoro as well." Lin Yu merely hummed in agreement. His humble comment stemmed from modesty, as he indeed believed it to be remarkable. However, Qing remained unaware that AI Mang was, in fact, Lin Yu. This time he decided to let it be, as it was a matter for the music department to handle independently. "I specifically requested that Shang Kong enlist the same musician who composed the theme song for Appo's, My Neighbor Totoro, and Appo's. I believe the musician in Appo's name is Lin Yu." Lin Yu. Chapter 84. Today, I will present the song to you. Qing excitedly rambled on about a multitude of things, while Lin Yu listened intently. Having communicated extensively in the past, he already comprehended the caliber of Qing's rendition of My Neighbor Totoro. Lin Yu genuinely enjoyed collaborating with Qing, not only due to his diligent work ethic, but also because of his remarkable receptiveness. There is a saying that those who heed advice shall prosper, and Qing certainly belonged to that category. Perhaps it was also due to his unwavering trust in Lin Yu. He accepted every suggestion without hesitation. Whatever Lin Yu described Totoro to be, Qing would illustrate it accordingly. When Lin Yu proposed how the first encounter between Mei and Totoro should be depicted, Qing would faithfully follow his vision. He never questioned Lin Yu's expertise. While Lin Yu may not have been a professional artist, he possessed a clear understanding of what Totoro represented. As he offered suggestions to Qing, he thought to himself that if his ideas were disregarded, it was of little consequence. After all, the narrative was captivating, and the inhabitants of this world, having never witnessed the original My Neighbor Totoro, might very well prefer Qing and Appo's interpretation. However, he underestimated his standing in Qing and Appo's esteem. Qing was determined to adhere to Lin Yu and Appo's vision until it perfectly mirrored the original Totoro in Lin Yu and Appo's heart before proceeding to the next step. Just as Lin Yu concluded his call with El Qing, his phone rang again. "Lin, where are you? Are you coming to the office today?" The rough voice of Nangong Yang resonated through the phone, deliberately adopting a sycophantic tone that sounded rather awkward. Lin Yu had initially intended to avoid the office. Although the new house required no renovation, it was essential to furnish it for the little princess, and time had been scarce. He aimed to complete the decorating before the child's winter vacation, knowing that once the holiday commenced, he would be too busy. Lin Yu remained silent, prompting Nangong Yang to grow anxious. "If there's nothing pressing, please come to the office," he urged with a smile. Lin Yu genuinely did not wish to go. "I have other matters to attend to." "What matters?" Nangong Yang pressed eagerly. I have a gig." Lin Yu thought it prudent to fabricate a work-related excuse, as he was a contracted artist and couldn't merely mention personal affairs. "A gig?" Nangong Yang glanced at Xiaojun, who was seated across from him at the desk. Xiaojun was about to sip her coffee when she stifled a laugh, nearly spilling it. "Yes, Sister Xiaojun has arranged some work for me," Lin Yu stated with mock seriousness. "A lot of work?" Nangong Yang inquired, turning back to Xiaojun. She struggled to maintain a straight face, her expression starting to contort due to her efforts. Lin Yu simply hummed in response. Nangong Yang felt thwarted by Lin Yu's evasion. Yet Xiaojun offered him no informative expressions. "But that is not how Xiaojun described it to me," Nangong Yang said, feeling at a loss. Lin Yu paused. "Did you ask Sister Xiaojun?" Nangong Yang, confused about the dynamics between the agent and artist, nodded pitifully. "Yes, I'm in Xiaojun's office." Lin Yu swallowed hard and cleared his throat. "Well, I have a moment to stop by the office." "Wonderful. Where are you?" "I in Appo's. LL sent a car to fetch you," Nangong Yang exclaimed excitedly, raising his voice. "No need. I'll make my own way there." After hanging up, Lin Yu felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Being caught in a lie was disconcerting, and he wondered how Xiaojun had communicated with Nangong Yang. While he preferred to avoid offending anyone, being directly exposed was still quite awkward. Half an hour later, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the Shengkong building, where Nangong Yang and Zhou Yifan were already waiting. "Lin, you finally made it," Nangong Yang greeted with a smile, and Zhou Yifan followed suit. Nangong Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Yifan, who promptly remarked, "We were quite pleased with the theme song you wrote for Spirited Away." Pleasure is an understatement. The popularity of MO ran soared thanks to that song. Nangong Yang signaled Zhou Yifan to focus on the main point. Zhou Yifan understood and cleared his throat. "A new animated film is about to be released, and they wish to collaborate with our company once more." Lin Yu halted and regarded Zhou Yifan. Zhou Yifan rubbed his nose and added, "They specifically requested you." Having just ended his call with El Qing, Lin Yu surmised the purpose of this phone call with a mere guess. He believed that such tasks need not always be undertaken by the original creator. As long as a satisfactory piece could be produced, the identity of a writer would be inconsequential. He wasn't averse to earning money. Rather, he longed to prepare the princess's room before the child's winter vacation. With the holiday approaching rapidly, he envisioned having the little one settle in before the break started. Thus, he intended to decline Nangong Yang and Appo's request at the earliest opportunity. While Lin Yu was eager to earn, he had not yet reached the point of sacrificing quality time with his child for financial gain. Nangong Yang and Zhou Yifan exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. They had anticipated Lin Yu would exhibit some surprise, regardless of his willingness to accept the music department's offer. Yet he remained entirely impassive, leaving them at a loss for words. After a lengthy and awkward silence, they struggled to articulate themselves. After all, taking on the theme song was primarily the music department's responsibility, and Lin Yu, although not developing as an artist in the performance department, was undeniably flourishing as a musician. Nangong Yang was equally bewildered by Lin Yu and Appo's mindset. According to Xiaojun, if Lin Yu was willing to accept, then she wouldn't team mine the department and Appo's as performance metrics. However, if Lin Yu declined, she instructed Nangong Yang not to shamelessly seek favors from her. She could not make decisions for Lin Yu. Lin Yu sighed in resignation. "I understand." You understand?" Nangong Yang and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Yu preferred not to elaborate, as he couldn't possibly disclose that not only had he written the theme song, but that he had also authored both My Neighbor Totoro and Spirited Away. Zhou Yifan, quicker to react, noted that there was no immediate urgency from the other party. Delaying until next month would be acceptable, especially since they had just enjoyed a successful release and required time for promotion. Yang nodded in agreement. Lin Yu glanced at the time, contemplating a visit to the furniture store later that afternoon to purchase a princess bed and new curtains for his little mango. He truly hadn't absorbed much of what Yang and Zhou Yifan had discussed. An hour should suffice. Yang and Zhou Yifan exchanged another knowing look, both feeling as if they and Lin Yu were operating on entirely different wavelengths. In unison, they muttered under their breaths, "An hour? Yes, let us proceed. I'll present the song to you today, and we can record it tomorrow. You'll have ample time to select the vocalists." Lin Yu confidently strode toward the music department. Chapter 85. Beginning to question life, Zhou Yifan and Yang stood at the door, bewildered, watching Lin Yu and Oppo's retreating figure. Did he say he would give us the song today? Or that he would write it with us today? Zhou Yifan couldn't believe his ears, lost in self-doubt. Yang shook his head, clarifying he didn't say he would write the song with us. He explicitly mentioned giving us the song, as his last words were that we could record it tomorrow, allowing us half a day and Oppo's time to find a singer. Although Yang struggled to accept this reality, his hearing was intact. There was no doubt about it. Lin Yu had already entered the elevator when he realized that Yang and Zhou Yifan had not followed him. Pressing the open button, he called out, "Wait a moment. Wait for us." They rushed into the elevator just in time. My Neighbor Totoro is a beautifully animated film, and this is our first time looking at someone else in Oppo's film outline. Zhou Yifan ventured tentatively. Lin Yu calmly nodded. "I know. You know? Yet you were so hastily drawing from the archives." Yang had come to terms with the situation regarding the Golden Song Library, as if by magic. Lin Yu could conjure high-quality new songs at will. However, these were custom-made. No matter how melodious they were, they had to align with the film's theme. For instance, while Overcast is a classic and still ranks first on the new song chart, could it serve as the theme for My Neighbor Totoro? If given to them, it would be too overwhelming in its beauty. The audience for animated films is primarily children. A song that captivates children while evoking warmth for everyone is truly remarkable. Take the previous film Spirited Away. Even adults appreciated it, but it had to complement the film itself. We and Oppo's, really not in a hurry. This time they have given ample time, so there is no need for us to rush. The underlying message from Yang was clear. There was no need to be anxious. Take your time to write, as no one was pushing you. What mattered was producing something of quality that would benefit everyone. The elevator arrived at the music department, and, as the doors opened, Lin Yu calmly stated, "I am anxious." Zhou Yifan cast a helpless glance at Yang, who appeared even more helpless. The two of them, one the head of the music department and the other his capable assistant, found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Everyone in the music department was aware that Lin Yu was specifically asked to compose the theme song for the new animated film, both envious and feeling powerless. The envy stemmed from a recognition of talent, while the powerlessness derived from Lin Yu and Oppo's stature, which they could only aspire to but never reach. "Teacher Lin has arrived." "You're here, Teacher Lin." "Hello, Teacher Lin." The lyricists and composers greeted Lin Yu warmly. He politely nodded in response. Suddenly, a familiar, round face squeezed into Lin Yu and Oppo's line of sight. Ran had come to the music department ostensibly to play, but in reality, he was there to nudge for new songs. For someone like him, who rose to fame on the back of a single song, his foundation was precarious. Without new works to follow, he risked being forgotten. Thus, he frequently visited the music department to scout for suitable songs and cultivate relationships with the department and Oppo's top musicians, hoping they would consider him for future projects. Rant's voice was unique. Although he could handle many songs, they had to be a perfect fit for him to avoid failure. When he wasn't in Oppo's working, he would head to the music department, though he had yet to find a suitable song. After all, Yu had multiple artists to manage, and he knew Yu was attentive to each of them. However, With Ting releasing new songs recently, the entire company was focused on her, and Shin Yu had little time to spare for Mo Ran. Still, he had instructed Mo Ran to inform him if any fitting songs came up, so he could negotiate with the music department. Seeing Lin Yu, Mo Ran felt a surge of joy. He understood that Lin Yu and Oppo's presence in the music department was not for idle chatter. He must have something important to discuss. What could an artist from the performance department possibly need from the music department? A song, perhaps. Mo Ran felt he could guess what was coming. Leaning close to Lin Yu, he whispered, "Has the music department invited you again? Are there any songs suitable for my brother to sing?" Mo Ran believed he could secure a contract with Shang Kong based on his image alone. Besides his distinctive voice, he also had the advantage of being thick-skinned. He was merely asking out of curiosity. If Lin Yu said no, he would casually mention that he hoped to be considered for any suitable songs in the future. The main goal was to establish familiarity with Lin Yu. Since their last collaboration, Mo Ran had not seen Lin Yu, who seemed like a god in the company, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Lin Yu paused, studying Mo Ran for a couple of seconds. With his handsome face, deep-set eyes, and sweeping eyelashes, Mo Ran felt a shiver down his spine. "Yes," he finally replied, not daring to meet Lin Yu and Oppo's gaze. He quickly turned his head away, but upon hearing that single word, he jerked back, straining his neck and yelping in pain. Clutching his sore neck, he asked, "Brother, did I hear incorrectly?" Lin Yu, amused by Mo Ran's flustered demeanor, smirked, "You heard correctly. There's indeed something." Mo Ran was so overwhelmed with excitement that he felt tears welling up. After countless days of wandering the music department without a single song, he finally encountered Lin Yu and found hope. Lin Yu understood his vocal range. If he said there was a song, then there surely was. Could it be that Lin Yu was his destined savior? He also wondered if Lin Yu was in need of a boyfriend. He wouldn't mind being supported. "Come with me." As Lin Yu approached the entrance of the music department, he hadn't and Oppo's yet decided which singer to choose for the song. He first needed someone economical to ensure that the time spent on the little guy and Oppo's renovation was well utilized for work and earnings, aiming for a larger share of the profits. When he spotted Mo Ran, he thought he would be a suitable choice. However, he was uncertain if Mo Ran had already floated away on the back of his newfound fame from his previous song. Suddenly, Lin Yu halted once more. "What is your current share?" Mo Ran, filled with excitement, followed closely behind Lin Yu, nearly colliding with him. Although he was rotund, he was as slippery as a fish and not at all foolish. He quickly grasped Lin Yu's intent and earnestly replied, "Singing your song is an honor. I can forego any payment." Lin Yu appreciated Mo Ran and Oppo's understanding, but he couldn't and Oppo's to allow someone to sing for free. They would proceed according to the previous agreement. Mo Ran nodded vigorously. "Whatever you say is fine. At this point, as long as I get to sing, I have no other demands." As Lin Yu settled at Zhou Yifan and Oppo's desk, with the beaming Mo Ran standing beside him, Nangong Yang and Zhou Yifan exchanged yet another glance, both equally astonished. "Are you writing the song on your computer, Lin Yu?" Nangong Yang asked, bewildered. Zhou Yifan, fixated on Lin Yu, nodded slowly. Mo Ran and Oppo's face was alight with joy. Standing next to Lin Yu, did this mean the singer was confirmed? Nangong Yang felt himself spiraling into madness. Zhou Yifan mechanically nodded. It should be. The two exchanged another glance, beginning to question their very existence. Chapter 86. Stunned like a wooden chicken, it is widely known that the exquisite animated film sought Lin Yu to compose a song, yet curiosity lingered among the onlookers. The music department, boasting a prominent status within the company, had always been approached by singers and agents from the performing arts department for assistance. This marked the first instance where their leader accompanied subordinates to request assistance from the performing arts division. The most amusing part was that the head of the music department sought talent not for singing, but for songwriting. The chief musician, accompanied by a renowned composer, ventured into the performing arts division to solicit the help of a freshly signed artist for song creation. The absurdity of this scene was not lost on anyone. Although they were aware of Lin Yu's talents and had witnessed his prowess at the piano, the sight still prompted a silent remark of, "Nangong Yang, look at you now." Where had gone the bluster that demanded they produce songs? The fervor that had compelled them to rise in the middle of the night to fulfill urgent requests seemed to have vanished. With a sense of anticipation, the onlookers set aside their tasks and followed Lin Yu toward the recording studio. The procession was as follows. Lin Yu and Mo Ran led the way, followed by Nangong Yang and Zhou Yifan, with a considerable distance separating them from the throng of musicians behind. Lin Yu, eager to return and prepare a room for Xiao Mango, failed to notice the long line trailing behind him. Shenkong housed numerous recording studios, each manned by a sound engineer, colloquially known as the $1 million sound engineer. Xuekai was undoubtedly the most skilled among them. His technical prowess was unmatched, though his temperament was notoriously irritable. Singers with subpar skills typically lack the audacity to showcase their shortcomings in his presence. However, Xuekai donned a different facade when it came to Lin Yu, displaying a demeanor of utmost deference and flattery. Lin Yu had grown accustomed to approaching Xuekai, as he was the only one familiar with him. At that moment, Xuekai was relishing a spicy bowl of instant noodles. Upon lifting his gaze, he first spotted the hurried Lin Yu, followed by the infatuated Mo Ran, with Nangong Yang and Zhou Yifan wearing grave expressions, trailing behind a grand assembly of musicians. As the crowd advanced, Xuekai's noodles remained suspended in mid-air, forgotten. Wiping his greasy mouth, he inquired, "Are you all here for a brawl?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback before realizing the throng behind him. Nangong Yang smacked his lips, "Aren't and Oppos. You all supposed to be working?" "Ah, we merely wish to learn from teacher Lin Yu," came the chorus of jesters from the music department. "I want to see what a 10 million yuan project looks like." "We all do." 10 million? Lin Yu murmured, startled. Nangong Yang had not disclosed the exorbitant figure earlier. In that instant, he felt a wave of relief for not having declined the offer. After all, one must remain grounded. Nangong Yang clarified. Perhaps due to the overwhelming success of Spirited Away, the investors behind this exquisite project are now exerting their influence, leading to a significantly larger budget for the new animated film. Lin Yu recalled hearing from El Qing that capital tycoons were often fickle. They had previously overlooked the exquisite, yet now they clamored to invest in its production. However, he had not anticipated the theme song would command such a princely sum. Perhaps it was his unfamiliarity with the industry. He dismissed the thought. The music department had only learned of the exquisite invitation that morning, and now Lin Yu was ready to record. The notion that a song written in mere hours could hold 10 million and amp. Oppos. S worth of value was beyond their comprehension. Disbelief clouded their minds. Hence, most of the music department members were merely spectators, eager to witness this young man's rise, to see how far he could soar before inevitably falling. Seated before the computer, Lin Yu noticed Xuekai shifting aside with his noodles. "Teacher Lin Yu, did you know you would be taking on this exquisite project in advance?" inquired one of the composers from the music department standing behind him. "I just found out. I came as soon as I received the call," Lin Yu responded truthfully, his tone calm. Yet, as soon as he spoke, murmurs arose among the composers behind him. "You arrived immediately after receiving the call? Or were you contemplating on your way here?" Several composers stifled their laughter. Nangong Yang suddenly recalled. "Yifan, we Haven Tea provided Lin Yu with the film outline." Zhou Yifan slapped his forehead. "Wait a moment, I'll get it right now." Lin Yu softly interjected, "No need." Zhou Yifan paused, perplexed. No need? Lin Yu genuinely felt no need. After all, he had written My Neighbor Totoro and required no outline. The entire narrative resided within his mind. However, he refrained from voicing this. He merely wished to spare Zhou Yifan the effort of running an errand. The outline is essential. Otherwise, it becomes challenging to align with the theme. The theme song must resonate with the film, Nangong Yang insisted. Though Lin Yu had successfully written for Spirited Away without consulting the outline, perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck, as he happened to have a fitting song in his repertoire. Yet, such serendipity could not be relied upon consistently. Nangong Yang believed that since Lin Yu had agreed to the task, he would undoubtedly produce something remarkable. Writing on-site was akin to composing poetry. Some individuals possessed the remarkable ability to craft verses spontaneously, a true testament to their skill. However, he could not fathom how Lin Yu could succeed without consulting the outline. Having reviewed the outline for and Oppos, My Neighbor Totoro, and Oppos, He noted the film's childlike innocence and whimsical charm. Yifan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and fetch the outline. Nangong Yang urged Zhou Yifan. All right, Zhou Yifan darted off. That an amp, Oppos, that's enough, Lin Yu said to Mo Ran beside him. Get familiar with it. Mo Ran looked utterly bewildered. Nangong Yang and Zhou Yifan exchanged glances, each perceiving the large question mark hovering above the other's head. What do you mean, that an amp? Amp, Oppos, that's enough. Zhou Yifan, on the verge of running, found himself halted by Lin Yu and amp. Oppos, words, uncertain how to proceed. Nangong Yang regarded Lin Yu with equal confusion, while the musicians behind awaited an explanation. Even Mo Ran and Shui Kai remained motionless. The song is complete. Mo Ran, go ahead and give a try. Lin Yu turned to the astonished Shui Kai. Shui Kai was flustered, nearly spilling his noodles. Nangong Yang, eyes wide in disbelief, turned to Zhou Yifan. Did he just tell Mo Ran to record now? Zhou Yifan, whose mind had been buzzing all morning, nodded vacantly. Yes, he said to record now. Mo Ran is going in. Under the eager gazes of the crowd and the astonished expressions of those around him, Mo Ran grasped two A4 sheets and stepped into the recording booth. Regardless, he complied without question and dared not inquire further. Chapter 87. The enchantment of empathy in Song. The song was not complicated. After less than 5 minutes, Mo Ran signaled an OK to Lin Yu. Shui Kai felt utterly bewildered, only to be poked by Lin Yu's elbow. Each person harbored a different sentiment, some anxious, some puzzled, while others awaited the spectacle with bated breath. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by hushed whispers, until the lively prelude began to play, drawing everyone's attention to the joyous music. Nangong Yang, who had initially worn a furrowed brow, began to relax at the sound of the melody. Dodo lo, someone quietly sows rice on the path. As the little sprouts thrive, the secret trail transforms into a forest. A wondrous adventure awaits with the melody. Nangong Yang's furrowed brow unfurled, and a smile crept upon his lips. He imagined himself wearing a sun hat and a loose, comfortable shirt, joyfully pedaling a bicycle down a serene woodland path. Just as he savored the blissful escape the song offered, he felt a firm grip on his arm, abruptly pulling him from his delightful reverie. Gazing in the direction of the grip, he saw Zhou Yifan, grinning foolishly while holding onto his arm with palpable enthusiasm. Realizing his faux pas under Nangong Yang's fierce gaze, Zhou Yifan quickly withdrew his hand and averted his eyes. Mo Ran swayed gently, embodying the spirit of a playful Totoro as a sweet, innocent voice resonated from the microphone. Dodo lo, once it resided in the forest. Only before children does it appear. A truly wondrous encounter, it was only in the presence of innocent children that it would manifest. Nangong Yang and Amp, Oppos, eyes sparkled with realization. Had Lin Yu truly never seen the outline? When he had encountered the outline of My Neighbor Totoro, he had felt utterly lost. Had the music department been able to craft an exquisite theme song independently, he would not have insisted on Lin Yu, though Lin Yu claimed he wanted him to write it. If he could produce a version that pleased Wei Mei, why insist on Lin Yu? Yet, after perusing the outline, he found himself devoid of inspiration, ultimately seeking assistance from Mo Xiaowan. Behind him, the talented lyricists and composers swayed to the rhythm, some entranced in a reverie of childhood fantasies, while others wore smiles reminiscent of nostalgic memories. Empathy encapsulated the allure of the song. On a rainy day at the bus stop, a chubby monster suddenly appears, holding her little umbrella. This becomes the passport to the forest. The magical door swings open. The members of the music department had all perused the outline of My Neighbor Totoro, and their collective yearning to tackle such a prestigious project surged within them, each believing that perhaps their abilities were merely hindered by fortune. In this moment, they had forgotten their initial feelings of envy, jealousy, or resentment towards Lin Yu when he had entered the recording studio. Instead, the atmosphere brimmed with childlike innocence. All hearts seemed to heal in the embrace of the song. They momentarily forgot the burdens of writer and Oppos, block, the treachery of office politics, and the bruising battles for performance metrics. It felt as if they had been transported back to a carefree summer of their youth, a season filled exclusively with joy. They envisioned a plump, gentle creature, holding an oversized umbrella incongruent with its soft form, waiting at the summer bus stop for the enchantment of a magical world to unfold. Dodo Lo, delightful presence on the hills. Dodo Lo, fortune descends upon those who encounter it at some point. Everyone wore radiant smiles, shedding their worries and troubles, as Mo Rant's cheerful, pure voice resonated within them, seemingly capable of cleansing all. Even as the music drew to a close, Mo Ran retained a childlike grin, his eyes sparkling with joy. Time passed unmeasured until Lin Yu abruptly declared, "All right, that's enough." This statement shattered their collective dream, thrusting them back into the harshness of reality. Lin Yu, from a professional standpoint, believed Mo Ran's voice was destined for anime songs, oblivious to the changing expressions of those around him. Zhou Yifan, still enraptured, stood dazed until Nan Gonyang nudged him back to the present. At that moment, everyone emerged from their reveries, no one daring to share where their minds had wandered during those fleeting 4 minutes, yet all bore uncontainable, sweet smiles. Upon encountering their colleagues, they hastily masked their expressions, donning their facades once more. "Lin Yu, you truly Haven Tea, seeing the outline of my neighbor Totoro?" Zhou Yifan asked incredulously. Lin Yu could not reveal that the work was, in fact, his own, yet claiming it was a spur-of-the-moment creation would be an affront to others in Oppo's intelligence. Xiaowan mentioned it to me beforehand. Thus, I was prepared. Lin Yu deflected, using Xiaowan as a shield once more. Then Gonyang paused. Having sought out Xiaowan that morning, her demeanor and words did not suggest prior knowledge. He reconsidered, realizing Xiaowan was notoriously cunning. If she hadn't known in advance, how could she have so readily lent Lin Yu to the music department? Moreover, Lin Yu and Oppo's ability to produce a theme song so closely aligned with the film could not have been a spur-of-the-moment inspiration. Lin Yu noted the others were convinced, a wave of relief washing over him. In an office belonging to the performance department, a woman sat at her desk, sneezing uncontrollably. "Did someone speak ill of me?" "Shun Kong has sent the theme song," and she exclaimed, rushing into Lu Qing's office, excitement radiating from her. Lu Qing, reclining with his short legs propped on the desk, leaned back until Chi's voice broke his reverie. "What?" And Chi waved the flash drive in her hand. "The theme song for my neighbor Totoro." Lu Qing, bleary-eyed from sleeplessness, blinked away the heaviness of his lids. "Didn't they just discuss the theme song with us today? How could it have arrived so quickly? Surprised? Unexpected?" And Chi beamed like a child. Lu Qing shot her a look, wary of disappointment. Listen. And she had already experienced the song in her office, and, having rushed over to Lu Qing without listening again, was eager to share the fresh melody. Lu Qing found in Chi's demeanor peculiar today, contrasting sharply with her usual assertiveness. She resembled a carefree neighbor's child instead. Inserting the flash drive into the computer, and she eagerly awaited Lu Qing to don his headphones before pressing play. The prelude commenced, and the crisp, vibrant notes floated into Lu Qing's ears, gradually clearing the murky depths of his gaze. Chapter 88. Little Mango receives an invitation card after completing the recording. Lin Yu's work was finished. Nangong Yang summoned colleagues from the legal department. Lin Yu glanced at the contract. It was identical to that of Spirited Away, save for the total price, which had increased to 10 million. He was pleased that the artist's share had not been augmented due to Mo Ran having released a song previously. It is essential for young talents to possess such awareness. Under the astonished gaze of numerous exceptional musicians in the music department, lyricists, composers, and arrangers alike, Lin Yu departed from Shengkong Music Department. It was not until Lin Yu had been in the elevator for a considerable time that Xiaowan emerged from another elevator, flustered as she hurried into the music department. "You're all here. Has Lin Yu arrived?" she inquired. Earlier in the day, Xiaowan had been occupied with public relations for an artist who had just given birth, and upon completing her tasks, she rushed to the music department, eager to witness the happenings. Nangong Yang, with reluctance, cast a lingering gaze towards the elevator before retracting it. Nodding, "He has arrived." Xiaowan understood that as long as there was an opportunity for profit, Lin Yu would show up. Where's he? He has left. Did he take the outline home to write? No. Did he refuse? Not exactly. With each of Oh Xiaowan's questions, Nan Gongyang provided brief responses. One was keenly interested in the spectacle, yet found herself perplexed by the absence of Lin Yu, while the other was grappling with a recent blow, unsure whether to feel exhilaration, dejection, or a budding existential crisis. Oh Xiaowan shot a glare at Nan Gongyang. So how did Lin Yu leave? He neither refused nor went home to write. So where is he? He finished writing and thus departed. Nan Gongyang felt a chill from Oh Xiaowan's glare, realizing he was facing someone formidable. He finished writing? Oh Xiaowan turned to Zhou Yifan, seeking confirmation. Zhou Yifan nodded vigorously. Yes, he completed it and even recorded it. Sung by M.O. Ran. Zhou Yifan, in a moment of desperation, passed the baton to M.O. Ran, who nodded emphatically, his round face jiggling with emotion. We were all present. When Lin Yu came, M.O. Ran was already here. He wrote the song in Brother Zhou's office, and once finished, he let M.O. Ran sing it. Right, in Shui Kai's recording studio. The musicians, having just witnessed Lin Yu and Amp, Oppo's hurried entrance and exit, began to explain animatedly to Oh Xiaowan. Suddenly, she felt as though she had consumed countless bewildering fruits. Is it really that serious just because I arrived a bit late? Nan Gongyang seemed to recall something and suddenly said, Xiaowan, since you knew in advance that Wei Mei wanted us at Shenkong to write the theme song, why didn't you inform me sooner? Oh Xiaowan was even more bewildered. How would I know you were taking orders in the music department? Lin, you just said it in front of everyone. It was you who informed him in advance, allowing him to prepare at home and come over ready to write without even glancing at the movie outline. Oh Xiaowan and Amp, Oppo's face was a picture of confusion, and after a moment of hesitation, she realized that Lin Yu had once again caused her to take the fall. Clearing her throat, she declared, yes, I knew. I must have told our performing arts department personnel. Should I also have informed you in the music department? As she confidently deflected blame, she turned to walk towards the elevator, muttering under her breath. Lin Yu discovered he was indeed a master of time management, every day meticulously organized within 8 hours. Arriving at the furniture store around noon, he primarily intended to browse, gathering contact information for various items, casting a wide net, comparing options before making a decision. During his planning, he had not accounted for the funds from Wei Mei. Once that payment arrived, he would have even more choices at his disposal. Unbeknownst to him, the exploration ignited a desire for everything he laid eyes upon. Previously, he had only envisioned a little princess's bedroom, but now realized there were myriad styles of little princesses. After an afternoon of overwhelming sights, he suddenly felt his own home lacked appeal. Why must little Mango have but one bedroom, if the house were larger with more rooms? He need not be so troubled over how to furnish the child's space, as each room could be distinct. Shopping proved far more exhausting than songwriting. Yet work brings joy. Indeed, by the time Lin Yu departed the furniture store, he clutched a multitude of brochures and business cards. Dad, look, little Mango exclaimed, presenting a beautifully crafted card to her father. Lin Yu took the card, reading, Lu Xingxing invites you to come play at his home. The little one nodded enthusiastically, yes. Lu Xingxing just transferred to our class. He claims his house is enormous, with 4 floors, though we don't quite believe it. Our new house is already quite spacious, yet only a single story. Lin Yu contemplated explaining that Lu Xingxing likely resided in a villa, but held his tongue as the child continued. He brought the invitation card today, inviting all our classmates to his house. Is the whole class going? Lin Yu inquired. Not everyone, but most receive an invitation. The back of the card bore the date and address, written in an adult and Amp, Oppo's handwriting, presumably penned by a parent. The address indicated a renowned affluent district in Yanjing. Lin Yu wondered why someone so wealthy would choose to send their child to Meibei Kindergarten, as families of such means typically opted for more prestigious institutions. Do you wish to go? Lin Yu asked. The little one shook her head, then nodded. She wanted to go, but hesitated. The desire stemmed from Lu Xingxing's enticing description of his home. Even if she claimed disbelief, her curiosity was piqued. Yet her reluctance arose from the fact that Lu Xingxing was a newcomer, and they were not yet well acquainted. Sensing her indecision, Lin Yu gently probed further. prompting little Mango to express her thoughts. Did your good friends receive invitations? Lin Yu inquired, pinching her cheek playfully. Little Mango nodded. They did. Then asked them if they want to go. If everyone is going, you should join them. If they aren't, it won't be fun to go alone. Upon hearing her father's words, the little one felt a sense of clarity as her earlier dilemma dissolved. All right, I'll ask Yuan and the others tomorrow. Lin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. After over 2 years in kindergarten, the parents had also become familiar with one another, and, as the children formed friendships, the parents exchanged contact information. Lin Yu directly reached out to a few of little Mango's close friends' parents. They all expressed their children's eagerness to attend, but shared Lin Yu's perspective. They preferred companionship for the visit. Lin Yu discerned the situation among other families and surmised that tomorrow's visit was inevitable. Parents were understandably apprehensive about their children visiting someone else's home unaccompanied, so they would likely accompany them. If Yuan and the others are going, then I shall too. But for my first visit, I must bring a gift, the little one said with delight. Of course. Lin Yu chuckled, stroking her head, while internally heaved a quiet sigh, realizing little Mango was truly growing up and beginning to navigate her social world. Chapter 89. A dream come true regardless of any initial hesitation. By the time it was time to visit the young ones, the little fellow was brimming with joy. Little Mango clutched the gift meant for his classmate, which Lin Yu had prepared earlier in the day. They had all agreed to procure the gifts ahead of time, as waiting until after school would be too late. The parents had consulted each other, ensuring the price of the gifts was mutually agreeable, thus avoiding any semblance of rudeness or extravagance. No matter the role Lin Yu played at Shengkong Entertainment, to little Mango, he was simply an ordinary father, sharing the same thoughts and concerns as any other parent. When tasked by the teacher, Lin Yu dutifully completed his assignments, and if the teacher requested parental assistance to carry or move things, he readily obliged. Regardless of his external identity, in the eyes of his child, he was merely a father, one who must always be at the ready at his child and Oppo's beck and call. Accompanied by a few familiar parents, Lin Yu guided the children to the entrance of the Lu Xingxing community. In this upscale villa district, security strictly prohibited outsiders from entering without the owner's consent. The sole reason Lu Xingxing's parents wished to invite classmates over was to help their son, who had recently transferred to a new environment, to become acquainted with his peers. They hoped that this gathering